In the realm of shinobi, the members of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have been entwined in a tumultuous relationship of love and conflict. Prior to the establishment of Konohagakure, Senju Tobarama, the younger brother of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara, were embroiled in fierce battles against each other. In one such confrontation, Tobarama succeeded in slaying Izuna, whose prowess was second only to that of Madara. The defeat stemmed from the cumulative toll of prolonged use of the Manjiki Sharingan. Izuna's demise ignited within Madara an even stronger desire to swiftly establish the village of Konoha, leading him to develop a unique perspective on the yearning for peace. Thus, under the reconciliation between Madara and Hashirama, the village of Konoha was founded. Hashirama, known for his gentle disposition and kindness, consistently prioritized the well-being of the villagers, while Madara exhibited a reclusive and arrogant nature. A community requires a leader, and during the village elections, Hashirama emerged as a candidate for Hokage. However, he was reluctant to hold on to such honor and sought to bestow the position upon Madara. Despite Tobarama's vehement opposition, Hashirama ultimately ascended as the first Hokage of Konoha. In the pursuit of power and clan interests, Madara incessantly declared war against Hashirama, who was unwilling to engage in conflict for the sake of peace. The Uchiha clan, known for their pride, believed that Konoha, which they helped establish, ought to be governed by them. While it appeared that both clans jointly created and managed Konoha, the Uchiha were, in reality, mere outsiders confined within its boundaries. The impending clash between Madara and Hashirama loomed large. Eventually, Madara faced defeat, leading to a temporary cessation of internal strife. Following this, Madara vanished from Konoha. During this time, Hashirama married Uzumaki Mito, solidifying a peace treaty with the Uzumaki clan. After vanquishing Madara, Hashirama sealed the nine tails within Mito's body. With the inclusion of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha flourished and grew in strength. Neighboring tribes began to emulate Konoha's model, establishing their own villages and electing leaders known as Kage. However, not long after, Hashirama met his demise at the hands of Madara's Izanagi. Tobarama then inherited the title of Hokage. Though his position was precarious due to the internal discord within Konoha's Uchiha clan, it was during this period that the first great ninja war erupted. In the conflict against the Land of Lightning, Tobarama led a unit alongside Hisashi and Danzo, only to be ambushed by the elite forces of the Kinkaku and Ginkaku. To ensure the escape of Konoha's next generation of core fighters, Tobarama sacrificed himself as bait, ultimately leading to his own death. Without the protection of Hashirama and Tobarama, the Uzumaki clan became a target of fear due to their formidable sealing techniques. Consequently, various nations united to obliterate the land of the whirling tide. The young Kushina witnessed the destruction of her homeland and was subsequently brought to Konoha by remaining Uzumaki shinobi. As time passed, after Mito's death, Kushina became the second host of the Nine Tails in the 48th year of Konoha. The Nine Tails within Kushina spiraled out of control, prompting the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to utilize the dead demon consuming seal to seal half of the Nine Tails within his son, Naruto Uzumaki. Both Kushina and Minato ultimately sacrificed themselves in this endeavor. By the 54th year of Konoha, Su Fan had resided in this world for 6 years on the night of the Nine Tails rampage. Su Fan, at the tender age of 6, arrived in the world of Naruto, becoming one of the remnants of the Uzumaki bloodline. Although he bore the lineage of the Uzumaki clan, Su Fan distinctly felt that his chakra was significantly weaker than that of an average person. Logically, the Uzumaki clan was a distant relative of the Senju, possessing powerful sealing techniques and sage arts. Their self-healing abilities were formidable, yet after 4 years, Su Fan began to question the authenticity of his Uzumaki heritage. Not dwelling on such thoughts, Su Fan now lived in a secluded corner of Konoha, an area once inhabited by the Uzumaki clan, now reduced to solitude. Despite its dilapidated state, the environment was remarkably soothing, with mountains and streams that offered a sense of tranquility. With 2 buckets of water slung across his shoulders, Su Fan sprinted up the hill. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered a crystal-clear stream, surrounded by a rocky forest, an odd sight indeed. How did this water come to be? Setting down his buckets, Su Fan poured the water into the stream. This was the result of his labor over the past 4 years, transporting water daily to create this stream. Finally, the 7,956th bucket has been poured. Su Fan stretched lazily, placing the yoke down, when suddenly a surge of powerful chakra erupted from the stream. Ding! Successfully poured the 7,956th bucket, chakra refined. Fire Shadow sign-in system activated. It turned out that Su Fan had acquired a system on his first day in this world. He had to continuously pour water into a designated area to store and refine chakra, which was essential to activate the system. Ding! The initial sign-in task has been issued. Please proceed to the old site of the Uzumaki clan to complete the sign-in. Successful sign-in will grant a novice gift pack. Su Fan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this, and without hesitation, he dashed down the hill. However, upon reaching the foot of the hill, he unexpectedly encountered a group of Konoha ninjas who did not belong there, gathered at the old site of the Uzumaki clan. Judging by their formation, the leader was identifiable. Recognizing their forehead protectors, Su Fan realized they were cloud ninjas that ate tea this time. Konoha had seemingly just signed a peace treaty with them, so what audacity allowed these cloud ninjas to infiltrate Konoha? Just then, Su Fan accidentally stepped on a small mouse. The creature squeaked and scurried away in fright. The group of cloud ninjas turned their gaze towards Su Fan's direction. The leader smirked and instructed his subordinates, "Go and kill him." Drawing kunai, several cloud ninjas charged towards Su Fan. Gritting his teeth, Su Fan quickly leaped from the brush to evade them. Damn it, I must circumvent them and reach the vicinity of the Uzumaki old site. As long as I am within the range, I can successfully sign in. With the faint chakra within him gathering at his feet, Su Fan dashed swiftly through the surrounding foliage. Behind him, several ninjas hurled their kunai, which Su Fan narrowly dodged. Surmounting the thicket, he leaped onto the branches of the trees, propelling himself toward the rear of the Uzumaki old site. I'm only a few hundred meters away. I can do this. Su Fan pushed his chakra to its limits, feeling his body strain as he neared the vicinity of the Uzumaki site. Suddenly, several shuriken flew toward him, striking Su Fan directly. With a cry, he tumbled and rolled into the range of the Uzumaki old site. Is he dead? The leader of the cloud ninjas sneered, preparing to turn away. Ding! Initial sign-in completed. Novice gift pack obtained. Ding! Opening novice gift pack, successfully awakening the powerful bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Ding! Acquired perfect Uzumaki lineage, along with formidable sealing techniques. In an instant, Su Fan's hair became vibrantly red, and a surge of powerful chakra erupted from within him. The kunai that had been lodged in his back fell away as the potent Uzumaki chakra rapidly healed his wounds. The nearby cloud ninjas stood frozen in astonishment. Red hair. This kid could be. Several ninjas wielding short blades rushed towards Su Fan beside the cloud ninja leader. Su Fan had never encountered such an overwhelming chakra in an instant. He found himself teetering on the brink of losing control. Is this the power of the Uzumaki clan? With a cold smile, Su Fan observed the approaching ninjas and declared, "Vajra seal." Suddenly, several golden chains shot forth from behind him, causing the ninjas to freeze in terror. Before they could react, the chains pierced through their bodies, sealing away their chakra entirely. With kunai in hand, Su Fan effortlessly traversed through several of them, blood splattering in his wake. Thud, thud, the bodies collapsed one after another. The leader of the cloud ninjas was utterly stunned, gazing at Su Fan in disbelief as he swallowed hard. You are a member of the Uzumaki clan. With a sense of ennui, Su Fan retracted the chains back into his body and slowly approached the leader of the cloud ninjas. Now that you are aware of my identity, do not expect to leave Konoha alive. In an instant, Su Fan's formidable chakra erupted, propelling him forward. The cloud ninja leader hastily drew his kunai, desperately attempting to fend off the advancing threat. The plan was going smoothly. How could such a young man suddenly emerge? And why is the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan resurfacing in Konoha? It is not difficult to comprehend that while Uzumaki Naruto is considered the sole descendant of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, his immense chakra is predominantly utilized to counterbalance the power of the Nine Tails that in the original narrative, Naruto may have appeared weak, reliant on the beast's strength to stand. But it is more accurate to say that sealing the Nine Tails demands a significant contribution of chakra from the Uzumaki clan itself. Naruto's formidable Uzumaki power was directed towards resisting the Nine Tails. Furthermore, due to the strong genes inherited from Namake's Minato, Naruto possesses the signature yellow hair, and while his Uzumaki identity was concealed by Konoha, the existence of the Uzumaki clan itself remained hidden. Thus, the outside world was largely unaware of the Uzumaki clan's presence in Konoha. Minutes later, Su-Fan pointed his kunai menacingly at the throat of the Cloud Ninja leader and coldly inquired, "Speak, why have you come to Konoha, and what is your plan?" The Cloud Ninja leader trembled, swallowing hard as sweat dripped incessantly from his brow. It is the plan of the Cloud Ninjas. 2. To kidnap the Hyuga clan's heiress. It turned out that Su-Fan had inadvertently encountered the Cloud Ninjas, who were preparing to infiltrate Konoha to abduct Hinata. Su-Fan pondered whether such actions might trigger a butterfly effect. If this group of Cloud Ninjas perished in Konoha, they would likely blame Konoha for the incident. In the original storyline, Hinata would be kidnapped, and Hayashi Hyuga would intervene to rescue her, leading the Cloud Ninjas to seek retribution, with a branch family member, Niji, being made a scapegoat. However, with Su-Fan's intervention, the situation was bound to take a different turn. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, the Cloud Ninjas would seek trouble. Thus, it would be best to eliminate them entirely. A sudden glint of ferocity flashed in Su-Fan's eyes as the kunai swiftly sliced across the throat of the Cloud Ninja leader. A piercing scream echoed throughout the forest. Chapter 2. Coincidence. The personnel of the Umbu, who had been lurking in the shadows, witnessed everything. After Su-Fan dealt with the corpse, the members of the Umbu vanished into the forest. Ding. Please proceed to the ruins of the Senju clan to complete your check-in. At this moment, Su-Fan felt a surge of excitement. A check-in at the Senju clan's ruins. Perhaps he would obtain the chakra of Hashirama's cells, or perhaps the Wood Release Ninjutsu. This would mark the pinnacle of Su-Fan's journey in Konohagakure. For now, he decided to rest and continue his check-in tomorrow. With this thought, Su-Fan went to bed early. What? In the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe while listening to a report from the Umbu personnel about the situation they had just witnessed. Third Hokage. I indeed saw that boy awaken the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and successfully eliminate all the Cloud Ninja, including an elite Jonin. The Umbu member knelt on the ground, excitement radiating from him. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, taking a deep drag from his pipe before rising from his chair. He was not unfamiliar with Su-Fan. He had first arrived in the village 6 years ago. Previously, the major nations had united to annihilate the land of whirlpools, leading to the death or escape of its ninja. However, Konohagakure had signed a peace treaty with the Uzumaki clan, allowing any surviving Uzumaki ninja to join the village. Despite this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had seen no trace of the Uzumaki clan's grandeur in Su-Fan. He had hoped to leverage Su-Fan's Uzumaki heritage as a means to suppress the tailed beasts of other nations. Yet, for years had passed, and his patience had turned to disappointment, only to hear such news today. Though his expression remained grave, his heart was already filled with joy. I understand. You may leave now. Once the Umbu member exited, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer conceal the joy on his face. This boy has truly awakened. I must find time to visit him in the coming days. Looking toward the vast blue sky, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Recent events had been overwhelming. The internal strife within the Uchiha clan seemed to intensify, compounded by the pressure from IWA Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to question whether he should continue as Hokage. However, Su-Fan's awakening offered a glimmer of hope amid his despondence. Finally, there is some hope for Konohagakure. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen overlooked a crucial detail. Although Su-Fan resided in Konohagakure, he was not a native ninja of the village. The Uzumaki clan had never truly belonged to Konohagakure, merely existing in harmony. Whether Su-Fan would dedicate himself to Konohagakure ultimately depended on his own convictions. At that moment, a figure darted past the window of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the window to find a masked man with white hair leaping inside. Third Hokage, Danzo has devised a plan to suppress the Uchiha clan. Yes, I am aware. I will find a way to handle it. For now, you have a new mission. Proceed to the ruins of the Uzumaki clan and monitor Uzumaki Su-fan. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the masked man, speaking in a calm tone. As for Danzo, he cannot act against the Uchiha clan directly at this time. Do not concern yourself with him. Every move of Uzumaki Su-fan must be observed and report back to me. Understood, Third Hokage. The white-haired masked man vanished from Sarutobi Hiruzen's sight. The next morning at the Uzumaki ruins, Su-fan rose and freshened up, preparing to complete the system's prompt check-in at the Senju clan's old site. After getting ready, he sensed the presence of others nearby through his formidable chakra perception. A slight smile crept across Su-fan's face as he contemplated. Surely, Hiruzen has discovered my bloodline awakening? The commotion from yesterday was significant, and the area around Kanehagakure is rife with umbu and root surveillance. While uncertain if he had been detected, he decided to astonish them instead. Ignoring the hidden umbu personnel in the grass, Su-fan sprinted toward the mountainside. The white-haired masked man followed closely behind. Su-fan's chakra had grown immensely, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed. Soon, he arrived at the Senju clan's old site, marked by the Hokage symbol. Time had not been kind. This place had fallen into disrepair. The ruins of the Senju clan were even more dilapidated than those of the Uzumaki clan, with some buildings reduced to mere rubble. Following the end of the Third Great Ninja War, Tsunade, the last of the Senju bloodline, had left, leaving the area desolate. Having arrived, why had the system not prompted a check-in? Su-fan felt a twinge of frustration. Was he required to enter one of the houses? Yet, there were so many. With no other option, Su-fan wandered through the ruins. Suddenly, he spotted a stone tablet bearing the Hokage insignia at the far end of the dilapidated site. The area surrounding the tablet was eerily empty, as if something lay beneath. As he approached the Hokage symbol, Su-fan gazed at its radiant brilliance under the sun, lost in thought. Despite the passage of time, the will of fire continued to shine brightly. As a devoted fan of Hokage, Su-fan felt a strong desire to inherit this spirit. Now that he was in the world of Hokage, he must revive the glory of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans. The Uzumaki and Senju clans were intricately linked, sharing a profound relationship. The moment he drew near the stone tablet, Su-fan distinctly felt his chakra swirling violently within him. What could this mean? The Hokage symbol's glow intensified, and Su-fan instinctively raised his right hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. However, upon touching the Hokage symbol, the ground beneath him began to tremble. A hidden passageway appeared behind the stone tablet. Intrigued, Su-fan stepped inside, a cold breeze sending shivers down his spine. The passage was long and dimly lit. As Su-fan entered, all the torches ignited automatically, illuminating a path before him. At the end of the path, he sensed a mysterious force calling out to him. For reasons unknown, Su-fan felt irresistibly drawn to it and continued forward uncontrollably. Once he crossed the threshold, the passageway behind him sealed shut. After a while, the white-haired masked man arrived, searching for Su-fan but finding nothing. Strange. He was just here. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Upon crossing the second threshold, a coffin appeared before Su-fan. Ding! You have arrived at the designated check-in location. Please check in. Suddenly, the system prompt echoed in Su-fan's mind, snapping him back to reality. What? What just happened? Why did I walk in here uncontrollably? Where am I? Staring at the coffin before him, Su-fan felt bewildered. However, since he had reached the designated check-in location, he decided to proceed. Check-in. Ding. Check-in complete. You have received the reward, Bloodline Limit, Wood Release. Su-fan was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Did he truly acquire Wood Release so easily? The designated check-in location was the Senju clan's ruins. Could the coffin contain Hashirama Senju? Cautiously, he approached and slowly opened the coffin. Sure enough, a handsome man lay inside. His appearance unchanged over the years, as if in slumber. The imposing aura emanating from him still exuded immense pressure, a testament to his status as the god of shinobi. Su-fan observed that a portion of flesh seemed to be missing from the chest of Senju Hashirama. This revelation prompted him to reflect on the narrative of the original Naruto series. Could it be that Danzo had extracted the cells? Was it in pursuit of creating a wood-release successor to bolster the strength of Konoha? Su-fan surmised that Danzo had previously collaborated in secret with Orochimaru on human experimentation. It is crucial to note that Hashirama cells are not compatible with just anyone, leading to the demise or mutilation of many test subjects. Hiruzen Sarutobi often turned a blind eye to these grim realities, for the sake of Konoha. sometimes having to feign ignorance as Hokage. Although his intentions were for the greater good of Konoha, Su Fan felt that many of Hiruzen's decisions were reactive, giving rise to a sense of hypocrisy. Suddenly, a formidable chakra emanated from within Hashirama's body. Su Fan felt the whirlpool chakra within him being drawn out. What is happening? He distinctly sensed his chakra rapidly depleting. The chakra emerging from the body of Hashirama in the coffin formed an arc, absorbing all of Su Fan's chakra. Minutes later, Su Fan found himself weakly kneeling on the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "What is this? Why is there such potent power within a deceased body? And why is it siphoning my strength?" At that moment, two chakra streams appeared in the air and merged, their overwhelming force isolating the surrounding air. This new chakra surged into Su Fan's body, causing him to cry out in agony. Such power. His body felt as though it might not withstand the onslaught. It turned out that the awakening of the whirlpool bloodline within Su Fan had sensitively triggered the residual chakra cell power within Hashirama. Given the close ties between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, Hashirama's cellular chakra fused with Su Fan's whirlpool chakra, forming a new and even more potent force than Hashirama possessed in life. Su Fan was utterly bewildered. The power surged into his body like a tidal wave, and despite the immense pain, he absorbed it entirely. Finally, as the last vestige of chakra fully entered his being, a monumental transformation occurred within him. A blue chakra aura radiated around Su Fan, reminiscent of a tailed beast's chakra cloak. However, Su Fan's chakra was distinct, even more potent than the nine tails. Aptly described in tons, the chakra cloak surrounding him formed solely because of the overwhelming chakra he had absorbed. Now, Su Fan could even project chakra outward. With a gentle extension of his palm, he comfortably stretched, only for the chakra within him to erupt in an instant. The tomb of the first Hokage was obliterated, leaving the white-haired masked man outside in sheer shock, fleeing the scene. Thus, the ancient grounds of the Senju clan were reduced to ruins by Su Fan's mere stretch. Chapter 3. The solitary whirlpool. Su Fan peeked out from behind a pile of stones, surveying his surroundings. To his astonishment, the chakra he possessed was exceedingly potent. After Su Fan acquired the chakra of the Senju clan, the body of Hashirama Senju dissipated into the wind. Nearby, a white-haired masked man observed everything in utter disbelief. Suddenly, Su Fan turned his gaze towards him. The masked man broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had been discovered. Su Fan smirked provocatively, prompting the man to reluctantly leap down from the tree. Su Fan noted that the masked man's attire resembled that of an Ambu, and there was only one person with such distinctive hair color, Kakashi Hatake. "Did the third send you to follow me?" Su Fan inquired boldly. Kakashi was taken aback. "How could this child be so perceptive?" "I harbor no ill intentions," Kakashi replied calmly. "If you had any malice, I would have already locked onto you," Su Fan declared, his formidable chakra gradually emanating from his body. The pressure was so intense that Kakashi found it hard to breathe momentarily. "Inform the third that I, Uzumaki Su Fan, do not require surveillance. Though I am of the Uzumaki clan, I bear no ill will towards Konoha." With that, Su Fan coldly turned and departed, leaving Kakashi sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat beneath his mask. This chakra, it is incredibly powerful, stronger than anyone I have ever encountered. Kakashi could hardly fathom that the source of such strength was merely a 12-year-old child. On the playground of the Konoha Academy, Naruto Uzumaki sat alone on a swing, watching a throng of boisterous classmates. His heart was heavy with despair, often labeled as the underachiever. He longed to join in their playful antics. Initially, the children were unaware that Naruto harbored the nine tails within him. However, the adults who were privy to the truth continuously deterred the children, creating an insurmountable divide between Naruto and his peers. From a nearby rooftop, Su Fan observed the scene with clarity. In his heart, he believed that Naruto did not deserve such treatment. As both belonged to the Uzumaki clan, it was only right for him to look out for Naruto. The students gathered as Iruka approached with a list in hand. The rambunctious children dutifully lined up, while Naruto, with vacant eyes, leapt from the swing and trudged toward the ranks. However, the others deliberately left no space for him, forcing Naruto to stand at the back. Seeing this, Su Fan clenched his fists. "Today's task is to learn the transformation technique. I will teach you the method, and you shall practice it at home. I will return tomorrow to assess your progress," Iruka announced, glancing at the list that recorded each student's aptitude. Upon seeing Naruto's name, Iruka sighed in resignation. This child truly is a handful. Irika cast a sympathetic glance towards the dejected Naruto, recalling his own childhood when he too was called the underachiever. It was easy to understand that Naruto's actions were a desperate plea for attention. Loneliness is not something one can simply grow accustomed to. Every individual desires to be at the center of focus. Yet, all Naruto sought was companionship. Irika's parents, like Naruto's, perished during the Ninetales incident. Initially, Irika was influenced by the village's prejudice against Naruto, perceiving him as a vessel for the accursed fox spirit, believing he would never amount to anything. However, their shared childhood experiences fostered a sensitivity within Irika towards Naruto's plight. Nonetheless, no one is born destined for greatness. Through perseverance, one can become a formidable ninja. Irika succinctly instructed the class on the transformation technique. Among them, the exceptionally talented Sasuke Uchiha grasped the essence of the technique at a mere glance, effortlessly transforming into Irika's likeness a few minutes later. Instantly, a throng of female classmates surrounded him, exclaiming, "Sasuke-kun, oh my, so handsome. I adore you. Sasuke-kun is simply a genius." Among them, two girls stood out, Sakura and Ino, who were so ecstatic they nearly took flight, incessantly chattering beside Sasuke. With his hands shoved into his pockets, Sasuke coolly approached Irika amidst the girls' cheers. "May I go home now?" Irika, taken aback by Sasuke's exceptional talent, stammered, "Oh, yes, you may. Did you see that? Sasuke-kun speaking with Irika-sensei, so charismatic. Oh my gosh, if I could marry Sasuke-kun, I would slap myself during arguments." Finally, unable to contain himself, Naruto shouted, "Enough with the theatrics. You're just a wannabe. If you have the guts, fight me." Naruto boldly stepped forward, pointing at Sasuke. Sasuke merely smirked coldly, turning away to ignore him. "The underachiever wants to challenge Sasuke-kun? How ridiculous." Others chimed in. "He is just seeking attention." In the midst of the commotion, Naruto declared, "I will become Hokage. Are you afraid?" Sasuke halted abruptly, his icy gaze locking onto Naruto's defiance. The air thickened with tension as a warm breeze stirred the leaves around them. "Haha. He says he wants to become Hokage. Does that mean I can too? He is a freak. If he becomes Hokage, the village will be doomed." Amidst the chatter, Naruto's youthful face displayed a resolute determination that seemed to waver. Su Fan was incensed at the superficiality of those around him. Were their families truly blind? Had Naruto's father sacrificed so much for Konoha only to be met with such disdain? Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi sought to protect Naruto's identity, the situation had escalated beyond mere protection. "You are no match for me," Sasuke taunted, his gaze fixed on Naruto as he suddenly surged forward with blinding speed. Naruto, prepared for the confrontation, charged in without hesitation. Sasuke's speed was impressive, likely honed by Itachi's training, leaving Naruto at a disadvantage. However, Naruto was never one to shy away from a challenge. The spirited struggle ensued, with Naruto employing sheer force while Sasuke skillfully evaded and countered. Despite Naruto's current limitations, his intellect remained sharp, allowing him to dodge and roll, landing behind Sasuke to throw a punch. Sasuke is no pushover. With a swift turn, he executed a right roundhouse kick that collided with Naruto's arm, sending him staggering back several meters. "Go, Sasuke. So cool. Truly, so incredibly cool." A female classmate at the scene fainted from excitement. Witnessing this, Naruto's anger flared, and he leaped forward, landing a punch squarely on Sasuke's face. Sasuke winced in pain, retaliating in fury as the two exchanged blows with fervor. Irika, observing the chaos, helplessly covered his right cheek, muttering, "What a mess. Enough. Stop it." He approached and separated the two, revealing Naruto's face swollen with bruises, mirrored by Sasuke's own injuries. "TCH, if it weren't for Irika-sensei holding me back, I would have defeated you." Naruto spat defiantly. "You? In your dreams." Eventually, the two were parted, with Sasuke departing amidst a throng of adoring girls, while Naruto stood alone on the playground, cradling his aching cheek and letting out a pained sigh. Seeing this, Su Fan contemplated rising to comfort Naruto, but was halted by the sudden appearance of a man. "Do you wish to become stronger?" "I have an idea," he said. Naruto looked up to see the white-haired Mizuki grinning at him. "Mizuki-sensei? I know of a place that possesses scrolls capable of enhancing one's strength," Mizuki seductively proposed. "But how would one acquire such things?" Naruto inquired, curiosity piqued. "You can take them freely. Just remember to return them after use. Have you forgotten the way they look at you?" Mizuki's words struck Naruto, making him momentarily freeze. He could never forget the disdainful, mocking, and prejudiced gazes directed at him, akin to that of a monster. In that instant, The allure of the scrolls blinded him. From a distance, Su Fan observed Mizuki with amusement. This must be the moment when Naruto nearly darkened in the original narrative, coinciding with his eventual acceptance by Iruka. However, Mizuki's true intent revolves around the scrolls, and behind him looms Orochimaru's presence, who will later escape from Konoha's prison. It seems Danzo has already allied with Orochimaru. To dismantle Danzo's schemes, one must first locate Orochimaru, who has now defected from Konoha. How intriguing. It appears my presence has altered the original timeline. The Uchiha clan has yet to be annihilated, and Naruto seems to have graduated at the age of 12, yet he is merely 6 now. A slight smile graced Su Fan's lips as he turned and vanished from the eaves. Chapter 4. Iruka's recognition as night deepened. A nimble figure appeared in the forbidden grounds of Konoha. The guards stood vigilant, for within lay a mysterious scroll. The agile silhouette swiftly navigated through the underbrush. A fleeting shadow. It's time for a shift. I'm so tired, one guard murmured, rubbing his eyes, when suddenly a dark shape sped past him. Huh. The guard blinked in confusion, only to find nothing before him. Am I just seeing things because I'm so sleepy? He approached cautiously, scanning the area but finding nothing amiss. Behind a stone pillar, Naruto Uzumaki stifled a giggle. I can't believe it was this easy to get in. Stealthily, he crept into the inner sanctum of the forbidden grounds and discovered the forbidden scroll resting upon a stone pedestal. Oh, is this it? He exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he scooped up the scroll. However, at that moment, a trap was triggered. Shuriken flew from the walls, hurtling toward Naruto. Startled, he dodged the incoming projectiles with remarkable agility. As he dashed for the exit, he inadvertently tripped over a thin wire. Clang, clang, the wire pulled taut, ringing an alarm. All the guards were instantly thrown into a state of panic. What is happening? Has the scroll been stolen? The guard who had been dozing rushed toward the inner chamber, only to see Naruto dashing past with the scroll slung over his shoulder. The Ninetales has stolen the scroll. In an instant, chaos ensued as everyone frantically searched for Naruto's whereabouts. Meanwhile, perched comfortably on a branch of a large tree in the forest, Su Fan relaxed. Perhaps the third Hokage was currently observing Naruto's antics. Naruto's theft of the scroll was merely one of the third schemes to assess whether Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, was safe. Naruto would be stopped by Iruka and subsequently gain Iruka's approval, while Su Fan needed only to intercept Mizuki to locate Orochimaru, thereby ensuring that everything proceeded as planned. A sly smile crept across Su Fan's face as he closed his eyes, awaiting Mizuki's arrival. He pondered why Sarutobi Hiruzen always felt the need for such elaborate schemes. Naruto's lineage was common knowledge among the villagers, yet he remained blissfully unaware. How pitiful it is for parents, he mused. What would Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki feel if they knew their child was facing such turmoil? Iruka. A ninja found Iruka on a path within Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki has stolen the forbidden scroll and has already fled. What did you say? Iruka gasped in shock, knowing that Naruto harbored the Ninetales within him. If he were to utilize the forbidden scroll, the beast could be unleashed, bringing calamity upon Konoha once more. Damn it! How could this happen? Iruka clenched his fists, hastily following the ninja to search for Naruto. In a clearing, Naruto clutched the forbidden scroll, laughing joyfully. He had already unfurled the scroll, his eyes alight with curiosity as he memorized its contents. When Iruka finally spotted Naruto, he found him engrossed in organizing the scroll. Naruto. Iruka leaped down from above. Iruka-sensei, look, I've learned some powerful jutsu. Naruto beamed, eager to show Iruka the scroll in his hands. A bead of sweat trickled down Iruka's forehead. To be so brazen as to open the forbidden scroll here, has he been misled? Wiping his brow, Iruka steadied his emotions and gazed earnestly at Naruto. Naruto, listen to me. Hand over the scroll. Naruto's expression turned puzzled as he sensed something amiss in Iruka's demeanor. The Ninetales could perceive emotions, and Naruto felt Iruka's agitation resonate within him, causing him to instinctively step back, clutching the scroll tighter. Iruka-sensei. Naruto swallowed nervously. Iruka was genuinely worried that Naruto had been swayed. If the third Hokage intervened now, the outcome could be dire. Yet if Naruto returned the scroll willingly, perhaps the situation could be salvaged. Iruka-sensei, if I have this scroll, I can become stronger. Aren't you happy for me? Naruto's face was filled with confusion as he looked at Iruka. Naruto, there are no shortcuts to becoming Hokage. Only through relentless effort will you find hope. Resorting to forbidden paths will only lead you to despair, Irika urged, striving to manage Naruto's emotional state. But everyone seems to disregard me, viewing me as a failure. But if I grow stronger, perhaps I can change their minds. Hope glimmered in Naruto's eyes, an aching desire for camaraderie surging within him. He was weary of solitary days spent gaming without companionship. Irika took a deep breath and slowly approached Naruto. Naruto, strength comes with the acceptance of solitude. To earn the respect of others, it is not merely about becoming powerful. It is about making your efforts visible to them. These words struck Naruto profoundly, causing him to waver, his grip on the scroll loosening. Seeing this, Irika's anxious heart finally found some relief. Irika is only deceiving you. How could he genuinely care about you, you failure? Suddenly, both of them snapped their heads up to see Mizuki perched on a tree branch. A cold smile on his face. Mizuki-sensei? What are you doing here? Naruto questioned, bewildered by Mizuki's previous remarks. Naruto Uzumaki, surely you haven't forgotten how the villagers view you? Mizuki's expression twisted into something sinister as he gazed at Naruto. Upon meeting Mizuki's gaze, Naruto's chakra flared uncontrollably. That look, it felt as if he were being regarded as a monster. Anger surged within Naruto, his emotions spiraling out of control. Mizuki, shut up. Irika hastily intervened. And why would I say Irika is deceiving you? Mizuki's face contorted with disdain. Mizuki, stop. You mustn't say any more. Irika shouted, desperation lacing his voice as he attempted to silence Mizuki. For on the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, Irika's parents were killed by the very beast that resides within you. In that instant, Naruto's heart lurched, disbelief flooding his senses as he turned to Irika, feelings of rage and guilt crashing over him. So, he was the demon fox. Finally, Naruto understood why the villagers shunned him, viewing him through such disdainful eyes. Irika's sorrowful gaze bore into Naruto, causing unease to blossom within him. Naruto clenched his teeth, pointing an accusatory finger at Irika. Why do you have that look too? Do you hate me, even you, Irika-sensei? You bastard. Suddenly, Mizuki produced shuriken from his waist and hurled them at Naruto. Seeing this, Irika dashed forward, pushing Naruto aside. Naruto, watch out. The shuriken struck Irika's side, causing him to collapse in pain. Naruto sank to the ground, trembling as he looked at Irika. What's happening? Mizuki-sensei. Naruto turned to Mizuki, who leaped down from the tree with a massive shuriken in tow. Naruto Uzumaki, you truly are foolish. Rather than being pitted, you remain oblivious to your own worth. Hand over the scroll, and I shall grant you a swift demise, a menacing voice declared. Upon hearing this, Naruto, filled with terror, clutched the scroll tightly and turned to flee. Naruto. Irika's voice rang out, but Naruto's heart was burdened with anxiety. All he yearned for was to escape this place, to leave Konoha behind. How pitiable it was. Your earnest feelings could never be comprehended by someone as insignificant as yourself. You pose no threat to me. I shall first eliminate Naruto and reclaim the scroll, then deal with you. With a cold smirk, Mizuki pursued Naruto without hesitation. Irika gritted his teeth, rising to his feet as he fervently followed the two. Through the dense forest ahead, Naruto, carrying the scroll like a small dog, utilized both legs to race atop the treetops. Mizuki closely pursued from behind, ready to hurl a shuriken. Naruto, you cannot escape. At the moment the shuriken was about to strike, a puff of smoke erupted, and Irika fell from the air. Transformation Jutsu. Mizuki watched in fury as Irika had transformed into Naruto to deceive him. At that moment, the real Naruto rushed forward, and Irika's heart soared at the sight. Naruto. However, just as Naruto drew near, he leaped and collided with Irika, sending him crashing against a tree. Why, Naruto? Irika exclaimed in disbelief as he stared at Naruto, who had steadied himself upon landing, eyes fierce with desperation and sorrow, perhaps a reflection of his utter disillusionment with Konoha. It seemed that during his flight, Naruto had resolved to leave Konoha, taking the scroll with him. Irika, is this what you call empathy? Mizuki seized the opportunity to launch a massive shuriken directly at Naruto. In that fleeting moment, Naruto stood frozen, unable to evade. Naruto. With great effort, Irika sprinted in front of Naruto, bracing himself against the ground to shield him from the shuriken's assault. The weapon embedded itself deeply into Irika's back, blood trickling down in droplets. I know the pain and anxiety you have endured, because I, too, was once like you as a child. Seeing you weep alone on the swing each day filled my heart with sorrow. I yearned for the recognition and encouragement from comrades, just as you did. I, too, have been labeled as the underachiever, and I empathize with your struggle. It must be agonizing, Naruto. You must have felt so lonely all these years. I am sorry, Naruto. If only I had been more dependable. You would not have to bear such memories. Tears streamed down Irika's face, falling upon Naruto, who stood there, utterly stunned. In Irika's memories, he recalled his own childhood, isolated and shunned by others. How ironic. Naruto, Irika has always harbored a grudge against you for the death of his parents. He only seeks to reclaim the scroll from you. Mizuki roared in rage. Shut your mouth, you trash. Just then, a figure leaped from the trees, standing protectively before Naruto and Irika. You, who are you? Mizuki questioned, astonished by the presence of Su Fan. The striking hair color of the Uzumaki clan was indeed eye-catching, and the oppressive aura emanating from Su Fan was enough to send Mizuki into a frenzy. Me? I suppose I am the brother of Uzumaki Naruto, Su Fan replied playfully, waving his hand dismissively. Naruto climbed to his feet and helped Irika up. My brother? Naruto was utterly bewildered. Only Irika recognized Su Fan with a hint of familiarity. 6 years ago, when Su Fan arrived in Konoha, he was part of the same clan as your mother, so calling him your brother wouldn't be inaccurate, Irika explained to Naruto. Irika-sensei, please take Naruto and leave this place. I have urgent matters to attend to. Irika nodded, and together they jumped away from the scene. Seeing the two depart, Su Fan turned to Mizuki with a playful glint in his eye. Tell me, where is Orochimaru? Suddenly, an overwhelming chakra surged from Su Fan's body, shocking the third Hokage, who was observing the situation from the Hokage tower through a crystal ball. With a resounding crash, the crystal ball shattered. Chapter 5. The relentless Su Fan. With the explosive shatter of the crystal orb, the guards outside rushed in with alarm. Third Hokage, what transpired? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke in irritation, gesturing for them to leave. It's nothing, you may go. Once the guards exited, Hiruzen shook his head in exasperation. This child possesses such a fiery temperament. Konohagakure is in dire need of talent. I wonder if I can recommend him. At that moment, Kakashi entered the room. Third Hokage, he began, his tone tinged with melancholy. I am already aware, Hiruzen interrupted. Cough, Kakashi, you have been with the Umbu for quite some time now. Are you considering a change in identity? Kakashi hesitated at this remark. Hiruzen understood that Kakashi had joined the Umbu due to the deaths of Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, which had left him disillusioned. The departure of Namake's Minato had further deprived Konohagakure of strength. Kakashi had been undertaking perilous missions in hopes of finding solace in death. Coldness had become synonymous with Kakashi. No enemy ninja had ever survived an encounter with him during his missions. It was easy to imagine how bleak Kakashi's world would be without the comical presence of Might Guy. Konohagakure now required new strength to fill the void. Kakashi, I understand your remorse for your past, but one must always look ahead. Perhaps you are too attached to the past. Go to the academy. I have a special mission for you. Hiruzen placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi's heart was heavy with indecision. What if I entrusted you with Naruto, the sole child of the fourth Hokage? Hiruzen's cunning struck at the core of Kakashi's being. As a disciple of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi had always kept an eye on Naruto. To nurture him personally would also serve as a tribute to Minato. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi shed his Umbu attire. Donning the garb of a Jonin, the forehead protector slanted across his left eye. He smiled at his reflection. I truly look forward to this. In the forest, Mizuki trembled in fear before Su Fan, his legs quaking uncontrollably. I don't know where Orochimaru is. Su Fan, showing no patience, extended his right palm. A golden chain ensnared Mizuki, lifting him off the ground by his neck. I am a person of little patience. If you continue to withhold information, I shall cease my inquiries. As he spoke, Su Fan tightened his grip, the chain constricting around Mizuki's throat. Ultimately, Mizuki could bear it no longer, exclaiming, I'll tell you, I know where Orochimaru is. Su Fan smirked coldly, retracting the chain. Mizuki fell to the ground, gasping for air. I have been providing Orochimaru with intelligence. He instructed me to instigate conflict and to facilitate an attack on Konoha during the Nin exams. Mizuki divulged all he knew. Su Fan was aware of Orochimaru's impending assault on Konoha, yet the current whereabouts of Orochimaru remained elusive. It would not be long before Uchiha Itachi would decimate the Uchiha clan, and Danzo would collect their Sharingan for Orochimaru's research. Thus, it appeared that Orochimaru was nearby, or perhaps even within Sunagakure. However, if the massacre of the Uchiha clan could be averted, The internal strife within Konoha could be easily resolved. Su Fan was no saint, yet his presence in Konoha necessitated the safeguarding of its security. These troublesome matters required his direct intervention. So, can I go now? Mizuki trembled as he gazed at Su Fan. Let you go? Is that feasible? Su Fan furrowed his brow, a wooden spike piercing through Mizuki's body. In his final moments, Mizuki's eyes widened in terror at the revelation that Su Fan could wield Wood Release. Ding. Participating in Irika's acknowledgement of Naruto's storyline has granted the reward, Shadow Clone Technique. Su Fan was elated. It turned out that participating in the events of the Hokage's narrative could yield rewards, not merely through attendance. With this newfound knowledge, Su Fan's reluctance to engage began to wane. I have just slain a ninja from Kumogakure. Surely they will seek retribution upon Konoha, and Danzo will seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. It seems I will be thrust into the battlefield. The high-ranking officials of Konoha, who professed their dedication to the village, were, in fact, driven by their own self-preservation. It appeared necessary for him to instill some fear into them. However, it was time to pay a visit to the old fox, the third Hokage, and demand an explanation regarding Naruto. With that thought, Su Fan vanished from his location. At the Hokage building, having tidied up his affairs, Hiruzen sensed a formidable chakra approaching. He sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Here it comes. As the door swung open, Su Fan entered with a cold smile. Third Hokage, it has been a while. He sauntered to the chair, crossing his legs. Indeed, it had been 6 years since Su Fan first arrived in the village, and aside from Hiruzen's discreet observations, he had largely been forgotten. Ahem, Su Fan. Have you come for something today? Hiruzen, well aware of the situation, anticipated that Su Fan was here to confront him regarding Naruto. Is the treatment of Uzumaki Naruto your responsibility? Su Fan spoke coolly. Hiruzen chuckled awkwardly. It is a form of protection for Naruto. I trust you can understand. I cannot. Su Fan declared firmly, his expression fearless as he locked eyes with Hiruzen, his aura growing increasingly pronounced. Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he regarded Su Fan, pondering whether he had lost all dignity as the third Hokage. Consuming expired cup noodles and milk daily, being subjected to various forms of rejection, and possessing not a single Ryo. That is your notion of responsibility and protection. The chakra radiating from Su Fan surged outward, leaving Hiruzen in shock at the sheer magnitude of it, one he could scarcely withstand. Beads of sweat trickled down Hiruzen's forehead as he feigned calmness, gritting his teeth while staring at Su Fan. The departure of the fourth Hokage was intended to allow Naruto to become a hero of the village. It was a sacrifice. However, the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails was too great, and countless lives were uprooted. Naruto's current burdens are a testament to his future potential. The village is of greater importance than Naruto. I cannot dictate how others perceive me. Hiruzen spoke with conviction, attempting to shift the blame onto the residents of Konoha. You should be grateful to Irika. Had it not been for him, Naruto would have eventually brought ruin to Konoha. Su Fan scoffed, directing his gaze at Hiruzen. Hiruzen remained silent. In his heart, the preservation of his legacy seemed to eclipse all else. For the sake of Konoha, he might resort to any means necessary. From that moment onward, Hiruzen bore a striking resemblance to Danzo. From this day forth, you shall not surveil Naruto at will. I shall take full responsibility for him. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a legacy the fourth Hokage left for Konoha. As for me, the price of exchange lies in aiding you to rectify the internal strife of the Uchiha clan, including the coercion from the Cloud Shinobi. Su Fan smirked, clapping his hands as he prepared to leave the premises. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already profoundly astonished. How could a mere 12-year-old perceive the current predicament of Konoha so clearly? Rectifying the Uchiha clan's discord? Even the fourth Hokage had failed to accomplish such a feat, making it hard to believe the words of a child. This was a personal burden. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to constantly guard against Danzo and fend off the disturbances from neighboring villages. And the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan only exacerbated his troubles. Surely, the Cloud Shinobi would come to confront him tomorrow. Rest assured, I will make an appearance then. Su Fan remarked before pushing open the door and exiting the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply as he watched Su Fan's retreating figure. Even with the powerful bloodline of the Uzumaki clan awakened, it was futile to contend with a nation stronger than Konoha. This was a matter of resources, not strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, letting out a helpless sigh. In the root, have we clarified the incident regarding the slain Cloud Shinobi? Danzo leaned back in his chair, gazing at the approaching root ninja. We cannot confirm just yet. We only know that the intentions of these cloud shinobi were to abduct Hinata Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, but they were killed before they could commence their infiltration. The root personnel knelt on the ground and reported. Logically, the Hyuga clan had no reason to be forewarned. Have we not identified the perpetrator? Danzo inquired. My lord, not yet. The situation on the Cloud Shinobi side has spiraled beyond control. They will likely come seeking retribution tomorrow. Danzo's expression darkened with melancholy. During the alliance with Konoha, they dared to strike at us. Their audacity is remarkable. However, their intentions were thwarted with their demise. It seems Konoha will find it difficult to extricate themselves from this predicament. My lord, the location of the ninjas' deaths was in the territory of the Uzumaki clan, where a child has been residing. Oh, Danzo's interest was piqued instantly. When Su Fan had first arrived in Konoha, Danzo had paid him little heed and was thus unaware. The child's name is Uzumaki Su Fan. Danzo's gaze sharpened. The Uzumaki clan? How intriguing. If someone was present at the scene, then a solution is at hand. Danzo's heart brimmed with darkness. His intention to present Su Fan as an offering to the Cloud Shinobi. Though Su Fan appeared unremarkable, he was nonetheless of Uzumaki lineage. Surely, the Cloud Shinobi would find this very compelling. What of Orochimaru? Danzo inquired further. My lord, Orochimaru has successfully infiltrated the Land of Wind, and he shall emerge during Konoha's second Chunin exam to assist you in seizing the position of Hokage. Excellent. The position of Hokage lies within reach, yet first, we must address the issue of the Uchiha clan. Once resolved, the higher-ups will have no grounds for dissent. You may withdraw. Yes. In the shadows, a flicker of darkness passed through Danzo's eyes. For the position of Hokage, he resolved to employ any means necessary. It appears I must pay a visit to Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 6. Itachi Uchiha's choice. In the quiet moments before dawn, Naruto sat before Irika. Naruto, you are the only student I truly acknowledge. Though my recognition may seem trivial, I hope it alleviates your loneliness going forward, Irika said with a gentle smile. I'm really sorry, Irika-sensei, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head. It's all right, Naruto. Close your eyes. I have something to give you, Irika instructed. Upon hearing this, Naruto leaped up in excitement. Is it a surprise? Irika-sensei. After closing his eyes, Irika retrieved a forehead protector from his pocket and personally placed it on Naruto's head. Congratulations, Naruto. You have successfully graduated. As Naruto opened his eyes, the sun began to rise, casting a soft glow that reflected off his new forehead protector. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he gazed at Irika. You are now a true genin. Today, I'm treating you to ramen, as much as you want. Really, Irika-sensei? That is fantastic. Ramen. Ramen. Naruto exclaimed, jumping for joy, while Irika looked at him with paternal warmth. The following morning, Naruto was informed that class divisions were to take place. Su Fan had arrived early at Naruto's home, seated at the table and enjoying a bowl of ramen. Good morning. Su Fan mumbled, mouth full of noodles. Hey, what are you doing here? Naruto exclaimed, jumping out of bed, bewildered. Your window is always open. So it's only natural I could come in, Su Fan replied, savoring a sip of ramen broth and letting out a satisfied burp. Watching Su Fan relish his meal made Naruto's mouth water. I threw out your expired ramen and milk. I bought you fresh supplies. So you won't have to eat expired food anymore, Su Fan said, producing a fresh container of ramen from his bag. Want a bowl? Naruto eagerly nodded and jumped down from his bed. Once the ramen was cooked, Naruto devoured it with gusto, and Su Fan felt a sense of satisfaction at his enjoyment. May I know your name? Naruto suddenly asked, looking up at Su Fan. Su Fan smiled at him. I am Uzumaki Su Fan. You said yesterday that you are my older brother. Is that true? Naruto gazed at Su Fan with anticipation, yearning for friendship and familial connection. Indeed. Your mother was also from the Uzumaki clan, just like me. I suppose that makes me your brother, Su Fan replied nonchalantly. Mother. Naruto had never met his mother, and his mind was filled only with imagination about her, as well as his father. Naruto, do you know? Your parents were great heroes of Konoha. They sealed the 9 tails within you to protect the village. Hoping that one day you would harness this power to change the village for the better, Su Fan attempted to reshape Naruto's inner thoughts. Some say loneliness is a habit. And now that Su Fan had appeared, that habit would be thoroughly broken. Really? My parents? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he implored Su Fan to share more about his parents. The nine-tails sealed within you once wreaked havoc upon Konoha, which is why people harbor resentment. Given that the beast is now sealed within you, it is only natural for them to fear you. However, if one day you can successfully wield the power of the nine tails, you will understand your parents' good intentions. The pain you feel is inflicted by others, but whether you can endure it depends entirely on you. Continuous growth is the only true recognition of oneself. If you wish to earn the acknowledgement of others, you must first acknowledge yourself. Su Fan's words resonated deeply within Naruto. Naruto's mood shifted positively. He no longer harbored negative feelings regarding others' opinions of him. He finally understood that others would always be others, and only by bettering himself would their perceptions of him change. "Thank you, Brother Su Fan," Naruto said, his youthful face beaming with joy. Ding. Participating in the Naruto storyline has granted Naruto a stable mindset and a new understanding of the future, earning him the ninjutsu reward, Rasengan. It turns out that engaging in related storylines can yield specific ninjutsu tied to designated scenes. Now, although Naruto has not yet mastered the Rasengan, he is already aware of it. I wonder what Jiraiya's expression would be if he knew. After finishing their meal, Naruto, accompanied by Su Fan, headed to the Konoha school. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted two familiar faces, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. "I can't believe I'm in a class with you, you idiot," Naruto remarked, pointing at Sasuke. Sasuke ignored Naruto, casting him a cold glance before turning away. Just then, the door swung open, and Kakashi strolled in, holding a copy of Ika Paradise. "Hello, everyone. I am Hatake Kakashi. And I won't reveal just yet that I am your new teacher," he said. "Because..." Kakashi suddenly smirked deviously. "You must undergo a rigorous selection process to become my students. Those who do not qualify will be sent back to class. So are you all prepared?" A sense of foreboding washed over the three. Kakashi's smile faded as he continued. "Tomorrow morning at 7, meet me on the grassy hill behind the school. If you can arrive early, that would be preferable, as I dislike waiting for people. Also, remember not to eat, for the selection will make you vomit everything you consume." With that, Kakashi exited. "Is that it?" Naruto stared blankly as Kakashi left, his expression darkening. What a self-important guy. As he stepped out of the classroom, Kakashi suddenly spotted Su Fan on the playground. Su Fan, sharp-eyed, glanced at Kakashi, startling him into a sheepish smile. Kakashi was unaware that Su Fan had accompanied Naruto to school. Had he known, he likely would not have been so aloof. As night fell, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Danzo appeared in a patch of grass. "Come forth, Itachi Uchiha," he called softly. Itachi Uchiha leaped down from a tree, standing before Danzo. "You must know why I have come to see you today," Danzo remarked, looking into Itachi's eyes. Under the moonlight, Itachi regarded Danzo in silence, a cold expression adorning his face. The relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan has grown increasingly distant. "I am aware that a coup d'etat is imminent within the Uchiha clan," Danzo stated as he turned away. "How did you come to know this?" Itachi questioned. Unaware of such developments, to his knowledge, the Uchiha clan had not yet reached that point. Itachi was aware that Shirsue's suicide was due to Danzo's coercion. Originally, he had hoped to alter the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha using Kotoa Mitsukami, but Danzo did not trust the Uchiha and thwarted Shirsue, seizing Shirsue's Sharingan in the process. Danzo harbored more insidious intentions, wishing to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan to resolve the issues facing Konoha once and for all. When I intervened to stop Shirsue, the Uchiha clan was already preparing for the coup. With Shirsue's sudden death, the Uchiha clan was momentarily stunned. Soon after, the fervor within the Uchiha clan reignited. "Would you like to know who is leading the Uchiha clan in this coup?" Danzo's expression turned intriguing as he gazed at Itachi. At this moment, Itachi had begun to formulate a plan. Being a clever individual, he would not reveal his thoughts outright. The only one capable of guiding the current Uchiha clan is none other than his father, Uchiha Fugaku. Although the Uchiha clan has been entrusted with significant responsibilities by Konoha, they have increasingly distanced themselves from the core of power. Within the clan, discontent towards Konoha's higher-ups is palpable, prompting the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, to scheme a coup. It appears that Konoha's leadership has already caught wind of the Uchiha clan's plans for rebellion. However, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback to discover that his father was the mastermind behind the entire affair. "I trust you know how to make the right choice. For your brother's sake, ponder it carefully," he advised. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow as his long blade flashed behind him, while Danzo remained stationary. a single strand of hair falling from his head. If you dare to lay a hand on Sasuke, I will not hesitate to take your life, Uchiha Itachi declared coldly, his gaze piercing into Danzo. It all hinges on your decision. Konoha's situation is dire. The Cloud Shinobi will soon instigate trouble. Should the Uchiha clan choose this moment to revolt, Konoha will face annihilation, Danzo stated before turning to leave. Itachi fell into silence, fully aware of the repercussions that such actions would entail. A coup at this critical juncture would not only spell doom for Konoha, but also for the Uchiha clan itself. A peace-loving Uchiha Itachi found himself in turmoil, understanding Danzo's words as a veiled threat. He could sacrifice himself, but Sasuke must not be harmed. Suddenly, a whirlwind opened behind him, and a masked man emerged. Have you reached a decision? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. I am yet to make a judgment. Allow me a day to contemplate. The masked man, somewhat vexed, ran his fingers through his hair before vanishing. A cold breeze brushed against Itachi's cheek, leaving him in deep contemplation throughout the night, questioning the true purpose of his actions. Was the Uchiha clan's insurrection unavoidable? Gazing at the short blade in his hand, he saw his reflection glimmering on the blade's surface and inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. As dawn broke, at 6 in the morning, Naruto sprang up in excitement. Today is the first day of learning ninjutsu. I must arrive earlier than anyone else. After dressing hastily and skipping breakfast, he dashed to the designated location. To his surprise, Sasuke and Sakura had also arrived early. The three of them were brimming with anticipation for the day's selection. Kakashi-sensei should be arriving soon. He'll be thrilled to see us here so early, Naruto exclaimed, breaking into laughter. Meanwhile, Su-fan was blissfully asleep at home. Initially intending to spend quality time with Naruto, he chose not to arrive early, knowing Kakashi's notorious habit of being late, an extraordinary penchant for tardiness, indeed. The trio transitioned from eager anticipation to a state of agony, ultimately reaching a breaking point. By noon, Kakashi finally made his appearance. Sakura immediately complained. I skipped dinner last night to lose weight and didn't eat breakfast this morning. And now I'm starving. The trio was famished, their earlier excitement replaced by despair. Good morning. It's already noon. What else with those expressions? Kakashi said with a smile as he approached. Naruto leaped up, exclaiming. You told us to come early, yet you show up at this hour. How infuriating. Kakashi offered an apologetic smile. Old habits die hard. Now, let the selection begin. With that, he produced 2 bells from his waist. If you can seize a bell within an hour, you will pass the selection and be rewarded with a delicious bento. He tantalizingly waved the bells before them. But there are 3 of us. Why only 2 bells? Naruto queried, puzzled. Because one of you must be eliminated, and that person will be tied to that wooden post over there to watch the others eat. Kakashi pointed to 3 wooden posts in the distance with a smirk. Che, I'll be the first to grab one, Naruto exclaimed, charging forward to snatch the bells from Kakashi's grasp. From a distance, Su-fan leaned against a large tree, observing the scene unfold. I'll refrain from intervening. This is a valuable experience for Naruto. One must endure hardships before becoming strong. However, he resolved that Naruto must enjoy a good meal today. With a faint smile, Su-fan leapt down from the tree and strolled leisurely towards the village's Ichiraku ramen. Simultaneously, the upper echelons of the Cloud Shinobi had dispatched emissaries to Konoha. Inside the Hokage building, the Cloud Shinobi envoy confronted Konoha without reservation. At that moment, Danzo entered the conference room and took a seat. The individuals responsible for the death of the Cloud Shinobi are not affiliated with Konoha. However, we can surrender him, he stated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated nearby, suddenly froze, realizing that Su-fan would handle this matter. He had not anticipated Danzo's knowledge of the situation, nor his willingness to thrust Su-fan into the spotlight. Danzo was indeed foolish. Hiruzen gasped, realizing the implications of Su-fan's absence. He had forgotten his responsibilities while accompanying Naruto. The Cloud Shinobi's leadership observed Konoha as if it were a spectacle. Danzo ordered several members of Root to locate Su-fan and bring him forth. Little did they know that the ensuing events would provoke Su-fan's wrath. Chapter 7. A stunning revelation at this moment. Su-fan was still perplexed. Logically, Naruto's debut was set in the 60th year of Konoha, when he received Iruka's acknowledgement and obtained the rank of a Genin. However, the current timeline was the 54th year of Konoha, the very year when the Uchiha clan was on the brink of annihilation. Su-fan was bewildered by the notion that Naruto had graduated ahead of schedule, which seemed somewhat illogical. The emergence of the protagonist had caused a temporal disarray. resulting in a few years' overlap in the timeline. Suddenly, the system in Su Fan's mind responded. If this continued, wouldn't the world of Hokage descend into chaos? Was there a method to restore the normal timeline? Su Fan hastily inquired. Ding. A mission has been initiated to prevent the extermination of the Uchiha clan and to dismantle the threats posed by the Cloud Village. Upon completion, the timeline will revert to the 60th year of Konoha, and a luxurious sign-in gift package will be awarded. This was becoming intriguing. The internal strife within the Uchiha clan was not a spur-of-the-moment occurrence. It had been sown since the very inception of Konoha. The crux of the issue lay with the leadership within the Uchiha clan. The village could be harmonious. As Su Fan made his way to the Ichiraku ramen shop, he was suddenly confronted by 4 root ninjas who appeared as if they had materialized before him. Vortex Su Fan, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. The leading root member said unfriendly. Su Fan smiled faintly, realizing he had forgotten about his promise to the 3rd Hokage. Interestingly, he had surmised correctly. Konoha was pushing him towards the battlefield. He could not afford to concern himself with Naruto at the moment. After all, Kakashi would eventually leave a bento for Naruto. The priority now was to employ his true methods. Lead the way, Su Fan said with a slight smirk, already formulating a plan in his mind. Danzo, why should the events occurring within Konoha be attributed to a mere child? Outside the conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned Danzo with ire. Could Konoha genuinely dismantle the threats from Cloud Village so effortlessly? Danzo looked at Hiruzen, his expression somewhat peculiar, predominantly filled with confusion. Danzo was puzzled as to why Hiruzen was so invested in a child. Perhaps we have alternative means. Konoha still possesses some undisclosed strength, Hiruzen mused. Huh? Are you referring to the Hyuga clan? If you truly intend to push the Hyuga clan towards the Cloud Village, that would be quite convenient. Hiruzen, you cannot genuinely be unaware of why the Cloud Village has ventured into Konoha, Danzo replied, regarding Hiruzen with growing bewilderment. Despite being the Hokage, Hiruzen seemed to feign ignorance regarding the unfolding events. One must admit, Hiruzen's desire to leverage the Hyuga clan against the Cloud was ultimately an act of compromise. As Danzo processed this, he observed Hiruzen's expression filled with disdain. I am aware that my reputation in Konoha is not particularly favorable. Yet I too act in the village's interest. Hiruzen, your vision is dreadfully narrow. With that, Danzo turned and entered the conference room. Hiruzen frowned deeply, feeling a sense of heaviness in his heart. Not every individual possesses the spirit of bloodshed. Yet even those with the darkest of hearts may reveal their valor in pivotal moments. Hiruzen faltered, not out of cowardice, but for Konoha and its citizens. With a resigned sigh, he stepped into the conference room. Upon entering, the condescending faces of the Cloud Village higher-ups were immediately apparent. What? They haven't arrived yet? I truly wish to refrain from reiterating that we have signed a peace treaty with you. It is absurd that one of my men would perish here while merely visiting Konoha for leisure, remarked a man adorned in a white official collar, brandishing a fan mockingly. Visitors to Konoha are always welcome. However, some individuals infiltrate without notice. If we cannot identify them, they will naturally be treated as intruding ninjas and eliminated. Danzo replied with a closed-eyed smile. The Cloud higher-ups were instantly incensed. Our ninjas depart with their headbands. To claim they are unrecognizable is sheer folly. If we do not receive a satisfactory response today, we shall annul the peace treaty. The man in the white collar slammed his right hand on the table, standing in indignation. Oh, should I interpret this as your intent to wage war against Konoha? Just then, the conference room door swung open, and Su Fan strolled in leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Who is this? The Cloud higher-ups were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a child at such a significant meeting, their displeasure evident. Yet, upon noticing the child's hair color, they were momentarily stunned. Fortunately, he was merely a child, so they dismissed it. It must be said that the former Vortex clan was extraordinarily powerful, causing trepidation across the nations. You were seeking me? Here I am, Su Fan declared, casually taking a seat and propping his legs on the table. How ludicrous. You expect us to accept a child to address this matter? The Cloud higher-ups were infuriated, feeling utterly disrespected by Konoha. Konoha's leadership cast glances at Danzo, who appeared equally uncomfortable. His actions were seemingly incomprehensible. Your ninjas met their demise before this child's residence, Danzo stated nonchalantly. Have you all lost your senses? How could a mere child possibly be responsible for the deaths of numerous Cloud ninjas? Do not forget, among them is an elite Jonin. The leader of the Cloud higher-ups was seething, his face flushed with anger. He was unwilling to continue negotiations with Konoha and turned to leave. What of it? It was I who killed them. Is there a problem? Su Fan interjected, reclining back and defiantly gazing towards the cloud representatives. Danzo was momentarily taken aback, as was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone present turned their attention to Su Fan, a mere child of 11 or 12 years, exuding such audacity. Although they were ostensibly discussing peace, it was clear that the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Su Fan showed no signs of intimidation. His piercing gaze left the cloud higher-ups utterly bewildered. You cloud ninjas came to Konoha to cause trouble, and I dealt with you accordingly, yet you dare return here seeking face? Su Fan remarked cheerfully, awaiting their further bluster. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Su Fan. This child's aura was exceptionally formidable. Could it be that he truly had slain those cloud ninjas? You insolent brat. Do you comprehend the consequences of speaking to us in such a manner? The higher-ups of Konoha would not dare to treat us this way. They are they, and I am I. You may view my actions as meddling, but since I am in Konoha, today's events are my concern, Su Fan declared. With that, a powerful surge of chakra emanated from him, enveloping the entire Hokage building in an overwhelming aura. The oppressive sensation widened the eyes of the cloud higher-ups in shock. Danzo regarded Su Fan with a newfound expression, filled with greed and desire. He yearned to control Su Fan. Acquiring such a talent would ensure stability and peace in Konoha once he assumed the title of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt parched, realizing that Su Fan's chakra release was exponentially stronger than before. As the Hokage, Hiruzen felt a pang of shame, for he lacked Su Fan's commanding presence. Yet, Hiruzen was troubled. Was this truly Su Fan's method? Konoha could no longer afford to be embroiled in such turmoil. You are not worthy of conversing with me. Summon your Raikage to face me, Su Fan proclaimed, retracting his chakra and dissipating the oppressive pressure. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Cloud Village were all kneeling on the ground, their foreheads drenched in sweat. They looked at Su Fan, who had just risen from the ground. In terror, you wait for me. The Leaf Village is so ungrateful. Lord Raikage will surely destroy the Leaf with his own hands. Having uttered these words, the high-ranking members of the Cloud Village fled without looking back. Once they had departed, Danzo spoke up. Young man, you hail from the Uzumaki clan. To push the Leaf Village towards the abyss in such a manner seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Am I the one pushing the Leaf towards the abyss? Su Fan replied, casting an odd glance at Danzo. In an instant, Danzo was taken aback, realizing that it was he who had driven Su Fan towards the Cloud Village. With a cold smile directed at Danzo, Su Fan rose and exited the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, continuously smoking, his mind already in disarray. Danzo shook his head in resignation. He had miscalculated today's events. However, the most pressing matter at hand was that of the Uchiha clan. Failure was not an option tonight. As Su Fan stepped out of the Hokage building, he already had a plan in mind. The Cloud Village would not easily relent. As for the current Raikage, he was not one to endure humiliation. The Cloud Village's strength currently surpassed that of the Leaf Village. Moreover, it seemed that all Raikage had a rather volatile temperament. It was likely he would personally seek retribution from the Leaf Village tonight. The fate of the Uchiha clan would also unfold this very night. Therefore, I shall use my strength to instill awe in all present. Chapter 8. A genuine understanding of the Uchiha rather than the immediate safety of Konoha. Danzo now saw pushing Su Fan toward the Cloud Shinobi as his only recourse. The Uzumaki clan inherently possessed potent sealing techniques, making them uniquely suited for suppressing tailed beasts. Danzo had anticipated that sacrificing Su Fan would divert the Cloud Shinobi's attention. He had not foreseen the present predicament. Nightfall descended gradually. A solitary meteor streaked across the sky above Konoha. Uchiha Itachi stood upon a rocky outcrop, gazing toward the Uchiha clan's shrine. Within, the elite of the Uchiha clan were assembled this night. A coup d'etat was not a decision to be taken lightly, and he was powerless to alter its course. For the sake of Konoha, for peace, and for Sasuke, Itachi slowly drew the long sword from his back, its blade gleaming with an eerie chill in the moonlight. It seems you have made your choice. The masked man materialized once more, emerging from a distortion in space. A sense of melancholy washed over Itachi's countenance, and a glimmer of sharpness flickered within the crimson Sharingan in his eyes. Then let us commence. With those words, the masked man vanished. Itachi cast another glance at the sword in his hand, his gaze hardening with resolve, and turned to hasten toward the Uchiha clan's compound. Su Fan, who had been patiently awaiting this moment in a nearby tree, smirked as he observed the scene, following Itachi's path. In the root headquarters, Danzo sat leisurely in his chair, awaiting news. He was confident in Itachi's decision, for Itachi was unlike the other Uchiha. He yearned for peace and abhorred conflict. If forced to choose, Itachi would unhesitatingly select Konoha. It was precisely this vulnerability that Danzo had exploited to set his plan in motion, Uchiha Sasuke. Faced with the prospect of Konoha and the Uchiha clan perishing together, he would make a decisive judgment, all for Sasuke's sake. Alas, Danzo had failed to account for the emergence of Su Fan. In the Cloud Village, Raikage shattered a table with a single blow. Konoha is openly provoking us. Even if I were to blatantly target the Hyuga clan, Konoha would not dare intervene. To be deterred by a mere child. He was determined to avenge this humiliation. Now that relations with Konoha had deteriorated, he might as well sever them completely. With this in mind, Raikage led several elite Jonin out of the Cloud Village. Heading toward Konoha, Su Fan, moving at an astonishing pace, arrived at the Uchiha clan's compound. In the moonlight, Itachi and the masked man appeared together. "I didn't expect you to be so swift," Su Fan said, turning to smile at Itachi. Itachi looked at Su Fan, memories resurfacing. He recalled seeing Su Fan during the Nine-Tailed Fox incident 6 years prior, but he had never learned Su Fan's identity. "Why are you here?" Itachi asked coldly. "If I were to leave now, would you proceed to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan?" Su Fan asked, making no attempt to conceal his knowledge. Itachi was taken aback. Only Danzo was privy to the plan, so how could Su Fan know? "Those who obstruct me will meet their demise," Itachi declared, drawing his sword and aiming it at Su Fan. Su Fan shrugged, smiling wryly. "You've chosen to annihilate the Uchiha clan because of Danzo's coercion and Konoha's safety, haven't you?" Itachi was once again shaken. "If you were in my position, what would you do?" He hoped Su Fan could offer him an answer. "You have no choice because the leader of the planned coup is your father, Uchiha Fugaku. The Cloud Shinobi are poised to wage war against Konoha. And you fear that an Uchiha coup would leave Konoha unable to focus on the Cloud Shinobi. If Konoha were to fall, the Uchiha clan would not escape destruction. And your younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, would not survive either, correct?" Su Fan articulated Itachi's innermost thoughts with clarity. Itachi remained silent, slowly lowering his sword. "Rather than being annihilated by another village, it is better to end it by my own hand, so that Sasuke may live. Konoha still has the strength to contend with the Cloud Shinobi, unless the Cloud Shinobi are truly bent on destroying Konoha. But if the Uchiha clan were to launch a coup at a crucial moment, Konoha would descend into chaos, and external forces would seize the opportunity. The consequences are dire." Su Fan knew that Itachi harbored another motive, to become the Uchiha clan's pariah after its destruction, leaving Konoha as a rogue ninja to provide Sasuke with new opportunities for growth. That opportunity was hatred. The Uchiha clan was a peculiar clan, where hatred and pain could accelerate the evolution of their Sharingan, thereby augmenting their strength. He would massacre his clan for the sake of the village, and leave Konoha to become a rogue ninja for his brother's growth. Thus, he would become a double agent. "What if I could resolve the threat posed by the Cloud Shinobi?" Su Fan asked casually. Itachi raised his sword once more, pointing it at Su Fan. "A war born of humiliation is meaningless. No one will appreciate its value. If you had a solution, you wouldn't be standing here." "Itachi, the Uchiha clan should not be destroyed. Without a leader to guide them, they would not make such a choice." Su Fan knew that the Uchiha clan did not inherently possess the instinct to launch a coup. The more exceptional the leader, the more they could stir up the clan's inner discontent, a sentiment that originated with the clan's founder, Uchiha Madara. When Uchiha Madara had sought to initiate a coup, a battle between him and Senju Hashirama had been imminent. Though Hashirama had emerged victorious, he had not chosen to expel or slaughter the Uchiha clan. Instead, he had opted for tolerance and trust. The Uchiha clan had also chosen to compromise, ultimately abandoning Uchiha Madara as a bargaining chip. This was the reason for Madara's departure from the village. From this, it could be inferred that the Uchiha clan could indeed be understood. Itachi was acutely aware of this. But Konoha was in immediate peril, and he had to complete his plan. "Stand aside," Itachi commanded, focusing his chakra. Su Fan shook his head helplessly, gradually releasing his chakra in preparation for a confrontation. If necessary, he would fight. However, at that moment, an alarm blared through Konoha. The masked man quietly vanished into the ether. Itachi and Su Fan turned simultaneously, spotting a multitude of Konoha ninja rushing toward the Hokage Tower. Follow me. Tonight, I will show you how to make the Cloud Shinobi beg for mercy. With that, Sufan sped toward the Hokage Tower, Itachi hesitating for a moment before following. At the Hokage Tower, several members of the Konoha Anbu were protecting Hiruzen Sarutobi. Raikage A, accompanied by several elite jonin, strode in unceremoniously. I've come to see what Konoha's confidence truly is. Raikage A's expression toward Sarutobi was filled with provocation. Sarutobi frowned, looking at Raikage A. He had anticipated the Cloud Shinobi's actions, but not so soon, nor that the Raikage himself would be involved. Konoha harbors no ill intentions. I offer my sincere apologies for what has transpired. Sarutobi gestured for the Anbu members in front of him to step aside, taking 2 steps forward to speak with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Raikage A's expression grew even more contemptuous. Even the Konoha ninja present could not bear to hear it. Though Sarutobi was acting for the sake of Konoha, his approach was demeaning to the village's morale. Apologies? I perceive no semblance of sincerity. I have heard that today a child has personally confessed to having slain my kin. Let him step forth. It appears that Raikage AI has no intention of reaching an accord today, aiming instead to bring disgrace upon Konoha without offering any means of retreat. The expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is tinged with bitterness. Sufan, this is your approach. Konoha now finds itself in dire straits because of you. At that moment, Sufan descended from the sky, materializing before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Following closely behind him was Uchiha Itachi. You sought me? Here I am. Sufan declared with a scornful gaze directed at Raikage AI. The Cloud Ninjas erupted in fury, ready to charge forward. Raikage AI signaled for them to stand down. Stepping closer to Sufan and lowering his gaze to meet the boy, who stood at half his height. Is it truly you? Indeed it is. What of it? Have the high-ranking Cloud Ninjas, clad in their high collars, become ineffective, prompting you, the Raikage, to come to Konoha's seeking face? Sufan spoke with unabashed arrogance, showing little regard for the Raikage before him. Knowing I am the Raikage and yet speaking in such a manner, youth truly is synonymous with impudence. Raikage AI laughed heartily. But suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes, and his colossal fist surged forward with tremendous force. Unperturbed, Sufan closed his eyes. Diamond lock. Chains materialized behind Sufan, ensnaring Raikage AI's arm, halting that enormous fist mere inches from Sufan's face. The diamond lock technique is exceptionally potent, manifesting sealing chains based on chakra size. Sufan vividly recalled how, during a critical moment for Sasuke, the awakening of the Uzumaki bloodline led to the destruction of the numerous hands released by Yamato. Controlled by White Zetsu, due to the diamond lock unleashed from Karen's body, highlighting the skill's formidable power. Raikage AI's pupils constricted in astonishment as he realized that his assault had been thwarted by this boy, who had also immobilized him. The excitement was far from over. Sufan chuckled with intrigue as chakra coursed along the chains, activating the seal, causing Raikage AI to discover that he could no longer utilize his chakra. Left with nothing but brute strength. Is this the formidable sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? But this child can only be 11 or 12. How can his chakra be so formidable? Panic began to swell within Raikage AI. Ensnared by a mere child before his subordinates, his dignity was obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi regarded Sufan. Despite his impressive power, it did not justify letting his guard down. The Cloud Ninjas belonged to the Land of Lightning, and Konoha's resistance would not be easily accomplished. However, if Itachi believed this was all of Sufan's strength, he was gravely mistaken. Did you think I could merely restrain you without addressing how to deal with your Cloud Village? Sufan suddenly raised an eyebrow at Raikage AI, his gaze morphing into something razor-sharp. In an instant, he clasped his hands together. Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss for words. Is this truly? Hiruzen stammered, excitement rendering him speechless. He had only witnessed this gesture once in his life, yet it was unforgettable. Wood Golem technique. A violent tremor erupted beneath the Hokage building, an overwhelming chakra sweeping across all of Konoha. From beneath Sufan's feet, a colossal wooden figure began to rise as if awakened from the depths of darkness. In that moment, everyone froze, mouths agape, as if time itself had ceased. Raikage AI, bewildered, plopped down onto the ground, trembling as he gazed up at Sufan standing atop the wooden giant. In that fleeting instant, Uchiha Itachi, witnessing Sufan's activation of the Wood Release, conceived a new thought. The Uchiha clan need not face annihilation, but those plotting a coup must not be allowed to live. Tears suddenly streamed down Itachi's cheeks. Chapter 9. Collapse. Sarutobi Hiruzen could never have imagined that Su Fan would wield Wood Release. It is well known that Konoha possesses cells from Hashirama and has conducted transplantation experiments, but only Yamato succeeded. Yet, Su Fan's mastery of Wood Release far surpassed that of Yamato, as if such chakra was innate to him. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan could actually utilize the Wood Release of the Senju clan, possessing chakra as formidable as Hashirama's. This revelation was nothing short of a monumental surprise for Konoha. As Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Su Fan's silhouette, his eyes brimmed with relief. After all, Su Fan had pledged to quell the threats from the Cloud Shinobi and the internal strife within the Uchiha clan. However, if he could be retained in Konoha, the village's standing among the nations would undoubtedly be restored to its former glory. Hiruzen's singular thought was to ensure Su Fan's continued presence in Konoha. Open your eyes and behold. Do you recognize this jutsu? Su Fan grinned wickedly at Reikage, fully unleashing his aura. The moment his chakra erupted, Reikage regretted his actions. He would never forget that Konoha once had a Hokage known as the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. His powerful Wood Release was capable of resisting any nation and imposing severe oppression. Even the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, had been subdued and sealed by him. The terror of Wood Release had taken root in the hearts of all within the shinobi world. Now, a ninja who could wield Wood Release had emerged once more in Konoha. Reikage faltered. You can actually use Wood Release. The third Hokage, you indeed have a trump card. Although Reikage feared Su Fan, he still stubbornly maintained his pride, speaking in a gruff manner. However, Su Fan was unfazed. Strength was strength, and if one did not yield, he would be made to submit. Wood Release, tree binding, eternal burial. Su Fan clenched his fists, and massive vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring every cloud shinobi in their path. With his chakra sealed, Reikage found himself effortlessly captured by Su Fan. Behind them, a towering tree shot up into the sky. Are you not aware of your current predicament? To dissolve the peace treaty with Konoha? I have assured the third Hokage of your compliance, but Su Fan's voice turned icy, and the bodies of the cloud shinobi began to sink into the ground. The earth morphed into quagmire, and panic ensued. You shall become the nourishment for the trees. Su Fan's visage was twisted with ferocity as he stood atop the head of the wooden figure, rendering Reikage's pride inconsequential. We can still cooperate amicably with Konoha. The treaty shall not be dissolved. Reikage shouted hoarsely, summoning all his strength. In that moment, every ninja from Konoha turned their gaze towards Su Fan, whose silhouette radiated with an aura of brilliance. This was more than mere relief. It signified that Konoha would rise anew from this day forth. The morale surged instantly, and the cloud shinobi finally acquiesced. With a faint smile, Su Fan released his Wood Release. He harbored no fear of Reikage reneging on their agreement once freed, for Reikage was no longer a match for him. Surely, Reikage recognized this truth and would henceforth act within his means. Su Fan had no intention of killing Reikage, though he possessed Hashirama's chakra and Wood Release. Supported by the formidable bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, without Sage Mode, Hashirama's chakra could only provide superficial suppression. Engaging in war with the Cloud Shinobi would be too precarious for Konoha at this time. War breeds slaughter, and like Uchiha Itachi, Su Fan held no fondness for conflict. From this day forward, Konoha would regain its confidence, and it would not be long before other nations learned of this event. The immediate crisis had been averted. Now, Su Fan was unwilling to provoke further strife, as the issues concerning the Uchiha clan loomed imminent. Return to your Cloud Shinobi. From this day forth, do not let me see you within Konoha's borders, or I shall not hesitate to turn the Cloud Shinobi into an oasis. Reikage gazed deeply at Su Fan. This child of merely 12 years, so astonishingly gifted. The shinobi world would soon find itself in turmoil once more. Without uttering a word, Reikage turned and departed Konoha with his subordinates. Su Fan exhaled deeply, finally accomplishing the task of dismantling the Cloud Shinobi's threat. However, upon turning to look for Uchiha Itachi, he discovered that Itachi had vanished without a trace. Oh no! Su Fan dashed towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Meanwhile, Danzo quickly learned of the events that transpired that night. You mean to say that Uzumaki Su Fan can also utilize Wood Release Ninjutsu? Danzo's cunning gaze fell into contemplation once more. Su Fan? Oh Su Fan, how many more surprises do you have in store for me? Danzo's mind was now consumed with thoughts of how to control Su Fan. For a person like Danzo, to dominate another, one must exploit their weaknesses. Yet, Su Fan had no familial ties, complicating matters for Danzo. A genius like Su Fan, possessing two forms of powerful chakra, would be a thorn in anyone's side. Since he was in Konoha, there was no reason he should not be under my control. The matter of the Uchiha clan awaited resolution. Unbeknownst to Danzo, who was still awaiting the outcome of the Uchiha clan's extermination, Itachi had already altered his intentions. A calamity was now poised to befall him. At the Uchiha clan's residence, Itachi pushed open the door to a pitch-black room. He found Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto seated with their backs turned. Itachi, you have returned. Uchiha Fugaku did not turn around, his gaze fixed on the wall, his eyes filled with regret. Father, why must it be you? Itachi's voice wavered as he looked at Fugaku, his right hand gripping his blade, trembling slightly. Since the establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha clan's leaders had often instigated coups, a persistent ailment. The proximity of power felt both tangible and elusive, often leaving a sense of desolation. Fugaku sighed, reflecting on the cyclical nature of power struggles within the Uchiha clan. You possess the means to address these issues, Itachi, Fugaku murmured, his demeanor heavy with sorrow. If you can ensure the village accepts our clan, this is the only choice left. A fleeting smile appeared on Fugaku's face as he closed his eyes, a hint of relief washing over him. Tears streamed down Itachi's face. It was evident that his father understood his intentions. Fugaku had anticipated Itachi's decision to carry out the clan's extermination. With the Cloud Shinobi's threat now dismantled, circumstances had shifted. If Itachi could make a choice akin to Uchiha Madara's, using it as leverage to compromise with Konoha, sacrificing himself in the process, the Uchiha clan could be preserved. I'm sorry. Itachi knelt, weeping uncontrollably, his tears flowing freely, resembling a child in despair. We are grateful to have a child like you, Itachi. Please take care of Sasuke for us, Mikoto said, her voice tinged with sorrow, revealing her reluctance to part with her son. Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, and Mikoto, the leader's wife, could not both perish without quelling the internal strife. At this moment, Su Fan had arrived atop the eaves of the Uchiha residence, where he beheld the shadow of Itachi wielding a long blade reflected upon the curtain. In his anxiousness, Su Fan was about to rush forward to intervene when suddenly a hand rested upon his shoulder, halting him. Turning abruptly, he found it was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Su Fan, he began, as long as the Uchiha couple, Fugaku and Mikoto, remain alive, the internal strife within the Uchiha clan cannot be quelled. You perceive only the superficial factors, yet fail to recognize the deeper narrative at play. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his smoke. His right hand clasped behind his back as he shook his head in resignation. Why? The pressure from the Cloud Shinobi has already been mitigated. If I merely exhibit Wood Release to suppress them, wouldn't that resolve the issue? Su Fan had not considered the underlying problems rooted within the Uchiha clan. The clan members might accept understanding, but as a leader, one embodies the responsibilities of the Uchiha lineage. At that moment, Su Fan recalled that Fugaku Uchiha possessed a Mangeki Sharingan capable of glimpsing the future. The original work had not mentioned the abilities of Fugaku's Sharingan. However, Fugaku had once stated that during the Third Great Ninja War, the death of his comrade led him to acquire these eyes. In the original narrative, the future-seeing Fugaku chose to embrace death. Now he faced a similar choice. Suddenly, it dawned on Su Fan that Fugaku, as the father of Itachi and Sasuke, chose death as a means to protect them. Just then, Sasuke Uchiha returned home from school. As he pushed open the door, he was struck with terror, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 10. Hate Me, Sasuke. Upon entering, one could see Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto lying lifeless on the ground, devoid of breath. The floor was drenched in blood. Sasuke, spotting Itachi with his back turned, cried out in anguish, "Brother, Mom and Dad have been. Why? Why? Who could have done this?" Suddenly, a shuriken flew from Itachi's hand, grazing Sasuke's arm. Stunned, Sasuke looked at Itachi in confusion. "Brother, why?" Itachi's cold gaze met Sasuke's, and after a moment of silence, he spoke softly, "My foolish little brother." Abruptly, Itachi's closed eyes snapped open, revealing the spinning tomo that converged into the iconic Sharingan, the Mangeki Sharingan. Instantly, Sasuke's world was engulfed in crimson. Blood splattered, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the room. "Stop it, brother. Please, stop." Sasuke's cries of agony reverberated, repeating in desperate pleas. Su Fan sighed helplessly, recognizing this was a necessary path for Sasuke, as it was also Itachi's own choice. Moments later, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. It appeared he had been deeply affected by Itachi's genjutsu. Why? Why must it be this way? Sasuke slowly lifted his gaze towards Itachi. To test your abilities. Itachi answered, his expression devoid of emotion. Is this truly the reason you slaughtered our parents? Just to test my so-called abilities? What a cruel jest. Sasuke screamed, rising to charge at Itachi. With a cold retort, Itachi struck Sasuke in the abdomen, causing him to double over, eyes wide in shock. It is not only to test my abilities, it is also to test you. You, too, can awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, but under one condition. Itachi paused, prompting Sasuke to look up once more. You must kill your closest friend. Sasuke staggered back, terror etched on his face. How could that be? Just like I did, Itachi replied, his expression somewhat numb. Suddenly, memories flooded Sasuke's mind. They were at a vital Uchiha clan meeting, where the topic of Uchiha Shirsue's suicide was discussed. Yet, hearing Itachi's words left him bewildered. Did you do it, brother? Did you kill Shirsue? Yes, came Itachi's chilling response. Thanks to him, I obtained this ocular technique. Tears streamed down Sasuke's face, disbelief overwhelming him. In the main hall of the Nankai Shrine, beneath the 7th tatami mat from the right, lay the gathering place of their clan, where the origins of the Uchiha's ocular techniques were recorded, revealing the true secret of their powers. If you can awaken your eyes, we will have 3 possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, including myself. If so, it would give me reason to allow you to live. Suddenly, Itachi let out a mocking laugh. But for now, you hold no value for me to spare your life. My foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, then hate me, despise me, and then live on in your wretched existence, grasping at this slim thread of life. One day, when you possess eyes like mine, come before me. With that, Itachi's Sharingan emitted a powerful force directed at Sasuke, who instantly collapsed under its influence. Itachi's words were meant to instill hatred in Sasuke, allowing him to grow stronger. Shirsue's death was not at Itachi's hands. Shirsue had chosen to end his own life. The Uchiha clan's power thrived on hatred, a characteristic Itachi sought to exploit, blinding Sasuke with vengeance to foster his strength. As Itachi departed, a lingering gaze of reluctance enveloped him. He was leaving behind his only brother. In recollection, Sasuke sat beside Itachi. Father always paid so much attention to you. Sasuke gazed at Itachi with disdain. Itachi, with a loving expression, looked at Sasuke and asked, Am I really that bothersome? That is not what I meant. Sasuke hurriedly explained. You're right. I do think you are. He suddenly halted, his cheeks flushed. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair, smiling, a very exceptional person indeed. With power comes isolation, arrogance follows. Even if one begins with hope and need from others. Yet you, my one and only brother, as the fortress you must surpass, I shall always stand by your side. Even if you come to hate me, that is the essence of being a brother. Thus, Sasuke, I will always be with you. Sufan sighed, understanding that Itachi would ultimately choose to leave the village, even if the Uchiha clan were not annihilated. The blame for the death of the clan's leader was intricately tied to Itachi. Hiruzen Sarutobi would personally negotiate with the Uchiha, and without a leader, the situation would not be dire. With Sufan's assistance, the Uchiha clan was deeply wary of wood release techniques, stemming from the control of Hashirama Senju. Ultimately, Itachi, like Madara Uchiha, was forsaken by his kin as a bargaining chip. Sufan felt a profound sorrow for Itachi, one of his favorite characters in Konoha, noble and self-sacrificing, a true inheritor of the will of fire. The task must have been completed, yet why had the system not notified him? Suddenly, he pondered the identity of a certain individual, Danzo, the puppeteer behind the entire affair. Had Sufan eliminated Danzo from the outset, would the Uchiha's fate have unfolded differently? The Uchiha clan's plight stemmed from the root of the issue. Danzo was merely the instigator. If Danzo remained alive, the remaining Uchiha would still face slaughter. Was the system predicting the outcome of events? Sufan knew Hiruzen had returned, aware that Itachi would certainly meet with him before leaving. Come forth, Sufan called out suddenly, addressing the wall. Quite perceptive, the masked man emerged from the wall, observing Sufan with interest. As you wished, Itachi Uchiha has departed from Konoha. The distance between Sufan and the masked man shrank to a mere meter, both coldly regarding each other, tension thick enough to spark battle at any moment. This is not my desire, it was Itachi's choice. Yet your abilities are rather peculiar, reminding me of someone, Sufan remarked. The masked man's voice was deliberately masked, Yet Sufan recognized him as Obito Uchiha. Is it Kushina Uzumaki? Sufan inquired nonchalantly. Obito's body quivered, perplexed as to how Sufan could discern his innermost thoughts. He found himself unable to read this individual before him. Who are you? Obito's aura surged, charging at Sufan without warning. Sufan smirked coldly as golden chains erupted, piercing through Obito's form. The two turned their backs to each other, Sufan embedding the chains into the ground as he drew a kunai, ready to engage in combat. As Uchiha Obito smiled, he extended his right hand towards Sufan's forehead. Just as Sufan's body passed through Obito, a chain surged from the ground, striking Obito in the abdomen. Startled, Obito realized that his chakra had been sealed. Obito, it seems you have forgotten the thrill of this technique, he exclaimed, suddenly looking up. Obito saw Sufan leaping into the air, his powerful chakra rapidly compressing in his right hand to form a swirling sphere. How do you know my name? And what is this technique? Rasengan. Sufan executed a flip, the Rasengan crashing heavily into Obito. With a cry of agony, Obito's body plummeted like a stone from great heights, creating a deep pit in the ground. Sufan let out a roar as the power in his hands erupted once more, causing the ground to collapse beneath them. Instantly, dust and chaos filled the air as Sufan withdrew his chakra, landing beside the shattered earth. After a while, Obito emerged from the rubble, coughing violently. Damn, when we meet again, I will not let you escape. With that, a whirlwind formed around Obito's right eye, pulling him into the vortex before he vanished from sight. Sufan shrugged helplessly, a smile creeping onto his face. That move, though not quite on par with the fourth Hokage, was indeed exhilarating. Yet, amidst the playful banter, the story was far from over. Sighing, Sufan began his slow march towards the route. Tonight, Danzo must die. P.S. Remember to support the updates, and please leave a 5-star review after reading. Thank you all sincerely. Chapter 11. The Slaying of Danzo. At this moment, Danzo, who was still fantasizing about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, had not anticipated the arrival of Sufan. The instant Sufan released his chakra outside the route, Danzo shuddered violently. Damn it, why is this chakra so familiar? It was not difficult to recall that during today's meeting with the Cloud Shinobi, Sufan had unleashed his chakra once before. However, as he contemplated, an expression of anticipation filled Danzo's face. In the dim depths of the route, footsteps gradually approached Sufan. I never expected you would come to find me in person. This truly surprises me. The moonlight illuminated Danzo's face as it emerged from the shadows. I too am surprised that I came to seek you out. Danzo posed no threat to Sufan now. The Danzo of the original story, with his arm adorned with Sharingan, did not exist in this timeline, for the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated. It could be understood that after the Uchiha clan's demise, Danzo, as the administrator of the route, naturally had the authority to dispose of the bodies. One of the route's responsibilities was to handle the corpses of ninjas to prevent secrets from leaking. Thus, Danzo would exploit his position to transplant all the exceptional Sharingan into his arm, which had been injected with the first Hokage's cells. Sufan's emergence thwarted the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Danzo now possessed merely one Sharingan, taken from Shursui, along with the cells of Hashirama Senju. What does this mean? Upon hearing Sufan's words, Danzo was momentarily perplexed. Was Sufan intending to ally with him? Those who understand have their own insights. Vortex Sufan, your performance today truly astonishes me. Why not follow me and join the route? Danzo assumed Sufan sought to ally with him and expressed his thoughts candidly. You will be disappointed. I not only refuse to join you, but I will also personally kill you. A sinister smile crept onto Sufan's face, leaving Danzo momentarily bewildered. Why Danzo lowered his voice, his expression suppressing confusion. The one he had longed for was now intent on his demise. Danzo realized he could no longer retain Sufan. If he could not keep him, a hint of murderous intent suddenly enveloped Danzo. Let me inform you, Itachi Uchiha has left the village, and both Fugaku and Makoto Uchiha are deceased. The Uchiha clan will compromise with Konoha. Congratulations, your so-called extermination plan has failed. Sufan relayed the events of the night to Danzo, then scrutinized his expression, hoping to derive some amusement from it. Hiruzen Sarutobi had personally gone to talk with the Uchiha clan, and the situation would likely reach a conclusion tonight. Upon hearing this, Danzo fell silent, looking at Sufan in confusion. Since Shursui, I have never believed in the Uchiha clan. I thought that if I annihilated them, the internal strife of Konoha would be utterly resolved by my hand. You are mistaken. It has always been your arrogance. You think that what you perceive is Konoha's decision. You claim you have never believed in the Uchiha clan. What about Konoha? Has it not believed in the Uchiha clan since the era of the first Hokage? Su Fan incisively articulated Danzo's innermost thoughts. Idealism. Though Konoha resided in his heart, he only saw himself, presuming that his decisions could alter Konoha's fate. Danzo, have you truly forgotten that the Uchiha clan has always been a part of Konoha? Su Fan shook his head in exasperation. Danzo's obsession was too profound, treating the extermination of the Uchiha clan as a stepping stone to becoming Hokage. Danzo represented merely himself, not Konoha. On my path to becoming Hokage, no one can thwart me. With that, Danzo's chakra abruptly surged, charging towards Su Fan. Su Fan remained expressionless, coldly observing Danzo's approach. As Danzo closed in, his right arm swung down fiercely towards Su Fan. Boom! Su Fan was struck, his body rapidly tilting backward. A smirk appeared on Danzo's lips, believing he had succeeded. Suddenly, Su Fan's body underwent a transformation, enveloped in brown, swiftly morphing into a wooden figure. Wood release. Would clone? Danzo furrowed his brow and quickly turned around, only to find Su Fan had already appeared behind him. Su Fan lunged forward, kunai in hand. Danzo hastily formed hand seals. Aiming at Su Fan, wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo exhaled a sharp gust akin to a scythe, but upon impact, Su Fan transformed into a wooden figure, ensnaring Danzo. You seem to have underestimated me. Can the Wood clone not possess combat capability? The Wood clone behind Danzo suddenly spoke, delivering a powerful punch to Danzo's face. Danzo was sent flying, tumbling several meters before crashing into a pillar and coming to a halt. Heh, you are formidable, truly formidable. Since the first Hokage, I have never encountered anyone as strong as you. Not being able to control you is indeed distressing. As the dust settled, Danzo emerged, his expression altered. Su Fan understood that Danzo was about to unleash his trump card, Kodo Amatsukami. However, Su Fan would not grant him the opportunity. With a cross sign, millions of Su Fans abruptly appeared around Danzo. Multiple shadow clone technique. Under Su Fan's chakra, these shadow clones possessed even greater power, with their numbers exceeding 1,000 compared to Naruto's original release. Simply exhausting Danzo would prevent him from releasing Kodo Amatsukami in a short time. In fact, even if Danzo managed to release Kodo Amatsukami, it would not significantly affect Su Fan. The original story mentioned that Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami was reputed to be the strongest genjutsu, but its cooldown time was excessively long. If one possessed the immense chakra of Hashirama, they could release it continuously. Su Fan had no interest in the Sharingan and would not seek to seize that eye. Now, Su Fan possessed Hashirama's chakra within him. Thus, Kodo Amatsukami would only be effective against Su Fan for a brief period. For Danzo to defeat Su Fan was akin to scaling the heavens. Even Uchiha Madara, as formidable as he was, had still fallen to Hashirama. Danzo had but this one trump card. Seeing Su Fan release a multitude of shadow clones, Danzo's brow furrowed tightly, for he sensed that the chakra of these clones was unlike that of ordinary shadow clones. Danzo, your fate is already sealed. If you do not perish, the Uchiha clan cannot be preserved. Su Fan spoke coolly. Danzo chuckled self-deprecatingly as countless shadow clones of Su Fan charged forward. Without a doubt, under the support of Su Fan's immense chakra, for a full hour, Danzo, exhausted, knelt upon the ground. He removed the bandages from his right eye. The Sharingan, resembling a Shoiken, was revealed. However, the moment Danzo lifted his gaze, he found Su Fan had vanished. Danzo's eyes widened suddenly as Su Fan reappeared behind him. Su Fan's right hand rested on Danzo's shoulder, and countless golden chains pierced through Danzo's body. Danzo had lost the ability to wield chakra. It is over, Danzo. Su Fan sighed, his expression suddenly resolute. The kunai pierced through Danzo's throat. The chains dissipated. Danzo clutched his throat desperately, stumbling forward. I have not yet become Hokage. I have not after running 3 steps. Danzo collapsed to the ground, his consciousness beginning to blur. The hidden leaf has yet to flourish in my grasp. Sarutobi, is this what they call risk? How regrettable. Ultimately, it is my will that faces annihilation. Blood continues to pour profusely from his throat. As Su Fan approached Danzo's side, he found Danzo's eyes wide open, yet lifeless. To his surprise, Su Fan noticed that the Sharingan in Danzo's right eye had suddenly vanished. In the original narrative, Su Fan distinctly recalled that Danzo was slain by Sasuke, and upon his demise, he sealed Shirsue's Sharingan to prevent it from falling into others' hands. Danzo seems to have adopted a similar course of action, perhaps fearing that someone might exploit this eye against the hidden leaf. Although Danzo was not a virtuous individual, he still harbored intentions for the village. Presently, Su Fan wielded absolute authority within the hidden leaf. Even if he were to kill Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not pursue him. In fact, he would prefer that Su Fan remain in the village. Su Fan wiped the blood from the kunai in his hand and shook his head in resignation. It is over. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully dismantling the Cloud Ninja's coercion and thwarting the Uchiha clan extermination mission. Ding. The timeline will revert to the Hidden Leaf's 60th year by tomorrow morning. Ding. Please sign in immediately to receive your reward. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 attribute chakra mastery. Ding. Detection indicates your participation in the Uchiha clan storyline. Reward. Mastery of all fire release techniques of the Uchiha clan. Tonight, Su Fan felt utterly exhausted and hurried homeward. Tomorrow morning, everything will return to normal. No one will suspect a thing. P.S. Naruto joins Kakashi's team in the Hidden Leaf's 60th year. Currently, it is the 54th year. And Naruto has already joined Kakashi's team, graduating from the lower ranks ahead of schedule. The conclusion of the second chapter has clarified this, as the protagonist's appearance has overlapped the timeline by several years. Once the mission is completed, the timeline will restore itself to normal. After the timeline reverts, the plot will naturally progress along the established timeline, meaning that tomorrow, the protagonist will awaken in the Hidden Leaf's 60th year. Everyone will act as they should, without any deviations, which I specifically explain for fans who may not understand. Chapter 12. The plot mission to the Land of Water in the morning. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. The timeline had returned to the 60th year of Konoha, although it had only been the 54th year yesterday. The events that were meant to transpire during those 4 years continued to unfold in accordance with the original story. Among these was a significant upheaval in the Land of Water, marked by the death of the 3rd Mizukage and the ascension of Kurigane Yagura as the 4th Mizukage, firmly controlled by Tobi, who was masquerading as Uchiha Obito. This was a hidden subplot in Su Fan's memory of the original narrative, closely intertwined with the tale of Zabuza Momochi. Once devoted to his mission, Zabuza began to notice the anomalies surrounding the 4th Mizukage. Initially, the Land of Water thrived under his leadership, but gradually, the Mizukage became blinded by the allure of power, leading to a loss of the nation's former glory. This was the catalyst for Zabuza's intent to assassinate the 4th Mizukage, ultimately turning him into a rogue ninja. The ensuing plot centered around the first battle faced by Kakashi's team, involving Zabuza and Haku. They were determined to play a part in this, as it was essential for gaining rewards from the unfolding narrative. Su Fan stretched languidly and descended from his bed. The air here was quite pleasant, nestled in the mountains. Konoha. Kakashi's team handed a cat to a plump woman. Upon seeing the feline, the woman beamed with delight, taking it in her arms and affectionately rubbing it against her face. Wonderful. My darling son, you have finally returned. Thank you all. The woman expressed her gratitude excitedly. Naruto, scratching his head with a grin, replied, no need for thanks. It's our duty as ninjas. After completing their task, the 4 returned to the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a mission report and announced, the next task for Team Kakashi is to assist Lord Old Man in taking care of his children. Or perhaps run errands to the neighboring village. No, Naruto suddenly shouted, crossing his arms defiantly across his chest to express his discontent. I refuse to accept such mundane tasks. I want to undertake more formidable missions. Give me something else. Sasuke, standing nearby, silently agreed with Naruto. Kakashi sighed. Resigned to the inevitable, I knew he would start throwing a tantrum soon. Iruka stood up abruptly, exclaiming, you fool. You're merely a novice. Everyone starts with simple tasks to gain experience. But all the recent tasks have been dreadfully dull, Naruto retorted, unable to contain his complaints. Kakashi, unable to endure any longer, delivered a light punch to Naruto's head, sending him sprawling on the ground. You should know when to stop, you fool. Rubbing his head in pain, Naruto began to sulk. It seems I must enlighten you about the true meaning of missions, Hiruzen said, taking a deep puff of smoke while focusing on Naruto. Listen carefully. The village has countless tasks that require our assistance daily, ranging from babysitting to assassination. The mission list contains various assignments categorized by difficulty into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D. The villagers are generally divided by ability into Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. The higher-ups assign missions based on the ninja's capabilities. A rank for Jonin, B and C for Chunin, and C and D for Genin. As long as you successfully complete the missions, the clients will reward you. That said, since you have just become Genin, you are only qualified for D-rank tasks, understand? Hiruzen earnestly explained the definitions of missions to the group. Yesterday's lunch was pork bone ramen. Today we'll have miso. Naruto paid no attention, engrossed in a discussion with Kakashi about their lunch choices. Hiruzen, witnessing their inattentiveness, became furious, shouting, "Listen!" Kakashi scratched his head and glanced at Hiruzen, apologizing. "I'm terribly sorry. The old man always lectures me. But I've grown up. I'm not that mischievous little brat you think I am." At this point, Naruto turned away, ignoring Hiruzen and his companions. Hiruzen felt a surge of anger rising within him, but upon recalling Su Fan's temperament, he decided against it. However, he felt a sense of relief upon hearing Naruto's earlier words. Looking at Naruto, Hiruzen smiled. The boy who once relied solely on pranks had developed a sense of awareness. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he needed stronger opportunities for growth. "All right, I understand. Since you feel this way, I'll assign you a C-rank mission to protect someone," Hiruzen declared. "Really? Who? Is it Lord Feudal or Her Highness the Princess?" Naruto exclaimed, overjoyed. "Don't rush. I'll introduce you." Hiruzen called out to someone outside. The door creaked open, revealing a disheveled man holding a bottle of alcohol. "What the? Why are there only little brats?" the man exclaimed, taking large swigs from his drink. "Especially the shortest one. Are you really a ninja?" Naruto, sandwiched between Sasuke and Sakura, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Short and silly, who are you talking about? Ha ha." He turned to Sasuke and Sakura, who had moved closer behind him, and suddenly felt taken aback. "Am I the only short one? You're the shortest. Your whole family is short," Naruto retorted angrily, prompting Kakashi to lift him effortlessly. "This is the man we're supposed to protect. What a fool," Kakashi muttered, covering his right cheek in irritation. The man, taking another sip of alcohol, stepped forward to introduce himself. "I'm the renowned bridge builder, Tazuna. During my time back home building a bridge, you must protect me with all your might." The scene shifted. Kakashi's team walked alongside Tazuna as they exited the gates of Konoha. "Can these little brats be relied upon?" Tazuna mused. "Rest assured, with me, a Jonin, accompanying you, there won't be any issues," Kakashi replied, hands casually tucked into his pockets, smiling. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Su Fan sat before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "You won't mind that I've assigned Naruto to a C-rank mission, will you?" Hiruzen asked cautiously, fearful of inadvertently offending Su Fan. Konoha needed this prodigy. With Danzo deceased, if Su Fan were to leave, it would be a significant loss for Hiruzen. To grow, one must inevitably face battles. "I have no objections to this." Especially with Kakashi by his side, Su Fan replied nonchalantly. "I am grateful for your assistance in safeguarding Konoha, keeping the Cloud Ninjas at bay. The village is now remarkably stable, and the Uchiha clan has been integrated into Konoha's elite forces." Hiruzen expressed his gratitude towards Su Fan, though he hoped for further insights. After all, with this situation resolved, Su Fan must have further plans in mind. "I know what you're thinking. Do not attempt to constrain Konoha. For Naruto's growth, I will remain here, and I am capable of handling the various minor affairs," Su Fan asserted before turning to leave the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Su Fan had agreed to stay in Konoha. "Danzo, your death was not in vain." Gazing into the distance, Hiruzen inhaled deeply. After departing the Hokage Tower, Su Fan swiftly caught up with Kakashi's team. Su Fan resolved to conceal himself in the shadows, addressing the challenges within the narrative at their very roots. This approach would effectively prevent the outbreak of conflict. Engaging in the storyline would yield rewards, a perfect strategy. "By the way, dear uncle, do you hail from the land of waves? Does this nation also possess ninjas?" Sakura suddenly inquired of her protector during their journey. "No. The land of waves does not have ninjas. However, while the cultures and customs of most nations vary, many do have ninja villages and ninjas," the uncle replied, without a hint of doubt. For the multitude of nations on the continent, the existence of ninja villages represents an elite force akin to a national military, thereby facilitating diplomatic relations with other countries. That said, ninja villages are not subjugated by any nation. Rather, they maintain an equal standing. There are indeed smaller nations, like the Land of Waves, that are less susceptible to external interference. In such a petite island nation, the presence of a ninja village may not be deemed necessary. Even in countries with ninja villages, particularly the 5 great shinobi nations, the land of fire, the land of water, the land of lightning, the land of wind, and the land of earth, these nations boast vast power and formidable strength. They are collectively referred to as the 5 great ninja countries: the land of fire, home to Konohagakure; the land of water, housing Kirigakure; the land of lightning, with Kumogakure; the land of wind, sheltering Sunagakure; and the land of earth, which contains Iwagakure. Only the elders of each ninja village may be addressed as Kage. As the 5 passed by a tranquil pond, a ninja suddenly emerged from the water. With a swift motion, he was joined by a second ninja wielding an iron chain, ensnaring Kakashi entirely. What? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Nearby, Su-fan, perched in a tree, couldn't suppress his amusement. Kakashi, the Shadow Emperor. Such effort to train Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura was truly commendable. The 2 ninjas shouted in unison. First one. In the instant their bodies intertwined, Kakashi let out a terrible scream as he was engulfed in a mist of crimson. Instantly, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the disheveled uncle were all left in stunned silence. Chapter 13. The Appearance of K. Kakashi-sensei, exclaimed Naruto, his temper flaring. Sakura began to scream, while a wary expression crossed Sasuke's face. A sound reminiscent of death metal reverberated through the air. Suddenly, 2 ninjas appeared behind Naruto, causing him to gulp in terror. Another one. The tightly held chains in the ninja's hands were swiftly drawn towards Naruto, sharp blades aimed at him. In that moment, fear clouded Naruto's expression, rendering him momentarily frozen. Without warning, Sasuke executed a swift somersault, retrieving a kunai and a shuriken from his pocket midair. Targeting the space between the 2 ninjas' chains, he launched the spinning shuriken. Upon contact with the chains, they surged forward, ultimately embedding themselves in a tree, effectively pinning the chains to the trunk. Sasuke then hurled the kunai, striking the gap perfectly at the center of the shuriken. The 2 ninjas were momentarily stunned. The now separated chains seemed to bind them together. One ninja furiously swung his arm, exclaiming, "Damn it, I can't break free." Meanwhile, Sasuke had landed on the arms of the 2 bound ninjas. Grabbing their arms, he sneered and delivered a swift kick to their heads. As both were struck, they leaned backward, the chains holding them tightly. At that moment, the 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously untied the chains. They halted their steps. One charged towards the disheveled old man, while the other lunged at Naruto. In front of the old man stood Sakura, who was taken aback as sharp blades emerged from the previously binding chains. Naruto, filled with dread, cried out, "It's coming. It's coming. I need to defend myself." Sweat beaded on Sakura's forehead as she shouted, "Old man, step back." She darted in front of the old man, brandishing a kunai. Sasuke, moving with incredible speed, positioned himself protectively in front of Sakura. As a ninja, I must prioritize the protection of my mission's target. Just as the ninjas drew near, a sudden crash echoed. Both were caught by surprise and immediately rendered unconscious. Naruto had narrowly evaded the attack, but felt a sharp sting on the side of his right hand from one of the assailants. Kakashi, visibly annoyed, glanced at the scene, his hands gripping the throats of the 2 ninjas. Well, Kakashi-sensei, you're still alive," Sakura exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Sasuke wore a look of discontent, muttering, "Stealing the spotlight." Finally rising from the ground, Naruto observed the spot where Kakashi had been struck, noting the scattered remnants of severed wood. "Kakashi-sensei, did you use the substitution technique?" Kakashi replied, "I apologize for not being able to assist you sooner, which resulted in your injury. However, I never expected you to remain so still." With a casual demeanor, he tied the 2 assailants to a tree. "Phew, it seems we are safe now." The disheveled old man wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief. In any case, Sasuke performed admirably, and so did Sakura, Kakashi remarked slowly. At that moment, Naruto was left in a state of shock. I did nothing at all," he thought to himself, but this is Sasuke's first real battle. How is he so calm? Not even a speck of dirt on his clothes, and he stood up to protect me. "Hey, you're not hurt, are you, coward?" Sasuke taunted, hands stuffed in his pockets, turning to face Naruto with a mocking grin. "What?" Naruto's expression shifted to anger as he clenched his fists, ready to charge at Sasuke. "Naruto," Kakashi suddenly intervened. "That guy's nails are poisoned. You need to act quickly to extract the poison. Cut the wound and let the toxic blood flow out." Kakashi calmly instructed Naruto, who trembled at the sight of his right hand, fear etched across his face. "By the way, Mr. Daz, I have a question for you," Kakashi said. casting a curious glance at the disheveled old man he was protecting. After securing the two attackers, Kakashi pointed at them, stating, "These are Nin from the mist. They are notorious for fighting to the bitter end, regardless of the cost." From a nearby tree, Su Fan observed the unfolding events. He realized that from the beginning, Kakashi had anticipated an attack. The weather was clear, without a hint of rain, yet the ground they had crossed bore patches of standing water. As for why Kakashi had allowed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to engage, it was clear he had a purpose: to discern the enemy's true target. In other words, he sought to determine whether the threat was aimed at the disheveled old man or one of their own team. Su Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Kakashi was aptly named Kakashi of the Sharingan. His strategic brilliance was evident, adept at analyzing the circumstances of a battle, an ability rare among ordinary ninjas. However, there seemed to be a lack of clarity. "We were unaware that you were being targeted by ninjas. Your mission only tasked us with protecting you from armed groups like gangs or thieves. This situation escalates to a B-rank mission level. If the enemy is indeed ninjas, we would unhesitatingly classify this as a high-priced B-rank task." Kakashi's gaze bore into Daz, piecing together the events and exposing the secrets Daz had concealed. As for Daz's motives, Kakashi could only speculate. Daz, head lowered, wore a tense expression, lost in thought. Su Fan shook his head, realizing that this mission was perhaps too much for Naruto and his companions at their current level. Yet, it was precisely this challenge that would trigger the ensuing narrative. "We should terminate the mission and tend to Naruto's injury, extracting the poison. Anesthesia will be necessary, and we must return to the village for medical attention," Sakura stated anxiously. Meanwhile, Naruto remained fixated on his right hand, his fear unwavering. Kakashi, observing Naruto with a hint of amusement, remarked, "This burden has grown heavier. Let us help Naruto with his injury and make our way back to the village." His tone carried a teasing edge, seemingly directed at Naruto, implying that he had been paralyzed with fear and now bore the burden of injury, rendering him a liability. Naruto, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in indignation. In that moment, he angrily drew a kunai from his waist, gritting his teeth as he plunged it into his right hand. In an instant, Sakura gasped in horror, covering her mouth, while Sasuke stood taken aback by Naruto's audacity. Kakashi, equally astonished, shifted his gaze to Naruto, his expression changing dramatically. Meanwhile, Su Fan wished to descend and deliver a series of techniques to Kakashi, perhaps to bind him with sealing techniques before administering a thorough reprimand. While intending to instill responsibility in Naruto, Kakashi's words seemed overly harsh. Naruto's psyche was fragile, easily shaken. Su Fan attributed Naruto's injury to Kakashi. "This matter is settled, and upon returning to Konoha, you shall experience the consequences." As an older brother, he felt a profound sense of concern for his younger sibling. Why is there such a disparity? Why must I always be the one to hold back? How infuriating. Naruto clutched his right hand, turning away from the others as he lamented. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Sakura rushed over. "I should be stronger than before. I must continuously complete missions and engage in solitary training every day." Naruto closed his eyes, recalling the relentless efforts he had put forth during this time. The arduous images flooded his mind. "I no longer wish to wait for others to come to my rescue. I shall not be disheartened. I will not evade. I refuse to lose to Sasuke. I swear on the pain in my left hand. I shall protect the disheveled old man with this kunai." Slowly, Naruto turned, gripping the kunai tightly as it pierced through his right hand, blood dripping steadily from the wound. He gazed at Kakashi and the others, a fierce smile suddenly appearing on his face. The mission shall continue. A warm breeze swept over Naruto's figure, and everyone looked at him with a mix of emotions. "Naruto, while it is commendable to release your toxic blood at the right moment, if you bleed any more, you may succumb to exsanguination," Kakashi remarked with a roll of his eyes, breaking the moment's tension. The group fell silent. Naruto stared at Kakashi, bewildered, sweat trickling down his face. "If you don't stop the bleeding soon, it could be perilous," Kakashi said, suddenly appearing beside Naruto with a mischievous grin. In an instant, Naruto began to bounce around. "No way. I cannot possibly die over something so trivial." Indeed, beauty fades in an instant. Su Fan sighed in resignation. Kakashi crouched down. "Let me see your hand." Naruto trembled as he extended his right hand. "Naruto, you seem to have a tendency for self-harm. That's rather concerning," Sakura commented, rolling her eyes as she approached. Kakashi placed Naruto's hand in his palm, and Su Fan, perched atop a tree, also scrutinized Naruto's injury. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes widened. Naruto's wound was healing rapidly. This must be the power of the Nine Tails. Sufan noticed the red chakra enveloping Naruto's hand, hastening the healing process, and couldn't help but smile. Kakashi quickly bandaged Naruto's hand, and they resumed their journey. In a dimly lit room, a man with his mouth wrapped in bandages entered, shouldering a massive broken blade before collapsing onto a nearby sofa. How could this happen? I heard you were formidable ninjas. That is why I hired you at such a high price. A bespectacled man, seemingly the boss, berated some ninjas, his voice dripping with frustration. Enough with the incessant chatter. The bandaged man suddenly interjected, gripping his broken blade and aiming it directly at the bespectacled boss. The boss trembled in fear. This time, let me, the Great One, execute him with this executioner-s blade. Is that truly acceptable? The enemy has seemingly hired highly skilled ninjas as well. Given the failure of the Ghost Brothers' assassination, if they heighten their vigilance, it won't be an easy task. The boss stammered in trepidation. Do you know who I am? I am known as the Demon of the Mist, Zabuza Momochi. Chapter 14. The subtle plot begins. 5 individuals sat in a small boat, navigating through the dense fog toward the land of waves. Gradually, a massive iron bridge came into view. Wow, how magnificent! Exclaimed Naruto, leaping with excitement. Mr. Das, could you please explain the reason for this journey? Otherwise, our mission will come to an abrupt halt once we reach the shore, Kakashi stated coldly, directing his gaze at Das. After a prolonged silence, Das finally spoke. It seems I have no choice but to divulge the truth. No, please, hear me out. As you mentioned, my life has long been targeted by a truly terrifying individual, a name you may have heard, Kato, the wealthy magnate of the shipping company. Kakashi appeared taken aback. Wait, you mean Kato from the Kato Corporation? I've heard he is one of the world's wealthiest tycoons. Indeed, on the surface he is the owner of a shipping company, but behind the scenes, he engages in nefarious dealings with thugs and ninjas, trafficking in all kinds of contraband. Ultimately, he seeks to swallow up other businesses and nations. Des swallowed hard, exhaling deeply as he continued. I recall a year ago. That man set his sights on the land of waves. With his wealth and violence, he swiftly monopolized maritime traffic and transport on the island. For an island nation like the land of waves, controlling the seas equates to wielding all wealth, governance, and dominion over its people. Now, what Kato fears most is the completion of the bridge that has been under construction for some time, Das concluded, as the 4 listened intently, feeling the gravity of the situation. So, the bridge's construction will stand as an obstacle to Kato, Sakura mused softly. But I truly cannot fathom why you chose to conceal such perilous information and entrusted us with this task, Kakashi asked, his frustration evident. The land of waves is a profoundly impoverished nation. Even the lords lack funds, and I, naturally, am destitute. I cannot afford the exorbitant rewards associated with B-rank missions. If you decide to cancel the mission upon disembarking, I assure you I will be killed before I reach home. Alas, it is of little concern, even if I perish. Only my dear 8-year-old granddaughter will weep for me, Das said, suddenly laughing. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged glances, their expressions somber. And my daughter will harbor a lifelong hatred for the ninjas of Konoha, living a solitary life. No, this isn't your fault, Das lamented, adopting a despondent demeanor. The trio sighed in response. Kakashi felt a wave of frustration. This old man was clearly employing moral coercion. It seemed any thoughts of increased payment were dashed. Well, I suppose we must continue to protect you, Kakashi conceded, scratching his head helplessly. Oh, I am immensely grateful. Daz's expression transformed instantly, leaving the 4 in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Sufan had already reached the land of waves faster than the others and was concealed in a nearby thicket. Upon landing, Naruto fixated on Sasuke. This time, I must find an opportunity to steal the spotlight from Sasuke. With that thought, Naruto darted forward, scanning the surroundings carefully. Suddenly, he spotted Sufan's location. There. Sufan was taken aback. Can this brat sense my presence? Before he could react, Naruto swiftly threw a shuriken, hitting Sufan squarely on the backside. Damn brat. How could I have imagined that I, with my superior strength, would be struck by a mere genin? Sufan thought, feeling utterly aggrieved. Yet, he quickly realized that the genin of Konoha seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. Kakashi and Sakura exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Naruto's intentions. All they heard was a soft thud. What? A mouse? Naruto stood up, adjusting his forehead protector nonchalantly. What are you trying to look cool for? You haven't done anything from the start. Sakura pointed at Naruto, her temper flaring. Please, Naruto, do not recklessly wield ninja weapons. It is genuinely dangerous, Kakashi remarked, covering his right cheek in resignation. Hey, you little rascal. Stop creating misunderstandings. Dash shouted at Naruto, his anger flaring. At that moment, Su Fan, having just removed the shuriken, cautiously shifted his body to hide. There seems to be a shadow. However, Naruto, oblivious, threw another shuriken. Perfect, Su Fan thought as he was struck again. Thankfully, his Hashirama cells allowed for swift healing. Naruto, I truly loathe you right now. Su Fan seethed, wishing he could slap Naruto twice. Wait, is it over here? Naruto began tossing shuriken haphazardly. Su Fan trembled in his corner, contemplating fleeing. But the thought of losing out on mission rewards kept him in place. If he revealed himself now, he feared he would face an immediate defeat at the hands of Zabuza. Suddenly, Kakashi turned to another thicket, and Naruto flung a shuriken into it. I told you to stop. Sakura approached and smacked Naruto on the head. Really, there is someone watching us. Naruto complained, clutching his head in pain. All right, stop lying. Just cut it out. Sakura grumbled. Kakashi approached the spot where Naruto had thrown the last shuriken. To his dismay, a poor rabbit lay dead with a shuriken embedded in its head. What have you done, Naruto? Sakura exclaimed as she rushed over to see the unfortunate creature. Naruto, filled with remorse, knelt beside the rabbit. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. In the blink of an eye, Naruto vanished. Kakashi-sensei, do you have any tools to start a fire? The taste of wild rabbit is exquisite, Naruto said as he dashed off to prepare the rabbit for cooking. Naruto. Sakura shouted angrily as she chased after him. In that moment, Su Fan observed the rabbit and noticed something was amiss. This was clearly a snow rabbit. Yet its fur seemed off. The rabbit Naruto had hit was white, which should only be seen during the brief daylight hours of winter. Su Fan glanced towards the sunlit edges of the thicket, realizing that some areas did not receive light. Suddenly, he understood. The rabbit was likely raised in a shaded environment. Intended as a decoy, the enemy had made their appearance. Su Fan had almost forgotten the presence of others while observing them. But his powerful chakra allowed him to sense others easily. Kakashi seemed to share Su Fan's realization. Zabuza was on the move. Perched on a dense tree, Zabuza cast a cold gaze upon the group. Kakashi abruptly turned to the direction where Zabuza was hiding. Is he making his entrance already? Perhaps sensing Kakashi's keen awareness, Zabuza appeared momentarily surprised. His expression shifted to one of alertness as he regarded Kakashi. So that is it. No wonder the demon brothers were no match for him. The copy ninja of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake. Zabuza suddenly grasped the beheading sword behind him. In an instant, he swung the massive blade with great force. Kakashi was taken aback. Everyone, get down. The sight of Zabuza's sword slicing through the air like a tempest startled everyone. The blade embedding itself in the trunk of a large tree. A figure swiftly darted across, standing atop the sword's back. Kakashi looked up sharply to meet Zabuza's cold gaze. Zabuza certainly has a unique way of making an entrance. If the sword were to break, or if the tree were to split, it would be quite a spectacle. Su Fan stifled a laugh at the absurdity of the image. That guy is. Kakashi heightened his vigilance as he observed Zabuza. Here it comes. This time, it's my turn to shine. I want to lose to Sasuke. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together as he glanced at Sasuke. Isn't that the rogue ninja from the mist, Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi greeted Zabuza with an odd tone, his hands tucked into his pockets. A rogue ninja. Naruto immediately lost his bravado. That is not important right now. Ready, go. With that, Naruto charged at Zabuza at full speed. Kakashi swiftly intercepted him. Move aside, you lot, quickly, Kakashi said calmly. Why? Naruto began to protest. This guy is on a completely different level from the last two, Kakashi said nervously. If our opponent is this man. He then slowly adjusted the forehead protector that concealed his left eye. It might be a bit tough now, Zabuza remarked nonchalantly. So you are Kakashi of the Sharingan. My apologies, but hand over the old man quickly. His icy gaze swept over the group, creating an overwhelming pressure that intensified the anxiety of the three young ninjas. You three, form the swastika formation to protect Mr. Daz. Do not engage in this battle. That is the essence of teamwork at this moment. Face me. At that instant, the three tomo of Kakashi's Sharingan emerged. Su Fan observed intently. This is the eye of Abido. Its abilities are indeed remarkable. What a pity for Kakashi. Naruto stared in astonishment at Kakashi's left eye. What? What is that eye? Oh, I didn't expect to see the legendary Sharingan so soon. What an honor. Zabuza sneered disdainfully. What is the Sharingan exactly? Naruto jumped up in frustration. The Sharingan, a power derived from sight, manifested through the pupil. In essence, the wielder of this I can instantly see through all Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu, and reflect them back. It is a unique ocular ability possessed by certain members of the Uchiha clan, but the Sharingan's powers are far more extensive. Sasuke elaborated on the characteristics of the Sharingan. Indeed, it is not limited to that. What is even more terrifying is that the eye can not only comprehend an opponent's techniques, but also replicate them. Zabuza mockingly recounted some of the Sharingan's abilities. Just then, a thick fog enveloped them. The dense white mist swiftly surrounded the group. I had your information back when I was part of the Mist Assassination Unit, and it was written like this. The man who can replicate over 1,000 ninjutsu. The copy ninja, Kakashi, Zabuza said in the fog, addressing Kakashi. What? So Kakashi is such an extraordinary ninja. The three were momentarily stunned. And the disheveled old man Daz was equally surprised that his protector was Kakashi. Only Sasuke eyed Kakashi warily. What is going on? Even among the Uchiha clan, only a few possess such a unique constitution. Could it be that Kakashi? It seemed that there was too much idle talk. It was time for swift resolution. Zabuza's figure vanished quickly, taking the sword with him. Su-fan smiled at this moment, believing that Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would engage in a flawless battle against Zabuza under Kakashi's guidance. To confront Zabuza Momochi, one must first deal with a certain individual, Haku. The fourth Mizukage once issued a policy to eliminate those with bloodline limits and eradicate prominent clans. This may not have been his own intention. By the time the fourth Mizukage was under Obito's control, Zabuza had already begun his assassination missions, hoping for the Mist Village to return to normalcy. Obito likely sought to transform the Mist Village into the Bloody Mist Village due to Lin Noera, who was surrounded by Mist ninjas shortly after the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, cursed and implanted with the Three Tails plan to destroy Konoha. Ultimately, Lin was killed by Kakashi, indirectly at the hands of the Mist Village, igniting Obito's fury and leading to the creation of the Bloody Mist Village. The Bloody Mist Village symbolizes a school where students slaughter one another, with the last survivor becoming a ninja. Although Zabuza graduated from this very place, having killed all other students to become a ninja, he vehemently opposed this practice, wishing to change it. Zabuza would not be easily defeated. To achieve a more tactful resolution, one must begin with Haku. With this thought, Su-fan had already devised a plan. Chapter 15. Su-fan takes action suddenly. Zabuza vanished from the eyes of the crowd, only to reappear on the surface of the water. He channeled a significant amount of chakra, creating a whirlwind on the water's surface. The ninjutsu, hidden mist technique, unleashed a thick fog that enveloped the area, reducing Kakashi and his team's visibility to a mere 2 meters. Su-fan keenly sensed that Zabuza had disappeared from his previous position. If Zabuza were to strike, Kakashi would undoubtedly be his first target. Zabuza Momochi, a man renowned for his silent assassination techniques, presented a formidable challenge for Kakashi's team, marking their first prolonged battle. At that moment, Kakashi had not yet fully mastered his Sharingan and could not see through Zabuza's hidden mist technique. However, Su-fan made his move. He released a powerful wave of chakra, manipulating the surrounding trees to absorb the dense fog. What is happening? Naruto was momentarily stunned. Something was clearly amiss. How could the enemy's ninjutsu suddenly fail? Kakashi furrowed his brow, cautiously scanning the area. Although the mist had dissipated, Zabuza's figure remained elusive, leaving him perplexed about Zabuza's intentions. Meanwhile, Zabuza was baffled. There was no reason for his technique to fail. Damn it, I've used this technique before. Could there be someone else nearby? With the mist's cover lost, Zabuza was exposed to the eyes of the five. Kakashi seized the opportunity, spinning his kunai and charging forward. Zabuza scoffed, swinging his large sword in response. At the moment of contact, Kakashi ducked low to avoid the blade, and his kunai struck Zabuza's abdomen. Water gushed from the wound as Zabuza's physical form transformed into a puddle. Zabuza's true self materialized behind Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, behind you. Naruto shouted in alarm. The Zabuza that had just been hit morphed into a puddle of water. In an instant, Zabuza's blade pierced through Kakashi's body, splitting him in half, only for him to turn into the same puddle of water. Water clone technique. Could it be? Zabuza was taken aback. Su-fan had seen through it all, as Zabuza unleashed his hidden mist technique, Kakashi had copied part of Zabuza's ninjutsu. Don't move. Kakashi's kunai suddenly appeared at Zabuza's throat. How impressive! Naruto exclaimed, watching the fierce exchange between the two. Ha ha ha. Zabuza let out a chilling laugh. What do you mean it's over? You truly do not understand. This trick will never defeat me. However, you are quite impressive. Zabuza's body abruptly transformed into water once more. That's also a fake. Naruto yelled anxiously. Zabuza emerged from a nearby puddle, swinging his sword at Kakashi, who narrowly evaded the attack by crouching down. The blade struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zabuza executed a flip, gripping the hilt of his sword, and propelled himself forward with a powerful kick. Kakashi was sent flying a considerable distance. Kakashi-sensei has been kicked away, Sakura exclaimed in panic. Zabuza dashed toward the falling Kakashi, and in an instant, he appeared behind him, forming hand seals rapidly. Water release, water prison technique. This is bad. Kakashi had no time to react before being ensnared in the water prison, immobilized. Now, all that remained was to eliminate those brats. Zabuza sneered, unleashing his water clone technique. You lot think donning a headband makes you true ninjas? True ninjas are those who constantly dance on the edge of death. Seeing Kakashi trapped, the three felt a wave of discouragement wash over them. Zabuza lunged forward, sending Naruto flying. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura could not leave their positions by Kakashi's side as Zabuza approached Naruto, wielding his massive sword. An opportunity arose. A golden chain shot out from the jungle, swiftly ensnaring Zabuza's right hand, where he gripped his sword and yanked it away. Did you miss me? Naruto, lying on the ground, beamed with joy upon seeing Su Fan. Brother Su Fan. Su Fan hoisted Zabuza's sword onto his shoulder, grinning at the group. Kakashi was bewildered. Brother? Naruto calls Su Fan brother? Reflecting on his past punishments toward Naruto, Kakashi swallowed hard, realizing that Su Fan was far more powerful than the third Hokage. Who is this person? Zabuza eyed Su Fan warily. It seemed he lacked any chakra flow, as if he were not a ninja. Yet, the speed of his previous actions was beyond Zabuza's comprehension. Zabuza, stand down, Su Fan said calmly. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? You expect me to surrender? Zabuza scoffed disdainfully at Su Fan. I am advising you, offering you a chance. I know you left the hidden mist under duress, but if you cease your actions now, I am willing to grant you an opportunity, Su Fan stated earnestly, his regard for Zabuza evident. His connection with Haku was profound. The real reason he slaughtered the fourth Mizukage was due to his deep ties with Haku. Who do you think you are? Zabuza roared, commanding his water clones to charge at Su Fan. A slight smile graced Su Fan's lips as he glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, nodding in acknowledgement. They instantly understood. Su Fan refrained from using chakra, relying solely on his physical prowess to engage in combat with the water clones. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto dispelled the hand seals, summoning a multitude of clones that surged toward Zabuza's true form. Zabuza barked a command, conjuring 3 water clones to defend himself. Sasuke, having bided his time, seized the moment when Zabuza was preoccupied with Naruto and launched his homemade giant shuriken. Meanwhile, Zabuza's real body continued to channel chakra into the water prison, preventing Kakashi from breaking free. Su Fan was reluctant to end the battle directly. After all, Naruto and his companions needed practical experience. Coordination was a form of synergy, and providing them with the opportunity to showcase their skills would build their confidence. As the shuriken closed in on Zabuza, he grinned, effortlessly leaping to evade it. However, Zabuza underestimated Sasuke and Naruto. Although the shuriken missed him, it transformed into Naruto's true form amidst a puff of smoke. Clutching the massive shuriken, Naruto declared, "Stop looking down on us. This is the price you pay for underestimating us." With all his might, Naruto hurled the shuriken at Zabuza, who widened his eyes in terror, realizing he had no time to dodge. The shuriken was aimed directly at Zabuza's right arm, which was channeling chakra into the water prison. If Zabuza did not evade, the massive shuriken would sever his arm. Damn you, brat. In the end, Zabuza swiftly extended his right arm to avoid the shuriken. I did it, Naruto exclaimed, emerging from the water with exhilaration. Boom, Kakashi broke free from the water prison. Su Fan nodded in approval, despite it being their first collaboration. Naruto and Sasuke exhibited a level of synergy far superior to that of many seasoned teams. Unexpectedly, I have lost to 2 brats. Zabujan executed a somersault, landing gracefully on the surface of the water. The sequence of the 12 Chinese zodiac signs, Chou, Shun, Yin, Zi, Hai, Yu, echoed in the air as Zaibujan began to swiftly form hand seals. Su Fan observed this with an intrigued smile, mirroring Zaibujan's movements and simultaneously performing the same seals. What is he doing? Kakashi's eyes widened in terror, astonished by Su Fan's actions. Su Fan merely deduced the sequence of the hand seals released by Zaibujan and intuitively grasped the technique. Within a mere 2 seconds, Su Fan completed his seals, water style, water dragon jutsu. A colossal water dragon surged forth from the surface, hurtling directly towards Zaibujan. Impossible! Zaibujan bellowed as the water dragon struck him, sending him crashing onto the shore. Despite lacking the Sharingan, Kakashi could not fathom how Zaibujan's initial seal speed indicated it was his first time learning this technique. How could he have accelerated so rapidly? Was it merely a fleeting glance that granted him such understanding? Kakashi inhaled deeply, gazing at Su Fan, who, in his estimation, had become even more remarkable. Brother. So impressive. Naruto, witnessing Su Fan's prowess for the first time, felt a surge of shock. Meanwhile, Su Fan found the moment rather mundane. It was merely a simple water jutsu. What serious practitioner would bother with seals? Had it not been for the fact that it was his first learning experience, he would have dismissed the seals entirely. Suddenly, several sharp ice shards flew in from a distance. Be careful. Su Fan extended his right hand, and the iron chains behind him shot forth, shattering the ice crystals completely. A masked man emerged slowly from the shadows. Chapter 16 was indeed present, and Su Fan understood this well. Moments ago, the ice crystal had not targeted them, but rather the incapacitated Zabuza on the ground. In the original narrative, after Zabuza's defeat, Bai would strike, inducing a false death to deceive Kakashi. However, Su Fan was already aware of this sequence of events. Who are you? Kakashi suddenly inquired, gazing up at Bai in the tree. I am a ninja from the pursuit unit of the Hidden Mist, tasked with hunting down rogue ninjas, Bai replied, deliberately masking his identity. You certainly seem quite invested in Zabuza, Su Fan remarked, stepping forward nonchalantly. Bai, concealed by his mask, was momentarily taken aback, pondering how this individual had discerned his presence without revealing himself. Su Fan intended to allow Zabuza to escape, recognizing that the root of the problem lay with the Hidden Mist. After this encounter, it was likely that Zabuza would abandon this mission. Suddenly, Kakashi felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed. Kakashi-sensei. The three rushed to support him. Su Fan sighed in exasperation. This guy is truly a character. And now the chakra is depleted. Daz, please take the three of them and escort Kakashi to the clinic in the Land of Waves, Su Fan instructed. Turning away. Understood. Naruto, wait here obediently for your brother. I will return shortly, Su Fan said as he ruffled Naruto's hair. Okay, you must come back quickly, Naruto replied eagerly. Sasuke, observing Su Fan and Naruto, felt an unshakable sense of bitterness wash over him. Once, he too had a brother like Su Fan. But now, that person had become his enemy. Clenching his fists, he pondered this painful truth. Once the five had departed, Su Fan turned back to Bai. Zabuza, gravely injured, could no longer move, while Bai remained hesitant, fearing any misstep could lead to Zabuza's demise. Zabuza, what I said earlier still stands. Have you reconsidered? Su Fan inquired, feeling regretful since Zabuza's perspective was quite righteous. Humph, you can take my life any time, but don't expect me to agree to anything, Zabuza retorted defiantly, his eyes filled with animosity. Su Fan understood that this anger stemmed from the oppression of the Hidden Mist. Yet, there are always choices to be made regarding what is right. Zabuza's injuries were severe, and Bai grew increasingly anxious, sensing time was slipping away. In a moment of desperation, Bai unleashed several ice crystals. Su Fan coldly smirked, shattering the crystals with his chakra as they approached. When he turned to Bai, he found Bai forming hand seals with one hand. Water release, 1,000 killing water shuriken. Bai unleashed a torrent of water droplets that soared into the sky, coalescing into 1,000 shurikens, attacking Su Fan from every conceivable angle. The ice release bloodline limit is indeed remarkable, Su Fan mused, casually obliterating all the shurikens with a single punch. Bai was stunned. He had never anticipated anyone could withstand his secret technique so effortlessly. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and attack. Zabuza barked, snapping Bai back to reality as he rushed towards Su Fan, forming hand seals. Water instantaneous body. Magic mirror ice crystal. In a flash, Bai vanished and reappeared behind Su Fan, encasing him within a circle of ice mirrors. Humph, Zabuza chuckled coldly, rising from the ground. He had complete faith in Bai's technique. knowing that ordinary ninjas could rarely escape from its grasp. This chilling ice spike indeed makes me feel cold. How about you sample my passionate flames? Su Fan declared, placing his right hand by his mouth and glancing down at the ground. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal fireball erupted, engulfing the entire forest. The searing flames melting Bai's ice mirrors in an instant. The once lush wilderness transformed into a blazing inferno. Bai fell from the air beside Zabuza, spitting blood. Zabuza's eyes widened in terror. Who? What are you? He had never witnessed such formidable chakra and ninjutsu. It dawned on him that Su Fan had been holding back all along. Trembling, Zabuza felt fear grip him. Zabuza, I never intended to kill you. However, a person's patience is finite. If you continue to disregard my words, you will indeed perish, Su Fan warned, leaning closer to Zabuza with a narrowed gaze and a smile. I understand. Zabuza stammered, taking 2 steps back as he swallowed hard. Very well, I shall give you time to contemplate. You two may leave. Su Fan said, turning to depart. You truly intend to let us go? Zabuza exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Su Fan paused. Because I believe there are some matters that can be compromised, wouldn't you agree? He turned back with a smile, causing Zabuza's hard-heartedness to waver as his resentment vanished. After Su Fan left, Bai shakily rose to support Zabuza. Zabuza-sama, let us leave this place. Get away. Useless. Zabuza pushed Bai aside, turning to leave alone. Tears streamed down Bai's face beneath his mask. Zabuza-sama. With Zabuza's mission in shambles, he felt he could not return to Kato with his head held high, fearing his reputation would be tarnished. Despite this, a flicker of resentment lingered within him. Yet, the overwhelming strength of Su Fan left him with no choice but to harbor his grudges in silence. In the land of waves, Kakashi awoke in bed. Oh, you're awake. Sir. Daz's daughter stood beside him as he opened his eyes. I sincerely apologize. Kakashi sat up, scratching his head sheepishly. Yash, Kakashi and I has awakened. Su Fan entered the room. Kakashi and I? What a unique nickname. Naruto chuckled, covering his mouth. Kakashi could only roll his eyes in response. However, seeing Su Fan return, he realized the situation with Zabuza had been resolved. Kakashi had witnessed Su Fan's prowess firsthand. He was the kind of person who could compel the raikage of the Cloud Village to relent merely through chakra. Su Fan and I, you're back. Have you defeated that Zabuza who always refers to himself as this lord? Naruto bounced over to Su Fan, brimming with excitement. Indeed, such matters are trivial for me. Su Fan replied, basking in the admiration that shone on Naruto's face. During this mission, the best performances came from Sasuke and Sakura, but Naruto, you still need to improve. Kakashi stated, though his gaze towards Su Fan seemed peculiar. I meant to say, Naruto performed well too, but he still needs to work harder. Yes, effort. Kakashi hastily clarified. Performances were a form of self-acknowledgement. There was nothing wrong with that. Kakashi-sensei is correct, Naruto. You need to put in more effort, Su Fan concurred, turning to Naruto. Humph, coward. You still haven't completed your shuriken throwing task. How amusing, Sasuke taunted, eyeing Naruto with derision. How infuriating. Just wait. I can complete the task right now. I will make you all look at me in a new light, Naruto declared, dashing out of the room. It appeared he was off to practice his shuriken skills. Su Fan shook his head helplessly, remarking that Naruto's temperament still required refinement and that Kakashi would have to bear the burden in the future. I dare not refuse, Kakashi replied, drenched in perspiration as he waved his hand in dismissal. Meanwhile, in the outskirts, Naruto was throwing shurikens at the trees, resolutely declaring, I do not wish to be a hindrance. Even my brother Su Fan has said so. I must strive even harder. After tossing the last of his shurikens, Naruto climbed to the top of the tallest tree, determined to prove his stamina. Gritting his teeth, he finally reached the summit after half an hour. I have finally succeeded, he exclaimed, only to tumble from the tree. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared and caught him. Ugh, a handsome man, he thought. However, Naruto was unaware that this was the masked man who had once saved Zabuza. Mistakenly, he perceived him as a woman. Big sister, thank you, Naruto joyfully exclaimed as he leapt from the man's arms onto the ground. You're welcome, the man replied with a smile, producing a basket of mushrooms. You've been training for quite some time. Have some to eat. Naruto swallowed hard and eagerly accepted the mushrooms, consuming them voraciously. Sister, are you also from this island? He inquired between bites. I am merely passing through, the man explained. And you? We are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf, here to assist Uncle Daz in completing his mission. However, I have always felt like a burden to everyone. Naruto's expression darkened. He yearned to outpace his peers. Having grown up an orphan without anyone who understood him, often ridiculed as the slowest of the group. It seemed Naruto was explaining to the man why he had been exerting himself so diligently. Hearing this, the man fell silent. Recalling his own tragic childhood, a memory of himself weeping in the frigid night after his mother was slain by his father, ultimately rescued by Zabuza. But I am not afraid. I will become Hokage, Naruto proclaimed, finishing the mushrooms and standing tall. I believe in you. You will surely succeed. The man encouraged, rising to bid Naruto farewell. On his way back, the man felt a profound sorrow, likely due to having endured a similar experience. He did not wish to see Zabuza continue down this path. At that moment, Zabuza stood beside Kato's loyal subordinate. Do you truly wish to see your honor obliterated? The subordinate taunted. Begone. I shall not participate any further. Zabuza's heart was heavy with frustration. Despite the strength of their ninjas, they were outnumbered, and the impoverished land of waves was on the brink of despair. Kato's plan was to abduct all the children of the land of waves tonight, plunging the island's elders into hopelessness, leaving them with nothing to lose. Perhaps they will even destroy the bridge they built. Yet Zabuza remained silent, resolute in his refusal to partake in Kato's scheme. Concealed nearby, the man had overheard their conversation and felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that Kato's methods were exceedingly cruel. Should those children be captured, they would face a grim fate, death. Kato had already captured and killed the parents of the children. Now he sought to abduct the children themselves. However, the man's own background fueled his compassion for these children. Setting down his belongings, he hurried towards the bridge, where thousands of rogue ninjas were gathering that night. P.S. Do you feel that my chapters are somewhat brief? Each chapter has over 3,000 words, so they may appear fewer in number, but the quality is assured. Otherwise, it might be arduous for everyone to read through the filler. While considering your experience, I also hope for your generous support. 5 stars, free gifts, and reminders for updates are all greatly appreciated. Chapter 17. Bai's inner world maximized the commotion. I want them to know who reigns supreme here. Kato, adorned with dark spectacles, ignited a cigar, directing 1,000 rogue ninjas. Yes, the renegades surged toward the land of waves. Boss, a confidant began. Even if we seize the village children, the elders won't demolish the bridge imminently. Shall I lead a squad directly to the bridge? Proceed. Night descended, the ocean serene. Moonlight shimmered on gentle ripples. A scream shattered the tranquility. Release me, you villains. A child was abducted. Suddenly, a shuriken struck the captor. Arg. The ninja released the child. Sasuke stood outside, hands in pockets. Simultaneous screams echoed from nearby dwellings. Kakashi wiped blood from his kunai, stepping past a fallen ninja. So, Zabuza's benefactor has emerged. Kakashi gazed upon 1,000 ninjas storming the village. Is that Kato? Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. Indeed, they target the children first. A dire situation. So many ninjas would overwhelm Kakashi. Where's Su Fan? Kakashi sought him, but Su Fan slumbered soundly. Habits die hard. Give me my child. A woman pleaded. The ninja sneered. Raising a kunai. Ice-style secret technique, shattering ice crystals. A shard pierced the ninja's brow. He collapsed, and the woman retrieved her child. Explode. Heads flew. A gory scene. Bai arrived, masked and cold. His hatred burned for those who harmed the innocent. They deserve death. Bai slaughtered through the ranks. The masked one. Kakashi noticed Bai, puzzled by his sudden aid. Kato's henchmen reached the bridge with a throng of ninjas. The ninjas from the land of waves are occupied. Our chance. Destroy the bridge. Halt. Naruto leaped from below. This is the hope of the land of waves. Foolish brat. You alone can't stop us. The henchman gestured, and the renegades advanced menacingly. The odds were stacked against Naruto. However, Naruto brandished his kunai. To become Hokage, I must face all challenges. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A multitude of Narutos appeared. The battle commenced. The renegades were relentless, and Naruto's clones fell quickly. Naruto was wounded. A ninja raised a blade to strike Naruto. Naruto. Kakashi rushed, but was delayed. In the nick of time, Bai appeared. Water instantaneous body. Thwack the blade struck Bai. His mask fell, revealing his face. It's the woman from earlier. Seeing Bai's sacrifice, Naruto's anger blazed. The renegades swarmed the bridge. Kakashi's squad struggled. Zabuza watched from afar, memories flooding back. He recalled their first meeting on a snowy night. Young Bai shivered in rags. Zabuza approached, carrying his blade. Pitiful child. No one needs you. You have no future, no dreams, no freedom, only death. Zabuza knelt. I smiled, revealing innocence. You have the same eyes as me. Zabuza remembered those words. Bai's desire to live mirrored his own. Attack. Kill them all. The ninjas charged Naruto and Bai. Bai stood before Naruto, arms outstretched. Water style, great waterfall technique. A surge of water crashed upon the bridge, sweeping away ninjas. Bai, you overstep your bounds. Zabuza appeared beside Bai. Zabuza-sama. Silence. I won't listen. Leave with me. Bai hesitated. I must protect the children. Have you forgotten who saved you? Defying me. Zabuza's killing intent intensified. Zabuza-sama. I am grateful, but they need me. I cannot abandon them. Forgive me. Bai wiped blood from his lips, passing Zabuza. He paused. If it were you, Zabuza-sama, I would still choose to die for you. But, Zabuza-sama. Meaning is intent. Bai charged into the fray. Zabuza watched, stunned. Since taking Bai in, he had never been disobeyed. He had treated Bai as a tool. A weapon because of his ice release. You'll die? Zabuza roared. Bai turned, offering his innocent smile. For me, it is exceedingly difficult to become a ninja. If given the choice, I would prefer to live a life of comfort like an ordinary person. I harbor no desire to take a life, nor do I wish to lose my own. However, since the day I began to follow Zabuza, I have killed my own spirit, transforming entirely into a heartless ninja. This bridge symbolizes the connection of our dreams. It is not merely a battlefield. As for me, I fight for my aspirations, for the children who share my experiences. Zabuza, please do not cast blame upon me. The blade glinted as it sliced through the air, and Shiro's figure trembled in the wind. Suddenly, a mist arose in Zabuza's fierce eyes. Naruto, witnessing this, felt his heart tremble. In an instant, a surge of red chakra erupted from his body. Upon glancing at Naruto, one could see the faint outline of the demon fox in his eyes, and the whiskers on his cheeks became more pronounced. How infuriating. I shall not let you escape. Naruto, stop. Suddenly, Su-Fan appeared behind him, clad in pajamas. With his right hand, Su-Fan slowly released chakra that brushed against Naruto's hair. At that moment, Su-Fan entered Naruto's inner world. This chakra, is it Hashirama's? No, wait. Why is there power from the Uzumaki clan as well? The slumbering Ninetales opened its eyes in terror as Su-Fan stood before the seal. Hey, you filthy fox, Su-Fan greeted the Ninetales lazily. You ought to learn to behave within Naruto's body. Otherwise, I will ensure you experience discomfort. TCH, you little brat, just as arrogant as Naruto. Are you also eager to glimpse my power? Heh, I could lend it to you. The Ninetales grinned wickedly. With an expressionless face, Su-Fan stretched out his arms. And immediately, a multitude of golden chains ensnared the Ninetales, binding it tightly. This sealing technique harnesses the chakra of the Senju clan, exerting absolute suppression over you. Do not entertain thoughts of mischief. Such actions will only lead to greater suffering. As Su-Fan gently tightened his palms, the chains constricted further, and the Ninetales felt its power severely suppressed, a sharp pain coursing through its body. Stop. Stop. I yield. The Ninetales shouted in desperation. Su-Fan smiled faintly. These chains will not vanish. As long as you harbor any thoughts, they will bind you. Take heed. With that, Su-Fan vanished. How insufferable. Where did this brat come from? To possess the powers of both the Senju and the Uzumaki clans, and to be this formidable. Truly, sigh. In a moment's reflection, the Ninetales closed its eyes and fell into slumber once more. The malevolence surrounding Naruto dissipated instantly. He looked at Su-Fan in bewilderment. Su-Fan, brother. Zabuza, are you still indifferent? Su-Fan approached Zabuza, gazing at Shiro in the distance, whose clothes were already stained with blood, and shook his head. He is merely a tool for me. Zabuza still insisted stubbornly. Do not force yourself. The true motive behind your assassination of the fourth Mizukage was for Shiro, wasn't it? Su-Fan observed Zabuza with interest, seeing the stubbornness etched on his face. The fourth Mizukage had ordered the slaughter of the bloodline limit users, and Zabuza had fought alongside Shiro for a long time, forming deep emotions. Do you still refuse to acknowledge this? Finally, Zabuza knelt on the ground, his resolute gaze blurring, tears streaming involuntarily down his cheeks. Chapter 18. The Awakening of Zabuza. I was born in a small village in the land of water, where snow blanketed the ground. Although we lived a life of poverty through farming, my parents were content, and their gentle nature brought me happiness. However, from the day I began to remember, a tragic event unfolded. My father murdered my mother and attempted to take my life as well. In a tavern, the young Haku recounted his tale while sitting across from Zabuza. At that time, the land of water was embroiled in a prolonged civil war, creating a deep-seated aversion towards those possessing bloodline limits, abilities inherited from parents or grandparents, unique to certain clans. The special powers of Haku's kin were exploited in various conflicts, leading them to be viewed as harbingers of chaos and disaster. After the war, Haku's family concealed their powers and lived in anonymity. For revelation of this secret meant death. Those with extraordinary abilities were met with profound fear. Haku's mother, who possessed a bloodline limit, concealed her identity to live with Haku's father, hoping to lead a tranquil life. One snowy day, young Haku joyfully exclaimed to his mother, "Look, mother, such a marvelous ability." His mother glanced down to see Haku manipulating ice in wondrous forms. In an instant, her garments fell to the ground, and she cried out in anguish, "Why? Why you too? How could this be?" Grabbing Haku's hand, she wept uncontrollably. Suddenly, she struck Haku's face, leaving him stunned. "I'm so sorry, Haku," she sobbed as she embraced him once more. This heart-wrenching scene was witnessed by a passing villager, who quickly relayed the news to the entire village. Haku's father, as the appointed leader, was compelled to address the situation personally. That night, Haku was abruptly awakened to find his father approaching with an iron rod, flanked by the villagers. Filled with terror, Haku gazed at his father, whose eyes brimmed with tears as he trembled, raising the rod. "No!" Haku's mother rushed to shield him, but the blow struck her, causing her to spit blood, which stained Haku's chest. The villagers, wielding weapons, surged forward with fury. "Don't hurt my mother!" Haku cried out. Time seemed to stretch as Haku emerged from the house, stumbling and collapsing into the snow. He wished to erase the horrifying sight from his mind, but the blood starkly contrasted against the pure white snow, making it impossible to forget. The death of his mother ignited Haku's rage, unleashing his ice abilities to slay everyone present, including his father. Thus began his life as a wanderer until he crossed paths with Zabuza. "Big brother, want to you have a bowl?" Haku cautiously asked Zabuza, who coldly replied, "Little one, you eat it yourself. If it's not enough, there's more." Zabuza always wore a resilient and stern expression around Haku. Yet Haku's gaze softened, for Zabuza had taken him in despite knowing he possessed a bloodline limit, a power that others loathed. "Can you devote everything to me?" Zabuza suddenly asked. Haku remained silent, merely smiling. Zabuza approached Haku and embraced him tightly, saying, "Come with me." That embrace was both forceful and sincere. It was the first warmth Haku had felt since leaving his village. I am such a fool. It was always Haku who came to my rescue. He followed me in defiance of the hidden mist, and yet, I nearly forgot my original intent." Zabuza realized Haku was far too kind, perhaps ill-suited to be a ninja. "Haku." Zabuza finally awakened to his own understanding, gripping his executioner's blade and rushing to Haku's side. "Haku needs me." Su Fan nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Zabuza's awakening, yet he required proof of his loyalty. Kakashi, accompanied by Sasuke and Sakura, arrived. "Why are those two fighting among themselves?" Kakashi inquired, perplexed. "Significance," Su Fan replied softly, his expression tinged with melancholy. "Ha ha ha, how amusing." Applause erupted, halting the battle as all rogue ninjas parted to reveal Kato. "Kato, what brings you here?" Zabuza coldly questioned while supporting Haku, who was gravely injured and barely conscious. "Zabuza, you have betrayed me. I'm afraid you must die here." "Heh." Kato sneered, claiming to be an assassin of the hidden mist. "How laughable. Look at your pitiful state." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zabuza glared at Su Fan and the others, tearing the bandages from his mouth. "It is truly wonderful to finally face you. Thank you for helping me realize that ninjas are still human and cannot entirely become emotionless tools. I concede." Zabuza's expression was one of sorrow, a resigned smile on his lips. "Attack. Kill them both," Kato commanded, and the ninjas charged forward like madmen. "Haku, hold on to me." Zabuza brandished his kunai, plunging into the fray, battling against thousands of ninjas while sustaining more wounds. "If I could die alongside you, would that absolve my guilt?" "Haku." Zabuza was resolved to face death. At this moment, Su Fan finally intervened. "Wood release, wood pillar wall." He conjured a barrier of wooden pillars, encircling Zabuza and Haku. All eyes turned to Su Fan. "Mind your own business." Kato snarled, adjusting his glasses and shouting, "Kill him." "Fire release." Great fireball technique. A massive fireball materialized, swiftly engulfing the rogue ninjas, a scorching wind sweeping through as Kakashi and the others shielded themselves from the heat. The aroma of charred flesh filled the air, leaving Sasuke and Kakashi utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a formidable fire release, and to their amazement, Su Fan performed it without hand seals. Brother, teach me. Oh, I want to learn this technique, Naruto exclaimed eagerly. Sasuke gulped, realizing, this must be your technique. It's not from the Uchiha clan at all. As the flames extinguished, the rogue ninjas were reduced to ashes, leaving the bridge in eerie silence as if no battle had occurred. Kakashi gasped, defining Su Fan as an idol in his heart. Upon dispelling the wood release barrier, Su Fan and the others approached. Zaibuzan cradled Bai's battered body at this moment. Thank you for protecting us just now. Zaibuzan suddenly spoke. Despite his reluctance, Su Fan recognized that Zaibuzan was indeed a true man, so he harbored no ulterior motives. Zaibuzan, I understand that you have always desired to assist the fourth Mizukage in the hidden mist, but the actions behind the fourth Mizukage are not his own will. They are being manipulated by someone. Su Fan explained to Zaibuzan. Manipulated by someone? Who possesses such power? Zaibuzan exclaimed in astonishment. You are currently unable to comprehend that level, and from the outset, your assassination attempt was futile. Similarly, your departure from the village to become a rogue ninja was clearly seen by Kisame. Rather than serving the village in vain, why not join me in Konoha? Su Fan unexpectedly proposed the idea of joining Konoha to Zaibuzan. Kakashi was immediately taken aback. No, Zaibuzan became a rogue ninja due to his assassination of the fourth Mizukage, and joining Konoha may lead to further complications. This matter must be decided by the third Hokage. Su Fan furrowed his brow and looked at Kakashi. The third? I will personally bring Zaibuzan into the village. He may very well agree. Or are you questioning my capabilities, Kakashi? Kakashi felt a flush of embarrassment. No. It's just, as long as it's not in the hidden mist, I can dedicate myself to anything. There are too many nightmares there for me to discern reality. Zaibuzan exclaimed, standing up in excitement. Very well, take Bai with you. First, let your injuries heal here, and then we shall return to Konoha on a chosen day, Su Fan said calmly. Ding. Detected that the host participated in the storyline of Zaibuzan and Bai, altering the original outcome. Reward, all water and ice release ninjutsu. Ding. Acquired proficiency in hidden mist assassination techniques. Ding. Obtained the bloodline limit physique of ice release. The host's bloodline limit physique can stack in multiples without restriction. Ding. Earned the loyalty of Zaibuzan and Bai. Suddenly, Su Fan looked into Sasuke's eyes. On the night when Itachi Uchiha killed Fugaku and Mikoto, Sasuke, who initially possessed a single Tomo Sharingan, now had two. Was it because Naruto was injured earlier, triggering his evolution? What remarkable abilities. Now, let us take a respite in this picturesque setting. Chapter 19. The plan of Konoha's collapse. After a brief interval, the group prepared to return to Konoha. As they were about to depart, Uncle Des cast a novel gaze upon Naruto and reassessed his views on Sasuke and Sakura. I once thought you were merely ordinary youngsters, he chuckled, scratching his head. Goodbye, Uncle Des. Let us finish that bridge soon. Naruto exclaimed with a cheerful grin. Hey, it's time to go. The hour is late, Kakashi interjected suddenly. Farewell, Land of Waves. Until we meet again. The villagers bid farewell to the departing figures, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun as they traversed the bridge. I've already decided on a name for this bridge, Uncle Daz said with a sip of his drink, smiling broadly. Let us call it the Naruto Bridge. This name symbolizes hope. Naruto embodies courage and resilience, and Uncle Daz dreams of one day taking the bridge to the world, to its very end. Zabuza and Haku's tragic fate was altered by Su Fan, and the two chose to ally themselves with Konoha, having already regarded Su Fan as their master in their hearts. Unlike the cold-hearted Zabuza of the past, who viewed his subordinates merely as tools for murder, the original tale of their demise was heart-wrenching. Following their transformation, a sense of loyalty emerged, which left Su Fan somewhat speechless. However, returning to Konoha meant the commencement of the Ch-Nin exams. Although Danzo had been slain by Su Fan, Orochimaru's schemes would continue unabated. The inception of the Konoha collapse plan was imminent. Su Fan, you are remarkably powerful. Are you a J-Nin like Kakashi-sensei? Sakura inquired suddenly during their journey home. Su Fan, being the same age as Naruto and the others at 12, bore no apparent difference. yet his aura exuded a maturity beyond his years. "Oh, well, I don't even qualify as a genin. Since I haven't taken the exams," Su Fan replied with a smile. Kakashi rolled his eyes nearby. "Genin? You surpass even the Hokage and Reikage. You might as well be above the Kage level." "How can that be? You are more formidable than Kakashi-sensei," Sakura exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. Kakashi, burdened with unspoken frustrations, thought, "So Su Fan is truly your teacher, is he? Hey, if I return to Konoha, do you think I would pass the genin exam?" Su Fan asked with a mischievous grin directed at Kakashi. "Ah, you will definitely pass," Kakashi stammered, realizing the irony of the situation. "Is the true essence of Versailles within you?" Kakashi mused, sensing something peculiar about Su Fan's presence since his arrival. "Stop overthinking it. Let us hasten our return to Konoha," Su Fan said affectionately, patting Naruto's head. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, a man with long, flowing hair, sat before the fourth Kazekage, Raza. "The plan must continue to unfold. I wonder what thoughts you harbor." The long-haired man suddenly rose and turned slowly toward the window. "Orochimaru, are you fixated on your current plan out of revenge against Konoha or your former mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Raza remarked with a cold smirk. Orochimaru's gaze shifted sharply to Raza, his serpentine eyes revealing a flicker of unease, provoked by Raza's interrogation. He was uncertain whether his collaboration with Raza was right or wrong, with Danzo now dead. All he had were rumors about Su Fan's ability to wield Wood Release techniques. At times, he even suspected that Su Fan was a successful experiment escaped from his lab, perhaps suddenly resurrected. "Do you doubt me?" Orochimaru rasped, his demeanor fluctuating. "Ha ha ha, Orochimaru. You are overly anxious. I would entrust Gaara to you. What else could I possibly distrust?" Raza reassured him, displaying a calming demeanor. Orochimaru understood that Raza's willingness to cooperate stemmed entirely from the opportunity to launch an offensive against Konoha following the assassination of the third Hokage. Though Orochimaru aimed to kill the third, Konoha was his birthplace. He never intended for its obliteration. In comparison to the pitiful villagers, only Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly contemptible. Originally, 3 individuals were to partake in the Konoha collapse plan: Orochimaru, Danzo, and Raza. Danzo had long ago conspired with Orochimaru, even actively supporting him during the 4th Hokage elections. Their alliance was unsurprising. Once the 3rd Hokage was out of the picture, everything else would fall into place. Should Orochimaru and Danzo's plan succeed, Danzo would inevitably rise to power, while Orochimaru, after eliminating the 3rd, would find it impossible to maintain his position in Konoha. At this juncture, Danzo could easily resolve Orochimaru's predicament, thereby establishing his own authority amidst Konoha's profound crisis, emerging as its hero, with the prospect of becoming Hokage soon within reach. However, Danzo's demise at Su Fan's hands imposed considerable pressure on Orochimaru's initial plans. Bereft of Danzo's protection, Orochimaru had to pave an escape route for himself after eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen. Presently, Orochimaru commanded his own small village, yet it boasted formidable combat prowess. This village was known as Otogakure. Therefore, under the guise of the Nin exams, he would infiltrate Konoha and proceed with his plans. Orochimaru shared a friendly glance with Raza, both exchanging knowing smiles. Yet, within Orochimaru's heart, other intentions began to stir. Upon returning to Konoha, Su Fan led Zabuza and Haku to the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware of Su Fan's involvement in Kakashi's mission, so certain matters were anticipated. "Third Hokage, you often state that Konoha requires new talent. Today, I have brought 2 exceptional individuals. What do you think?" Su Fan reclined comfortably, crossing his legs, while Zabuza and Haku gasped in astonishment. "That is the Hokage." They were taken aback by Su Fan's audacity before him. "Of course, anyone you introduce is welcome. I trust you implicitly. I sincerely thank you for this." Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a smile. Is that really it?" Zabuza was utterly bewildered. He had expected a series of evaluations and oversight upon joining Konoha. "Zabuza, Haku, correct? Thank you for joining Konoha. I have heard of your prowess. As former assassins of Kirigakure, executing various secret missions within Konoha's should pose no problem, should it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, the cunning old fox, was clearly giving Su Fan face. Nara Shikaku, standing nearby, was left in shock. Even those with strength must undergo a series of selections and assessments to gain a position in Konoha, let alone the Only those with exceptional talent and ability could join the The third Hokage had capitulated so easily? Is this truly happening? Haku exclaimed, "Quick, thank you, Lord Hokage." They could scarcely believe they could join Konoha's Umbu so swiftly, becoming part of the Hokage's inner circle. This was all thanks to Su Fan. Only he could possess such privileges, as his own strength surpassed even that of the Kage. Those whom Su Fan introduced would undoubtedly face no challenges. Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely putting on a facade, seeking to placate Su Fan's sentiments. However, others hold positions and titles. Su Fan, I sincerely hope that you can acquire an identity in Konoha as well, the aged Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Su Fan nodded, indeed. In order to accompany Naruto, he must first attain recognition of his own strength, thus inspiring Naruto to strive forward. Delaying further was not a viable option. Perhaps it would be best to take an examination? You may arrange it. I am well aware of Konoha's regulations. Everything requires proof of examination, and I will handle that myself. Su Fan resolved to take the Chunin exam, seeking to establish his identity within Konoha. Ahem, this should be a mere trifle for you. As for this upcoming Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored concerns. Su Fan's power was formidable, terrifyingly so, while it may be manageable against other nations. What would happen in the Chunin exam when confronting comrades? Should we abandon the idea? Su Fan himself was not particularly keen on participating in any examinations. Wouldn't it be more delightful to simply rest? No. You must participate. This opportunity is too precious to pass up, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, recognizing the chance for Su Fan to establish a presence in Konoha. If he missed this opportunity, who could say when he might next participate? Su Fan's temperament was unpredictable, making it difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to gauge his intentions. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Hold back? Su Fan offered a faint smile as he departed from the Hokage building. Now, he needed to find Irika to obtain the qualifications to become a genin. Chapter 20. This is how I, Konoha, welcome you Irika-sensei. I am here to participate in the Chunin exam. On the training grounds of Konoha Academy, Irika was instructing the newly enrolled children. Su Fan. Irika was taken aback upon seeing Su Fan, though he had never witnessed Su Fan's prowess. He was aware that he had previously dispatched Mizuki. The third Hokage had chosen not to pursue the matter, indicating a tacit acknowledgement of Su Fan's capability. Su Fan's strength is far beyond mere appearances. Not a problem, just give me 2 minutes, Irika replied, entrusting the academy to another instructor before escorting Su Fan to the classroom where the Chunin exam was being held. The Chunin exam was rather straightforward. One merely needed to demonstrate the transformation technique, or so it seemed. Before Irika could finish his thought, Su Fan had already executed the transformation technique, seamlessly becoming Irika's likeness. You've passed, Irika mused, somewhat disheartened, understanding that it was all a formality. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Su Fan smiled as he accepted the Konoha forehead protector from Irika and made his way out of the academy. Upon exiting, he encountered Naruto and Sasuke, who were preparing for a mission. Sakura appeared to be absent today. Brother Su Fan, Naruto exclaimed joyfully as he rushed over. Upon seeing the forehead protector on Su Fan's forehead, his excitement surged. Has Brother Su Fan already become a Chunin? That was so fast. Naruto's face was a portrait of envy as he recalled his own arduous journey to earn the same title. Now I can accompany you. Su Fan smiled affectionately at Naruto, while Sasuke looked on with palpable disdain. How ridiculous, just like a tail-end loser, Sasuke remarked, his expression growing numb. Su Fan recognized this as a lingering effect of Itachi's shadow over Sasuke. His heart was clearly elsewhere. Despite executing simple assignments with apparent diligence and teamwork, Sasuke was drifting further away from Naruto and the others. What did you say? Naruto shouted in anger. Naruto, Su Fan interjected, restraining him. Sasuke, compared to your brother, you are truly disappointing. Su Fan's gaze was provocatively fixed on Sasuke, a smirk of arrogance evident on his face. How infuriating. Sasuke clenched his fists. But he was wary of Su Fan's strength. Su Fan's fire release was rumored to exceed even Itachi's, leaving Sasuke perplexed about the origins of this prodigy. Humph. Sasuke turned away, dismissing the two. Su Fan chuckled softly. One could flaunt their prowess, but one must possess the means to do so. Suddenly, a rectangular rock appeared on the ground, adorned with 2 small holes. Naruto, unimpressed, pointed at the rock and exclaimed, "Too obvious. You truly are the man I admire." A worthy rival. A youthful voice emerged from within the rock. Puff. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, and Konohamaru materialized. Su-fan was momentarily at a loss for words. Here he was, a formidable figure, yet he found himself mingling with a gaggle of children. Brother Naruto, today I challenge you once more. I will defeat you, Konohamaru declared, striking a pose and charging forward. Suddenly, a hand gripped Konohamaru's neck. Little brat, you're in the way. Everyone turned to see a figure adorned with purple markings, carrying a bundle wrapped in bandages on his back. Konohamaru, Naruto exclaimed in alarm. Have the Sand siblings arrived? The individual was none other than Kankuro. Behind him, Temari approached with a captivating grace, her dark hair flowing elegantly. Su-fan swallowed hard. This woman was formidable. He wondered how Shikamaru could possibly handle her. Kankuro, release him. Be careful not to get beaten up in Konoha, Temari remarked playfully. These sand ninjas appeared older and taller than Naruto and his friends. Release him. Naruto charged forward. Kankuro smirked coldly, tossing Konohamaru towards Naruto, causing them to collide and fall to the ground. Are these the Chunin of Konoha? Pathetic, Kankuro scoffed. How about we play a little before the annoying ones arrive? Kankuro set down his bundle and stepped forward, his eyes filled with disdain. What gives you the audacity to look down upon Konoha? Su-fan approached, helping Naruto and Konohamaru to their feet. How laughable. You're even younger than I am, yet so arrogant. Do you wish to be utterly destroyed? Kankuro strode towards Su-fan, intending to seize him. However, upon grasping Su-fan's collar, he found himself utterly unable to move him. What the hell? Kankuro exclaimed, bewildered, while Temari's gaze shifted to Su-fan, now filled with intrigue. This kid is unusual. Kankuro, stop. Temari urged. TCH. Konoha's Chunin are all worthless. I will teach them a lesson today. Kankuro, now sweating profusely, swung a fist at Su-fan. Su-fan smiled lightly and, exerting minimal force, met Kankuro's punch. Kankuro was sent reeling back, his hand broken. Kankuro. Temari rushed over to assess Kankuro's injury. Didn't you say Konoha was worthless? Can you still dance? Su-fan taunted Kankuro. We're all here to compete. Why must you strike so hard? Temari shouted furiously at Su-fan. Strike hard? Not at all. This is just how we greet newcomers in Konoha. Konoha is known for its rough hospitality, so we often welcome outsiders in this manner, Su-fan replied, his eyes narrowing as he continued. However, the manner in which I dealt with Kankuro earlier merely signifies that I do not welcome you. In an instant, Temari trembled slightly at Su-fan's chilling demeanor. She sensed the murderous intent he exuded, a presence that far surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin, despite his youth. That gaze, she would remember it for a lifetime. I apologize. Temari suddenly bowed her head, leaving Naruto and Sasuke in stunned silence. This was all due to Su-fan. Sasuke regarded Su-fan's retreating figure, a pang of envy surging within him. He had longed to grow stronger, believing only then could he seek vengeance against Itachi. Yet he could not bear the thought of anyone surpassing him, for it would imply his own lack of dedication. Having the sand ninjas apologize to them was utterly infuriating. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the trees behind them. Everyone turned to see Gaara hanging upside down from a branch. I am Gaara. Temari felt a wave of unease wash over her. When had he appeared, unnoticed? Sasuke felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He sensed the same murderous aura emanating from Gaara. The way Gaara regarded them was akin to gazing upon the dead. Is this a Chunin from the sand? His speed rivals that of Kakashi. Su-fan had sensed Gaara's presence long before. His earlier actions against Kankuro were meant to catch Gaara's attention. What is your name? Gaara inquired coldly, his gaze fixed on Su-fan. Vortex Su-fan. I will personally eliminate you during the Nin exams. Su-fan replied with a calm smile. Welcome. The composed aura momentarily bewildered Gaara, prompting him to reconsider as he, along with Temari and others, departed from the site. At the Hokage building, various examiners stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing the gathered crowd, he stated, you should all be aware that the Nin exams will commence in 1 week. Notifications have already been sent to other nations, and some genin from Sunagakure have arrived in Konoha. Taking a puff of his pipe, Sarutobi continued, thus, I officially announce that the Nin selection exams will begin on July 1st. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai nodded in agreement. As leaders of their respective teams participating in the exams, they were filled with anticipation. Su-fan, however, had been assigned to Kakashi's team as a substitute member. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, 3 genin stood beside Orochimaru, their forehead protectors indicating their allegiance to Otogakure. The plan has been communicated to you. We can commence on our journey shortly. Orochimaru spoke coldly. Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, we will assist you in fulfilling your task. Are you prepared? Let us depart. At that moment, Raza descended from the Kazekage Tower. Gaara and his companions had arrived early. The Nin selection tournament was imminent, and it was now up to him. Do not worry. Heh. With that, Raza and Orochimaru's group set off towards Konoha. Unbeknownst to Raza, Orochimaru had already developed murderous intent towards him. On the road, Orochimaru decided to eliminate Raza and disguise himself as the fourth Kazekage to infiltrate Konoha. To think you would attempt to use me to undermine Konoha. You are still too naive. Heh. P.S. Each chapter written by 2 exceeds 2,500 words, often reaching over 3,500, all for the sake of quality reading. While this effort is arduous, it cannot be separated from everyone's support. I sincerely hope you can grant 2 a 5-star rating. Those who can contribute gifts, I thank you wholeheartedly. Your support is my motivation. And do not forget to click for updates. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 21. The ambushed 4th Kazekage. Rasha as the ninja selection exam was about to commence. The instructors responsible for the new genin were called forward. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the numerous examiners. Kakashi, Asuma Sarutobi, and Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward. How have the ninjas under your guidance fared? Are there any genin that you wish to recommend for this exam? There is no need to elaborate in formalities. Any genin who has completed more than 8 missions can be recommended for the exam at your discretion, although often they must complete double the tasks to gain sufficient experience. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. It is indeed still too early for them. Irika, standing nearby, felt a pang of melancholy. Starting with Kakashi, he stepped forward with his hands in his pockets. 4 Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura are hereby recommended by me, Kakashi, for the Chunin selection exam. Yuhi Kurenai followed suit. For Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino are similarly recommended by me, Kurenai. Asuma Sarutobi then added, for Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji are recommended by me, Asuma. Suddenly, a chorus of murmurs arose from behind. All 3 have been recommended. It's been 5 years since a genin has participated in the Chunin exam. Kakashi, is it permissible for Uzumaki Suvin to join your team for this exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected unexpectedly. Kakashi was taken aback, not anticipating that the 3rd Hokage would allow Suvin to partake in the Chunin exam. However, Suvin seemed not even to qualify as a genin. An hour prior, Suvin had just passed the genin exam, and in the interest of efficiently utilizing talent for Konoha, Kakashi, Suvin will serve as a substitute in your team. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a knowing glance at Kakashi. Understood, Kakashi sighed in resignation. On a bridge in Konoha, Suvin was training with Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto when Kakashi approached them. I bring good news. You are all eligible to participate in the upcoming Chunin exam. Kakashi produced 4 application forms for the exam. Chunin exam. We can really participate. Naruto exclaimed, eagerly snatching the forms to scrutinize them closely. This exam is not mandatory. The choice ultimately lies with you, Kakashi stated calmly. However, if you can swiftly pass the Chunin exam, you will gain access to more intriguing missions. Without a doubt, they would choose to participate. Suvin's primary motivation for joining stemmed from the threat posed by Orochimaru. Engaging in such a narrative could yield substantial rewards, particularly since it pertained to Sarutobi Hiruzen's fate. Although Suvin's addition to Konoha was beneficial, the aftermath of Danzo's demise had left many issues unresolved. Sarutobi Hiruzen had incorporated the Root faction, but stabilizing the situation was no quick endeavor. While Suvin was indifferent to Hiruzen's life or death, the unfolding narrative might present choices of moral significance. To save or not to save would depend on how events transpired. Hey, have you heard? In the Konoha forest, Tintin was practicing shuriken throwing when Lee suddenly appeared. This Chunin exam marks the first appearance of new genin in 5 years. Impossible. It must be the result of the stubbornness of those jonin, Tintin quipped, her hair styled in 2 playful buns as she accurately hit the target. No. 3 of them belong to Kakashi's team, but curiously, one named Suvin is joining as a substitute member at the behest of the 3rd Hokage, which is unprecedented. Lee clarified. Interesting indeed, Uzumaki Suvin. Niji stepped out from behind a tree. They may very well serve as the bridge to our advancement. 7 days later, ninjas from various nations arrived in Konoha. To enter the Chunin exam venue, one must pass the application process. At the entrance of the application area, Lee was sent flying by a punch. Please, let us in. Tintin pleaded, helping Lee up as they faced two middle-rank ninjas, Izumo and Kotetsu. Per little brats. Do you really think you can participate in the Chunin exam? You'll get yourselves killed, they mocked. How outrageous. Tintin exclaimed in anger. What did you say? Listen well. This is our benevolence. The Chunin exam is a formidable challenge. Many have given up their aspirations of becoming ninjas after facing it, while others have succumbed to despair. We have seen plenty of such cases, they continued, their laughter mocking the hopeful applicants. Do you have a problem with us turning away those who cannot pass? Can you two end this tiresome charade? At that moment, Suvin and the others approached. So this is Uzumaki Suvin. He is somewhat handsome. Tintin blushed slightly. Yet, what Suvin was saying was lost on the others. Only Sasuke, with his Sharingan, could see through the facade. Oh, noticed, have you? Kotetsu smirked. We are headed to 301. This is merely a passage to it, 201. Your tricks are quite dull, Suvin yawned, unimpressed. You can see through our Jinjutsu so easily. Impressive. But how will you unravel it? At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, his crimson Sharingan spinning, distorting the environment until the door number changed to 201. Quite skilled. But let us see how you fare. Without hesitation, Kotetsu charged at Sasuke, who furrowed his brow, ready to counter. Just then, Lee swiftly intervened between them. That was fast. Sakura gasped in astonishment. Sasuke paused, curious. He had sensed no chakra from Lee upon contact. Then, a comical scene unfolded. Lee, gazing at Sakura's face, suddenly blushed. My name is Rock Lee. You must be Sakura? Will you go out with me? I will protect you until my dying breath. Sakura was left dumbfounded, her face pale. Absolutely not. Why? Because your eyebrows are too thick. Laughter erupted from Suvin and Naruto. It's getting late. Let us submit the application forms, Suvin instructed the group. After finally submitting their forms, they could now await the commencement of the exam at the outskirts of Konoha. Orochimaru and Rasho were making their way toward the village. As Luo Sha passed by the autumn slope, he came to a halt. Indeed, the land of wood leaves is splendid. It far surpasses the hidden sand. I cannot fathom how much better it is, he mused with a tinge of envy. Then, wouldn't it be most fitting for this to be your final resting place? A sinister voice echoed behind him. Suddenly, Orochimaru's head shot forth, his neck elongating as he lunged at Luo Sha's throat, sinking his fangs into him. Luo Sha was taken aback, swiftly shaking off Orochimaru before creating some distance. What treachery is this, Orochimaru? Luo Sha exclaimed, fury igniting within him. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Of course. I intend to make use of you. Once I eliminate you, I can assume your identity to infiltrate the Leaf Village and, with the power of Gaara, exact my revenge on Hiruzen Sarutobi. It couldn't be more perfect. Why must you kill me? Luo Sha demanded. Because I loathe being used myself. Do you not feel utterly drained? Your chakra rendered useless. Orochimaru's voice dripped with malice as he unleashed a sinister laugh. At that moment, 3 sound ninja, trailing behind Orochimaru, surged forward towards Luo Sha with swift aggression. Instantly, a multitude of birds took flight, startled into the sky by the commotion in the forest. Chapter 22. The deadliest exam hall. Before entering the examination hall, Su Fan offered encouragement to Naruto, reminding him to have a clear self-awareness before aspiring to become Hokage and to avoid acting blindly. Brother, I understand. Naruto's face was alight with anticipation, prompting Su Fan to shake his head in resignation as he pushed open the doors of the hall. Before him stood ninjas from various countries, a sight that left Sakura astounded. How can there be so many people? The ninjas wore an array of strange forehead protectors and exhibited a myriad of peculiar appearances. Sasuke, you're so slow. Suddenly, Ino dashed over from behind and embraced Sasuke from behind. I've been eagerly waiting to see you again, she said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Let go of me, Ino, Sakura exclaimed in anger. Ino then noticed Su Fan nearby. This person's aura is so powerful. Even more handsome than Sasuke-kun. When did Konoha have such a charming guy? In an instant, Ino released Sasuke and rushed to Su Fan's side. Hello. My name is Yamanaka Ino. May I ask how to address you? Her gaze was filled with hope, eager for Su Fan to engage her in conversation. However, Su Fan merely smiled faintly at her before walking away. Wow, so cool, so aloof. Ino's eyes sparkled with admiration, nearly drooling at Su Fan's retreating figure. Ino, you really fall for anyone you see, Sakura remarked, puzzled. Honestly, this is so annoying. Shikamaru, nearby, rolled his eyes in exasperation, watching Sakura and Ino bicker, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him. Naruto-kun. Hinata appeared behind Naruto, her fingers nervously fidgeting as she shyly looked down, her cheeks a deep crimson. Then, Choji and Kiba arrived. Kiba's head was adorably topped with a small Akamaru. Indeed, I have never felt so invisible, sighed Shino, who stood before them, feeling utterly overlooked. Have all the rookie genin come to participate in the exam this year? How ridiculous. Kiba scoffed at the crowd. Stop looking down on us. This time, I will knock you all down and advance to Chunin, Naruto declared, brimming with excitement. Sufan couldn't help but feel speechless. Naruto, do you not realize that genin are considered the strongest in the realm of Hokage? Naruto-kun. Do your best, Hinata whispered, her voice barely audible. At that moment, Kabuto approached. Such adorable faces, yet so fond of making noise, he remarked, appearing like a dream master. Sufan found Kabuto's presence amusing, unaware of the grim fate that awaited him. This was likely Kabuto's 7th attempt at the Chunin exams, as they were held biannually, and this year marked the 4th iteration. Sufan surveyed the ninjas gathered in the hall, hailing from various countries. Konoha had been designated as the venue for the exams, and the underlying intention behind gathering all these ninjas was to assess the capabilities of neighboring nations. It was a strategic move to balance power among nations and prevent the weaker ones from being overrun by the stronger, ensuring a form of mutual restraint. Konoha, Suna, Aim, Kusa, Taki, and Odo. This exam featured many outstanding ninjas selected from numerous villages. However, Sufan had some knowledge about the Sound Village, a newly established small country closely associated with Orochimaru. How strange. Why are those three over there staring at us? Their gazes are quite fierce. Naruto inquired curiously. Sufan glanced over and recognized the 3 genin from the Sound Village. Their presence confirmed his suspicion that the 4th Kazekage had been eliminated by Orochimaru, and the current Kazekage in Konoha was none other than Orochimaru himself. What good is a fierce gaze? They are still trash, Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. The 3 ninjas, hearing Sasuke's taunt, exchanged glances. Did he just compare us to useless ninjas? Perhaps we should play with them for a bit. The bandaged individual introduced himself as Tosu, while the monkey-like man was named Saku, and the only girl among them was called Kin. They were known as the Sound Trio. Sufan regarded them with indifference, aware that they would pose a challenge for Naruto and his friends. In an instant, the trio vanished, charging towards Sasuke and the others. Here they come. This is typical of Sound Ninjas, Lee exclaimed, incensed. Suddenly, Kabuto intervened. He had not passed the Chunin exams in 7 years, but had acquired some experience. Sufan recognized that Kabuto was merely putting on a show, possessing the strength of an A-rank ninja, all for the sake of pressuring Konoha's participants. Sokka leaped and hurled 3 shurikens directly at Kabuto. Kabuto skillfully deflected them with his kunai, but when he recovered, Tosu was already upon him. Tosu formed hand seals with his left hand and struck out with his right fist. Kabuto narrowly evaded the attack, but his glasses shattered in the process. I avoided it. How could my glasses break? Sasuke exclaimed, wide-eyed in horror. Such remarkable acting. You should be the star, Sufan mused. Stop, you bunch of useless fools. At that moment, Ibiki appeared, flanked by several Chunin, wearing a disdainful and arrogant expression. Sorry for the wait, I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the first round of Chunin selection. First, let me clarify. Any fool who violates the rules or disobeys my orders will be eliminated. The first exam will consist of a written test to assess your knowledge of ninjutsu and related subjects, lasting 1 hour. With that, everyone entered designated classrooms to take their seats. As a seasoned Hokage enthusiast, Sufan found the exam straightforward. However, for Naruto, the pressure was palpable. Fortunately, as a substitute, Sufan's score could replace Naruto's, allowing them to proceed to the next round as long as all 3 passed. Noticing Hinata sitting beside Naruto, Sufan felt reassured. Naruto-kun, if you don't know the answers, I can help you, Hinata said shyly. Huh, help with what? Hinata wouldn't suggest something like that. She's too cute, Naruto replied, utterly bewildered. Sufan felt a strong urge to smack him. The late-stage symptoms of male ignorance combined with extreme stupidity. The number of eliminated candidates rapidly increased, reaching number 25. Everyone busily utilized their unique abilities to complete the exam. Among them, Sasuke stood out, employing his Sharingan to copy the swift movements of a nearby ninja and swiftly recording the answers on his paper. This truly useful. Meanwhile, Ino used her mind transfer technique to enter Sakura's mental realm, memorizing all the answers before relaying them to Shikamaru and Choji. Indeed, in the pursuit of passing the examination, various strategies were employed, and it must be acknowledged that the 9 young ninjas of Konoha demonstrate remarkable intelligence. As for Naruto, soon after the elimination of the unsuccessful candidates from the examination venue, several individuals proceeded to participate in the next phase, known as the Forest of Death. The examiner was Mitarashi Anko, indicating that the time for Orochimaru's appearance was drawing near. At that moment, Sufan's system unexpectedly emitted a series of prompt sounds. Ding! The system activated selective prompts. First, failure in the Chunin exam would result in eternal status as a genin. Second, success in advancing through the Chunin exam. Please make your choice. Rewards will be distributed randomly. Chapter 23. No pressure. Naruto expressed his excitement. I'm really looking forward to this. Children like you are truly peculiar. However, be aware that you could actually die here. Red Bean directly hurled a kunai at Naruto. Want to apply some pressure? Sufan coldly smiled, appearing beside Naruto and catching the kunai effortlessly. Red Bean frowned, taken aback by the unexpected aura of the young man before her. On the night when they suppressed the rakeage of the Cloud Village, only the elite Umbu and Jonin from Konoha were present. The information had been tightly sealed, leaving them in the dark about Sufan, whom they merely assumed to be a puppet of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only Kakashi and Sarutobi truly understood Sufan's capabilities. The chief examiner regarded Sufan as an ordinary genin. Your little brother is quite fast, Red Bean remarked with a sweet smile, though it carried a hint of menace. Red Bean, one of Orochimaru's disciples, was no ordinary foe. Despite Sufan's formidable strength, he still had to tread carefully. He appeared too inexperienced compared to those crafty old foxes. As the examination commenced, each participant's task was to survive the forest. Let me remind you once more, speed means nothing if it can't prevent your swift demise. This forest harbors all manner of monsters and toxins, Red Bean said, her alluring eyes winking at Sufan, as if deliberately addressing him. Suddenly, Sufan took a swift step, appearing directly in front of Red Bean and pinning her against the wall. Who said speed is useless? Are you looking for a tug-of-war? Sufan's cheek nearly brushed against Red Bean's face, a wicked grin and heavy breaths causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment and confusion. Let's go, Naruto. Sufan walked past Red Bean and entered the forest, leaving her standing there, bewildered, seemingly still savoring his captivating charm. At last, the opportunity had arrived. They could fulfill their mission. Tors, trailing behind with 2 companions, wore a mischievous grin as they followed into the forest. With supplies meant for only 1 day, they were to survive for 3. This was a deliberate ploy to incite conflict and seize food from one another. Sufan had just outshone Red Bean, and it was likely their small team would soon become a target. This opportunity would also serve to hone his taijutsu skills. Despite his immense chakra reserves, he knew he needed to train rigorously in physical combat. After all, reaching the pinnacle meant little if one encountered a master of taijutsu, like Madara facing Might Guy. Indeed, as Sufan, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura concealed themselves in the forest, they soon sensed the approach of Rain Village ninjas trailing behind them. TCH, those annoying brats are hiding. Huh? The lead Rain ninja searched for Sufan and the others. Sufan, utilizing his chakra sensing, detected a swarm of monstrous insects nearby. There was no need for him to intervene. He could let his companions hide ahead of him. Why do you look so pale? Another participant from the Rain Village inquired, puzzled by the lead ninja's demeanor. They soon realized something was writhing beneath his clothing. Panic ensued as they approached and cut open his garment with a kunai, revealing a massive red leech draining the leader's blood, causing his body to wither rapidly. The remaining 3 ninjas looked up in horror as a multitude of blood-sucking insects rained down upon them, screams erupting instantaneously. Sufan produced a shuriken and threw it towards Naruto, who instinctively covered his eyes in terror. As Sufan approached, a dead red leech lay on the ground. What is this? Sakura trembled, pointing at the deceased leech. The red blood leech of Konoha can sense sweat and body heat, leaping onto its prey. If one is drained of blood for just 5 minutes, they are sent to another world, Sufan explained calmly. Turning his gaze, he noted that the Rain ninjas had essentially lost consciousness. An involuntary shiver ran down Naruto's spine. All right, let us move to the next location. We've secured a victory. The 4 navigated through the jungle in search of their next opponents. I suddenly need to relieve myself, Naruto said awkwardly. How can you be distracted during battle? You fool. Sakura scolded. My apologies, Naruto replied as he stepped into the nearby foliage. That feels good. Sorry to keep you waiting. As Naruto emerged, Sufan had already thrown a kunai that struck him in the chest. Although terrified, Naruto stumbled back, relieved that the kunai had missed his heart by a considerable margin. What are you doing? Sakura and Sasuke shouted at Sufan. With a faint smile, Sufan looked at Naruto. Now tell me, what is my name? And what are their names? Naruto froze, stumbling over his words, appearing suspicious. Seizing the moment, Sasuke acted, kicking out and engaging Naruto in combat. The two fought fiercely, and Naruto threw a kunai, creating some distance between them. Where is Naruto? Sasuke suddenly demanded, pointing at the figure before him. Sasuke, what are you talking about? Sakura still hadn't grasped the situation. However, the moment Naruto returned from his restroom break, Sufan sensed a distinct shift in Naruto's chakra. Perhaps Sasuke's Sharingan had also detected something amiss, prompting his aggressive response. Your transformation technique is inferior to Naruto's, Sufan taunted, chuckling softly. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke enveloped Naruto, and as it cleared, a Rain Village ninja wearing their distinctive forehead protector stood revealed. You Rain ninjas certainly have a penchant for peculiar hobbies. Sufan extended his right hand, and a vine ensnared the ninja's body. Is this Wood Release Ninjutsu? Sasuke marveled at Sufan's ability to manipulate trees against their adversaries merely through chakra control. What are you waiting for? Sufan questioned, perplexed by Sasuke's hesitation. Realizing the urgency, Sasuke drew a kunai and rushed forward, swiftly eliminating the Rain Ninja. Meanwhile, Sufan discovered the bound Naruto, whose mouth was gagged with cloth. He sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. His overwhelming strength prevented the enemy from even approaching. With Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura trailing him, they were missing out on valuable battle experience. This could not continue. They needed to engage in combat themselves. The upcoming battles will be prepared by the three of you. I can form a team on my own. Sufan stated calmly. Humph, you should have said that sooner, Sasuke replied, turning his back and walking away coldly. Sakura awkwardly smiled and hurried after him. Brother, why can't I team up with you? Naruto protested reluctantly. Because you need to cultivate your skills. While I can always protect you, what will you do if I am not around? To become Hokage, you must rely on yourself and put in the effort, Sufan explained earnestly. All right, just be careful on your own. Naruto obediently spoke. Do not worry about the battle. I shall appear whenever danger arises. Sufan affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Soon after, Naruto followed Sasuke as they departed. The trio ventured deeper into the jungle, while Sufan found himself moving in the opposite direction. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the forest, a pair of serpentine eyes observed the three, quietly anticipating their arrival. Chapter 24. The appearance of Orochimaru. The three of them traversed through the dense jungle. Bereft of Sufan's protection, Naruto and Sakura began to feel a creeping sense of fear. They constantly sensed a pair of eyes deliberately scrutinizing them. Why had they not encountered any other teams despite walking for so long? Sakura swallowed nervously and spoke. What should we do? Don't be afraid, Sakura. If anything happens, I'll protect you. Naruto replied with a cheerful grin. Suddenly, a viscous droplet fell from above Naruto's head, leaving both him and Sakura bewildered. What was that? How disgusting. Silence. Sasuke abruptly turned, glaring at the two above their heads. They were instantly paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a single sound. Slowly, they looked up to find a colossal python gazing down at them. What do we do now? Sakura's legs trembled uncontrollably. Sasuke cautiously drew a shuriken from his waist and hurled it towards a nearby tree. Boom! The giant serpent swiftly turned and knocked the tree down, sending plumes of smoke swirling. Naruto and Sakura fell to the ground, sweat streaming down their foreheads. What are you waiting for? Get up and leave this place. Sasuke shouted at them. To encounter such an intriguing little creature here is truly becoming more entertaining by the moment. As the smoke dissipated, the snake vanished, revealing a figure that was half man, half woman, who extended an extraordinarily long tongue to lick their lips. Naruto immediately felt a wave of nausea. Hey, are you a man or a woman? He inquired, perplexed, pointing at the figure. If you do not show respect, it would be wise not to be distracted during battle, the figure replied with a sinister smile. Suddenly, the giant serpent reappeared behind Sasuke and the others, opening its gaping maw to strike. Quick dodge. Sasuke pushed Sakura aside, assuming Naruto would evade as well. However, Naruto was paralyzed with fear. The serpent engulfed him whole. Sasuke and Sakura were left in shock. Naruto, Facing such an adversary, Sakura was truly frightened, tears welling in her eyes. For the newly minted genin, this was overwhelmingly cruel. Witnessing a comrade devoured by the serpent extinguished their will to fight. It's your turn now, the figure chuckled darkly, releasing a palpable aura of menace. Sasuke and Sakura sensed the imminent threat, visions of death flashing before their eyes. Though merely illusions, the impact was profoundly unsettling. Each cell in their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The source of terror indeed stemmed from their innermost fears. Overwhelmed, both collapsed to the ground, struggling to sit up, questioning if they could even stand. Is this merely a manifestation of killing intent? Sasuke strained to control his trembling legs, yet to no avail. When he turned to look at Sakura, he found her in tears, her body shaking uncontrollably. This isn't the way it should be. We have to escape. Sasuke clenched his fists, gazing at the enemy. Move, move. He urged himself, desperately trying to command his body, finally extracting a kunai from his pant leg. With sheer willpower, he gradually stood up. Rest assured, it will be over in an instant. Death brings no pain. Sasuke observed as the figure approached, kunai in hand, fueling his desire to survive. With a fierce cry, he thrust the kunai into his right thigh. As the enemy threw the kunai, he activated his Sharingan, dodging the incoming projectile. He scooped up Sakura and leaped into the air. Cackling, such fascinating eyes you possess, the figure transformed into the giant serpent and pursued them. I truly adore your eyes. Ha! The ninja from earlier crawled out from the serpent-s form, her laughter echoing madly as she chased the two through the jungle. Trees falling in their wake. Damn it, I'm running low on chakra. I haven't avenged Itachi yet. I can't die like this. As Sasuke's Sharingan flickered out, his chakra reached its limit, and he fell with Sakura. Upon seeing this, the serpent coiled on the ground, mouth agape, ready to catch them. Just as they were about to fall into its jaws, an immense surge of chakra exploded from the side. The serpent was struck away, crashing through trees. Rolling on the ground, lifeless. You truly are a cause for concern. The ninja emerged from the serpent-s skin, his brow furrowed as he looked up. Su Fan had arrived, cradling both of them at the waist. Su Fan. Naruto. Naruto was swallowed by the serpent. Sakura cried, her face contorting with a mix of relief and despair as she threw herself into Su Fan's embrace. Thank you. Thank you. Sasuke murmured reluctantly. Su Fan shook his head. Sasuke, you've done well. The battle is indeed arduous. However, the enemy before you is beyond your capability. Even Kakashi-sensei would struggle against them. What? They gasped, casting fearful glances at the fallen ninja. They had indeed danced on the brink of death. Sasuke could sense the formidable strength of the foe. The methods employed were cruel, as if meant to slaughter them. Even so, they had survived, and the thought brought a wave of dread. Had Su Fan not arrived in time, the consequences were too grim to contemplate. Naruto. Sasuke fell silent, suddenly overwhelmed with guilt for not saving his teammate, having chosen to rescue Sakura instead. Do not worry, Naruto is not so easily defeated, Su Fan assured with a smile. Suddenly, the giant serpent reacted violently behind the ninja. Its belly swelled and then burst open. I'm finally out. The air outside is indeed refreshing. Surrounding the serpent-s remnants, a multitude of Naruto-s shadow clones materialized. Su Fan nodded approvingly. Though Naruto lacked combat experience, he often delivered unexpected surprises. Naruto. The two were overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing him unharmed. With all three now safe, Su Fan could devote himself fully to the battle. For the adversary before them was no ordinary foe. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, stood before them. Su Fan regarded the fallen ninja with a glimmer of intrigue. What? All three wore expressions of terror, realizing the identity of the enemy. Didn't Orochimaru defect from Konoha? Sasuke questioned, bewildered. Cackling, you possess remarkable strength. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Uzumaki Su Fan. Orochimaru finally revealed his true self, gazing at Su Fan with eager anticipation. I expected you to appear during the exams, yet here you are, unable to contain your impatience. Su Fan replied nonchalantly. To think you could have anticipated this. You truly are remarkable. I intended to appear in the competition under the guise of Sans Hidden Wind, but what intrigues me even more than that is you. Your presence here should not surprise you, for soon you shall become my experimental subject. Heh. Orochimaru licked his lips in madness. Outside the Forest of Death, several Chunin from Konoha discovered 3 corpses of participants in a secluded corner. Lady Azuki, we require your expertise to handle this matter, as it has occurred within this vicinity. Azuki nodded and approached the bodies. The three corpses had their cheeks obliterated, their faces rendered flat. However, their attire clearly indicated their national origins. It appeared that those wearing similar clothing had already ventured into the forest. Wait, this ninjutsu. A cold sweat broke out on Azuki's forehead. Undoubtedly, is it his ninjutsu? Suddenly, Azuki raised her right hand to cover the cursed seal on her neck. Quickly, inform Lord Third Hokage. Immediately request 2 Umbu teams to proceed to the Forest of Death. I must enter first to ensure the safety of the participants. With a sudden turn, Azuki spoke urgently to the Chunin. Yes, that guy has actually come to Konoha. With this thought, Azuki hastily entered the Forest of Death, rushing deeper within. In the depths of the Forest King, Su Fan and Orochimaru locked eyes. I find myself perplexed. Are you truly my experimental subject? Orochimaru cackled. Only you would indulge in such peculiar preferences. But we shall find out soon enough, Su Fan replied calmly with a smile. As the wind stirred, the atmosphere between them thickened, and suddenly, Orochimaru made his move, Shadow Snake Hands. Numerous large snakes were summoned instantly from Orochimaru's sleeve, charging towards Su Fan. Chapter 25, Su Fan vs. Orochimaru Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Su Fan unleashed a flame that soared in a linear fashion like a dragon. In their clash of ninjutsu, Su Fan emerged superior. Orochimaru hurriedly evaded, causing trees to be cleaved in half. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan had materialized before Orochimaru. With a left hook and a right kick, Orochimaru was struck back. Su Fan offered no respite, his speed surging as he charged forward. For an adversary like Orochimaru, practicing taijutsu was indeed ideal. With a swift maneuver, Su Fan delivered a punch, while his right hand deftly twirled a kunai, thrusting it toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru coldly smirked, expelling the Kusanagi sword from his mouth to parry the assault. The kunai in Su Fan's hand unexpectedly shattered, causing him to frown as he retaliated with a kick, creating distance between them. Heh, I see you underestimated me. Orochimaru sneered at Su Fan. You can only act like a slippery snake. Dare to bite me if you're defiant? Su Fan laughed heartily. Feeling belittled, Orochimaru's anger ignited, and he charged past the wooden stakes. Su Fan disdainfully discarded the broken kunai and prepared for battle. After all, a slippery snake would always remain a slippery snake. Su Fan doubted Orochimaru would continue to engage in taijutsu, as it was not his forte. True to his expectations, after 2 exchanges, Orochimaru could no longer restrain himself. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest suddenly surged forth, and Su Fan distinctly felt the wind's ferocity, accompanied by a stinging pain. The gale intensified, toppling hundreds of towering trees. Earth release, earth flow wall. Su Fan clapped his hands against the ground, raising a massive earthen wall to shield against the wind. Once the storm ceased, Orochimaru had vanished from sight. His speed was too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Yet Su Fan could sense his presence. At this moment, he realized the significance of ocular techniques. Possessing unique eyes was far more convenient than mere sensory abilities. Whether it was the Sharingan or Byakugan, he would embrace whatever came his way. Orochimaru dashed around Su Fan, as if awaiting an opportune moment. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. The soil beneath them transformed into a viscous liquid, ensnaring Orochimaru and hindering his speed. Now, you needn't exhaust yourself fleeing, Su Fan declared, summoning sturdy wooden spikes from below to target the ensnared Orochimaru. In a fleeting moment, the spikes struck true, but Orochimaru merely morphed into a mound of earth, falling to the ground. A substitution technique? On another tree, Orochimaru appeared, warily observing Su Fan, realizing things were not proceeding as smoothly as he had hoped. He understood that Su Fan was merely toying with him. He hadn't even exerted half of his strength. At this rate, if Su Fan decided to get serious, it would truly be a disastrous outcome for him. Contemplating this, Orochimaru considered retreating. How surprising. Your physique is quite unique, possessing multiple chakra natures. I sense Hashirama's power within you. When we meet again, I shall slice you into 1,000 pieces. With that, Orochimaru turned to leap away. Just then, Akamichi's arrival interrupted him. Don't you dare leave. Akamichi hurled a kunai from his waist. Orochimaru coldly smirked, dodging the weapon and continuing his escape. Damn it. Akamichi pursued relentlessly. Observing the two depart, Su Fan shook his head in resignation and approached to assess Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura's injuries. You all did remarkably well today. Your opponent was none other than the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. You have already proven yourselves worthy of being Chunin, Su Fan remarked with a calm expression. Only Sasuke harbored different thoughts. Witnessing Su Fan's battle with Orochimaru ignited his desire for vengeance. Slowly, Sasuke rose to approach Su Fan. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees. What? What are you doing? Su Fan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. I seek to pursue immense power. Although he is a legendary Sannin, you didn't even use your full strength earlier. Otherwise, you would have undoubtedly defeated him. I want to exact revenge. Grant me the chance to become your disciple, Sasuke implored. Gritting his teeth, blood seeping from his leg wound. Su Fan regarded Sasuke, unsure of how to respond. Revealing the truth to Sasuke at this juncture would likely extinguish his motivation to train. He did not wish to disrupt the situation orchestrated by Itachi Uchiha. In the original storyline, Orochimaru's target was Sasuke, who would be bitten and gain the Cursed Seal's power. However, due to Su Fan's overwhelming abilities, he had inadvertently drawn Orochimaru's attention. Without obtaining Orochimaru's power, Sasuke had witnessed Su Fan's prowess, leading him to fervently desire to become his disciple. If he could guide Sasuke toward the right path, it might not be a bad outcome after all. Even if he learned the truth later, Su Fan would still strive to prevent a confrontation between the two brothers, thereby granting Itachi a chance to survive. Rise, we are of similar age. I am not truly qualified to be your master, but I can assist you in your training from now on, Su Fan said, helping Sasuke to his feet with a gentle smile. As Sasuke gazed at Su Fan's expression, the hatred that had once consumed him dissipated. In his heart, he had always seen himself as an avenger, willing to sell his soul to the devil for power. Yet, Su Fan offered him a path of righteousness. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Sasuke felt a surge of emotion. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. It sounded like Hinata. Su Fan intended to provide Naruto with an opportunity to shine and looked toward him. To his surprise, Naruto quickly turned his face away. What are you doing? Su Fan questioned, bewildered. I'm scared, Naruto replied, embarrassment evident on his face. Su Fan sighed, covering his right cheek. It seemed he would have to handle this himself. Having been swallowed by a snake earlier, Naruto likely still bore the trauma. You three rest here. I will return shortly. Su Fan briefly instructed before hastening toward the source of the commotion. Unbeknownst to him, the Sound Ninja trio had set their sights on Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. They had not witnessed the earlier battle, but had tracked the lingering chakra signatures. Among them, the most menacing presence was undoubtedly Sasuke Uchiha. I will control Sasuke. Once I deal with the other two brats, our mission will be complete, Tosu said to his companions. Understood. Following the sounds, Su Fan soon stumbled upon Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, ensnared by Gaara's sand. The area was strewn with the corpses of Rain Village ninjas. It appeared that Gaara had gone on a rampage, and Hinata's group had inadvertently crossed paths with him. Gaara was now cold-blooded, likely a result of his traumatic childhood experiences. Gaara, stop. Do not kill anymore, Kankuro pleaded, attempting to intervene. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall kill you as well, Gaara retorted, casting a frigid gaze at Kankuro. Enraged, Kankuro seized Gaara by the collar, exclaiming, You would even kill your own brother? Are you still human? Upon witnessing this, Shumaru hastily interjected, Let us cease this discord. Gaara, we currently face no adversaries and can proceed towards the tower unimpeded. It is imperative that we arrive before nightfall. However, Gaara displayed no inclination to relent, extending his arms in preparation to unleash the desert funeral. Chapter 26. A determined resolve. Sakura, Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki faced the chaos as Su Fan leaped down from the trees, his brow furrowed in concentration. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A magnificent water dragon surged forth towards Gaara. Gaara, with a somber gaze, calmly unleashed his sand shield, encasing himself within a sphere of sand. However, Su Fan's formidable chakra proved too potent. The sand faltered upon contact with the water, leading to its disintegration. The sand-binding coffin binding Hinata and her companions fell away as well. It was that guy from Naruto's team who saved us, exclaimed Kiba Inuzuka, excitement evident in his voice. Naruto's brother? Hinata mused, her gaze lingering on Su Fan, a newfound warmth blossoming in her heart. It was the first time she felt protected by someone other than Naruto. Gaara, with a malevolent glint in his eyes, directed his murderous intent towards Su Fan. As a genin, how many have you encountered who can wield elemental chakra ninjutsu? You are no match for me, Su Fan retorted, his demeanor unfazed. Gaara's pupils narrowed in realization. His defenses had been easily shattered by Su Fan, and the prospect of combat seemed daunting. Gaara, there's no time left, Temari interjected anxiously, visibly shaken by Su Fan's piercing gaze. After a prolonged stare, Gaara finally turned away, leaving a chilling remark. If we meet again in battle, I will not hold back. Su Fan smiled knowingly. Gaara's pride lay in his mastery over sand, a power he had always relied upon. Yet, his inner beast, the One Tail, had always set him apart. Su Fan resolved to dismantle Gaara's confidence in their forthcoming duel. Meanwhile, the trio that had been resting was suddenly ambushed by the Sound Ninja trio. The first to appear was Tsuki, swathed in bandages reminiscent of a mummy. Naruto, stay focused, Sasuke warned, sensing the potential for hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. Tsuki's initial target was Sasuke. As he approached, he swung his right arm with lethal intent. Sasuke blocked with his left hand, yet to his bewilderment, he was still propelled backward into a tree. Distraction in battle is a grave mistake, Tsuki coldly remarked, his gaze shifting towards Naruto and Sakura. Unbeknownst to them, Shui had stealthily positioned herself behind Sakura, seizing her hair and forcing her to the ground. Your locks seem more exquisite than mine, yet as a ninja, is such beauty merely to entice? Shui, consumed by jealousy, tugged ruthlessly at Sakura's hair, eliciting tears of pain. Sakura, Naruto cried, turning to rescue her. Focus on yourself first. Heh, Sakuto chuckled, appearing by Naruto's side, palms open and revealing a device resembling a wind cavity. Void Slash. He unleashed a barrage of ultrasonic waves, sending Naruto crashing to the ground. Do you understand why you fell despite blocking my attack? Tsuki mocked, revealing a mechanical device on his arm. This is my secret weapon, utilizing sound waves. Even if you defend, the waves will still exert their force. Sasuke clenched his fists, rising to confront Tsuki once more. He narrowly evaded a punch aimed at his head, but the rebound of the sound wave struck his eardrum, causing him excruciating pain as he fell to the ground. Clutching his head, prepare to meet your end. Ha ha ha. Just then, Sakura, in a moment of resolve, drew a kunai and decisively severed her long hair. The pink locks danced in the wind, and her Leaf Village headband fell, leaving everyone in shock, particularly Shui, who understood the significance of beauty to a girl. I have always believed myself a capable ninja, professing my affection for Sasuke, boasting about my strength to Naruto. Yet I have always been sheltered by the backs of two warriors. I wish to stand alongside you, to protect you. Tears streamed down Sakura's face as she rose with newfound determination. What are you waiting for? Kill her, Tsuki barked. Shui, regaining her composure, hurled a kunai at Sakura, but Sakura swiftly executed a substitution jutsu, appearing above Shui, kunai poised for a strike. Sakuto, Shui shouted. Sakuto quickly locked onto Sakura, unleashing another Void Slash. But once more, Sakura evaded, vowing to fight to the bitter end. From behind the trees, Sakura's true self approached Shui, kunai in hand. Shui threw another kunai, astonished when Sakura did not dodge, but instead charged forward, enduring the pain of the kunai that pierced her arm as she tackled Shui. With a fierce cry, Sakura aimed her kunai at Shui's torso. Annoying pest. Tsuki arrived just in time, landing a powerful punch to Sakura's chest. Her eyes widened in shock as pain overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse before Naruto. Ultimately, Sakura had been defeated, yet in that moment of severing her hair, she had unlocked the door to her inner strength, no longer the timid girl she once was. Naruto, witnessing Sakura's unconscious form, felt his heart race. As crimson chakra enveloped Naruto, he let out a primal scream. The trio of Tsuki stood frozen in shock. What an immense chakra! What manner of beast is this child? The fierce, red chakra surged as Naruto's eyes transformed, revealing the feral gaze of the Nine Tails. A tail emerged behind him, and with a fierce resolve, he declared, I will annihilate you all. Perceiving the seal within Naruto loosening, Su Fan felt a wave of resignation. Today had been overwhelming. Yet the system was not idle. Having engaged in numerous narratives, rewards would soon be calculated and bestowed. Otherwise, he would not have intervened so readily in these affairs. Chapter 27. The performance of information specialist Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto gradually lost his original consciousness, his body now controlled by the Nine Tails. Be careful, you two. This kid is up to something. Tatsuzan warned his teammates warily. Shui, with a disdainful expression, scoffed, Tsh, what a show-off. He threw a shuriken directly at Naruto. Finally, Naruto moved. He swung his sharp palm and effortlessly deflected the shuriken, appearing before Kinshue with a speed that blurred the air. Sakdang hastily unleashed a slash wave. But to Naruto in this state, it was merely a tickle. The wave struck Naruto with no effect whatsoever. Slowly, Naruto turned his head towards Sakdang. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Sakdang, panicked, took 2 steps back. Naruto charged at him. For an instant, Sakdang froze in fear. Dang, get out of the way, Tatsuzan shouted. But before Sakdang could react, Naruto's fist pierced through his body, leaving a massive void in his abdomen. He stared in disbelief at the figure of Naruto before him. Tatsuzan and Kinshue trembled in terror at the sight of their comrade being killed by such a ruthless display of power. Naruto, Sakura, witnessing this, was filled with dread, uncertain if Naruto was still himself. Remembering others' words about the 9 tails within him, he now appeared utterly terrifying. Kinshue let us find a way to escape. Tatsuzan was no longer concerned about anything else. If they did not flee now, they would surely perish here. Damn it. Tatsuzan cautiously shifted his position, hoping to calm Naruto's emotions. However, Naruto's gaze remained locked onto Tatsuzan without faltering. What should we do now? Sufan rushed toward Naruto's location. By the time Sufan arrived, the Sound Ninja trio had already met their demise. Tatsuzan, Sakdang, and Kinshue lay dead in tragic poses. Naruto struggled to rein in his emotions, for he could no longer control his body, fixating his target on Sakura and Sasuke. Sufan gripped his hands tightly, and robust vines burst forth from the ground, wrapping around Naruto's left arm and right arm. Quan Rukin Shueisho. Sufan's open palm exerted a powerful force, suppressing the 9 tails chakra on Naruto's surface. With the 9 tails power diminished, Naruto immediately collapsed onto the ground. Sufan retracted his ninjutsu and leaped down. The jungle was fraught with danger, but from here on, I shall accompany you to prevent any further chaos. As night fell, Sufan led the trio deeper into the forest. Through the moonlight, a colossal tower emerged before them. It seems we have arrived, Sufan remarked. Utilizing the Kagaya's divine eye, he detected a significant amount of chakra concealed within the underbrush surrounding the tower, along with the movements of the ninjas. At critical moments, certain individuals would lie in wait to ambush other ninjas for a final slaughter. Suddenly, movement rustled in the nearby foliage. The 4 turned simultaneously to see a figure burst forth from the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, it was Yakushi Kabuto. Senior, what are you doing here? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Oh, I got separated from my team, so, Kabuto replied, offering an awkward smile. Sufan snorted. Kabuto had no intention of remaining in Konoha, instead mingling with various teams to gather information. As an esteemed information specialist under the Hokage, Sufan understood that Kabuto intended to relay all collected information to Orochimaru in exchange for a position working closely with him, joining the Sound Village. I've participated in the Chunin exams 7 times, so I'm quite familiar with the situation here. Why not travel together for the remainder of the journey? Kabuto suggested, glancing at the 4 with curiosity, particularly intrigued by Sufan, as there were no records regarding him, including the distribution of ninja ranks. In that case, I would appreciate your guidance, Senior, Sufan replied with a slight smile. Having Kabuto join their ranks hastened their pace considerably. However, as they neared the tower, Naruto inadvertently triggered a trap. A multitude of shurikens shot towards him. Sufan chose not to save Naruto, but instead waited to observe. Kabuto dashed forward, tackling Naruto to shield him from the shurikens, which lodged into his back. In that instant, he executed a substitution jutsu, transforming into a wooden log. It appeared Kabuto had anticipated this situation. Witnessing the previous scene, he had no time to perform a substitution jutsu otherwise. The lifelong Oscar-winning actor, Yakushi Kabuto, truly deserved his title. Don't be distracted. We are surrounded, Kabuto shouted to the group. Indeed, figures resembling droplets emerged from the trees, transforming into rain ninjas before their eyes, over 30 of them. Yet, these rain ninjas appeared identical, devoid of consciousness, as they approached the 5 wielding shurikens. Kabuto kept his gaze fixed on Sufan, hoping he would take action, thereby revealing information about his abilities. However, Sufan remained indifferent, hands tucked into his pockets, showing no intent to engage. Just what I needed. It's been a frustrating journey. Now, I can finally fight. Naruto gripped a shuriken, charging towards the nearest ninja. Slashing downwards, To his astonishment, the ninja's body split in two, giving rise to new ninjas. As such, the surrounding ninjas multiplied. Su Fan turned his gaze to a corner of the trees, where the original ninja lurked. The jutsu unleashed by the ninja was infused with Jinjutsu, launching shurikens from the shadows towards the group. The concealed ninja sneered coldly, "Let us see how long you can last. The night is long indeed. I can't wait any longer." Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto unleashed a flurry of clones that charged mindlessly at the ninjas. One by one, they were cut down, only to be replaced by second and third clones, increasing in number. Observing this, Su Fan retrieved several shurikens from his waist and aimed them at the corner of the trees, tossing them forth. Have we been discovered? The three rain ninjas hidden in the shadows were taken by surprise, tumbling down from the trees. The Jinjutsu surrounding the five dissipated completely. Kabuto glared at Su Fan, gritting his teeth. He could sense the enemy's location, yet Su Fan did not unleash his abilities. Did he know my intentions? He had the chance to strike while the enemy was unprepared, but chose the most foolish approach of simply throwing shurikens. The game is over. Those three are yours to deal with. Any objections? Su Fan addressed Naruto and the others calmly. Don't worry, brother. Just watch our performance. At this moment, they stood just a step away from the tower. This would be the final battle. Kabuto, having lost the opportunity to gather information on Su Fan's abilities, felt a pang of regret. Yet, there was little he could do but take note of Sasuke and the others' capabilities. Chapter 28. The third examination commences shortly thereafter. Sasuke and his companions collapsed onto the ground, breathless. The three rain shinobi had been slain. Kabuto observed Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, internally astonished. Although they were merely newly graduated genin, their prowess was indeed remarkable, particularly Naruto, whose chakra reservoir was extraordinarily vast. As for Su Fan, he was an enigma, exuding an aura of danger that Kabuto found unsettling. Such presence was uncommon for someone of Su Fan's age. At that moment, Kabuto's two teammates approached. He bade farewell to the trio and followed his companions into the tall tower. As expected, upon entering and unrolling the summoning scroll, the figure that emerged was Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto said, his face a mask of reverence. Orochimaru, however, did not spare Kabuto a glance and coolly remarked, "I wish to hear your thoughts as a sound ninja." Kabuto produced a plethora of intelligence cards from his pocket and presented them to Orochimaru. "What of the one named Su Fan?" he inquired. "I regret, Lord Orochimaru, that he did not engage in the recent skirmish, yet he possesses formidable sensory abilities," Kabuto confessed. His head bowed in nervousness. "Humph, I suspected as much. But do not concern yourself. He is someone even I cannot contend with." Orochimaru chuckled self-deprecatingly. "What? You?" Kabuto exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he recalled the earlier confrontation with Su Fan. Despite Su Fan's imposing aura, he had not displayed an overwhelming chakra. Being merely a 12-year-old child, could he truly surpass Orochimaru? Kabuto felt a flush of embarrassment at his earlier performance, realizing Su Fan had likely seen through him without voicing it. Orochimaru accepted the intelligence cards, placing a hand on Kabuto's shoulder. "Welcome to the Sound Village." With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Kabuto with a sinister grin. Meanwhile, Su Fan and his companions encountered Irika upon entering the tower and unrolling the scroll. Irika's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Naruto had survived the forest of death. He expressed gratitude towards Su Fan, likely recognizing his assistance to Naruto along the way. Su Fan responded with a faint smile. They then ascended to the second floor of the tower, where the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, awaited them. In the grand hall, each group's respective teachers and examiners were present. Suddenly, Su Fan's gaze fell upon one of the examiners. The chakra emanating from him was unmistakably familiar. It was Orochimaru, the very individual he had clashed with earlier. The ninja locked eyes with Su Fan, extending his long tongue to lick his lips with a sinister grin. Just moments ago, Akamichi had failed to track Orochimaru and had reported the situation to Hiruzen Sarutobi, revealing his cursed seal. It was confirmed that Orochimaru was indeed the S-rank rogue ninja listed in the bounty handbook. A total of 12 individuals had successfully passed the previous examination, and the third examination was set to begin. Quite commendable. Your group is fortunate, but only our team remains. So do not expect to pass the examination, taunted Kakashi. The next phase will require genuine skill. Youth can be both bittersweet and stern, Kakashi, remarked Might Guy, who stood beside Kakashi, casting a proud glance at him. What were you just saying? Kakashi replied lazily, turning toward Guy. "Oh my god," Guy exclaimed, clutching his head in frustration. He turned and clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Not bad, my rival Kakashi. You make this place feel quite fashionable. How infuriating." In the audience, Niji's team observed Guy. "That is Kakashi, the eternal rival of our teacher. He appears utterly defeated." They chuckled. "No, Teacher Guy is the most outstanding of all instructors," Lee declared, his eyes shining with admiration. Hinata, meanwhile, gazed at Su Fan beside Naruto. Unable to forget his heroic figure from earlier, her cheeks flushing at the memory. Su Fan, however, regarded Hiruzen Sarutobi on the stage, recognizing the ulterior motives behind this examination. The true aim was a collaborative test among the nations, ostensibly for the sake of friendly coexistence and the enhancement of ninja skills. However, it mirrored Kabuto's agenda, the collection of diverse intelligence, albeit Kabuto's insights were merely more premature. The third examination will witness the attendance of feudal lords and prominent figures from various nations, all observing the practical combat. "I urge you to give it your all," Hiruzen declared, exhaling smoke as he stepped forward. "This battle may lead to death. Should anyone wish to withdraw now, you may do so." He surveyed the crowd, anticipating some participants to forfeit. "How terrifying," Naruto whispered to Su Fan. The current allied nations were once embroiled in continuous warfare to prevent mutual destruction. A combat venue was specifically designated for this Nin exam, Su Fan elaborated. "But why must it be this way? Surely it is not merely to select Nin?" Naruto pressed further. "Indeed, while it cannot be denied that this examination serves to identify capable ninjas for promotion, it also stands as a battleground where ninjas risk their lives, representing the prestige of their nations. The Fire Country's actions aim to attract more feudal lords and notable figures to issue commissions. The stronger the participants, the greater the allure, which results in more commissions. Conversely, weaker nations may find their opportunities diminished or become targets for more predatory nations. Simultaneously, this serves as a declaration of their combat might to neighboring countries, exerting diplomatic pressure. The strength of a nation equates to the strength of its village, which in turn reflects the strength of its ninjas. This examination is essentially a display of one's national ninja prowess. Su Fan felt a twinge of annoyance at being unwittingly utilized by Hiruzen for the benefit of all nations. "That cunning old fox. I too demand compensation. Utilizing me to showcase for the countries. Hiruzen, you are truly formidable." As he pondered, the chief examiner for the third round stepped forward to lead everyone into the combat arena. Just as he finished speaking, a ninja leaped from behind the crowd and knelt before Hiruzen. "Third Hokage, I am prepared." "Very well. Let us commence," Hiruzen replied. The ninja rose, turning to address the audience. "Greetings, my name is Mizuki, and I shall serve as the chief examiner for this third round. Follow me to the venue, where I shall explain the rules of the third examination." "Wait, I withdraw." At that moment, Kabuto raised his hand. "I choose to withdraw," he stated, a look of regret and resignation on his face. "Senior, you are so capable. Why would you give up?" Naruto exclaimed, unwilling to accept Kabuto's decision. Still grateful for his earlier rescue. "I have been battered from the outset of this battle. I fear I cannot endure the third examination, so it is indeed a pity." Hiruzen regarded Kabuto with a calm gaze, retrieving his dossier. After thorough scrutiny, he noted that Kabuto held no detrimental records, yet this withdrawal was peculiar. Su Fan understood that Kabuto intended to leave Konoha, following Orochimaru. After 3 generations reached a consensus, the pharmacist Do departed from the examination hall, while the remaining individuals followed the Moonlight Gale into the arena of the third examination. Subsequently, as the chief examiner, I shall elucidate the proceedings. Prior to the commencement of the third examination, there is a matter that requires your attention. This pertains to the eligibility for participating in the pre-selection for the third examination. "Wait, teacher, why can't we, the candidates remaining here, directly partake in the third examination?" Sakura suddenly interjected, raising her hand to inquire. Moonlight Gale sighed. Perhaps the first and second rounds of this session were too simplistic, resulting in an excessive number of participants. Therefore, in accordance with the regulations of the Chunin exams, a pre-selection will be conducted to reduce the number of candidates for the third round. The pre-selection will be an individual competition, featuring one-on-one duels. Su Fan was an anomaly, having directly entered the main examination venue for the third round under the auspices of Sarutobi Hisashi. The remaining individuals will resort to every means necessary to secure their qualification for the third examination. Chapter 29. The Abilities of Uchiha Sasuke thus. The preliminary round commences. The first duel features as the moonlight swiftly swirls. It ultimately halts upon Uchiha Sasuke and Chikatsu. Orochimaru casts an amused glance at Sasuke, chuckling softly. Originally a fine specimen, he possesses power even surpassing that of Uchiha Itachi. Although he cannot acquire Uzumaki Sway Fan at present, Uchiha Sasuke remains an excellent alternative for now. Orochimaru licked his lips, his mind already brewing with ideas. There were no objections from either side, correct? The moonlight swiftly inquired. None, they responded in unison. Then let the battle begin. With a flick of his right hand, the moonlight set the stage for combat. Chikatsu swiftly drew 3 shuriken from his waist and hurled them towards Sasuke. Clenching his kunai tightly, Sasuke roared, blocking the incoming shuriken. Seizing this opportunity, Chikatsu charged at Sasuke, who reacted with remarkable speed, executing a swift maneuver that ensnared Chikatsu's lower body. With a vigorous pull, Sasuke flipped over, seizing Chikatsu's right arm, unleashing a deadly scissor kick. Kakashi, taken aback, did not expect Sasuke to dominate Chikatsu from the outset. The intensity of the battle escalated. Well done, Sasuke. Naruto cheered from the stands, waving his arms excitedly. However, at that moment, Chikatsu, using all his strength, touched Sasuke's skin with his left hand. A surge of blue chakra erupted from Chikatsu's palm, and Sasuke suddenly felt his chakra draining away. Instantly weakened, he was struck in the abdomen by Chikatsu's fist as he broke free, creating distance between them. Sasuke let out a pained cry. What is happening? I've suddenly lost my strength. As he struggled to rise, Sasuke felt completely drained. After a prolonged moment, he managed to sit up, only to be met with Chikatsu's cold laughter as once again, blue chakra emanated from his right hand, landing a blow on Sasuke's head. Sasuke was sent flying once more. Chikatsu relentlessly pursued, placing his hand on Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke's chakra was being voraciously siphoned away. Chakra absorption technique. Suifan spoke matter-of-factly. This was Chikatsu's unique ability. By merely touching another's body, he could absorb their mental and physical strength. A remarkable ninjutsu. You scoundrel. Sasuke, fueled by a powerful desire for vengeance, clenched his fist and, taking advantage of Chikatsu's momentary lapse, struck him away. That was close. I almost got drained. Sasuke struggled to sit upright. Chikatsu's relentless assault on Sasuke was intended to provoke his latent potential. Orochimaru yearned to witness just how far Sasuke could push himself. Moreover, he was curious whether Suifan would intervene in Sasuke's moment of peril. Presently, Sasuke struggled merely to stand. Would he succumb here? Kakashi observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor. Chikatsu continued his advance towards Sasuke in the distance. If caught again, Sasuke would likely not endure another round. Suddenly, Sasuke glanced towards the spectator area where Rock Lee sat. During a prior training session, he had witnessed Lee unveil his ultimate technique. Lee was momentarily stunned by Sasuke's gaze. What does he intend to do? Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smile. In an instant, as Chikatsu charged, he vanished. Disappeared. Chikatsu exclaimed, astonished. Suddenly, Sasuke reappeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Chikatsu soaring into the air, then leaping behind him. What? It's Shadow Dance. Lee gasped in amazement. Sasuke had replicated Rock Lee's technique using his Sharingan, though it appeared somewhat altered. Suifan observed keenly, noting that while Lee ensnared his opponent in midair using bandages before spinning down, Sasuke had directly hooked his leg around Chikatsu's abdomen. So Navi. This exposes his weakness to the opponent. If Chikatsu seizes the opportunity to turn, it could be a fatal blow. Lee remarked seriously. However, Suifan understood Sasuke's strategy. He was leveraging his leg to augment Chikatsu's downward momentum. Indeed, at the moment Sasuke exerted force, he successfully gained the upper hand. Rotating faster than Chikatsu. With a swift turn, Sasuke found himself to Chikatsu's right, leaning down, and, propelled by the previous force, delivered a punch to Chikatsu's abdomen. Newton's coffin can scarcely contain this. It defies the laws of gravity. Suifan chuckled softly. As both combatants plummeted, Sasuke seized the opportunity to fully rotate his body, landing a devastating kick on Chikatsu as they hit the ground. Lion's Barrage. A thunderous crash echoed. Chikatsu lay motionless, breathless, while Sasuke rolled to the side on the arena. I won. Naruto and Sakura erupted in jubilant screams. Suifan nodded in approval, before executing the Lion's Barrage. Sasuke had indeed employed Might Guy's taijutsu, a series of rapid movements that could not be mastered without rigorous physical training. Even with the Sharingan, It was not a skill one could acquire overnight. At that moment, Niji observed Sasuke, his brow furrowed. For someone of Uchiha Sasuke's age, his strength was indeed formidable. If they were to cross paths, one must exercise utmost caution. Would the first-place rookie from last year, Hyuga Niji, be astonished? It seemed this year's top rookie would undoubtedly be Uchiha Sasuke. Tenten, unable to resist the seriousness in Niji's expression, jested. No, the top rookie this year is someone else. Uchiha Sasuke is strong, but he pales in comparison. Who? Tenten inquired, perplexed. Niji directed his gaze towards Suifan. The mere composure he exuded was proof of his extraordinary nature. You mean that guy impossible? He seems so ordinary, Tenten replied, following Niji's gaze before awkwardly waving her hand. Suifan noticed Niji's scrutiny and, meeting his gaze, nodded and smiled. Oh my, his expression is quite haughty. Tenten couldn't help but tease. All right, let me take you down, Sasuke. Kakashi appeared beside Sasuke, who had unexpectedly exhausted himself. I didn't anticipate this would tire you out so much, Sasuke, Kakashi remarked with a gentle smile. He lifted Sasuke onto his back and made his way from the arena towards the medical room backstage. At that moment, the ninja disguised as Orochimaru stealthily followed Kakashi into the backstage area. Cunning serpent, if you cannot have me, you wish to claim Sasuke instead. If this allows you to succeed, how utterly unamusing that would be. Chapter 30. The disrupted Nin exam. The competition persists. In the medical room, Kakashi is tending to Sasuke's wounds. Behind him, Orochimaru's visage subtly materializes. Kakashi, it has been a while. Kakashi's heart suddenly races. You've grown quite a bit. The raspy voice is one Kakashi can never forget. It belongs to the traitor Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Kakashi turns to face him, momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing as he glares at Orochimaru. What brings you here? Kakashi inquires in a low, somber tone. Regrettably, I am not here for you, Kakashi, but rather for the child behind you. Orochimaru replies with a sinister chuckle. Why are you interested in Sasuke? Kakashi asks, his composure slipping. Orochimaru's expression shifts to one of envy as he gazes at Kakashi. You are fortunate. You have already acquired it. Did you not possess it before? Kakashi's body trembles slightly. What about your left eye Sharingan? Haha. I too desire it. The power of the Uchiha. Orochimaru licks his lips maniacally. With that, he begins to advance slowly towards Kakashi. As Orochimaru approaches, beads of cold sweat trickle down Kakashi's forehead. Do not come any closer to Sasuke, Kakashi warns, lowering his right hand to prepare for a Raikiri. Intense lightning gathers in the palm of Kakashi's hand, forming a sphere of electricity. The crackling energy creates a symphony of electric sounds that reach Orochimaru's ears. Stunned by Kakashi's formidable technique, Orochimaru pauses momentarily. Even one of the legendary Sannin. With my current abilities, I can ensure our mutual destruction. Orochimaru laughs maniacally. What is so amusing? Kakashi appears infuriated, his gaze fixed fiercely on Orochimaru. You seem to forget that Sasuke is a vengeful spirit. Your protection will only make him feel more inadequate. I can lend him my power. Orochimaru retorts with a malicious grin, suddenly elongating his neck, his head reaching towards Sasuke. How dare you attempt a sneak attack? Kakashi exclaims in alarm, realizing Orochimaru's speed is beyond his capacity to intercept. As Orochimaru nears Sasuke, he opens his maw, poised to bite Sasuke's neck. Raikiri. At that critical moment, Sufan generates a high-speed bolt of lightning with his right hand, severing Orochimaru's neck. Sufan had learned the technique as Kakashi unleashed Raikiri, his innate talent for mastering all 5 elemental chakras allowing him to comprehend it effortlessly. Raikiri. Sufan? When did you learn that? Kakashi gazes at Sufan, bewildered. Orochimaru, decapitated by Sufan's Raikiri, collapses to the ground. Stop feigning death, you slippery serpent, rise and converse. Sufan rolls his eyes at Orochimaru's fallen form. Orochimaru regenerates a new head and rises. Vortex Sufan, you have thwarted me multiple times. Sufan smiles mildly. If you hadn't targeted those near me, would I have had to intervene? We have always maintained a mutual non-aggression. Orochimaru grits his teeth, glaring at Sufan. He had the opportunity to mark Sasuke with his cursed seal, luring him away from Konoha, having thwarted his plans repeatedly. Even the allure of Sufan's enigmatic body could not quell his growing ire. Orochimaru seems genuinely furious now. Multiple snakes of the hidden shadow. Orochimaru spreads his right hand. A multitude of small snakes slithering from his sleeve, hissing menacingly as they surge towards Sufan. Your actions only highlight your foolishness, reveal your true abilities. Su Fan commands coldly, shattering the encroaching serpents with his powerful chakra. Orochimaru draws the Kusanagi sword, engaging Su Fan in combat. The Kusanagi is exceptionally sharp and possesses a unique trait. It cannot be resisted by ordinary weapons, guaranteeing a strike on any targeted body part. Thus, Su Fan remains particularly cautious during their clash. With a deft maneuver, Su Fan sidesteps Orochimaru's attack midair and delivers a kick to Orochimaru's leg as he lands. Orochimaru, unable to evade, topples to the ground, thrusting the Kusanagi towards Su Fan. Su Fan's brow furrows as he conjures Raikiri, countering the strike and piercing through half of Orochimaru's body, narrowly escaping the Kusanagi's deadly aim. As he descends, Su Fan turns his back to Orochimaru, who extends his neck rapidly, opening his mouth to bite. Again with this tactic? How tedious! Su Fan exclaims, stamping his foot on the ground, releasing chakra in a powerful blue aura that amplifies his strength. Seizing Orochimaru by the neck, Su Fan roars, tearing it apart. With a swift leap, he delivers a punch to Orochimaru's chest, sending him crashing through the medical room's back wall, shattering several pillars in the process. Dust fills the air as Su Fan grants Orochimaru no respite, rushing towards the dark chamber. He retrieves the Kusanagi sword from the ground. Just as Orochimaru rises, Su Fan leaps into the air, shouting as he cleaves downwards from Orochimaru's forehead to his tail. Orochimaru smirks, his body splitting into two serpents that swallow Su Fan whole. Explosive serpent. Instantly, the serpent that consumed Su Fan detonates, showering the area in a deluge of black blood. Amidst the rain, Orochimaru's true form emerges. Haha. Nothing remains. Kakashi and Sasuke stare in horror, their eyes wide. Su Fan, has he perished? However, at that moment, Orochimaru's expression shifts to one of alarm as he surveys his surroundings. Suddenly, he looks up. What? Su Fan's right hand gathers a colossal spiraling sphere of compressed chakra, descending swiftly from the sky. The overwhelming pressure sends Orochimaru into a frenzy. Slippery serpent, enjoy the thrill of the wind. Supermassive Rasengan. With a forceful strike, Su Fan slams down upon Orochimaru, causing the ground to collapse. Summoning technique. Thousands of snakes. A tremendous tremor ripples through the battlefield, felt even by those engaged in combat. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrows his brow and shouts, quickly, everyone, evacuate the battlefield under the guidance of the examiners. What on earth is happening? Temari asks, bewildered. I don't know what Konoha is up to. Gaara scans the chaotic crowd for Su Fan's figure, determined to eliminate him personally. As everyone withdraws from the battlefield, a colossal tower crumbles. A massive purple serpent rises from the ground, coiling itself. That was close. I was almost forced to waste another body. Orochimaru stands atop the serpent's head, beads of cold sweat forming as he recalls Su Fan's terrifying power. It is Orochimaru. A ninja points in fear at the figure atop the serpent's head. It really is him. The S-rank rogue ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes at Orochimaru, his heart churning with turmoil. Unexpectedly, he has arrived. Su Fan emerged from a pile of rubble, dusting himself off. Moments ago, he had mismanaged his powers, unaware that the cunning serpent would suddenly awaken. However, observing the serpent's intent to engage earnestly, he resolved to give his all. Wood Release, technique of the wooden man. In an instant, chakra erupted around Su Fan, causing the surrounding trees to absorb his energy and grow rapidly. Soon, a colossal wooden statue ascended from the earth. This is Su Fan's power. Just moments ago, those who doubted Su Fan's strength were rendered speechless. Hey, this is my brother. This is my brother, Naruto exclaimed, exuberantly showcasing Su Fan to the crowd. Only Gaara, gritting his teeth, glared at Su Fan, declaring, damn it, even if you possess formidable strength, I will not let you go. Is this the Su Fan who had previously cornered me? Red Beam gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Realizing that Su Fan had concealed his true abilities so profoundly, his strength must have reached that of a Kage, the feudal lords and ninjas from various nations. Upon spotting the mark on Su Fan's forehead, instantly lost their will to fight. The sheer pressure emanating from him was enough to obliterate them. Konoha, a child, possessing such overwhelming power. Orochimaru regarded Su Fan with a satisfied chuckle, saying, at last, you are prepared to engage seriously. Su Fan brushed off the dust from his garments with a faint smile, replying, are you not the same? Chapter 31. the destructive scheme of sound and sand in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The current moment in Konoha shone with unparalleled brilliance. With his hands clasped behind his back, a long-lost smile graced his face. At that moment, Kakashi and Sasuke emerged from the ruins. Yet the truly challenging ordeal was only just beginning. The defenses surrounding Konoha suddenly collapsed, as a multitude of sound and sand ninjas surged forth. Orochimaru, you are quite resourceful, Su Fan remarked with intrigue. At this juncture, Orochimaru was singularly fixated on annihilating Konoha, completely disregarding Sasuke. Initially, Orochimaru yearned to master all the forbidden techniques devised by the second Hokage, and Hiruzen, wishing to prevent Orochimaru from straying too far down that perilous path, had consistently urged him to abandon such ambitions. To Orochimaru, however, his mentor's earnest counsel had become a stumbling block on his quest for power, leading to an accumulation of conflicts that would inevitably erupt in battle. Su Fan understood that Orochimaru's desire to obliterate Konoha was merely a fragment of his grand design. He sought to amplify his notoriety across the ninja world through this act of destruction, instilling fear and trepidation in the hearts of ninjas from other nations. Thus, he could ultimately fulfill his goal of mastering all ninjutsu and developing new forbidden techniques to augment his strength. All the sound and sand ninjas were but pawns in his scheme, their power necessary to weaken Konoha's defenses. It could be said that while Orochimaru was an exceptionally formidable ninja, he lacked the finesse of a true strategist. A skilled conspirator maintains control over the entire scenario from the periphery. Despite having numerous pieces at his disposal, Orochimaru had not anticipated encountering Su Fan. Su Fan was acutely aware that Orochimaru was now capable of utilizing the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. However, this technique was still in its rudimentary developmental stage, leading to the resurrection of the first and second Hokage in a form that was not particularly powerful. The later enhancements were due to Kabuto's improvements and modifications to the technique. At this moment, members of the Umbu flew out from the forest in droves, forming a blockade to obstruct the advance of the invading ninjas. Rather than this, I prefer to meticulously dissect and study my opponents. I initially intended to confront that old man, the third Hokage, but now my greatest adversary is you, Orochimaru declared. As his words fell, four figures flickered into view, surrounding both Orochimaru and Su Fan. It's been a long time since I've been able to emerge from my transformation. Su Fan squinted, recognizing the familiar faces of Ginkaku, Kinkaku, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Attack! Orochimaru commanded sharply. The four ninjas clenched their fists simultaneously. Ninjutsu. Four purple flames formation. A violet luminescence gathered around them, forming a rectangular barrier that rose from the ground. Trouble. I never anticipated that sound and sand would simultaneously launch an assault on Konoha. Kakashi, supporting Sasuke, looked up in disbelief, realizing that the Sans Umbu had also mobilized. Each group of 4 Umbu members is to restrain one of Konoha's elite jounin. I have provided you with the list. Our primary targets, Kakashi and Might Guy, must be held at bay by 10 ninjas, commanded Maki, leading all the Sans Umbu members deep into Konoha's forests. Understood. Instantly, the Sans Umbu members vanished, dispersing. Damn it. The target was supposed to be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why is it fixated on a mere child? That child seems quite extraordinary. I wonder if Orochimaru will succeed this time. Maki clenched his fists and followed. The scene was rife with lower-ranking shinobi candidates, and once Kakashi had placed Sasuke in a safe location, he and Might Guy scoured the area to rescue the remaining candidates. Some were beyond saving, falling victim to fatal strikes. Just when the situation seemed dire, the arrival of numerous Umbu members encircled both Kakashi and Guy. What a nuisance. Kakashi sighed in resignation. Kakashi, did you see that? Others are only facing 1 or 2 to 3 Umbu members, but we have 20 combined against us. This is proof that we are overestimated. It seems I can sense the essence of youth. Let us dance wildly, Kakashi. Let us see who breaks through first. With that, Might Guy charged forth, engaging in combat with the Sans Umbu. Meanwhile, in the forest, the Sand utilized the summoning scrolls provided by Orochimaru to conjure massive serpents that slithered toward Konoha. Chaos ensued within the village. Now, no one can disturb us. A manic glint flickered in Orochimaru's pale visage. You think that by keeping the third Hokage outside, sound and sand can inflict significant damage on Konoha? Su Fan replied with a calm smile. You seem to have forgotten that sand possesses a trump card. Orochimaru glanced beyond the barrier. Nearby, Maki stood beside Gaara, who appeared to be in considerable pain, clutching his left arm. The one-tail, Shikaku? Su Fan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If these issues were not resolved swiftly, Konoha would face a dire crisis. Even if he possessed immense power, it only represented his own strength. What of the others? You still have the luxury to concern yourself with others. Uzumaki Su Fan, surrender your body to me. Orochimaru lunged forward. Su Fan clenched his fists, channeling chakra into a wooden figure, which animated in response. The countless serpents twisted and coiled around the wooden figure. Orochimaru leapt from the mass of serpents, racing towards Su Fan. Earth release, earth flow river. Su Fan formed a hand seal, and the ground beneath Orochimaru began to churn. Is this all you've got? Orochimaru scoffed, coldly smiling as he quickly formed seals. Let us see whose speed prevails. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Orochimaru found himself momentarily stunned. Is this guy not even using hand seals? A mud dragon emerged, opening its maw to unleash a barrage of mud and fire attacks upon Orochimaru. You have managed to merge earth and fire release techniques. Truly impressive, Su Fan. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently nodded and began to approach Maki and Gaara. Damn it, how can he simultaneously unleash such a formidable fusion ninjutsu? After being struck, Orochimaru staggered back, shaking off the grime. I am curious. What if your Wood Release could reach such heights of proficiency as Senju Hashirama? Orochimaru sneered, slapping his hands against the ground. Summoning technique. Su Fan's pupils constricted. Indeed, impure world reincarnation. The first coffin slowly rose, marked with the character for 1, followed by a second, inscribed with 2. To Su Fan's astonishment, a third coffin also appeared, emblazoned with the character for 4. However, as the coffin reached the midpoint of its ascent, it suddenly retracted. Su Fan recalled that Namake's Minato had employed the dead demon consuming seal, preventing souls from being summoned via impure world reincarnation. Even in the original narrative, it was only in the final act that Orochimaru exploited a loophole to retrieve the souls sealed within the Shinigami. If Namake's Minato were to appear, it would spell disaster. It seems the third one is not viable. Let it go, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. The coffin lid crashed open, and 2 ninjas emerged from within. Now, how will you deal with this? Ha. Orochimaru laughed heartily. Is that the first and second Hokage? The cold sweat trickled down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead as he beheld Gaara before him, who had gradually manifested his formidable spirit. Maki clenched his fists and gazed at Gaara, remarking, it still lacks a certain intensity. The power has yet to be fully unleashed. Such a level is insufficient to contend with the third Hokage before us. Is this Konoha? Who is this youth standing before me? Hashirama glanced around, bewildered, realizing he had been summoned by the very forbidden technique he had developed. What a nuisance. Tobirama wore an expression of exasperation. It's about time we begin. This lad possesses Wood Release techniques akin to yours. Yet he also bears the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru approached with a grin. Who would have thought that Konoha harbored such a talented youth? Yet, isn't the third Hokage supposed to be a monkey? Hashirama's words seemed to flow a bit too freely. Toying with time seldom leads to favorable outcomes. Let me now unleash my full potential. Su Fan clasped his hands together, declaring, Wood Release. Birth of the deep forest. Trees erupted from the ground at an astonishing rate, as if uprooted, creating a vast forest in an instant. Here and now, this is my domain. Chapter 32. A battle of Kaga-level proportions compared to you, elder brother. He is by no means inferior, remarked Orochimaru, his gaze fixed on Su Fan with a hint of amusement. We must restore them to their former selves, Orochimaru declared, producing 2 talismans. He implanted one into the minds of both Hashirama and Tobirama. A white mist emanated from their bodies as their consciousness began to wane. Orochimaru, with his talismans, had effectively obliterated their original personalities, turning the first and second Hokage into mere puppets, readily manipulated at his whim. The impure world reincarnation, as it stood, could never truly unleash their full potential from their past lives. As if on cue, the resurrected Kage sprang into action, each hurtling towards Su Fan with alarming speed. Tobirama, the faster of the 2, engaged Su Fan in close-quarters combat from behind. Su Fan noted that Tobirama's attacks lacked substantial power, easily parried. Furthermore, the flaws inherent in the impure world reincarnation were glaringly obvious to Su Fan's discerning eyes. With a swift kick, Su Fan sent Tobirama flying. In that very instant, he unleashed the fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Gathering chakra in his throat, Su Fan expelled a massive fireball towards the ground, engulfing the area in an inferno. Water release, water formation wall. Tobirama countered, forming hand seals amidst the flames, creating a torrent of water to extinguish Su Fan's conflagration. As expected of the previous generation's Hokage, their strength is indeed formidable, Orochimaru observed with a sinister grin. Tobirama then manipulated a deluge of water, directing it towards Su Fan in a relentless assault. This isn't water release, it's more like ocean release. Su Fan muttered. Lightning release, lightning transmission. Su Fan channeled lightning chakra into the water, electrifying the very medium, leaving Hashirama and Tobirama temporarily paralyzed. Orochimaru, is this your vaunted trump card? Su Fan roared. Then open your eyes wide. I shall reveal my true power to you. With a surge of chakra, Su Fan's wooden construct violently ripped apart the coils of Manda, delivering a devastating blow to the serpent's head. Manda shrieked in agony before dissolving into a cloud of white smoke. Wood release, Wood Dragon technique. A wooden dragon emerged from the wooden construct's right arm, hurtling towards the first and second Hokage. Hashirama, his expression stoic, clasped his hands together. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. Hashirama's wood release amplified Su Fan's own, blanketing the area with a dense forest. Thick wooden vines snaked out, ensnaring the wooden dragon. In that moment, Su Fan leaped from the wooden construct, traversing the length of the wooden dragon towards his adversaries. Wood release, violent wood-binding pillars. As he advanced, Su Fan clenched his fists, causing massive wooden tendrils to erupt around Hashirama and Tobirama. These tendrils rapidly grew into towering trees, slowly engulfing the two Kage. It's over. Adamant sealing chains. Golden chains materialized behind Su Fan, encircling the trees. Landing gracefully, Su Fan formed a single-hand seal. For symbols sealing jutsu, Su Fan had meticulously prepared, inscribing the 4-symbol seal on the bodies of slain sound ninja in the vicinity. One was intended for Orochimaru, and the other for the first and second Hokage. Forewarned of Orochimaru's scheme, he had taken the precaution of preparation. As Su Fan initiated the technique, blood erupted from the corpses, outlining the seal as it expanded into a spherical form. Crimson fluid spilled from Su Fan's lips. Follow the blood into the underworld. The 4 symbols sealing jutsu sealed the surrounding trees, along with the first and second Hokage, transporting them to the netherworld, the realm of the caster's own body. Orochimaru, what do you think of my sealing technique? I can ensure that those sealed never see the light of day again. Would you care to try it? Su Fan questioned, turning his gaze upon Orochimaru. Orochimaru was aghast. You actually sealed them both. His face contorted with frustration, momentarily forgetting that Su Fan was a member of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their mastery of sealing techniques. The impure world reincarnation, in its nascent stages, had reached its limits. Realizing the dire situation, Orochimaru contemplated retreat. Should the barrier fail and Hiruzen Sarutobi intervene, the day would truly be lost. Sensing Orochimaru's intentions, Su Fan braced himself for the inevitable. In the original timeline, Hiruzen Sarutobi had employed the Reaper Death Seal to seal Orochimaru's arms. Today, Su Fan would ensure that Orochimaru experienced the same agonizing fate. It seems my condition is less than optimal today. Perhaps we can resume our conversation another time, Orochimaru remarked, signaling the 4 surrounding individuals to dispel the barrier. Any untoward movement will be met with swift retribution, Might Guy and Kakashi Hitaki announced as they arrived on the scene, accompanied by Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. The 4 confronted the barrier's casters, effectively preventing its removal. Su Fan, let's make this quick, Kakashi said with a smile. Su Fan nodded, turning his attention to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I know I cannot kill you today, but I can certainly ensure you experience the vicissitudes of human existence. Su Fan flashed Orochimaru a sinister grin, sending shivers down the Sannin's spine. He had always considered himself cunning, but Su Fan seemed to possess a demonic edge. Orochimaru even regretted his association with Su Fan. Unleashing the 4 symbols sealing jutsu a second time would cause Su Fan's internal energy to surge violently, inflicting significant damage to his body. Had Su Fan not possessed the Uzumaki lineage and formidable chakra reserves, the first casting would have resulted in his demise. The 4 symbols sealing jutsu was, after all, originally intended as a suicide technique. Although Su Fan had diverted the damage by using corpses as conduits, he would still suffer the repercussions. However, failing to do so would allow Orochimaru to become a future obstacle. He had no choice but to trust in Hiruzen Sarutobi and entrust the remaining events to him. With renewed resolve, Su Fan formed the hand seals once more, preparing to unleash the four symbols sealing jutsu. Wait, Su Fan, there must be a misunderstanding. I never intended to target you. I believe we can have a fruitful discussion. Orochimaru exclaimed in a panic. Death was not his greatest fear, for he possessed numerous bodies. However, being sealed was a far more terrifying prospect. The seal would bind his very soul, rendering any number of replacement bodies useless, a fact well known to Orochimaru. Too late. For symbols sealing jutsu, the corpses exploded, splattering Orochimaru with blood. Seal. Orochimaru cried out in agony as dark voids materialized around him, pulling him inward. Su Fan's body convulsed with pain. No, no. Orochimaru desperately attempted to escape. His body was on the verge of collapse. As expected, he could not fully execute the four symbols sealing jutsu a second time, but it would suffice as a parting gift for Orochimaru's arms. Su Fan grimaced as the dark voids constricted, tearing at Orochimaru's limbs. With a sickening rip, Orochimaru collapsed to his knees, his arms now sealed. Having accomplished his objective, Su Fan fell to his knees, weakened. Consecutively casting the four symbols sealing jutsu twice was an unprecedented feat in the annals of shinobi history. Su Fan's body was rapidly succumbing to the backlash, the excruciating pain causing blood to flow uncontrollably from his mouth. Knowing that sealing via impure world reincarnation would be too cumbersome, Su Fan shook his head at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old fox, are you satisfied now? This unique sealing technique, even with Hashirama's cells, could not be completely restored quickly. For the first time, Su Fan felt a searing pain, a pain that resonated from within. Originally, the four-symbol seal could be utilized through corpses for release. In the original narrative, Danzo unleashed the four-symbol seal just before his demise, as time was of the essence, sacrificing himself in the process. You have ruined my arms. Vortex Su Fan, I vow that I shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. Orochimaru bellowed to the heavens, instantly transforming into a colossal black serpent that surged skyward. The barrier crumbled under the relentless force of Orochimaru's will. Now, this body was on the verge of losing its vitality. A new, fresh vessel was imperative. The first action Orochimaru took upon emerging was to scour the surroundings for a living body. With his hands sealed by Su Fan, his form had already begun to decay, losing its lifelike essence, and would soon wither entirely, a consequence of his forbidden technique. Otherwise, he would revert to a small snake, requiring an extensive period to adapt within a suitable body before standing upright again. Suddenly, he spotted a lone purple-haired kunoichi amidst the throng of ninjas. You shall do. The serpent opened its massive jaws, and Orochimaru surged forth, darting toward the girl. The girl gasped, covering her mouth in alarm. This is troublesome. Su Fan, summoning all his strength, sprinted forward, the Rasengan coalescing in his right hand. Navigating through the wreckage of towering buildings, Su Fan leapt into the air, unleashing his Rasengan just as Orochimaru neared the girl. The serpent's body crashed heavily into the ground, swiftly losing its vitality and soon shriveling beneath the sun. In a matter of moments, it transformed into a mere human skin, from which a small white snake stealthily slithered away into obscurity. Finally, he had caught up. Su Fan stood before the girl, a weak smile gracing his lips. Thank you. The girl gazed at Su Fan in a mixture of fear and concern. As Su Fan lost his balance, he collapsed into her embrace. Startled, the girl trembled but managed to catch him. Are you all right? What is your name? Su Fan, nestled in her arms, murmured drowsily. I am called Xianhua. Xianhua, such a beautiful name. With that, Su Fan gradually succumbed to slumber, witnessing Orochimaru's demise. All the members of the Sound Village fled in terror. Maki, witnessing the scene, slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Curse be Orochimaru, that deceitful scoundrel. With that, Maki turned abruptly and yanked Gaara from the ground. You, come forth. Get out here. Tears streamed down Gaara's face as he looked numbly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling as though being a mere tool of Sunagakure was the price for acquiring such power. Suddenly, an immense energy erupted from Gaara's body, sending Maki flying away. Ha! It's happening. It's happening. Maki, rising from the ground, pointed frantically toward Gaara, laughing maniacally. A powerful chakra formed a swirling sandstorm on the ground, blinding everyone in its wake. As the whirlwind subsided, A tremendous roar echoed through the air. The Shikaku emerged. Chapter 33. Jiraiya, what on earth is that? Naruto gazed in bewilderment at the colossal Shikaku. It's the secret weapon of Tsunagakure, Kakashi remarked coolly as he approached. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was finally ready to act. He removed his white robe and bit his finger, slapping it against the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Monkey King. A puff of white smoke erupted, revealing a robust monkey. Why have you summoned me, Sarutobi? The old monkey asked, glancing in the direction of Shikaku, momentarily taken aback. Is that the Shikaku of Tsunagakure? Indeed, rather troublesome. Sarutobi spoke cautiously. If it can be subdued, there may be a chance to restore his human form. Well, very well, the monkey conceded. With that, his form transformed amidst the white smoke into the Rui Jingu Bang, which soared into Sarutobi's grasp. Here we go. Sarutobi leaped, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang and launched an offensive against Shikaku. Rui Jingu Bang, Gale. The staff expanded and elongated, hovering in the air as Sarutobi spun it with all his might. A massive whirlwind formed around the staff, drawing in the surrounding air. However, Shikaku remained unperturbed by the maneuver. Do you think such a trick can amuse me? Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku expelled a colossal sphere of wind, infused with a vast amount of chakra, hurtling towards Sarutobi. He quickly twirled the Rui Jingu Bang to defend himself. Is this titanic creature too large for the Monkey King to contain? Sarutobi inquired, looking at the staff. We can give it a try, but it won't hold for long. The Monkey King replied. Once Sarutobi landed, he gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly and hurled it at Shikaku. As the staff neared, it suddenly sprouted dozens of clones, descending upon Shikaku in a wide range. Diamond Prison. Observing that Shikaku was temporarily encaged by the Monkey King, Sarutobi summoned 4 clones to encircle the beast. 5 elements. Great multi-shadow sphere technique. Fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind. 5 different elemental jutsu were unleashed simultaneously. Upon striking Shikaku, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending thick clouds of smoke billowing into the air. Shikaku let out a sharp laugh. Is that all? With a thunderous roar, Shikaku swiped a hand, shattering the prison, and a gust of wind surged forth. Within the storm, Shikaku lumbered towards the heart of Konohagakure, where many residents dwelled. Regaining the Rui Jingu Bang, Sarutobi shouted, using the staff to block Shikaku's advance. Meanwhile, Umbu members arrived, surrounding Shikaku and casting various sealing techniques in an attempt to restrict its movement. At that moment, a swirling cloud of sand appeared above, and Gaara's body slowly emerged from the grains. Gaara raised his head, his eyes now entirely white. Let me show you the true power of the sand avatar. Deep black circles formed around his eyes. As Shikaku's Jinchuriki, he could not sleep soundly until dawn. If he did, his personality would gradually be consumed by Shikaku, ultimately leading to his loss of self. Due to prolonged sleep deprivation, Gaara's personality became increasingly unstable. However, while Gaara remained awake, Shikaku's innate power would be suppressed. But if Gaara fell into a deep slumber, Gaara clasped his hands together. Demonic sleep technique. As his eyes closed, he succumbed to a powerless sleep. The power that belonged to Shikaku erupted forth. Finally, I'm out. Shikaku exclaimed, looking around. This isn't Tsunagakure? He surveyed the area before a wicked grin spread across his face. Wherever this is, I won't be going back. Ha ha. Pointing at Sarutobi, he declared, I found my target to kill. Vacuum sphere. Shikaku slammed his palm on his stomach, his mouth widening as immense gas surged forth towards Sarutobi. This force was even more potent than before. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes as he discarded the Rui Jingu Bang, leaping into the air to rapidly form hand seals. Composite Ninjutsu. Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Vacuum Sphere. Shikaku unleashed a barrage of vacuum spheres to counter Sarutobi's technique. What a pity. After Sarutobi finished casting his jutsu, he was taken aback when Shikaku still had 1 vacuum sphere left in reserve, its tremendous impact sending Sarutobi reeling. Now's the time to celebrate. Shikaku cackled, gathering chakra at the edge of his mouth. Wait, what is he planning? Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Sarutobi, rolling on the ground to regain his footing, realized, is that the tailed beast bomb? The tailed beast bomb of Shikaku is formidable. Composed of a 2:8 ratio of yin and yang chakra compressed into a sphere capable of causing catastrophic destruction. Suddenly, a massive figure leaped from the sky, landing heavily atop Shikaku. Boom. Dust filled the air. What just happened? What was that? The crowd looked on in confusion. As the dust settled, A white-haired man stood atop the giant toad's head, striking a heroic pose. Not my Boka's great sage. Jiraiya has arrived. Ah, Lord Jiraiya is here. Kakashi exhaled in relief. In the face of such a colossal foe, a creature of equal size could indeed contend with Shikaku. My apologies for my tardiness. Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head, reminiscent of Naruto. You dare obstruct me? Shikaku bellowed, rising from the ground to unleash a vacuum sphere toward Jiraiya. The once jovial Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of seriousness. If I can awaken his Jinchuriki, I can nullify Shikaku's power. Wanta, water release, water bullet. The toad Wanta expelled a massive water bullet to counter the vacuum sphere. Get close. Wanta leaped into the air, unleashing a series of water bullets against Shikaku. As Wanta landed before Shikaku, Jiraiya dashed towards the slumbering Gaara. 5 elements ceiling. Jiraiya's right hand bore 5 different colors as he struck Gaara's abdomen. Gaara let out a pitiful cry as his white eyes suddenly regained consciousness. I don't want to go back. I don't want to. Shikaku shrieked in madness, instantly transforming into a puddle of quicksand. Upon witnessing Shikaku's defeat, Maki's resolve to destroy Konoha crumbled. It's over. The Sunagakure forces began to retreat in droves as Maki hoisted Gaara onto his shoulder, preparing to leave. I will not pursue this incident further, but I hope you will tread carefully. Sarutobi remarked coldly. Forgive my ignorance. Sunagakure shall never set foot in Konoha again. With that, Maki departed with Gaara. The sudden turn of events during the Chunin exam would determine everyone's responses to the unforeseen circumstances and whether they would ultimately achieve the rank of Chunin. This was what Sarutobi contemplated. However, he decided to wait until the current situation was resolved before making further decisions. Approaching Su Fan, Sarutobi knelt to assess his condition. The purple flower cradling Su Fan trembled, yet it understood that its mission was not yet complete. It was imperative to gather intelligence. Any information of value must be collected. This is Conan's directive. Hydrangea hails from the Rain Shinobi village, and under the guise of gathering intelligence, she was assigned to participate in this Chunin exam. Unexpectedly, she was rescued by Su Fan, and while she felt immense gratitude, the imperative to gather information remained. Little did Su Fan realize that he was the first subject of her intelligence report, his abilities, identity, and rank. Do not be afraid, entrust him to us. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Hydrangea with a gentle smile. Oh. Kakashi approached and lifted Su Fan effortlessly. As Su Fan extricated himself from Kakashi's grasp, Hydrangea was inexplicably overcome with a sense of reluctance. The sensation of an embrace seemed truly enchanting. His teammates, Water Lily and Lotus, discreetly patted Hydrangea on the back. What are you thinking? Are you infatuated? Ah, no. No. Hydrangea stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Ever since Su Fan's arrival, she had been behaving oddly, her gaze towards him always aflame with tenderness. Could it be that you've fallen in love at first sight? Lotus teased, covering her mouth as she stifled a laugh. What are you saying? Have you forgotten our mission? Hydrangea whispered to her companions. I'm surprised you still remember. I thought you had completely forgotten, judging by your earlier demeanor, almost drooling. Suddenly, an idea struck Hydrangea. Lord Hokage, I wish to care for him here for a few days. Is that permissible? I would also like to learn more in Konoha as part of our exchange. Very well, but I will arrange for Kakashi to accompany you. The third Hokage replied before leading everyone away. His intention to have Kakashi accompany the 3 was, in fact, to serve as a covert lookout. Fortunately, they were at the edge of the Forest of Death. Otherwise, Konoha would have suffered significant losses this time. Hey, kid. Naruto, busy tending to the injured, suddenly turned to see Jiraiya lounging on a toad. A mischievous expression plastered across his face. Why do you look so lecherous? Naruto exclaimed, his face contorted in disdain. So, this is the child left by Minato and Kushina. Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya leaped from the toad and landed before Naruto, placing his hand firmly on Naruto's head and playfully ruffling his hair. Nice to meet you. My name is Jiraiya. Chapter 34. Divine Schemes. After the rain. The sky clears. On the summit of the Hokage Rock in Konohagakure, 2 figures unexpectedly appeared. Although they had narrowly escaped annihilation, the damage was indeed severe. Such a once thriving village now lay in ruins, a pitiful sight. Beneath the sun, a pair of Sharingan eyes became distinctly visible. This is quite unlike your usual demeanor. It seems you harbor a lingering affection for your homeland, doesn't it? A man, burdened with a large sword wrapped in tape, spoke indifferently. Not at all. In unison, the 2 turned, the the sound of jingling bells resonating from the cloak. Sand Village. Several members of the Umbu hastily reported to Maki. We've discovered the body of Lord Kazekage. Where? Maki hurriedly followed them towards the location of the corpse. They soon came upon remnants of clothing and dismembered limbs just outside the borders of Konohagakure. The remains had been so ravaged by beasts that they were almost unrecognizable, prompting the group to cover their mouths in horror. From the examination, it appears that Lord Kazekage was slain prior to the Chunin exams. One Umbu member exclaimed in fright. Only one person came to Maki's mind, Orochimaru, who had been in close proximity to the fourth Kazekage. That day, he had also departed alongside Orochimaru. Damn you, Orochimaru. Maki was seething with rage. In a lush, forested area of the back mountains, Kabuto seemed to be searching for something. Finally, he lifted a rock and smiled. I have finally found you, Lord Orochimaru. He produced a small jar from his belongings and, upon opening it, a slender white snake slithered inside. Kabuto secured the jar, surveyed the surroundings meticulously, and then departed. In a certain underground chamber in Otogakure, Kabuto was rummaging through a corpse. Before long, the body opened its eyes. Lord Orochimaru, you have awakened. After assisting Orochimaru to a seated position, he winced in pain, glancing at his own hands. Damn it, that wretched Su Fan. It was evident that Su Fan had surpassed the third Hokage, having even sealed away the legendary Hashirama and Tobirama. You have done well this time, Lord Orochimaru. After all, you have eliminated the Kazekage of Sunagakure, Kabuto remarked coolly. Please, do not speak as if you are comforting me. Be careful, or I shall kill you. Orochimaru glared icily at Kabuto. Kabuto shrugged in resignation. In Konohagakure, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in the medical room. I feel utterly drained. With great effort, Su Fan sat up. Ding. The system has detected the host's participation in the Hokage storyline. Multiple participation rewards will be calculated. Please be patient. Ding. Calculation complete. Initiating reward wheel. You have gained one opportunity to spin the wheel. Eagerly, Su Fan opened the reward wheel, revealing 7 types of items, each distinguished by color. Green, common; blue, quality; purple, exquisite; pink, exceptional; gold, divine; water-stop Sharingan; Baishinshin, blue. System item, one-time use. Hashirama Sage Chakra, blue, system item, 1 hour. Byakugan, blue, system item, one-time use. 100 Shuriken green. System item, permanent. Paradise of Affection, green, system item, permanent. Beginner Edo Tensei. Hashirama, blue, system item, one-time use. Rinnegan, gold. System item, permanent. Su Fan's gaze locked onto the Rinnegan, stunned. Such an item exists. Moreover, its quality radiated a golden glow. The host may participate in one draw. Would you like to proceed? Clenching his teeth, Su Fan wasted no time. Draw instantly, the wheel began to spin, causing Su Fan's heart to race. As the wheel gradually slowed, the pointer passed 3 items, landing near the Rinnegan. At that moment, Su Fan felt an urge to scream. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the pointer seemed to settle on the Rinnegan, it inexplicably dropped 1 position. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Hashirama's Sage Chakra usage card. Duration, 1 hour from activation. Damn it. Su Fan exclaimed in frustration. Please do not feel disappointed, host. Once the wheel is activated, every time you engage in various Hokage storylines, you will have opportunities for draws. Additionally, there is a 50% chance to obtain a wheel refresh card with each reward calculation, allowing you to refresh the items on the wheel. The items will automatically refresh every 24 hours. Using a refresh card can instantly refresh the items, with a high chance of yielding 7 permanent items. If you find the drawn item unsatisfactory, you may decompose it within the system to obtain fragments based on the item's grade. The wheel interface allows you to view the permanent items you can exchange for fragments. Su Fan opened the wheel interface to examine the exchange rates. Green items yield 1 fragment, blue items yield 3, purple items yield 10, pink items yield 50, and gold items yield 100. For permanent items below pink, the fragments received from decomposition are 20. Above pink, they yield 200 fragments. To his dismay, Su Fan noted that obtaining a pair of Rinnegan fragments required 500 fragments. What a ridiculous lottery system. It seemed eerily reminiscent of one under a certain company. When the wheel landed on an exceptional item, it unexpectedly pointed to gold coins. If that certain company were lost in the desert, and Su Fan found them with water, The lottery could yield bottled water in exchange for 100 fragments. One could draw one at a time. Truly divine schemes. However, this system was remarkably user-friendly, lacking restrictions, allowing for unbridled participation in various storylines within the Naruto world. This aspect pleased Sufan greatly. He closed his eyes to assess his body. The use of the four symbols seal had been twice, and even Hashirama's cells could not facilitate rapid recovery. What he lacked now were Hashirama's sage cells. Frustration washed over Sufan. There were 3 locations to cultivate sage techniques. The first was Mount Myaboku. The sage techniques here exhibited a distinct toad-like nature, and the natural energy was difficult to control. If one could not properly manipulate sage chakra, it could result in being turned to stone. The recovery ability in sage mode was astounding. The sage of Mount Myaboku claimed that sage chakra becomes easier to use compared to one's own chakra, rather than more exhausting. This mode emphasizes offensive capabilities. The second was the Ryuchi Cave. In the original narrative, the introduction to Ryuchi Cave was scarce, yet Sufan was well aware. After being sealed, Orochimaru had ventured to Ryuchi Cave to cultivate sage techniques, but could not continue due to his hands being unable to bear the sage power. Subsequently, Kabuto, after assimilating Orochimaru's genes, successfully cultivated sage techniques in Ryuchi Cave. The sage techniques here bore a clear serpentine quality. From the original narrative, Kabuto's sage mode demonstrated that, although he claimed to have transcended into a dragon, he still retained serpentine features, such as his eyes and crawling posture, merely adorned with a pair of dragon horns. In contrast to the toad-like nature of Mount Myaboku's sage chakra, the serpentine sage mode grants the user incredible vitality and extraordinary insight, enabling them to absorb other ninjas into their body and claim their abilities. This mode emphasizes perceptive capabilities. Thus, the third origin of Hashirama's sage techniques lies in the wet bone forest. To articulate more directly, the original sage techniques were fundamentally based on wood release, a self-created art, so to speak, devised by Kishimoto. The initial sage techniques necessitate the wood release bloodline limit for their application, a criterion that Sufan meets adequately. Given Hashirama's formidable strength at the time, he undoubtedly maintained connections with the 3 great sanctuaries. However, Hashirama opted for a training ground that suited him, while Madara, misled by Kagaya in his lifetime, had no affiliations with the sanctuaries. Following their fierce battle, Madara fully comprehended the might of sage techniques, which led him to acquire Hashirama's sage techniques upon his resurrection through impure world reincarnation. The Wetbone Forest serves as the sanctuary for the Slug, presided over by the enigmatic Lord Slug, whose power instills fear in Orochimaru. Within the entire Wetbone Forest, there exists but a singular slug, and according to a ninja's chakra capacity, only 1/10 can be summoned. Senju Hashirama possesses an extraordinary self-healing ability, capable of recuperating in any condition alongside divine power, marked by rapid regeneration and vitality. This, coupled with Tsunade's summoning of the slug, strongly suggests that Hashirama is likely aligned with the sage techniques of the Wetbone Forest, which emphasize restorative capabilities. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is certain that Senju Hashirama's strength was immensely formidable, albeit lacking substantial restorative abilities, prompting his choice of the Wetbone Forest. Although Tsunade has formed a pact with the slug, she has yet to master the sage techniques of the Wetbone Forest, especially considering that both Myaboku Mountain and the Dragon Cave possess their own sage techniques. It appears that a first-hand exploration is the only solution. Albeit, I must first locate Tsunade. Just then, the door creaked open, and the enigmatic Xianghua stepped in, exclaiming, "You are awake." Chapter 35. The Fallen Hydrangea, It Was You. As Sufan beheld the hydrangea, a realization dawned upon her. The lowly remarked, the original tale was far too tragic. Yet, Sufan was well aware of her intentions. Such a girl is truly a pity. She is so beautiful. However, if only she could remain in Konoha. Sufan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. What are you thinking? The hydrangea glanced at Sufan, her cheeks flushing, her large, adorable eyes staring intently. Ah, nothing. I just found you exceptionally lovely. So I couldn't help but gaze a little longer. Sufan playfully responded. The hydrangea's face turned crimson. I still don't know your name. Thank you for saving me. Vortex Sufan, he replied. An awkward silence enveloped the room as both were left speechless. How is your injury? The hydrangea inquired with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. But are you here to take care of me? Su Fan grinned mischievously at her. The hydrangea, clad in a purple martial arts outfit, with a cute hairstyle featuring short, curly locks adorned by a distinctive bun, had an exquisite figure, exactly Su Fan's type. You saved me. I certainly can't just leave. The hydrangea pondered aloud. But are you truly a genin? Your strength seems to surpass even that of the Hokage. Su Fan's brow furrowed. Was she beginning to dig into his background? Discussing such trivial matters was exceedingly dull. Was she truly willing to squander their precious time alone together? At that moment, Su Fan adopted an imposing demeanor, causing the hydrangea to be taken aback. Her face flushed, and she found herself at a loss for words, wishing to vanish into a hole in the ground. No. I want to understand you. The hydrangea suddenly summoned the courage to exclaim. This was surely her intention. Only by understanding him could she glean more information. Yet, unbeknownst to the hydrangea, she had already fallen hopelessly in love. These were merely excuses. Her true goal was to spend more time with Su Fan. Just then, a loud voice from outside interrupted, a woman hurling insults. Su Fan rose from the bed and peered out the window. Jiraiya, Naruto. The two were covered in pots and pans, their faces comically swollen. Presumably, they had been caught peeping on someone bathing. How have you been resting, Su Fan? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered with Kakashi. Upon seeing Su Fan up and about, they were filled with astonishment. Konoha owes you a great debt of gratitude, Sarutobi remarked with a gentle smile. Su Fan recalled the incident, anger bubbling within him. If it weren't for him, Sarutobi would undoubtedly have perished, using him as a shield to deter other nations. Thank me? For what? That was merely my own volition. Su Fan haughtily turned away. Sarutobi, recognizing Su Fan's irritation, approached with a conciliatory smile, saying, You have earned merit this time and may be directly promoted to an elite genin of Konoha. You still wish to scheme against me? Su Fan understood that as long as he participated in various plot lines, rewards would come. There was no need for Sarutobi to lead him by the hand. His sole desire to remain in Konoha was simple enough. For Naruto, Uzumaki. As an elder brother, he understood that Naruto had never experienced familial love, and he must be by his side at all times. Enough of this. I have made up my mind to remain a genin for life. Do not attempt to persuade me further. I will not listen. I need to rest now. With that, Su Fan collapsed onto the bed, pulling the blanket over his head. Sarutobi observed this scene with a bittersweet smile. He shook his head helplessly. Su Fan, I sincerely apologize. With that, he and Kakashi took their leave. An old man tasked with managing all of Konoha, while also preventing internal strife, was in a dire situation that Su Fan had salvaged. Upon reflection, Su Fan considered the challenges Sarutobi faced during his tenure. Indeed, it was no easy feat, especially due to his own presence. Perhaps it was best for Naruto to have a better environment. With this thought, Su Fan's discontent began to dissipate. However, the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, had returned. He simply had to meet him. After all, he wanted to compete to see who could mold the better dumpling. P.S. Tomorrow marks the debut. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your companionship and support during this time. I hope this book can continue to flourish and accompany you always. Rest assured, this narrative shall not be abandoned. Before the debut, I humbly request a wave of gifts and 5-star ratings. Thank you all sincerely. Chapter 36. Shifting blame and resignation. A ray of morning sunlight streamed into the hospital room. Su Fan had already changed into his clothes, preparing to leave the hospital. Overall, he had recovered quite well and was ready to breathe in the fresh air outside. Meanwhile, Xianghua and her two companions were exploring the remnants of Konoha under Kakashi's guidance. In truth, these three were also making great efforts to gather intelligence. As Su Fan stepped out of the hospital, he spotted Naruto and Jiraiya approaching with a fruit basket. Brother, have you recovered already? Naruto's face lit up with joy at the sight of Su Fan. I'm fine now. Staying in the hospital was quite boring, so I came out to see you. Su Fan affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Behind him, Jiraiya observed the whirlpool that was Su Fan with keen interest. He was astonished at how swiftly Su Fan had recovered. He was well aware of the significance of the 4-symbol seal. The only explanation for Su Fan's rapid discharge was his extraordinary abilities. Considering Su Fan's prowess in Wood Release and his formidable chakra that could defeat Orochimaru, Jiraiya surmised that Su Fan possessed powers akin to those of Hashirama. Jiraiya nodded to himself as he approached. So it was you who defeated Orochimaru. I can hardly believe it. In Jiraiya's heart, he had always held great faith in Orochimaru, a former comrade, whose strength was beyond doubt. It's not about belief. It was merely luck, Su Fan replied with a faint smile. Is luck something that is always present? How fortuitous indeed. Jiraiya's words were laced with a palpable challenge. Su Fan understood that Jiraiya was eager to test his strength. Jiraiya was curious to know more about this newcomer who dared to refer to himself as Naruto's brother. However, he was uncertain whether luck would still favor Su Fan. Jiraiya's expression shifted, his gaze on Su Fan turning serious as he began to stretch and warm up. Suddenly, with a crack, Jiraiya's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Naruto, bewildered, approached Jiraiya. What are you doing? My back. Su Fan covered his face in exasperation. It seemed both he and Naruto shared the same fate, showy for only a fleeting moment. Let us go, Naruto. Let us grab some ramen, Su Fan called out. Ramen? I want a big bowl, Naruto exclaimed, eager to indulge. As the two made their way, Jiraiya slowly hobbled after them. Wait for me. 2 deluxe bowls, please. Naruto called to the ramen shop owner, who promptly replied, coming right up. Naruto, already seated, could hardly contain his anticipation. When the ramen arrived, he clasped his hands together, itadakamasu, and began to devour it with gusto. At that moment, Jiraiya, still struggling to move, caught sight of a voluptuous woman. He marveled at how, having been away from Konoha for so long, such intriguing sights had emerged. Suddenly, the woman tripped over a stone, landing face first with an impressive bounce. Jiraiya's nosebleed erupted uncontrollably. With a crack, his previously injured back straightened, his ailment forgotten. It seemed he was still the same old self. At that moment, 2 elderly men approached. Jiraiya turned to see it was Uncle Yin and Teacher Xiaochun. Did you need something from me? It's not us looking for you. It's the 3rd Hokage. Meanwhile, Naruto and Su Fan, having finished their ramen, encountered Irika en route to the Hokage building. Haven't you heard? The results of the Chunin exam are being announced at the Hokage building. No. Su Fan and Naruto shook their heads in unison. Such matters were of little concern to Su Fan, but Naruto wondered if he might truly become a Chunin this time. Su Fan shuddered at the thought. Have I rendered Naruto incapable? Once Su Fan and Naruto arrived at the Hokage building, Sasuke and Sakura were already there. The hall was bustling with activity. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. Due to special circumstances, the previous Chunin exam was halted. However, amidst that unexpected chaos, I witnessed actions befitting a true ninja. Although you are currently Jinin, you have all demonstrated the qualifications of Chunin. At that moment, Hiruzen's gaze fell upon Su Fan. Su Fan quickly averted his eyes. Hiruzen smiled wryly. Except for Uzumaki Su Fan and Uzumaki Naruto from Kakashi's team, everyone else may advance to Chunin. The hall erupted in murmurs. Despite having become a hero of Konoha, both brothers faced failure in their advancement. Confusion swept through the crowd. Su Fan understood that Hiruzen was likely attempting to shift blame, though it was unclear to whom it would be directed. Naruto's abilities were well recognized. However, he still succumbed to fear in dire situations, lacking the maturity required of a ninja to handle unexpected events. Furthermore, there were limitations in place to safeguard Naruto's well-being. As the Jinchuriki of Konoha, remaining at the Genin level prevented him from engaging in high-level missions, thereby averting potential crises. As for Su Fan, Sarutobi Hiruzen respected his decision not to accept special treatment to become an elite ninja. He also hoped that Su Fan could guide Naruto as an equal. Hiruzen was cautious of Su Fan's intentions, thus providing a convenient excuse for his actions. A master strategist, Hiruzen was indeed the most astute Hokage. The 2 brothers had both failed to advance. Haraha, Lee and Tenten burst into laughter. Niji, however, understood the deeper implications of Hiruzen's decisions. Those who laughed might not realize that these 2 Genin brothers represented Konoha's strongest assets at present. Brother, I didn't expect you. Naruto looked at Su Fan, embarrassed. This way, I can always accompany you, Su Fan replied kindly, smiling at Naruto. There is one more thing I must announce. As the Hokage of Konoha, I have served for quite some time. This recent crisis has revealed to me that Konoha requires fresh talent to thrive. I have always held dreams for you all, and I wish to contribute to Konoha's future. However, I am growing old. Of course. Before I retire, I will select a new Hokage. Su Fan gasped in realization. Was Hiruzen really resigning, shifting blame in the wake of Orochimaru's appearance? Hiruzen had originally intended to address 3 matters during his tenure as Hokage: the long-standing threat from the Cloud Village, the internal strife within the Uchiha clan, and Danzo's power grab. The 3rd matter involved vigilance. These were necessary considerations for a Hokage. Yet now, Su Fan had resolved all these issues. The combined forces of the two nations and Orochimaru's assault on Konoha had been thwarted, largely due to Su Fan and the timely intervention of Jiraiya. Reflecting on his age, Hiruzen pondered retirement to spend time with his grandchildren. Even ninjas are human. They fear death and exhaustion as well. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly cast his gaze upon Jiraiya in the audience. Chapter 37. The appearance of Uchiha Itachi Jiraiya. I trust you are already well aware of the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated calmly. Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi with an impassive expression, remaining silent for a considerable time. The expressions of those around them were exceedingly grave. Suddenly, Jiraiya smiled. There is no need to appear so intimidating. The negotiations with Sunagakure have concluded successfully, have they not? The Sand Village has publicly declared that the turmoil was instigated by Orochimaru, and by the time they announced their unconditional surrender to us in Konoha, the negotiations had lost their significance. Sarutobi took a slow drag from his cigarette in our quest to restore the power of Konoha. We have no choice but to accept their proposal. However, the current strength of Konoha is alarmingly diminished, and the pressing issue at hand is selecting a new Hokage to prepare for potential, even greater crises. It seems Sarutobi has genuinely resolved to step back from the forefront. Ding. Task completed, promotion relinquished, to become a Konoha Genin. Permanently. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Along with an additional spin refresh scroll. Su Fan understood that Sarutobi hoped for Jiraiya to succeed him as the 5th Hokage. This was intrinsically linked to the unfolding of the narrative and Jiraiya's fate. If Jiraiya were to become the 5th Hokage in the original storyline, perhaps such tragedies would be averted. The root of the calamity was indeed occurring here, and as long as Su Fan could devise a means for Jiraiya to ascend, he could alter the narrative's conclusion and reap the rewards of participation. Jiraiya, the discussions have concluded, and the person to be elected is you, Sarutobi declared before the assembly. Jiraiya was taken aback. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, but there is still one of the Sannin left, and I, who enjoy wandering the world, am hardly suited for such a role. At this point, everyone recalled that they seemed to have forgotten Tsunade. That girl certainly possesses the capability, but no one knows her current whereabouts. Tika said, puzzled. I can go find her. That should not be an issue. Compared to me, Tsunade seems far more competent. Jiraiya stated, turning to leave. Su Fan was already resolved. Once Tsunade appeared, he would negotiate with her, leveraging his relationship akin to that of Senju Hashirama, securing Konoha's standing among the 5 great nations, thereby gaining the opportunity to venture to the Wetbone Forest. All for the sake of Konoha, a village established by his forebears. Tsunade would undoubtedly agree. Once he acquired sage techniques, he could elevate Konoha to the pinnacle of the 5 great nations, subsequently advocating for Jiraiya's ascension as the 5th Hokage. After departing from the Hokage Tower, Su Fan strolled through the village streets with Naruto. Suddenly, he was intercepted by Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma. Hey, someone is looking for you. They asked me to pass along a message, Kurenai said with a cheerful smile. Oh, you two seem rather close, Su Fan teased. Kurenai's face flushed as she glanced at Asuma. No, we are merely out helping Anko purchase Dango. She mentioned wanting to see you. However, if you decline, she might come looking for you herself. Su Fan was momentarily stunned. Is this a teacher-student romance? He swallowed nervously and waved his hand. No need for that. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he swiftly took Naruto and made his exit. Kurenai shook her head in exasperation. As Su Fan departed, a bright chime of bells resonated. In a fleeting moment, he exchanged glances with 2 cloaked figures. In an instant, Su Fan had dashed far away. One of them suddenly halted. What? Ah, it seems I've encountered an old acquaintance, though he appears unchanged. After saying this, the two continued onward. Kurenai and Asuma sensed the ominous aura surrounding the 2 figures and decided to follow them. Meanwhile, Anko was searching for Su Fan's whereabouts. That infuriating brat. How dare he wall me in during the exam? He possesses such formidable power, yet chooses to participate in the Nin exams. The mere thought of Su Fan drawing close made Anko blush uncontrollably. Pervert. Clenching her teeth, she longed to find Su Fan and bind him for a proper reprimand. Unbeknownst to her, Anko had misjudged Su Fan's intentions. She believed he had no need to participate in the exams, and that his involvement was merely to take advantage of her. Asuma and Kurenai trailed the 2 figures to a lakeside in the woods, where they abruptly stopped. Hey, you two don't seem to be from this village. Asuma queried. Long time no see, Mr. Asuma, Ms. Kurenai. One of the cloaked figures turned to address them. Asuma could not discern their features. Since you recognize us, it suggests you were once a ninja of this village? At that moment, the man adorned with a ring inscribed with the character for vermilion slowly unveiled his cloak. You are. Asuma and Kurenai exclaimed in shock. The figure revealed a pair of Sharingan, gazing at Asuma with intrigue. Those eyes. There is no mistaking it. The Leaf Village symbol adorned with a slash. A rogue ninja. Uchiha Itachi. A gentle, warm breeze swept through the air, scattering green leaves. The other cloaked figure chuckled. Are you acquaintances of Mr. Itachi? Then allow me to introduce myself. With that, the other figure removed his cloak, revealing a ring inscribed with the character for South. Kisame Hashigaki, I look forward to working with you. Asuma's gaze grew heavy yet fervent. There will be no future for you. I will eliminate you right now. Kisame, amused, turned to Itachi. It seems the villagers harbor quite a dislike for you. You are on the S-rank wanted list. I never expected you to brazenly enter Konoha. Quite bold of you. Your attire suggests you have ulterior motives for entering the village. Asuma swiftly drew his weapon. TCH. Boom. Kisame slammed his enormous sword into the ground. This guy is truly bothersome. Should I take care of him myself? It appears we cannot leave the village quietly, but let us not go too far. Itachi acquiesced to Kisame's suggestion. When Sufan and Naruto spotted Kakashi rushing toward the lake in haste, they sensed trouble brewing. Kagura's eye. In an instant, Sufan's perception sharpened as he gazed toward the lakeside. Finally, has Uchiha Itachi arrived after all this time? Just as Sufan prepared to approach the lake, Anko appeared. You jerk. I finally found you. This time, you shall not escape. With that, Anko leapt down from the air, and upon noticing the rope at her waist, Sufan instantly felt a wave of dread. Anko, no. This is a sudden emergency. Sufan exclaimed, evading her assault as he explained. A man's words. Deceptive lies. Anko was utterly unconvinced, charging at him with a kunai. If I utter a single falsehood, then let Kakashi-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, and Asuma-sensei all bleed from their 7 orifices and perish. 3 individuals inexplicably let out a sneeze. Such malicious words, how could you utter them? At this moment, Hongdo finally came to a halt. Otherwise, would you have paused? The words have been spoken. Shall I take my leave then? Chapter 38 3 days and nights I do not wish to take your lives. Therefore, do not attempt to obstruct me. Uchiha Itachi coldly regarded Yugao and Asuma. People like you have the audacity to utter such words. Asuma suddenly clenched his weapon and charged forward. TCH, how bothersome. With a clang, Kisame Samahata swung down with tremendous force, prompting Asuma to hastily defend himself. Behind him, Yugao took a step back to glance at Uchiha Itachi. Thus, the battle commenced. Yugao swiftly formed hand seals and closed her eyes. Is this Jinjutsu? Uchiha Itachi observed calmly, a smile creeping into his heart, performing grand gestures before Guangong, dancing before Michael Jackson. Yugao's form rapidly distorted, then vanished into the air. I am actually being suppressed by the tip of a blade. Such astonishing power. Asuma gripped his chakra blade, straining to fend off Kisame's Samahata. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, yet the cigarette in his mouth remained perfectly intact. As the Samahata approached Asuma's arm, Kisame's expression gleamed with excitement. My Samahata. With a thunderous roar, the bandages on the blade snapped, and the tip of Samahata shot forth, piercing through Asuma's arm. It's not meant for chopping, but for slicing. Asuma quickly clutched his arm, retreating. Yugao, you are too slow. Kisame was stunned to find his body immobilized, vines coiling around his feet. Uchiha Itachi calmly observed the vines as Yugao emerged, kunai in hand, lunging towards him. This is the end. Itachi's lips curled slightly, his Sharingan having already seen through everything. Just as Yugao blinked, the scene drastically shifted. To her shock, she found herself bound by the very vines. Such a level of Jinjutsu has no effect on me, Uchiha Itachi stated coolly as he advanced, his cold kunai aimed directly at her. Yugao clenched her eyes tightly, gritting her teeth, and the Jinjutsu shattered the moment the kunai approached. Instead of delivering a lethal strike, Itachi merely trimmed a portion of her hair. A deliberate show of mercy. Yugao was momentarily taken aback but quickly crouched down, only for Itachi to kick her, sending her tumbling into the nearby lake. Yugao. Asuma's gaze sharpened with concern. You have no time to look around. Kisame charged at Asuma with Samahata raised. Miss Yugao, you managed to break the Genjutsu. Asuma remarked as Yugao rose, startled to find Uchiha Itachi behind her. However, it is you who has reached the end. Itachi turned to see Kakashi had appeared behind him. Asuma's spirits surged with the arrival of reinforcements, channeling chakra into his blade and roaring as he struck at Kisame's right arm. Kisame smirked, fully blocking the attack with Samahata. Yet he felt the backlash from the chakra-infused strike. Engaging in close combat only provided Kisame with more opportunities. Water style, Kisame quickly formed seals, causing the lake's surface to erupt with monstrous waves. Kakashi, on the other hand, replicated Kisame's jutsu, swiftly mimicking his movements. Water style, water shark bomb technique. The two torrents collided, transforming into a deluge that cascaded from the sky. Then I shall follow you, if you dare deceive me, Red Bean declared, showcasing her tiny fist to Su Fan. Su Fan stuck out his tongue at Red Bean. Follow me. Utilizing the Kagura Heart Eye, Su Fan sensed Kakashi's imminent action. Yet, the thought of Kakashi being overwhelmed for 3 days and nights made him unable to suppress his laughter. A necessary path indeed. Itachi meant well. Otherwise, how could he stimulate Kakashi's Sharingan to discover the existence of Kamui? What business do you, a fugitive ninja, have in our village? Kakashi coldly inquired of Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi-senpai, it has been a long time, Itachi replied with unwavering respect. I see, you actually employ my jutsu. It is astonishing to find someone besides Mr. Itachi who possesses such eyes. You are known as the copy ninja Kakashi. Kisame scrutinized Kakashi's Sharingan with interest. You carry Samahata on your back, do you not? Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Indeed, I have heard that Zabuza had a confrontation with you. He is certainly someone I wish to test my skills against. With that, Kisame prepared to strike. Stand down, Kisame, Itachi interjected suddenly. If you engage that man seriously, you will not emerge unscathed. Itachi was well aware of Kakashi's capabilities. He never left survivors during Umbu missions and possessed extensive combat experience. Regardless of the strength of his adversary, his formidable intellect allowed him to hold his own, earning him the title of even match. However, there are others approaching. Itachi suddenly glanced toward the distant woods. Now, let me reveal my purpose for being here. We are merely here to retrieve something. Just then, Kakashi sensed an overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Itachi. Water style. Water barrier. Kakashi shoved Yugao and Asuma aside, swiftly retreating. Itachi launched several shuriken, and as they descended, a water dragon surged forth from beneath his feet. Water style. Water dragon technique. Kisame also released a water dragon to counter. While you utilized my shuriken as a diversion to summon the water barrier, you anticipated an ambush from below, didn't you? Truly impressive, Kakashi-senpai. Itachi remarked blandly. Your proficiency with the Sharingan is commendable, but your body is not suited for the Uchiha clan. Doubts began to creep into Kakashi's mind. Itachi's words rang true. He would soon be exhausted. When Kakashi finally employed the Sharingan, his reserves were nearly depleted. Why is the Uchiha clan revered as the strongest and feared? Let me show you the true power of the Sharingan bloodline limit. Itachi's closed eyes suddenly opened wide. No, this is bad. Do not make eye contact with him. Kakashi exclaimed in horror. Yugao and Asuma quickly shut their eyes. Do not open your eyes. Only the Sharingan can withstand that gaze. Kakashi closed his right eye, focusing his Sharingan on Itachi with his left. Indeed, possessing a Sharingan could provide some measure of defense against the Manjiki Sharingan. However, this particular jutsu, the Jinjutsu Tsukuyami, cannot be broken. Only those who wield the same bloodline limit Sharingan can defeat me. In Kakashi's mind, Sasuke's figure flickered, and in that instant of distraction, the world before him transformed into a crimson hue. As Kakashi finally regained his senses, he found himself bound to a crucifix. Su Fan and his companion had arrived at the scene of the unexpected incident. Wait, is that Uchiha Itachi? Hongdo exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth. The two crouched in the nearby bushes, observing the unfolding drama. Su Fan glanced at Kakashi, whose body was rigid and expression filled with horror. Has it already begun? Damn it, to think they would come to Konoha at such a time. You shall perish. With that, Hongdo leaped from the foliage, declaring, Shadow Snake Hands. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. What a foolish woman. He had intended to wait until Kakashi was ensnared by Tsukuyami before making his move, for Itachi was aiding Kakashi. He never expected Hongdo would recklessly attempt to intervene. Once this affair concludes, I shall ensure you receive a fitting lesson. As he gazed at the impulsive Hongdo, a wicked smile crept upon Su Fan's lips. Chapter 39, Ignite. The ghostly fishman, Goshin, ascended into the sky with the shark machine. Su Fan swiftly embraced Hong Do's slender waist, evading the machine's onslaught. Get lost. How dare you take advantage of me? Hong Do felt Su Fan's strong arms tighten around her waist, her face flushing with embarrassment. Shut up. If you keep babbling, I'll drag you into the woods. Su Fan seethed with anger. Sensing his wrath, Hong Do instantly quieted, her heart racing. Humph, here come two oblivious fools. Gashin regarded Su Fan and Hong Do with an amused smile. Oh no, Kakashi. As soon as Hong Do touched down, she sprinted towards Kakashi. Don't go over there. Su Fan seized the collar of her clothing. Rip! The fabric of her back tore apart in an instant. Gashin, standing afar, was momentarily stunned. Su Fan gritted his teeth, so white. Hong Do spun around and threw a punch. Su Fan swiftly pulled her into his embrace. No more struggling. You have no idea what is happening over there. You'll only be a hindrance. Now behave. If you cause me any more trouble, I'll personally ruin your backside. With that, Su Fan delivered a merciless slap. The sound echoed, making even Gashin want to kneel. Hong Do's body went limp. Su Fan. You jerk. This is the first time I've ever been treated like this. Her face contorted with indignation, nearly in tears. Hey, you two. Can you focus during the battle? Gashin, wielding the shark machine, directed his ire towards Su Fan and Hong Do, feeling a wave of annoyance. In the realm of Tsukuyami, Itachi Uchiha stood before Kakashi, brandishing a long blade. Without the bloodline limit, how long can you possibly endure? With that, Itachi plunged the knife into Kakashi's body. The pain was excruciating, causing Kakashi's eyes to widen, his breath quickening. As Itachi withdrew the knife, Kakashi succumbed to the unbearable agony and fainted. In the world of Tsukuyami, even 3 days felt like mere moments. Upon regaining consciousness, Kakashi found his wound miraculously healed. As if what had transpired was a mere illusion, yet the pain remained achingly real. This is undoubtedly an illusion. Upon lifting his gaze, he was bewildered to see another Itachi Uchiha, equally armed with a long blade. In this realm, time, space, and even matter are all under my control, Itachi declared. And the two Itachis relentlessly sharpened their blades against Kakashi's body. His pitiful cries rang out, echoing through the air. For the next 72 hours, I shall continuously stab you. The words of Itachi reverberated in Kakashi's mind, an endless loop of torment. Yet the long blade never faltered. Su Fan interpreted Itachi's use of Tsukuyami as a high-spirited torment. The Uchiha clan Sharingan required neurological stimulation to evolve, but Kakashi, lacking the pure bloodline, needed considerably more stimulation to achieve such elevation. Yet, the prerequisite for evolution must be a profound understanding of suffering. Kakashi remained steadfast, reminding himself that this was merely an illusion. However, upon opening his eyes, he saw himself bound to a cross, surrounded by countless Itachis wielding sharp knives. No matter where they pierced him, the pain intensified exponentially. Suddenly, Kakashi fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Is it over? Su Fan turned his gaze, noticing the chakra emanating from Kakashi. He had reached his limit. Despite the attack, his spirit remained unbroken. Gashin swiftly returned to Itachi's side. However, Mr. Itachi, overusing those eyes is perilous for you. Itachi's eyes trembled, revealing the toll it took on him. Are you seeking Sasuke? Kakashi weakly inquired from his position on the ground. No. Itachi's gaze steadied, transforming into one of resolve. It is the legacy of the fourth Hokage. However, Kakashi-senpai, you are no longer in a position to contend with me. Let him take your place. All three turned to see Su Fan and Hong Do seated on a rock, enjoying dumplings while observing the scene. Vortex Su Fan, a familiar face. Kakashi could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the lake's surface. Gashin chuckled coldly, hefting the shark machine and charging forth. Leaf Hurricane. The water erupted violently. A figure landed gracefully. Red, Asuma, you two are truly lacking. Leaving my opponent Kakashi to fend for himself, Might Guy made his entrance. An old rival, the first encounter between Gashin and Might Guy. Su Fan grew intrigued and approached them. TSK, that watermelon head looks quite amusing, especially his fashion sense. Gashin glanced at Might Guy, barely suppressing laughter. Gashin, do not underestimate him. You might not be his match. TSK, I'll finish him off. Red and Asuma hoisted Kakashi away from the battlefield. Might Guy leaped into battle against Gashin. I didn't expect to encounter you again, although I contemplated this on the way here. I had no clue how to approach you once we met. But you haven't changed at all, Itachi remarked, glancing at Su Fan. Do you wish to know about Sasuke's current condition? Itachi's body shuddered momentarily, and Su Fan keenly observed. Itachi's thoughts were labyrinthine. Su Fan sought to unravel them. Feeling a pang of empathy for this man who had long dwelled in darkness, he recalled Fugaku Uchiha's words. Itachi, you truly are a kind child. Such a person was ill-suited for wandering alone. Tell me, as Itachi's brother was mentioned, an overwhelming tenderness filled his eyes, an unmistakable display of affection. As a bastion that Sasuke must overcome to mature, Itachi had always fulfilled his duty as an older brother. Sasuke has already become my disciple. Su Fan beamed suddenly. Itachi was initially taken aback, then looked at Su Fan with a bewildered expression, his brow furrowed in confusion. However, after a moment, the confusion faded from his face. He returned Su Fan's smile, which seemed to convey gratitude. To dissolve true hatred is to confront the heart. Su Fan, you truly are remarkable. Although Itachi felt his methods were somewhat extreme, treating Sasuke so harshly made him fear that Sasuke might become a rogue ninja. This was a concern that had haunted him countless times. But upon meeting Su Fan today, he found the answer. Show me your strength now, and let me see if you can guide Sasuke. Itachi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he prepared to engage Su Fan in earnest combat. It is my greatest honor to be your opponent, Itachi. In this battle, I will hold nothing back. With that, Su Fan activated the Senjutsu chakra he had drawn from the last lottery, honoring one of his most beloved characters from the original work, Itachi Uchiha. The time limit was 1 hour. The profound power of sage technique surged into Su Fan's being. The power of the chakra infused with sage techniques is truly formidable. In comparison to the tangible chakra devoid of such enhancements, it is simply incomparable. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed at Su Fan, and the atmosphere around him seemed to change. Su Fan clasped his hands together, and a crimson mark swiftly spread around his eyes, while a hint of red appeared in the circle on his forehead. A formidable cloak of chakra began to rise around Su Fan's body. This is... Uchiha Itachi instinctively recoiled in terror. Itachi, may I pose a question before we commence? You mentioned, when you called out to Kakashi-senpai earlier, was it satisfying to stab him with a knife in Tsukuyami for 3 days and nights? Itachi, with a bewildered look in his eyes, turned to Su Fan. It was rather pleasant. P.S. The author does not seek gifts. We are all students, and it is entirely unnecessary to shower the author with gifts. Save your money for your own sustenance, as it is essential for growth. The free support through love is greatly appreciated. Feel free to encourage updates by watching the videos. The author's income is derived from the revenue generated from video views. So if you wish to support the author, please remember to click for updates and watch the videos, generating support through love without spending money on gifts. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Love you all. Chapter 40. Contest: Do not hold back, or you shall be injured. Su Fan clasped his hands together. Wood Release, silent killing binding technique. Enormous vines emerged from the ground behind him, rapidly extending towards Uchiha Itachi. Fire style, fireball technique. Itachi's body swiftly retreated, releasing 3 fireballs consecutively in midair. The searing orbs of flame ignited the approaching vines. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan appeared directly before Itachi. As their gazes locked, Itachi transformed into a flurry of crows. A crimson world unfolded before Su Fan's eyes. Is this an illusion? In this ethereal realm, Su Fan found himself reduced to a mere paper figure, while Uchiha Itachi loomed over him from a higher vantage point. Su Fan felt the flames beneath his feet begin to blaze. From the moment you appeared, you were ensnared in my illusion. This world you inhabit is under my dominion. Itachi remarked nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? Itachi's body suddenly trembled, the voice emanating from behind him. Su Fan placed his right hand on Itachi's shoulder, coldly stating, How unfortunate. The chakra within me is of a mutated nature, rendering your illusion utterly ineffective against me. Possessing a hybrid chakra from the Uzumaki and Senju clans, this new form of mutation is unprecedented among all the Hokage. Even the mightiest of techniques, like the Kodoame Tsukumi, cannot fully restrain me. The greatest strength of illusions lies in their capacity to harm the weaker. Even a slight disparity in power can be devastating. In battle, should one fall prey to an illusion, the gap in strength becomes painfully evident. This tiresome charade must come to an end, Itachi. Reveal your true strength. As the illusion dissipated, Itachi furrowed his brow, 5 shuriken materializing in his hand. In an instant, he executed a swift retreat, unleashing fire-style, Phoenix Fire technique. The shuriken were hurled, engulfed in flames, hurtling towards Su Fan. Water-style, Water Chaos Wave. Su Fan expelled a torrent of water that cascaded like a waterfall, colliding with the oncoming flames. As the fire extinguished, the shuriken sliced through the remnants of water, closing in on Su Fan. With ease, he leaped to evade the attack. Itachi launched himself forward, engaging Su Fan in close combat. The two clashed mid-air, descending to the ground, where Su Fan executed a sweeping kick with his right leg. Itachi blocked with his left arm, expelling a barrage of small fireballs from his mouth. Su Fan sidestepped a heavy punch that came crashing down. Itachi raised both arms to shield his head, the ground beneath them caving in. Such formidable strength. Itachi found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Merely in a sage mode state, Su Fan possessed strength surpassing even that of a shadow. Itachi was likely only at the shadow level now. With a sharp command, Su Fan ensnared Itachi with his legs, flipping around to deliver a powerful right punch, chakra surging within. At the moment Su Fan's fist descended, Itachi's form erupted into a multitude of crows, dispersing in all directions. Thick smoke ascended, revealing a vast crater in the ground. As the smoke cleared, Su Fan's body emitted wisps of white vapor, his wounds healing instantaneously. In that prior moment of overwhelming force, Itachi had utilized the crows to create a clone, embedding explosives within that could detonate upon contact. Did he convert his body during the skirmish? Despite my formidable strength, Itachi, you are indeed cunning. Now, I must become serious. Su Fan joined his hands, and colossal vines surged from beneath his feet, lifting him upward. Wood Release Diamond Wood technique. The sturdiest part of the vines transformed into massive solid wood, capable of easily piercing diamond surfaces. At this moment, Itachi finally recognized the gravity of the situation. If you can withstand this strike, I shall refrain from further attacks, Su Fan remarked coolly, his hands tightening into fists. The enormous wooden pillar hurtled towards Itachi. Itachi's expression shifted dramatically. He had believed he could intercept it. Yet, as the pillar neared, the sheer force rendered him incapable of resisting. Susanoo. A towering crimson form erupted around Itachi. The wooden pillar collided with Itachi's Susanoo, propelling him backward. As the pillar advanced, Itachi's demeanor twisted into a frenzy. Trees behind him snapped like twigs, dust swirling in the wind. After being pushed back 100 meters, the pillar's force diminished, and Itachi severed it with a sword of his Susanoo. Seeing this, Su Fan smiled. Indeed, resisting is commendable. It spares you from my true thousand hands technique. Or else, Itachi might meet his end. You have one, as I stated, should you withstand my attack, I shall not strike again. The marks of Sage Mode on Su Fan's face vanished, his power stabilizing. Itachi's Susanoo faded into nothingness as he approached Su Fan with a bittersweet expression. No, it is you who has triumphed. You truly possess the ability to guide Sasuke. Su Fan, I entrust him to your care. With that, Itachi turned to Kisame. Let us conclude this. We must depart from here. In the midst of an intense battle with Might Guy, Kisame was reluctant to leave. TCH, had it not been for you stopping me, I would have slain you today. And remember my name. Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame descended from the sky, returning to Itachi's side, readjusting the Samahata on his back as they turned to leave Konoha. Wait, Might Guy wished to pursue further. Teacher Guy, do not chase them, while stopping them is feasible. Killing them poses a significant challenge. For now, we should check on Kakashi-sensei's condition, Su Fan stated earnestly. Once Itachi and Kisame had vacated Konoha, Kisame regarded Itachi with a perplexed expression. From the dynamics of your battle, it seemed you were not at a disadvantage. Why then do you claim defeat? As he spoke, Itachi suddenly coughed up blood, trembling as he clutched his chest. Itachi. Kisame hurriedly supported Itachi's arm. The power within Su Fan is not singular. Had I not unleashed Susanoo earlier, I would have likely become a corpse. How is this possible? Kisame gasped in shock. He had deliberately held back, and his power was likely unparalleled in the ninja world. Itachi now had a valid excuse to refrain from capturing the Nine Tails in Konoha. Kisame shook his head helplessly, assisting Itachi to a nearby rock to rest. Kisame, regarding the fighter I faced earlier today, do not underestimate him. He will prove to be a perilous adversary in the future, Itachi advised patiently. TCH, Itachi, I've already revealed my name to him. Should we encounter again, he will surely recognize me and avoid confrontation. Itachi, witnessing Kisame's arrogance, chose not to respond further. Instead, he felt as though all his organs had been displaced. The impact from Su Fan's strike causing his blood to churn violently within him. Chapter 41. Come on, confronted on the sickbed. Kakashi remained in a state of unconsciousness. Su Fan and Might Guy had not yet returned. However, a multitude of J-nin had already gathered here. At that moment, Sasuke pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Kakashi lying on the bed, a sense of gloom enveloped him. What happened to Kakashi? Why was he lying there? And why were so many J-nin congregated here? An ominous feeling arose in his heart. No, nothing has happened, Asuma hurriedly explained. I heard that Itachi has returned. Is that true? And he is looking for Naruto. At that moment, Yamashiro Aoi rushed upstairs in a state of anxiety. Asuma instantly covered his right cheek. This guy. Sasuke's expression suddenly turned vacant, and tension gripped him. He turned and barreled past Yamashiro Aoi, racing outside. That guy has actually returned to the village. And he is searching for Naruto. What is going on? After rushing downstairs, Sasuke began to scour for Naruto's presence. He sprinted without a moment's pause, directly bursting into Naruto's home. The instant he pushed the door open, he shouted Naruto's name. Naruto, where are you? Damn it. If that guy captures Naruto, he will surely die. I cannot allow that to happen. In his desperation, Sasuke saw that no one responded and dashed towards Ichiraku Ramen. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Naruto was comfortably soaking in a hot spring with Jiraiya. Sasuke's frantic search for Naruto resembled the fervor of love. Su Fan and Might Guy, returning, suddenly spotted Sasuke sprinting down the street. Hey, Sasuke, where are you going? Su Fan called out in confusion. Seeing Su Fan, Sasuke eagerly rushed over. Itachi. Itachi is back in the village. His target is Naruto. We cannot let him capture Naruto. Absolutely not. At this, Su Fan let out a helpless sigh. Itachi has already left. I saw him just moments ago. What? You saw him? Sasuke's anxious demeanor abruptly halted, and he looked at Su Fan with profound bewilderment. Cough, cough. Su Fan glanced at Might Guy, who instantly understood. Oh. Sasuke, this matter pertains to the higher-ups of Konoha. No one can intervene, so you need not worry. As for Naruto, Might Guy looked back at Su Fan. Su Fan knew that Naruto was certainly with Jiraiya, who had returned primarily for Naruto's sake. With one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, protecting him, even Uchiha Itachi would not be able to harm Naruto. There is no need for alarm. Sasuke, you should return and rest. No. My parents appear in my dreams every night. They crawl towards my bed, drenched in blood. They weep, telling me they are in pain. Tell me, what should I do? I cannot rest until I avenge them. I need to acquire greater power. Only then can I confront Uchiha Itachi. That detestable man. I am Avenger. Even if it means selling my soul, I will obtain immense power. I will kill Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke vented his feelings, his visage twisted with rage. Su Fan remained silent, simply listening to Sasuke's outburst. Witnessing the murder of his parents, especially at the hands of his once-beloved brother, is something no one could bear. Sasuke, you are blaming me for not teaching you enough, aren't you? Su Fan spoke softly. Since the beginning of Sasuke's apprenticeship in the Forest of Death until now, Su Fan had made promises but failed to demonstrate action. For Sasuke, the urgency was overwhelming. After Sasuke finished venting, he lowered his head in bitterness. No, it is I who am too incompetent. Sasuke, harnessing your hatred to strengthen your will. What audacity do you have to accept such power? I do not oppose revenge for you. But if you crown your hatred with a negative significance, no matter how hard you strive or how much you hate, it will be futile. Starting tomorrow, follow me. I will guide you in your training. Su Fan felt that saying more would be less effective than that final sentence. Indeed, a glimmer of joy gradually appeared on Sasuke's face. One must admit, the boy is truly zealous. After visiting Kakashi, Su Fan led Sasuke in search of Jiraiya. This lecherous sage must be closely followed. Only someone who has long admired and understood Tsunade would know her whereabouts. With Naruto accompanying Jiraiya, Su Fan felt reassured, needing only an excuse to stick close to Jiraiya. Thus, while Naruto trained, he could also accompany Sasuke. At that moment, Jiraiya was secretly peering at other girls in the hot spring area. He so plump. Jiraiya crouched at a small hole, observing everything within. Naruto, disdainfully resting his chin on his hand, remarked, "Since I met you, have you ever acted otherwise? Calling yourself the great sage of Myaboku? You should rather be known as the perverted sage from now on." Yes, the perverted sage. Naruto laughed heartily and turned around. only to find Jiraiya had vanished. Eh? Where did he go? Naruto wondered aloud. You bunch of perverts. Always peeping. I must teach you all a lesson. Just then, a stout woman wielding a frying pan charged out. Wait, it's not me, Naruto exclaimed as he turned to flee, unaware that Jiraiya had already escaped. A few minutes later, Naruto found Jiraiya engrossed in a book at the corner. Oh no, Naruto, what happened to your face? If it weren't for your clothes, I might not have recognized you. Jiraiya chuckled, noting Naruto's bruised face, evidently having been beaten up. You even made my brother your scapegoat. How cunning of you. Jiraiya turned to see Su Fan and Sasuke approaching. Upon seeing Su Fan, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He had already heard about Itachi, and the prospect of someone capable of standing against him was quite intriguing. Vortex, Su Fan. Jiraiya rose, stowing his book in his waist, and approached Su Fan. I was just looking for you. There is something I need to discuss. Su Fan remained silent, fully aware of what Jiraiya intended to convey. Noticing Su Fan's silence, Jiraiya decided to be direct. How about you first hand Naruto over to me? Although you claim to be Naruto's brother, it seems I have a greater claim to his acceptance. Is it because you once took in the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, as your disciple? Su Fan stated candidly, revealing his knowledge. Jiraiya's face displayed astonishment, unable to conceal his surprise. He realized he had underestimated Su Fan. How could he possibly know such things? There's no need for suspicion. I said I am Naruto's brother. That clarifies everything. Su Fan shrugged, exasperated. Jiraiya was momentarily bewildered. How could Su Fan know such details? Unless what Su Fan said was indeed true. However, the task of protecting Naruto was incredibly daunting, and circumstances could evolve in ways one could not anticipate. Since Orochimaru left the village, I have been monitoring him closely. He will inevitably return, so I have focused my vigilance solely on him. It seems he has recently joined a certain organization. Jiraiya spoke gravely. Is it Akatsuki? A small organization consisting of 9 ninjas? Su Fan narrowed his eyes, inquiring. You know everything. Jiraiya was suddenly struck by a sense of dread regarding Su Fan. The information he possessed had been painstakingly gathered by himself. Yet Su Fan appeared to know everything. His knowledge extended beyond mere rumors. The Akatsuki organization had emerged long ago, albeit initially focused on intelligence gathering rather than immediate acts of violence or capturing tailed beasts. Among them was Xianghua, one of the operatives assigned by Conan to collect information. They would systematically consolidate the intelligence obtained, starting with the weakest targets. I advise you against targeting Naruto. I possess the means to protect him. Su Fan sought to provoke Jiraiya, aiming to ensnare him in his web. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's fury ignited. Means? You little brat. Allow me to demonstrate what true means are. With that, Jiraiya had already formed a small Rasengan in his hand. Oh, is that all? How about we make a wager? If I can withstand your attack, you must grant me a favor. Conversely, if I lose, you may demand anything you wish. Su Fan turned and spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. You've asked for this, kid. Let us proceed as you proposed. Jiraiya retorted, eager for the challenge. Finally, you're speaking my language. I want to hold back then. Su Fan lazily raised his right hand, and suddenly, chakra surged forth. A colossal Rasengan rapidly coalesced. Come on, let us clash. What is this? Chapter 42. For money, one can betray their comrades. Jiraiya could no longer remain calm. He never anticipated that Su Fan would also master the jutsu developed by Minato. This realization compelled Jiraiya to accept that Su Fan was indeed Naruto's brother. However, Kushina and Minato had never mentioned it, leaving Jiraiya quite perplexed. Listen here, kid. If we continue to fight like this, I fear my power might cause harm to Konoha. Therefore, I shall graciously concede this round to you, Jiraiya said, begrudgingly retracting his Rasengan. Are you aware of the situation? The Rasengan varies greatly in size. How can they be compared? If anyone is to be harmed, it would be you, Su Fan. Your audacity is truly remarkable, Jiraiya retorted. If you wish for me to entrust Naruto to you, that is acceptable, but I must accompany him at all times. This means that while you train Naruto, you must also include Sasuke and me, Su Fan stated nonchalantly. Jiraiya, confused, inquired, what purpose do you and Sasuke have in following me? Your strength may not surpass mine. So what could you possibly teach me? Su Fan replied with a sly grin. Jiraiya shuddered at the implication. So, when do we depart? Su Fan pressed, eager for Jiraiya's answer. Return to gather your belongings, and let us meet at the bathhouse. I shall await you there, Jiraiya instructed, casting glances at the bathhouse behind him. Was he hoping for one last peep before leaving the village? Truly, he is Jiraiya. The four companions left Konoha together. On the road, Naruto excitedly circled Jiraiya. Wait, what jutsu are you going to teach me? After following Jiraiya for 2 days, Naruto had already learned the walking on water technique. His talent was undeniable, though he lacked a suitable mentor until now. Will you teach me how to walk on fire? Or perhaps walk in the air? Naruto's imagination soared. Hurry up and tell me, pervy sage. He urged with eager anticipation. Suddenly, Jiraiya halted, his expression serious. You have called me pervy sage all this time. Yet you are unaware of my true prowess. A very formidable pervy sage? Naruto's innocent face was filled with confusion. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. Listen closely, he declared, striding ahead and spreading his arms wide. The Toad Sage is a title shrouded in secrecy. However, there may be nothing to conceal from you, for I am without equal. As he spoke, he flicked his white hair, resembling a theatrical clown. One of the legendary 3 ninjas. The white-haired Toad Sage. The handsome man who can silence even crying children. It is I, Jiraiya. Sufan, Sasuke, and Naruto squinted in disbelief, utterly baffled. What? Naruto finally said, prompting an awkward silence from Jiraiya. Thus, Sufan led the other 2 past Jiraiya, who was still posing, completely ignored. Fool! Fool! The 4 paused at an intersection. Naruto gazed at the signpost in shock. The route we need to take is through Adolf Street, and it's still 10 kilometers away. Naruto, try to speak less on the way. My head is spinning from your chatter, Sufan remarked. Looking perplexed at Naruto's exuberance, Naruto sheepishly replied, I'm just too excited on my first outing. Sorry, brother. Upon entering Adolf Street, the bustling crowd created a vibrant atmosphere. The 4 stood out conspicuously. This seems like a suspicious place, Naruto observed seriously. Indeed, it was fraught with danger. As he spoke, Jiraiya's gaze wandered to the chest of a nearby beauty. Sufan noted that she appeared quite extraordinary. Let us rest here for the night. Everyone must be tired, Jiraiya exclaimed, pointing excitedly at an inn beside the beautiful woman. I'm beginning to wonder, did Jiraiya really teach Naruto? Sufan mused. Bemused. Notably, Naruto had adopted Jiraiya's expression upon seeing the beauty. After just a few days, his resolve had weakened. Truly, they were master and apprentice. As Naruto caught the key, Jiraiya snatched it away. Now we enter the realm of adults. This will surely be infinitely entertaining. The pervy sage is too cunning. Please give me 3 rooms, Sufan said coolly as he approached. Even a tedious journey deserves moments of rest. Sufan tossed the key to Naruto and Sasuke, then leisurely ascended the stairs to sleep. At that moment, 2 men clad in Akatsuki attire strolled through Adolf Street. The slender man on the left, carrying a scythe, muttered, It's absurd that we have to personally handle the mission intended for Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. Faden. Mind your tone. After all, the opponents possess the powers of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, mastering various elemental jutsu, including Wood Release. The man on the right, wrapped tightly in layers, revealed only his eyes. Bah! If those 2 idiots were part of my church, I could understand. What is this nonsense? Faden continued, only to be interrupted by Kakazu, who suddenly crouched down in the dense crowd. Wonderful. Today was not in vain. Faden looked over, astonished. Kakazu. No way. You. Kakuzu had spotted a coin that had fallen from an unknown passerby on the ground. Though it was a paltry sum, he appreciated the simple pleasures of life. Little did he know, a spendthrift woman would later squander his money on fireworks. Kakuzu. I believe I sensed the presence of a Jinchuriki. Kakuzu abruptly turned to the left, glancing at the inn where Sufan and the others had just ascended. How did you manage that? I can't do it. Faden asked, bewildered. Look at that individual. According to intel, Naruto has been accompanied by a white-haired man for the past 3 days, whose strength is unfathomable. Kakazu pointed to the entrance of the inn, where Jiraiya was engaging in lively conversation with the earlier mentioned beauty. As expected of you, Kaku. Faden reluctantly flattered him. However, to others, Faden appeared to be all brawn and no brains, simple-minded to the point of invincibility. I'll go kill him, Faden declared, reaching for his scythe. Wait, you fool. According to the displayed data, their strength is at least at the level of a Kage. To capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, one must use their intellect. How can you catch a Jinchuriki with such recklessness? What do you even have in that thick skull of yours? Hearing Kakuzu's relentless criticisms, Faden sulked at the roadside. You love to chatter. One day, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice. Before long, Jiraiya ascended the stairs with the woman. P.S. left. Phaeton, your mission has begun. Kakuzu turned around and earnestly addressed Haiden. There will certainly be a commotion shortly. You must obstruct him before he arrives. If you grant me sufficient time, I shall lead the Jinchuriki away from this place. A cunning expression graced Kakuzu's face as he contemplated the prospect of exploiting Haiden's immortality, knowing full well that Haiden would not perish. After all, his only objective was to acquire the funds. This was the very rationale that justified betraying one's comrades for the sake of money. Though Haiden was reluctant, he nonetheless trailed behind Jiraiya, ascending the stairs. Approximately 5 minutes later, Kakuzu felt that enough time had elapsed and leisurely entered the inn. Su Fan was blissfully unaware of the world, snoring loudly. Naruto occupied room 301, while Sasuke was in room 302. Su Fan resided on the second floor. Have you discerned which room the Jinchuriki is in? Kakuzu inquired earnestly of Haiden. 302. I felt my way around. Haiden replied. Shall we commence? Kakuzu extracted a piece of wire from his pocket and cautiously pried open the door. The two men nodded in unison and stepped inside. Who? Sasuke jolted awake. Take a break. Haiden delivered a punch, leaving a black eye on Sasuke's right side. Who, caught off guard, promptly fainted. Wait. The Jinchuriki is supposed to have blonde hair. Why is this one black? Kakuzu looked at Haiden, utterly bewildered. Ah, perhaps he dyed his hair temporarily to conceal his identity? Haiden speculated. Sasuke, what were you shouting just now? At that moment, Naruto entered, rubbing his eyes. Upon seeing the two intruders, Naruto queried, Who are you two? Haiden. You fool. Where is the blonde hair? Capture him. Haiden exclaimed, discarding Sasuke to pursue Naruto. Get him. Haiden swung his scythe and charged forward. Just then, a loud thud echoed as a toad appeared, its arms fortified with iron, blocking Haiden's onslaught. I, Jiraiya, have made a triumphant entrance. Naruto slowly turned around to witness Jiraiya, disheveled and bearing the beautiful woman from earlier draped over his shoulder. Chapter 43. The enticement. Do you two truly believe that a single woman could beguile me? Such a notion is utterly implausible. I have long been aware of your presence. My actions were merely a ruse to draw you both out. As a man, I refuse to be ensnared by mere beauty. The expression of righteousness upon Jiraiya's face was palpable, unaware that his trousers had stealthily slipped down a notch. Indeed, when pants are properly secured, one speaks with conviction. That woman's flirtatious glances clearly excite you. Do not flaunt your bravado in front of so many. You lecherous sage. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, unleashing a torrent of teasing remarks. Please, do not address me so disparagingly in front of all these people. Jiraiya awkwardly ruffled his hair. Let us set that aside for now. These individuals appear to be anything but ordinary. They first appeared in Sasuke's room and now seek to capture me. Naruto babbled incoherently. So, it is indeed one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya. Haiden scoffed, offering a dismissive greeting. You haven't even gathered intelligence on the Jinchuriki and his companions before undertaking this mission. Is Akatsuki truly that inept? Jiraiya set the woman down gently on the ground and turned to face Haiden and Kakuzu with a serious demeanor. Enough jesting. Capturing Naruto is the highest order given to us by Akatsuki. Do not interfere. Kakuzu stepped forward, his voice cold and unyielding. At that moment, Sasuke awakened within the room and hurriedly dashed outside. Sasuke, take Naruto and leave this place. I shall deal with these two, Jiraiya said, a slight smile curling on his lips as he prepared to showcase his prowess. Instinctively, Sasuke maneuvered past Kakuzu and Haiden, grasping Naruto's arm to retreat. So, you are refusing. Then, Kakuzu's murderous intent began to seep into the air. If you two possess true strength, do not merely boast about it, Jiraiya replied, his tone nonchalant. Yura, how annoying. Watch as I offer your blood as a sacrifice. Haiden proclaimed, tightening his grip on his scythe as he charged forward, unleashing the wild lion's main technique. Jiraiya's silvery locks suddenly elongated, ensnaring Haiden's body. What is this? Haiden found himself suspended mid-air, the binds tightening with each passing moment. Fire style, head hardening. Kakuzu quickly formed hand seals, summoning a torrent of flames that enveloped Jiraiya's vicinity. The searing heat momentarily loosened Jiraiya's restraints. Seizing the opportunity, Haiden wielded his scythe to sever Jiraiya's hair, then executed a roll to return to Kakuzu's side. Haiden, do not underestimate him. The opponent's strength may very well match ours. Stop with the excessive chatter. Haiden recklessly charged once more. Simultaneously, Haiden gripped the scythe's handle tightly, leaping into the air while hurling the weapon forward. The scythe was entwined with a resilient black cord, spinning rapidly as it hurtled toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya deftly manipulated his hair to counter the attack, but after several rotations, the scythe returned to Haiden's grasp. With a fierce cry, Haiden leaped downwards, but Jiraiya's lips curled into a sinister smile. Haiden, return. There is a trap, Kakuzu shouted in alarm. Jiraiya skillfully evaded the assault, but as Haiden landed, he felt his legs restrained, sinking into the ground. What is happening? Haiden exclaimed, bracing his scythe against the ground to push himself up. However, the more he struggled, the faster he sank. Is this a swamp? Kakuzu observed, glancing at the ground beneath him, only to discover that he too was becoming ensnared. Kakuzu leaped, grasping a nearby iron bar. Jiraiya wore a satisfied smile. I had set this jutsu in place the moment you two arrived, anticipating your dim-witted allies' actions. You fool, Haiden. Kakuzu thought to himself, feeling exasperated. Hey, Kakuzu, are you swinging on a swing set? Quickly find a way to rescue me. Haiden seethed, glaring at Kakuzu who clung to the bar overhead. Be silent, you imbecile. The only course of action available is to utilize fire style to dry out the swamp. Kakuzu mused, releasing his grip on the bar and plunging into the mire. You fool, why did you come down? Haiden was bewildered. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals and plunged his hands into the swamp. Instantly, a fierce inferno erupted, churning through the muck. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Are you attempting to assimilate the swamp with the flames? Quite impressive indeed. The flames, fueled by Kakuzu's chakra, rapidly evaporated the moisture within the swamp, transforming it into hardened earth. The two men then kicked away the solid ground beneath them and leaped to safety. You are indeed a formidable opponent. However, it seems you are alone in your endeavors to protect Naruto. If I were to engage you seriously, you would undoubtedly find it difficult to keep up. Kakuzu assessed Jiraiya, contemplating a superior strategy. Who says I am alone? Jiraiya replied playfully, gesturing behind them. Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly turned around, discovering Su Fan had appeared without his notice. Unbeknownst to him, this individual appeared to be merely a child. Haiden remarked, puzzled. No, Haiden. Do you recall the intel Itachi provided? The detailed description of one individual? The one who injured him. Could it be the one possessing dual powers? Uzumaki Su Fan. Kakuzu gasped, sensing the ominous chakra emanating from Su Fan, confirming his identity. Has Akatsuki dispatched two fools to capture Naruto? Su Fan observed Kakuzu with disdain, noting Haiden's strength was little more than that of a chunin, merely possessing immortality as an oddity. Yet Kakuzu, with his 5 hearts, would be an excellent candidate to aid Sasuke's training. Haiden, find an opportunity to escape. Kakuzu warned, glancing warily at Jiraiya and Su Fan. Now you wish to leave me behind. Have you found your conscience? Haiden felt a wave of emotion wash over him. No, I have no qualms. However, if you fall into their hands, the money I previously entrusted to you will be lost. At this moment, Haiden yearned to join Jiraiya's ranks, eager to impart a lesson to Kakuzu. From 800 miles away, you tossed a shuriken at the first Hokage and then fled. Surely, that was your doing? Su Fan queried, looking at Kakuzu with curiosity. How do you know about such things? Kakuzu was utterly bewildered. He had boasted about his encounter with Hashirama Senju daily, yet the truth of the matter remained shrouded in secrecy. In reality, Kakuzu had infiltrated the Hidden Leaf Village, spotted Hashirama, and attempted a surprise attack, expending considerable effort to defeat him. Just as he was reveling in his success, he discovered it was merely a clone. Upon reflection, he realized the incongruity. If a mere clone took him so long to defeat, how would he fare against the real deal? Recognizing the futility of his endeavor, Kakuzu made a hasty retreat. Though the benevolent Hashirama bore no grudge, the higher-ups in the Leaf were less forgiving. Kakuzu had attempted to assassinate the Hokage. Although unsuccessful, he could not simply be let off the hook. Thus began his vendetta against the Takigakure, which resulted in them shifting the blame onto Kakuzu. Enraged, Kakuzu seized control of the land, claiming the hearts of all the village's elite, and subsequently defected. Do you understand what it means to be an ant? Su Fan's cold gaze bore into Kakuzu as his chakra aura gradually expanded. This power. Jiaodu staggered back in shock, realizing that in the face of such immense power, he was but a speck of dust, utterly out of reach. Is this the essence of an ant's existence? Sasuke, should you wish to learn ninjutsu, today presents a rare opportunity. Do not miss the spectacle that unfolds. With that, Su Fan's right hand began to gather energy, crackling with intensity. A bitter smile crept across Jiaodu's face as he found himself unwittingly cast as the target. This technique, in theory, should have been demonstrated to you by Kakashi-sensei beforehand. When coupled with your Sharingan, it allows one to effortlessly discern another's weaknesses, thereby delivering a fatal blow. As he spoke, Su Fan had already materialized in front of Jiaodu, moving with such swiftness that Jiaodu could scarcely register his presence. In a fleeting blur, Su Fan's right hand pierced through Jiaodu's heart. Jiaodu stared in disbelief at his own chest as a wave of pain surged through his entire body. Remarkable. However, your speed was astonishingly swift. Could you perform that once more? Sasuke gazed earnestly at Su Fan. In this moment, Jiaodu, racked with agony, looked pleadingly at Sasuke, his expression reminiscent of one on the verge of tears. Oh no. Chapter 44. The Gambling Princess. As the sun rose, Su Fan demonstrated the technique of Raikiri, combining the transformation of chakra properties with its form. With a swift motion, he summoned blue lightning in his left hand. If it weren't for Sasuke's desire to learn, Su Fan would have unleashed it immediately. Sasuke observed Su Fan's hand signs intently, recalling the earlier scene in his mind, gathering lightning chakra in his palm to create a powerful current. The key to this jutsu lay in the speed of the dash and the cultivation of a body capable of producing immense chakra. Sasuke, reveal your Sharingan, Su Fan commanded loudly. In that instant, as Sasuke activated his eyes, he discerned the Raikiri in Su Fan's grasp, the hand signs etched into his memory. Is it like this? He exclaimed. With that, Sasuke swiftly formed hand signs, directing his right hand downward, where blue lightning rapidly coalesced. He concentrated a vast amount of chakra into the hand he intended to strike with. However, at the moment of concentration, the blue lightning morphed into orange. Su Fan furrowed his brow. Had Sasuke still not grasped the true essence of Raikiri? Given Sasuke's talent, mastering Raikiri was merely a matter of time. Yet he still failed to comprehend its underlying principle. Instead, he inadvertently developed his own technique. With a fierce expression, Sasuke charged forward, the speed of his approach escalating, while the lightning in his hand emitted a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping. Chidori. At that moment, the seemingly defeated Kakuzu suddenly opened his eyes and leapt back, evading Su Fan's grasp. As Sasuke rushed in, Kakuzu swiftly severed the chakra threads from his wrist. Tentacle punch. Kakuzu's wrist and arm detached, releasing a flurry of dense black threads aimed directly at Sasuke. Sasuke's Chidori, however, lacked the power to sever Kakuzu's black threads. Though Chidori was classified as an A-rank jutsu, Sasuke's current capabilities were insufficient, and a single strike could easily pierce his heart. Clenching his hands, Su Fan summoned a wooden pillar that surged up between them. The black threads collided with the wooden technique, yielding no results. And Sasuke's Chidori failed to leave even a scratch on the wood. Wood Release. Kakuzu turned in surprise. The user was none other than Su Fan. At that moment, he lost all desire to fight, wishing only to flee, as Su Fan's aura bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the legendary Hashirama Senju. His legs trembled. Haiden, we must retreat, or else we may both meet our demise here. Kakuzu had never felt such pressure. Even amidst his daily acts of murder for profit, he now realized that his life held more value than money. The thought crossed his mind. If he were to perish, what worth would he have? Follow my lead, Kakuzu whispered to Haiden. Don't worry. I believe now is the perfect time to escape, Haiden declared loudly. Jiraiya and Su Fan exchanged perplexed glances. You fool. Run. With that, Kakuzu leapt, shattering the roof overhead, and Haiden followed suit. Su Fan smirked coldly, his right palm outstretched, and a thick wooden vine shot towards them. Kakuzu's heart raced in panic. Too late. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Kakuzu instantaneously hardened his skin, entering a defensive stance as his entire body turned pitch black. Grab my arm, Haiden. Kakuzu extended his right hand, the black threads ensnared by Haiden's grip. Come on. Despite knowing he could not withstand the impending attack, he braced himself. The wooden vine pierced through Kakuzu's chest as if it were merely frosting on a cake. Another heart was destroyed. Kakuzu coughed up blood. Haiden, witnessing this, pulled Kakuzu backward as the vine ceased its growth. He carried Kakuzu's body and desperately leaped away. Such feeble resistance. Su Fan observed the retreating figures, shaking his head in resignation. Well done, my boy. With the assistance of my toad sage, you have proven to be quite remarkable. Truly impressive. Jiraiya boasted while tidying his white hair. TCH, what about your face? Jiraiya suddenly froze in place. Sasuke, the essence of Raikiri lies in its explosive power. You must combine the transformation of chakra properties with an unyielding force. You elevated your power too early. Sufan approached Sasuke and patted him on the shoulder. Sasuke raised his right hand to examine it closely, realizing that the power he had just wielded had not yet reached its zenith, merely the brink of satisfaction. Is this truly me? Sufan sighed. Sasuke was far too eager to gain strength. Annoying. It seems we won't be spending the night here. The owners surely won't welcome us. Let's go. Yawning, Sufan descended the stairs. Jiraiya glanced at the nearby beauty, awkwardly scratching his head, then descended with Naruto and Sasuke. In a certain town, a light-haired woman strolled through a corridor, accompanied by an adorable pig. A large character emblazoned on her back read Gamble. She carried a pink suitcase in her hand. Stopping before a door, she kicked it open and entered. Upon placing her suitcase on the table, the short-haired woman seated across from her gasped in shock. This money, could it be? All right, forget about repaying debts. We can win it back. The light-haired woman slammed her fist onto the table, causing it to collapse. Tsunade-sama. The woman with the light hair was none other than the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, known as the Gambling Princess, while her companion was Shizune. As they walked, Naruto pondered the recent events, unable to comprehend why the enemy had issued a highest order to capture him. Sufan seemed to see through Naruto's thoughts. He approached and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Do not worry, everything will turn out well. Then, brother, do you know the reason? Naruto asked, his face clouded with displeasure. Rather than saying they are after you, it would be more accurate to say they covet what lies within you, Sufan replied coolly. What? What is it? Naruto wondered, touching his stomach. It was this that attacked the village of Konoha, causing fear. Yet why do they desperately seek it? Sufan gently ruffled Naruto's hair, patiently explaining, indeed, the Ninetales has always manifested at the crossroads of eras, a demon capable of destruction. Hence, ancient people regarded the Ninetales as a calamity to be feared. As for why they desire what resides within you, the Ninetales' essence is notorious for its malevolence, and those individuals aim to exploit it, seeking to harness its power for nefarious deeds. Sufan refrained from revealing the full truth. Naruto was not yet prepared for such a revelation. That level of understanding was too distant for him, and sharing it now would only burden him further. One should still proceed with the flow of fate. Well then, let us hasten our journey, hoping to encounter Tsunade along the way. Jiraiya offered a gentle smile to the three before gradually making his way forward. Chapter 45. Would you like an ice pop? At the entrance of a gambling den, Shizune halted in tandem with Tsunade. Come on, I am certain that fortune will favor me this time. With that, Tsunade boldly lifted the roller shutter and stepped inside. Tsunade-sama, please wait. Shizune hurriedly followed her into the establishment. Inside the gambling house, a burly man caught sight of Tsunade entering with a box, and his brow furrowed in sudden concern. It appeared that he was the proprietor of the establishment. Who could that be? Tsunade approached the table and took a seat, then opened the box. Can all this money be exchanged for chips? The corners of Tsunade's mouth curled upwards. Behind her, Shizune trembled as she clutched a small pig. Tsunade-sama is truly full of vigor. A bespectacled man leaned closer to the owner and whispered, Who is this lady? You don't know her? She is the one with that nickname. Nickname? The bespectacled man looked at Tsunade with curiosity. Tsunade smiled faintly, her necklace sparkling brilliantly. If there were truly a title to bestow, it would undoubtedly be the goddess of fortune. Boss, what is her nickname exactly? A nearby man, unable to contain his anxiety, cautiously inquired. The owner stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The legendary. Instantly, everyone cast furtive, dubious glances at Tsunade, their expressions laden with ulterior motives, as if they were gazing upon a lamb. Stop dawdling. Let us get started. Tsunade tossed all her chips into the center of the table. Wow. Shizune was momentarily taken aback. I'm in. So am I. Me too. In an instant, everyone present flung their chips into the center of the table. At this sight, Tsunade displayed a captivating smile. Ladies and gentlemen, a pair of queens. Tsunade leapt to her feet, exuberantly waving her arms. I demand a beanbag. The owner suddenly shouted. He slowly turned over his pair of cards and excitedly threw them onto the table. A pair of aces. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the goddess of fortune speaks far too sweetly. Perhaps she should be called the goddess of wealth. Tsunade's complexion drained of color as she trembled and rose to leave the gambling den. In the underground laboratory of Odo, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. The wretched cry sent chills down one's spine. My arm. Ah. Upon closer inspection, Orochimaru was discovered to have undergone an arm transplant, the new limbs wrapped in bandages. Orochimaru-sama, are you all right? A nearby subordinate asked in terror. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned his gaze sharply towards the subordinate. Blood gushed forth, and the subordinate collapsed in a pool of crimson. Orochimaru gasped heavily. Although the grafted arms could move temporarily, they were incapable of forming seals, which caused him immense distress. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Kabuto entered. Seeing the blood-soaked floor, Kabuto felt a headache coming on. Must I clean up the room upon my return? Please take your medicine. Orochimaru, gazing at his own hands, replied despondently, I have no need for those comforting medicines. This concoction was prepared by my own hands. It should alleviate the pain somewhat. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and stepped further inside. The pain in these hands is akin to searing flames. I never anticipated it would be this excruciating. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru leaned back against his pillow. Have you located that individual? He coldly inquired. Yes. It is said she resides in a place called Shortbook Street. However, she is one of the legendary Sannin, so it is unlikely she will agree easily. Kabuto responded calmly. Heh. Orochimaru, who had been suffering, suddenly emitted a low chuckle. Good medicine is often bitter. There is always a reason behind it. You may leave now. I wish to rest. Understood. Strolling through a bustling town, Jiraiya discovered a curious venue. You three go on and explore for a bit. I have some important matters to attend to, Jiraiya said with a serious expression. Pervy sage. What serious matters could be so important that you can't take us along? Naruto stomped his foot in frustration. You wouldn't understand the world of adults. As a seasoned adult myself, I must delve deeply into it to grasp its essence. Be cautious, Naruto. With so many people around, you might encounter a pickpocket. You can entrust your wallet to me for safekeeping. Jiraiya leered at Naruto. Naruto glanced around, noting the crowd, and realized Jiraiya might have a point. So, he took off his backpack, preparing to hand over his frog wallet to Jiraiya. Suddenly, Sufan approached and stopped Naruto. Does such a chaotic place need to be treated so solemnly? It's hard-earned money for Naruto. Here, take it and enjoy yourself. Sufan tossed a handful of coins at him. The moment Jiraiya caught it, his eyes lit up with excitement. Sufan, you truly understand. With that, Jiraiya turned and dashed into the throng without looking back. As for money, Sufan held no interest whatsoever. With the infinite money source system now operational, Sufan had become the wealthiest ninja in the Hidden Leaf. Come, Naruto, let us eat whatever you fancy today. I'll treat you. Sufan smiled at Naruto. However, Sasuke, trailing behind, lowered his head in despondence. I almost forgot about you. Don't lose heart. One day, everything will yield results. The trio then wandered the streets, indulging in various delicacies, before finding a tranquil spot beneath a tree to relax. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing immense comfort. Brother, Sasuke has already learned the jutsu. When can I start learning? Naruto suddenly sat up, puzzled. I almost forgot. It's time for you to learn the Rasengan. This was originally Jiraiya's responsibility. Given how much money Sufan provided today, Jiraiya would likely return utterly exhausted. Teach. That must be done personally. Following the narrative of the original story, Sufan placed the sphere in Naruto's hands. Once he can control the chakra to shape it, he will have grasped the essence. Drawing the symbol of Konoha on Naruto's palm, Sufan explained, when people gaze upon a blank sheet of paper, they often don't know where to focus. Their eyes wander, but if they draw just a bit more at the center of this mark, their consciousness will center there. This is called focusing to a point. Once the mind is concentrated, it will stabilize, allowing one to unleash unexpected power. Naruto stared at the mark in Sufan's hand, then glanced at the one in his own. Talent is something that requires personal refinement. Naruto would need time to hone his skills. There is no rush. The Rasengan appears challenging, yet it is quite simple. Mastery of chakra lies in the input of spirit. As long as he focuses his spirit at the precise center of his hand and gathers a significant amount of chakra, he can form the initial shape of the Rasengan. At that moment, Jiraiya approached, his complexion pale, and Sufan looked at Jiraiya's legs, clearly trembling. My friends, you may find it hard to believe, but today was indeed a fierce battle. I nearly succumbed. Jiraiya, with a serious demeanor, spoke nonsensically. However, given the sweltering heat, I managed to procure some delightful treats. Would you care for an ice pop? As he spoke, Jiraiya retrieved 4 blue ice pops from the pouch at his waist. Easily breaking them apart, each of the 4 took one, reclining beneath the grand tree. Relishing the gentle breeze, a truly blissful sensation. Gradually, they nestled together, drifting into slumber amidst the chirping of cicadas. Chapter 46. Orochimaru's inner turmoil in the ensuing days. Naruto and Sasuke remained engrossed in their training, while Jiraiya tirelessly searched for Tsunade, clutching her photograph. Meanwhile, Su-Fan languidly reclined beneath a tree, lost in slumber. In the Sound Village laboratory, Orochimaru arose from his seat and donned a vest of contrasting colors. Today marked the day he and Kabuto would embark on a quest to find Tsunade. Ever since Su-Fan had sealed his hands and he fled from Konoha, he had confined himself to the laboratory. Finally, as he stepped outside, the blinding sunlight overwhelmed him. A stark reminder of the time he had spent away from such fervent rays. Peering through the green leaves, he inhaled deeply. Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through his arms, causing him to tremble and collapse to the ground with a harrowing cry. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto rushed to his side, crouching down and retrieving a vial of medicine from his pocket. After consuming the 2 pills, beads of sweat began to trickle down Orochimaru's forehead. Weakly, he gazed at Kabuto, murmuring, "Once we locate Tsunade, I shall be free from this torment." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, "I possess some knowledge regarding Lady Tsunade. After all, I was once part of the medical team. She was the first to propose the inclusion of a medical expert in the conventional 4-man cell. This was indeed a groundbreaking notion. It is evident what fate awaits a combat team devoid of emergency medical skills when they face the battlefield. Countless experiences have transformed into theoretical knowledge, yet it is merely the result of many sacrifices." Orochimaru shook his head. Only through loss does one begin to comprehend the essence of existence. After being dubbed a medical expert, she ascended to the ranks of the legendary Sannin. It is all rooted in sacrifice. Having exchanged these words, the two proceeded toward the outskirts of the Sound Village. Concurrently, Jiraiya continued his search for Tsunade, clutching her photograph. As he passed a gambling establishment, a robust man hailed him. "I know the woman in your photograph." "Oh, might I treat you to a drink?" Jiraiya responded with uncontained excitement. "No need. I've won quite a bit from that lady," the proprietor chuckled. "Did you lose again?" Jiraiya was momentarily frozen in shock. At a gaming machine, Tsunade fixated on the spinning wheel before her. This was her last reserve of funds. Should she lose again, she would find herself utterly destitute. The first and second rows chose the number 7 simultaneously. Should the third row also land on 7, she would recover all her losses from the day. Behind her, Shizune was tense, her breaths quickening, while Tsunade feigned calmness. Luck is indeed a peculiar thing, often unpredictable. As the third row landed on 7, the loudspeaker erupted with celebratory music. A crowd gathered, their eyes filled with envy as they stood behind Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade won," Shizune exclaimed, leaping up with joy. Yet Tsunade remained expressionless, her mind clouded with unease. She chose not to exchange her winnings for cash, but continued to play. 5 minutes passed, then 10, 15, 30. Tsunade's fortune seemed unusually favorable, winning repeatedly. Yet, with each victory, her brow furrowed deeper. For her talent lay in the inevitability of loss. Winning foretold impending misfortune. Upon her last win, she converted her earnings and departed, troubled. Something ominous is about to occur. "Shizune, we must leave immediately." As they descended the stairs, Tsunade stated calmly. Shizune, clutching a plethora of snacks, hesitated. "But, Lady Tsunade, this is a popular tourist spot. We haven't even explored yet." "Then we shall go now, at once." Without a backward glance, Tsunade marched toward the nearby attractions. At the peak of the mountains, Orochimaru and Kabuto arrived at the boundary of Short Book Street. "Lord Orochimaru, before us lies Short Book Street. Lady Tsunade is in this vicinity," Kabuto remarked. "My hand shall be saved at last." Orochimaru finally allowed a trace of a smile to surface. Even the best medicine may not be as bitter as that lady's disposition. Kabuto, having spoken, led Orochimaru toward Short Book Street. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Shizune surveyed the scenery. Suddenly, a plume of smoke billowed from beyond a distant wall. Tsunade's expression darkened. This bodes ill. As the smoke dissipated, the colossal serpent, Manda, emerged. Orochimaru and Kabuto stood atop Manda, gazing down at Tsunade with sinister smiles. The two remained silent, locked in a contemplative stare, the atmosphere thick with tension. "It has been a long time." Orochimaru, Tsunade finally broke the silence, her expression a mixture of confusion and defiance. "I have sought you for quite some time," Orochimaru replied with a hint of exasperation. Tsunade furrowed her brow in puzzlement. "In this moment, what business do you have with me? Surely, you do not wish to reminisce?" "In truth, I have a favor to ask of you." Orochimaru's voice grew hoarse, his clenched hands trembling uncontrollably. Yet Tsunade noticed these subtle details, her heart racing as she observed the pallor of his face and the fatigue that enveloped him. "Lady Tsunade, you must have already surmised," Kabuto interjected coolly. "Seek someone else. I no longer practice medicine for others." Tsunade rejected Kabuto firmly, without hesitation. "That is unacceptable. You must understand the severity of his injuries. No one else can heal his hands, save for you." The renowned medical expert among the legendary Sannin, Kabuto persisted in attempting to sway Tsunade. "Your hands are not merely injured, are they? Is this a result of some peculiar sealing technique? What have you done?" Tsunade inquired coldly. "The tale is lengthy. I was sealed by a lad of the Uzumaki clan who possesses 2 types of chakra. Moreover, his body harbors the power of your grandfather, a force that is quite tangible." Orochimaru sought to intrigue Tsunade with this revelation. As anticipated, Tsunade's interest was piqued. She was well acquainted with the nature of her grandfather's power. What intrigued her was the notion of an Uzumaki possessing the strength of the Senju clan. "Indeed, your Senju clan's shrine no longer exists," Orochimaru revealed, having clandestinely investigated all leads regarding Su Fan. Before Su Fan acquired such power, he had visited the ruins of the Senju clan. After Su Fan's departure, that place had become a wasteland. Damn it! Tsunade clenched her teeth. Seething with rage at the thought of this unknown boy, she longed to rend him asunder. "Thus, we share a common adversary. You should assist me." Orochimaru's voice was hoarse yet tinged with a hint of triumph. Believing this would sway Tsunade. "You and I inhabit entirely different worlds. Do not presume to manipulate me. I will not aid you with your affliction." Tsunade firmly delineated her stance, mindful of the need for caution when dealing with a defector from Konoha. At that moment, one of Orochimaru's remarks ignited Tsunade's fury entirely. "Indeed, after all, you have caused the demise of your 2 most cherished individuals, and you have yet to emerge from this sorrow, correct?" Orochimaru cast a sly grin towards Tsunade. The realization that he had brought about the death of his 2 most beloved people was indeed chilling. His schemes were remarkably cruel. Kabuto turned to Orochimaru, unable to suppress a nervous gulp. Such a tragic demise. Orochimaru aimed to provoke Tsunade, testing her medical prowess. Meanwhile, Shizen could no longer bear the tension. She rolled up her sleeves and released the iron arrow poised on her arm. "Silence!" Clang! Kabuto swiftly drew a kunai, shielding Orochimaru from the barrage of arrows. He managed to catch the final arrow, only to discover a white liquid seeping from its tip. "Poison! Perish!" In a flash, Shizen unsheathed a sharp scalpel from her chest. "You shall not prevail." Kabuto found himself with no time to evade. Just as Shizen's scalpel was about to slice through Kabuto's throat, Tsunade finally intervened. "Shizen, halt. P.S. I sincerely apologize for yesterday. I left my notebook at home and was overwhelmed with work, even traveling on the high-speed train at dawn. I've been contemplating updates for everyone, and I bow an apology once more. I will be posting additional content over the next couple of days as compensation. I hope for your understanding, given the demands of my work. Furthermore, future updates will be around 7 to 8 p.m. I will also be releasing a new chapter shortly, so please remember to encourage me for updates and don't forget to watch the videos." The author has spoken. Chapter 47. The wily serpent perspiration trickled onto the razor-sharp scalpel, causing Kabuto's Adam's apple to bob nervously. A mere 3 centimeters separated him from certain demise. This, subordinate, is formidable. Kabuto's perception of Shizen underwent a sudden elevation. As he gingerly set down the scalpel, Shizen swiftly retreated to Tsunade's side. "Orochimaru, you've always been this way, haven't you? You know my disposition well. Don't trifle with me." A faint smile graced Tsunade's face. Orochimaru, gazing at Tsunade, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. Suddenly, Tsunade delivered a devastating blow to the sturdy wall behind her. Instantly, fissures radiated from the point of impact. Boom! In a fleeting moment, the wall crumbled and collapsed. "Be warned, lest I slay you today, you scoundrel." Tsunade's countenance twisted into a ferocious snarl as she glared at Orochimaru. Formidable and utterly terrifying. "This person is undoubtedly single," Kabuto muttered, edging further behind Orochimaru. "Tsunade-sama, we haven't come seeking conflict. We merely desire to negotiate." Kabuto implored anxiously. Negotiate. Spare me your jest. As I stated earlier, vanish from my sight. Tsunade displayed no leniency toward Orochimaru. That simply won't do, Tsunade-sama. Kabuto's voice carried an urgent plea. Vanish. Tsunade's visage gradually hardened with impatience. For only you, Tsunade-sama, possess the ability to restore Orochimaru-sama's hands. Nor do we expect you to treat him without recompense. Shall we strike a bargain? Kabuto exclaimed fervently. I shall reiterate one last time. Vanish. I shall count to 5, and you shall disappear within that time, or I shall ensure your obliteration. Tsunade commenced her countdown. Sensing Tsunade's overwhelming pressure, Kabuto clenched his fists. As Tsunade counted down from 5 to 1, her face was devoid of any trace of her earlier amusement. Just as she was about to unleash her attack, Orochimaru interjected. I can resurrect your beloved brother and your paramour. These words alone caused Tsunade to tremble. Her gaze toward Orochimaru filled with intense emotion. Since we haven't been slain as of yet, does this signify that negotiations are underway? Orochimaru remarked with a chilling smirk. Tsunade lowered her head, lost in contemplation. Help! Help! At that moment, Jiraiya was searching for Tsunade when he spotted a man fleeing in utter panic. Hold on. What's transpired? Jiraiya vaulted to the man's side. Hey, snake, a massive one. And, a woman. One punch. She obliterated a towering wall with a single punch. The man stammered, recounting his first-hand experience. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and peered in the direction the man had indicated. This is dire. With that, Jiraiya hastened his pace toward the rear. What are you suggesting? The destruction of Konoha? Shizune exclaimed in astonishment. This was the condition Orochimaru had proposed, the price for resurrecting Tsunade's 2 most cherished individuals. Your response? Orochimaru's expression was one of morbid curiosity as he regarded Tsunade. In Tsunade's mind, memories cascaded. Her brother, Nawaki, with his endearing and warm smile. And her beloved Dan Cat. The memories were overwhelmingly poignant, leaving Tsunade in a state of inner turmoil. Tsunade-sama, do not fall prey to this fiend's machinations. Shizune cried out, jolting Tsunade from her reverie. Have you forgotten your aspirations and dreams? If they were aware, they would never permit you to do this. Shizune sensed Tsunade's wavering resolve and grew increasingly anxious. However, Tsunade merely glanced at Shizune, for the deal offered by Orochimaru was too agonizingly tempting. Seeing this, Shizune's expression became cautious. I know, even now, you are, in truth, unable to forget. But Tsunade-sama, awaken. Please awaken. Silence, Shizune. Tsunade roared, startling Shizune into silence. Tsunade's face was etched with inner conflict as she remained unable to make a clear decision. There's no need for an immediate response. However, I anticipate a resolution within a week. Moreover, this forbidden technique necessitates living sacrifices. Please prepare 2 individuals. Orochimaru stated ominously, observing Tsunade's tormented state. Orochimaru flashed a sinister grin. He raised his trembling right hand to his mouth and deliberately bit into it with his teeth. Blood trickled from the wound, its sound echoing crisply in Tsunade's ears. Then, Tsunade's hands clenched tightly, and her body began to tremble. This was Tsunade's hemophobia, triggered by the deaths of her brother and lover. It was her Achilles heel, her soul's psychological barrier and insurmountable obstacle. Though I am presently weakened, we are still cognizant of Tsunade's vulnerabilities. However, Tsunade, you have yet to overcome yourself. Orochimaru sneered at Tsunade, a blatant psychological tactic. Orochimaru. At that moment, Jiraiya descended from above. Jiraiya-sama, Shizune exclaimed in relief. Jiraiya reached Tsunade's side and swept her into his arms. Tsunade, on the verge of collapse, fell limply into Jiraiya's embrace. Orochimaru, you are well aware that Tsunade has not yet emerged from that tragedy. Why must you torment her so cruelly? Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru, his anger palpable. Jiraiya, you have changed considerably. If presented with such an opportunity, would you forsake it? Orochimaru retorted, his tone provocative. Enough. In any case, it remains Tsunade's decision. Farewell. Hold on. I've just arrived. I was hoping to savor some snake meat today. Orochimaru suddenly spun around to see Su Fan, accompanied by Sasuke and Naruto, had materialized. Su Fan. Orochimaru's face turned ashen, and he coughed in anger upon seeing Su Fan. But a sly smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips. Tsunade, the one who wields your grandfather's power has arrived. Tsunade glared at Su Fan, her brow furrowed. Su Fan promptly covered his right cheek. Wily serpent. You've taken to sowing discord now. Suddenly, An immense force surged towards Su Fan. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade stood before him. Truly, the granddaughter of Hashirama. This power is not to be scoffed at. As Su Fan spread his arms, a colossal tree erupted from the ground before him. Indeed, it is Wood Release. This power does possess the essence of her grandfather. Then, Shanner. Tsunade's fist connected with the tree shielding Su Fan, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Crack the tree splintered. Chapter 48. Tsunade's thoughts. The great tree split apart, and simultaneously, both individuals exchanged glances. Amidst the swirling wood shavings, Su Fan revealed a wicked smile. Such a beautiful woman. To become so enraged would surely lead to rapid aging. Wood Release. 4 Pillars Prison. Su Fan clenched his hands tightly, and from the depths of the earth, a colossal wooden structure emerged, enclosing Tsunade within. Tsunade, calm yet resolute, gazed at Su Fan, her crimson hair framing her striking features. She could never comprehend how Su Fan possessed this strangely familiar power. Where did you acquire this strength? She inquired softly. Isn't it typical for women to distrust the words of men? How is it that you truly believe Orochimaru's claims? Su Fan yawned, casting a glance at Tsunade. Answer me. Tsunade attempted to break free from the wooden prison, yet her strike merely distorted the structure without causing any real damage. If Orochimaru were to resurrect your 2 most beloved individuals, would you still consider them to be human? Su Fan's words struck Tsunade's heart like a bullet. Death is irreversible. Even if one were to be resurrected, what would they truly be? At the very least, isn't my existence closer to them? After saying this, Su Fan released the wooden prison. Aren't you afraid I will kill you? Tsunade sensed the murderous intent as Su Fan liberated her. Spare me. If you could have killed me, you would have done so already. I will reveal to you the truth about myself, and besides, I have matters to discuss with you. How about we first deal with that slippery snake? The 4 turned to face Orochimaru, who now felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Lord Orochimaru, I will hold them off. Kabuto tightened his grip on his scalpel, rushing to stand in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru regarded Su Fan with a sense of foreboding. This individual seemed to be his nemesis. Every time he believed he could dictate the course of events, Su Fan's presence guaranteed a twist of fate. You must ensure that I remain alive today. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, tinged with exhaustion. Orochimaru, I harbor no enmity towards you, yet there are certain matters I must handle personally. You need not know the reasons. But if you choose to abandon the darkness and embrace the light, I may spare you. If Orochimaru were to change his mind now, the narrative would shift dramatically, and the rewards accumulated would be substantial, perhaps allowing for at least 10 opportunities for a lottery draw. With this thought, Su Fan felt an overwhelming excitement. However, Orochimaru's mindset was obstinate, and Su Fan could not guarantee that he could sway his path. After all, this slippery snake seemed impossible to kill. Perhaps I should give it a try. Heh. Su Fan, you underestimate me. If I, Orochimaru, were to agree with your words, I would not have allied with the Sound and Sand villages to attack Konoha in the first place. Orochimaru's expression turned pained, his hands trembling once more. The symptoms were evidently worsening. Cough, cough. Why do you all gaze at me with such eyes? Even in my suffering, I will not concede. The myriad snakes behind Orochimaru coiled around him and Kabuto. Suddenly, Su Fan was taken aback. Reverse summoning technique? How could I have not considered this? As the multitude of snakes began to slither away, both Orochimaru and Kabuto vanished from sight. Tsunade continued to stare at the spot where Orochimaru had disappeared, the thoughts lingering in her mind. Nightfall. In a tavern, Tsunade drank cup after cup of sake. After a heavy silence, Tsunade's complexion grew slightly flushed, suggesting she had consumed quite a bit. You didn't invite me to drink? Tsunade, you're so stingy. Slowly raising her head, Tsunade saw Jiraiya approach and take a seat across from her. By the way, today seems to be a day for meeting old friends. Jiraiya poured a cup of sake for Tsunade. Jiraiya, what brings you here? Speak. Tsunade placed a set of cards in the center of the table. Jiraiya, with a serious expression, picked up the cards. Tsunade, the village has decided to appoint you as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade halted her drinking abruptly, her hands freezing in midair. After a long pause, she seized the cards from Jiraiya's hands and began to distribute them. Jiraiya glanced at the cards in his hand, then closed them. What is your decision? Tsunade smiled faintly. Why should I heed the village's decision? I am living quite well. There is no need for a constrained life. You, however, seem more suited for it. Jiraiya shook his head. Compared to you, a member of the Senju clan, I am but a distant shadow. The third has already elected you in a meeting. Will you accept? Tsunade lowered her head, Orochimaru's earlier words echoing in her mind. The resurrection of her two beloved individuals, including his promise to destroy Konoha together. The vision burned in her mind like flames, causing her to clutch her head in agony. I refuse. Tsunade suddenly raised her head, looking at Jiraiya with unwavering determination. Jiraiya was not taken aback. He merely smiled gently at her. I recall now. Those were the same words you used to reject me when I confessed to you long ago. As Hokage, one must wager their life for the village. Compared to life and wealth, money seems to hold more value for me. Recklessly wagering one's life is folly. Tsunade placed a king on the table. I know your thoughts. I just didn't expect you to voice them. Jiraiya, somewhat embarrassed, played an ace. Humph, don't let my age fool you. Time changes people. And you are no exception, Jiraiya. Growing older and still self-righteous, of course, leads to demise. Tsunade scoffed dismissively, retracting her cards. In my opinion, Hokage is worthless. Only a fool would aspire to such a position. With that, she slammed her fist on the table and turned to leave. As she stepped outside the tavern, a figure suddenly descended from above. Tsunade instinctively looked up, recognizing the familiar jutsu in the figure's hand. Rasengan, the fourth Hokage's jutsu. Tsunade leaped back as the Rasengan struck the ground, causing fissures to form beneath her feet. The figure that unleashed the Rasengan fell into the crevice. This little brat. Jiraiya, did you teach him the Rasengan? Tsunade turned to look at Jiraiya, who had just emerged. Although Naruto is my student, I have yet to teach him this technique. Jiraiya scratched his head. Besides the fourth Hokage and yourself, who else could perform the Rasengan? Of course, it's me. From the eaves, Su Fan's figure emerged under the moonlight. Who exactly are you? Chapter 49, Su Fan's New Eyes. I am Su Fan, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. With a leap from the eaves, Su Fan extracted Naruto from the fissure. The Uzumaki clan? Tsunade glanced between Naruto and Su Fan, sensing an enigmatic connection between them. What did you mean by what you said earlier? If you don't clarify today, you won't leave here alive. Su Fan replied with a faint smile. You have a grand chest and a fierce temper. To put it simply, I have inherited the power of your grandfather. Moreover, I have simultaneously fused the powers of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. What did you say? Everyone present was astonished. Jiraiya looked at Su Fan. Sensing that this mysterious youth harbored a monumental secret, there was no need for him to lie. Yet, how could the powers of two clans coexist? Are you jesting? Tsunade's expression was one of disbelief. Without a word, Su Fan spread his right palm, and a golden chain slowly emerged behind him. It's true. Tsunade gasped, covering her mouth. But why does your body possess my grandfather's power? She questioned skeptically. To put it simply, we are distantly related. Long ago, the Senju clan shared a portion of their bloodline with the Uzumaki clan. The power of chakra stems from the bloodlines of our races. I was drawn into your grandfather's tomb by his power, and perhaps inadvertently awakened a certain connection in my bloodline. I did not anticipate that his power would suddenly merge with mine. Perhaps it is fate, with the fusion of these two powers. I have acquired a new chakra. As he spoke, Su Fan opened his palm, revealing a flower seed that began to bloom in his hand. Tsunade squinted at it, noting that it appeared no different from an ordinary seed. However, the subsequent sight was utterly incomprehensible to her. The surface of the seed exhibited golden speckles, spreading like fireflies. Curiosity piqued. Tsunade reached out to touch the speckles, and at the moment of contact, the golden dots entered her body through her fingers. In an instant, Tsunade discovered that she could no longer utilize her chakra. It had been sealed. Su Fan smiled faintly. The Wood Release has merged with the sealing abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Once these speckles are absorbed or touched, the enemy will immediately lose the ability to wield chakra. It's true. Today had brought too many shocks for Tsunade. Su Fan's appearance left her mind in turmoil. Since I have inherited your grandfather's power, naturally, I do not wish to waste it. You understand what I mean, right? Tsunade scrutinized Su Fan closely. The power within him felt chaotic. The two forces seem not to have completely merged. Your power appears to be missing an ingredient. Su Fan rubbed his nose. You are indeed an expert. You are correct. I lack the sage cells from your grandfather's body. What I wish to know is the source of Hashirama's sage techniques. Tsunade furrowed her brow. She was the sole bearer of that knowledge. Under Hashirama's tutelage, she had learned many things, even the art of gambling. Yet, she herself had not inherited Hashirama's Wood Release. Su Fan was aware that Wood Release is a particularly unique Kekkei Genkai that cannot be inherited through bloodline. Even ordinary Kekkei Genkai are not guaranteed to be inherited. Within the Senju clan, only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, possessed Wood Release. Among all those capable of Wood Release in the Naruto series, they either had Hashirama's cells transplanted, like Yamato, Uchiha Madara, or Obito, or were individuals assimilated by the God Tree during the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hashirama's Wood Release was inherently due to his being the reincarnation of Ashura, who manifested this ability after receiving the full power of the Sage of Six Paths, which also stemmed from the God Tree. Thus, the power of Wood Release fundamentally derives from the God Tree. Additionally, the prelude to the infinite Tsukuyomi's activation is the descent of the God Tree, further affirming this notion. In essence, only those who have a direct or indirect connection to the God Tree can wield the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai. Therefore, despite being a combination of earth and water elements, the Wood Release possesses a renown that surpasses the Dust Release, primarily because its essence originates from the God Tree's power, enabling it to convert chakra into a source of life, accelerating and controlling plant growth. There are even whispers that the forests outside of Konoha were planted by Hashirama using Wood Release. Consequently, although Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she is neither the reincarnation of Ashura, nor has she transplanted Hashirama's cells, nor has she acquired the power of the God Tree, and thus cannot inherit Wood Release through bloodline. Of course, even if Wood Release were a typical Kekkei Genkai that could be inherited, Tsunade might still lack the capability to wield it. In the Naruto series, most members of Kekkei Genkai families need to rely on their personal aptitude to awaken and develop their clan's abilities. Ancestral knowledge and guidance can only provide limited assistance. For example, not every Uchiha can awaken the Sharingan, and even those who do may not necessarily achieve the Mangekyou Sharingan. Similarly, although the Hyuga clan has a high rate of Byakugan awakening, it has been clearly stated in Boruto that extensive training is required to open their eyes. Likewise, the Uzumaki clan's Karen only successfully utilized the adamant chains during the Fourth Great Ninja War, analogous to how the Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga clans, all descended from the Otsutsuki clan, are not exceptions. Su Fan's chakra was forcibly infused by Hashirama's entity. Initially, Su Fan could not inherit this power. Yet by a twist of fate, it fused with the Uzumaki chakra within him, achieving stability. This power is extraordinary, transcending the conventional realm of Naruto. The new chakra remains unknown, and Su Fan has attained mastery over all 5 chakra natures. In a certain sense, Su Fan no longer belongs to the Uzumaki clan, nor the Senju clan. He embodies a new lineage. Is it the slug? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tsunade's forehead. At that moment, Su Fan appeared to her as a monstrous figure. So, where's the wet-bone forest? Just then, Tsunade's gaze shifted sharply to Su Fan's eyes. A hint of a purplish-black outline emerged within his gaze, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. Chapter 50, The Common Eye These Eyes. Tsunade trembled and took a step back. Even Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Yet, Su Fan remained oblivious to the transformation occurring in his own gaze. Noticing their peculiar stares, Su Fan approached the window of the tavern. There, he beheld the contours of his eyes adorned with violet and black markings. Su Fan inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. A new chakra enveloped him completely. A pair of purple-black eyes seemed to manifest in his mind. Host, Su Fan. Eye power, the common eye. The common eye? When did this happen? The common eye grants the ability to control the will of weaker opponents within a kilometer. It also possesses the capability to capture and replicate techniques akin to the Sharingan. Skill 1 Outline. Within the locked range, it can seal the opponent's chakra for a brief period, dependent on the opponent's abilities. Skill 2 Devour. It allows the user to unleash special Wood Release techniques that entangle the opponent, consuming a portion of their chakra. Skill 3 Stargaze. This skill enables the clear reading of information from the opponent's mind, limited to a range of 10 meters. Beyond 10 kilometers, its effectiveness diminishes, transforming the basic abilities of the Kagura Hard Eye, allowing knowledge of the number and condition of opponents. Skill 4 Resemblance. Unlike ordinary transformation jutsu, this skill allows the user to take on the appearance of another and utilize some of their fundamental ninja techniques. Su Fan's eyes belong to the lower tier of purple-black, with most abilities yet to be awakened. The eye ranks are categorized into 4 grades: Deep Azure for intermediate, Wine Red for advanced. Upon completing the evolution of 3 types of eyes, one can attain the pinnacle of ocular abilities, transitioning from wine red to black gold. This I can reflect all illusions with absolute certainty, and these are merely foundational abilities. The requirements for eye evolution necessitate offerings for nourishment. Offerings: 1 pair of Rinnegan and 1 pair of Tensegan. Both pairs must be acquired simultaneously, along with Hashirama's sage techniques, to fully evolve the eyes. Sage techniques are essential for reaching the zenith of this new power, enabling the eyes to maximize their potential. As Su Fan prepared to open his eyes, he cast a wicked glance at Tsunade. Stargaze. In that fleeting moment, Tsunade's will inexplicably halted. A strange sensation surged within her. She clutched her throat and collapsed, expelling the contents of her stomach from that evening's meal. Her mind was in disarray, as though someone had just turned her brain inside out. "What did you just do?" Tsunade asked, looking up at Su Fan in shock. "Nothing much, merely retrieving some information from your mind," Su Fan replied with a faint smile. "These eyes are truly remarkable." Su Fan had already discerned the location of the Wetbone Forest, and all of Hashirama's secrets had been recorded in his memory. The path to sage techniques was but a step away. "Tsunade, you are indeed not suited to be Hokage, yet the village may still require your assistance. A healer's heart is compassionate, but it seems you have long forgotten your original intention. Consider those in pain, how they yearn for your aid. Have you truly not reflected on this?" As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, Jiraiya anxiously interjected, "Tsunade is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Why would you say otherwise?" Su Fan regarded Jiraiya meaningfully. This man, who had always held deep affections for Tsunade, would meet a tragic fate should Su Fan fail to prevent her ascension to the position of 5th Hokage. Beyond the well, he would ultimately sink into the depths of the sea. Faith requires steadfastness from an individual. What is visible now is merely a fragment. To perceive the entirety and the profound, time is necessary. The tragic conclusion of the original narrative was one Su Fan could not bear to witness again. Thus, today, he must ensure Jiraiya's ascension to Hokage. In doing so, he could rewrite his fate, for Naruto, and for his own once fervent dreams. Defeat me, and I shall wholeheartedly support your bid to make Tsunade the 5th Hokage. Should you lose, however, you must respect my opinion. You shall become the 5th Hokage. P.S. I just got off work and I apologize. I will clarify tomorrow. I typed a few words on my phone earlier regarding the name of the eyes. Please take your time to consider before finalizing it. Chapter 51 Monologue. Enough with the jesting. I am truly unfit to become Hokage, Jiraiya chuckled self-deprecatingly. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Tsunade, his eyes clouded with a hint of longing. Indeed, entrusting one's finest treasures to a beloved person was a trait Jiraiya had always embodied. Behind his playful facade lay the countenance of a jester. Whether one is suitable or not can only be determined through experience. Let us proceed. Su Fan waved his hand dismissively. Jiraiya was taken aback by Su Fan's earnestness. Even if your abilities are extraordinary, do not forget that I am one of the legendary Sannin. With that, Jiraiya furrowed his brow and charged towards Su Fan, the sound of his footsteps echoing sharply. Su Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he positioned his left hand behind him, preparing to confront Jiraiya with one hand. What an audacious young man. Even with his current prowess, defeating Jiraiya with one hand would surely be no simple feat. Tsunade glanced at Su Fan, shaking her head in exasperation at his arrogance. Youngster, how dare you underestimate me? Today, you shall witness the might of the Toad Sage. Jiraiya leaped towards Su Fan, his right fist raised, ready to strike. Su Fan, refusing to back down, nimbly evaded Jiraiya's relentless attacks. Through the power of his ordinary eyes, he effortlessly captured Jiraiya's movements, allowing him to respond swiftly to each subsequent strike. Consequently, Jiraiya found himself at a disadvantage under the scrutiny of Su Fan's keen gaze. While dodging, Su Fan adeptly identified the flaws in Jiraiya's technique. As Jiraiya swung his right fist, his white hair attempted to ensnare Su Fan, who retreated repeatedly, focusing on exploiting Jiraiya's vulnerabilities. Compared to Su Fan's agility, Jiraiya's movements appeared sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Su Fan delivered a powerful kick, forcing Jiraiya to stagger backward. Tsunade, anxiously observing from the sidelines, exclaimed, "Jiraiya, his ocular technique can analyze your fighting style and counterattack. In a brawl, you cannot win under these circumstances." After taking several steps back to steady himself, Jiraiya regarded Su Fan, preparing to employ ninjutsu. However, Su Fan would not grant him that chance. In an instant, he vanished like a gust of wind, and by the time Jiraiya comprehended the situation, Su Fan stood behind him, wielding a scalpel. That is my scalpel. When did you? Shizun scrutinized the instrument in Su Fan's hand. It was indeed the one she frequently used. Yet, it had been securely stored in a rather private location. Tsunade turned to glance at Shizun, who was blushing furiously. Shizun, what ridiculous thoughts are you entertaining? And no, Lady Tsunade. Shizun stammered, hastily waving her hands. Oh dear. How embarrassing. Jiraiya smiled faintly. I concede my defeat. However, had I been serious, you may not have triumphed. Su Fan sheathed the scalpel and nodded in agreement. True, yet you have already surrendered, so you must respect my decision. With that, Su Fan approached Shizun. Thank you for the scalpel, Shizun. It seems to have a faint scent of milk. Su Fan cast a mischievous glance into Shizun's eyes. Ah, and no need for thanks. Shizun trembled as she accepted the scalpel, wishing for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. At that moment, 2 strands of Jiraiya's hair suddenly severed and fell, as if neatly sliced by some sharp object. Jiraiya, who had previously been brimming with confidence, now stared earnestly at Su Fan's retreating figure, realizing, this kid has been holding back. Had he harbored even a hint of murderous intent, I would be a corpse now. Su Fan, I wish to understand your reasoning for wanting me to inherit the title of Hokage, Jiraiya inquired calmly. Su Fan slowly turned to face Jiraiya, a smile gracing his lips. Do you not feel that the Toad Sage possesses remarkable strength? It would indeed be a pity for you not to become the 5th Hokage. Taken aback by the compliment, Jiraiya fumbled for a response, awkwardly laughing at Su Fan's words. Well, I suppose someone as formidable as I should present myself well. Jiraiya concocted a flimsy excuse, but in truth, his thoughts remained fixated on Tsunade. Observing her slightly flushed cheeks, Jiraiya felt a warmth swell within him. Though I am charming and powerful, if you harbor feelings for me, you need only to express them directly. With that, Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, playfully teasing her. You still haven't had enough punishment, have you? I shall assume you are jesting. I'm going to bed now. Tsunade waved her small fist at Jiraiya as she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Jiraiya's expression turned melancholic. He lowered his head, muttering to himself, I was quite serious. As the saying goes, one who licks to the end is left with nothing, if one were to truly perish. What good would regret do? Su Fan approached Jiraiya, observing Tsunade's departing silhouette, and spoke softly, perhaps my reasoning is not entirely compelling. But for the sake of your unwavering passion, agree to it. It is also for Naruto's sake. P.S. There will be another chapter soon. Due to work commitments, the update frequency for this book has halved recently. However, rest assured, it will not be abandoned. I will continue to write, supporting you all the way to Boruto's tale, providing a narrative that surpasses even that of Boruto. Do not forget to like and watch the videos. Chapter 52. The necklace. The night breeze caressed Tsunade's cheeks as she sat on the eaves, engulfed in a tumult of memories. Her gaze fell upon the crystal necklace resting against her chest, tears trickling down her face. Shungshu, happy 12th birthday. Beneath the Hokage building, Tsunade had presented a carefully prepared gift to Shungshu from behind. I'm not a child anymore. I don't want any birthday presents. Shungshu retorted, stubbornly returning the gift to Tsunade. What are you talking about? You're still just a child. Tsunade exclaimed. Enough talk. Hurry up and open it. You'll surely be delighted. Tsunade urged, turning her eyes toward the distant scenery. Shushu, relenting, swiftly unwrapped the gift, revealing a beautiful crystal necklace. Sister, could this be? He gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this is the necklace of the first Hokage, our grandfather. I love you, sister. Upon realizing the necklace's significance, Shungshu leaped into Tsunade's embrace. I believe you are more deserving of it. You've always wanted this, haven't you? Cherish it well. Tsunade affectionately ruffled Shingshu's hair. Not just this necklace, but this village is also grandfather's treasure. I will protect it, he declared, excitedly donning the necklace around his neck. I am the grandson of the first Hokage who founded the Hidden Leaf Village. Gazing at the distant Leaf Village, Shungshu was filled with determination. Well said. A man's word is his bond. Yes, one day I will inherit the name of Hokage, for being Hokage is my dream. Tsunade smiled with pride. Shungshu, take off your forehead protector. I have a magical gift for you. Confused, Shungshu removed his protector as Tsunade leaned down and kissed his forehead. Sister, bewildered. Shushu suddenly broke into a broad smile. In the pitch-black night, Tsunade gasped for breath as she traversed the shadowy tunnel, where she encountered Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who awaited her at the entrance of the mortuary. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade stepped inside. only to feel Jiraiya's hand on her shoulder. "You best not look at the corpses." Orochimaru's demeanor was chilling as he regarded Tsunade with indifference. "What does it matter? Even if you see them, you won't be able to tell if that was her brother." "Stop it, Orochimaru," Jiraiya interjected sharply. It's war. Ninjas become like this because there are no doctors on the battlefield, but the children are too excitable." As he spoke, Orochimaru produced a necklace from his pocket. In that moment, Tsunade could no longer maintain her composure. She staggered back, nearly fainting, and Jiraiya quickly steadied her. Ultimately, she chose to confront the reality of Shinshu's death. Before the gravestone, Tsunade wept uncontrollably, her heart shattered. The sky, once gloomy, erupted with lightning as torrential rain poured down. Since that day, Tsunade had relentlessly advocated for the establishment of a medical unit at every meeting convened by the third Hokage. She argued that in missions requiring long-term solo operations behind enemy lines, equipping each team with a medical expert would significantly elevate survival and mission success rates. Thus, the cultivation of medical ninjas with advanced medical skills and the development of medical institutions became urgent matters. At every meeting, Tsunade reiterated these points, only to be met with rejection from the third Hokage. "While you make valid points, we are in a state of war. Establishing medical facilities will consume considerable time, and we currently lack the necessary expertise. The enemy will not wait for us," Sarutobi Hiruzen repeatedly countered, as did everyone else. "What are you saying, you old fool? If this continues, no matter how long it takes." Tsunade lashed out at her mentor in frustration, yet Sarutobi seemed oblivious to her outburst. "I support her view." A single voice rose above the rest. "I refuse to let the sacrifices of our fallen ninjas be in vain. We must learn from this." Among the crowd, only Kato Dan stood up. Jiraiya, who had been hesitant, was taken aback, as was the furious Tsunade, who turned her curious gaze toward the blue-haired Kato Dan. After the meeting, as Kato Dan exited the Hokage building, Tsunade called out to him. Thank you for what you said earlier." Kato Dan turned with a smile. "You're right, but it's getting late. Let me walk you home." Is that all right? Where do you live?" The opposite direction." Tsunade chuckled awkwardly. "Then never mind. It's fine. I would like to chat with you more." For the first time, Tsunade encountered a man who shared her ideals, and her heart began to open. Kato Dan, too, harbored dreams akin to Shinshu's, of becoming Hokage. Unbeknownst to her, she had already developed feelings for Kato Dan. On the day Tsunade and Kato Dan went to war, she gifted him the necklace she had once given to Shinshu. During a mission on a stormy night, Kato Dan lay bloodied in a pool of his own blood, rescued by his comrades. Hidden in the jungle, Tsunade desperately fought to save him. "Hang in there, Dan." On the brink of consciousness, Kato Dan weakly called out Tsunade's name. "Tsunade, I don't want to die. I still have so many things left to do." "Don't speak, Dan." But it was too late. His kidneys were beyond salvation, and even the legendary Tsunade could do nothing to save him. Nearby, his teammates shook their heads in despair. "The bleeding has stopped, Dan. You'll be all right." "So good." Dan smiled faintly, closing his eyes. "Dan, speak to me." "Dan." Ideals represent a person's greatest devotion. Losing the one who fuels that motivation leaves one unable to truly recover. Now, they could only exist in memories. The following morning, several of them set out together to first escort Tsunade back to the Leaf. "I'm really looking forward to it. I never expected to become Hokage one day," Jiraiya boasted along the way. Who cares? I wouldn't want to do it even if offered." "But it is true that you fulfilled your childhood dream," Tsunade retorted. "A man as perfect and outstanding as I am is bound to succeed. No need for you to say that." At that moment, Jiraiya felt he was on cloud nine. "Wait a moment." Tsunade suddenly halted. "What's the matter?" As Jiraiya turned, Tsunade yanked the necklace from around her neck and pressed it into his hand. "If you become Hokage, I have nothing else to give you. Consider this a gift. Please, promise me you won't die." Under the morning light, Tsunade beamed with a radiant smile, then walked ahead with her hands clasped behind her back. Looking at the necklace in his hands, Jiraiya felt deeply moved, understanding the necklace's significance to Tsunade. To gift it to him was to regard him as someone of great importance. Quickly donning the necklace, Jiraiya excitedly showed off to Su-fan, Naruto, and Sasuke behind him. "Congratulations, Jiraiya. You've taken another step closer to the one you cherish most." Watching the playful antics of Naruto and Jiraiya, Su-fan felt a warm sensation enveloping his heart. Chapter 53. Tsunade's choice finally returned to Konoha. The familiar scenery greeted Tsunade once more. She stood at the entrance, inhaling deeply and stretching languidly. The absence of alcohol during her journey had been utterly vexing, and it had been ages since she savored Ichiraku ramen. With that thought, she dashed towards the ramen shop. "I want to eat too," Naruto exclaimed, eager to follow, but was promptly halted by Su-fan. Su-fan glanced at Jiraiya, sensing the weight of his unspoken thoughts. Although he had verbally accepted the mantle of the fifth Hokage, his feelings had shifted upon returning to the village. "Enough of this. I'll take you and Sasuke back first," Su-fan stated, disregarding Naruto's protests as he firmly grasped his collar and led him away. "Boss, I'll have another bowl of ramen," Jiraiya declared as he entered, lifting the curtain. He noticed Tsunade's table, where she had already consumed numerous cups. "Returning to Konoha must evoke many feelings," Jiraiya remarked casually. "Indeed. When I left here, I vowed never to return," Tsunade replied, downing another drink. "But now that you can return and confront the past, that in itself is commendable. They will undoubtedly be pleased to see you," Jiraiya continued. Tsunade leaned her head on her hand, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Humph, those old fossils chose you first, and now that you've compromised, they should be celebrating your return." Jiraiya took a sip of his drink, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I've certainly put myself in a difficult position. But speaking of which, Tsunade, do you still intend to meet with Orochimaru?" From the look on Shizun's face, he discerned that Orochimaru's proposal must be incredibly tempting. "But don't rush to conclusions. There's one more thing I must tell you. Every Hokage has sought to protect the Hidden Leaf Village and its inhabitants, to quell chaos and foster prosperity. I am no exception. However, should the day come when you betray Konoha..." Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Tsunade, unwavering in his resolve. "I will personally see to your demise." Perhaps he was still grappling with his inner turmoil, but the decision he had made left no room for the indulgence of greed. "This should no longer concern me," Tsunade replied coolly. "Only a killer remains unfazed by the death of those around them. You are not that kind of person, are you? In truth, no one worries more for the villagers than you." Even back then, Jiraiya realized he could never be harsh with Tsunade. As he spoke, a sense of compassion emerged, his gaze filled with helplessness. "That's enough. Stop lecturing me," Tsunade interrupted, the memories piercing her heart like daggers. Thus, the two continued to drink in silence until the night deepened. Upon returning, Su-fan opened the system's lottery interface. Lottery attempts. 1 spin refresh attempts. Since Jiraiya had yet to complete the ceremonial succession, the task remained unfinished. Su-fan scratched his head in frustration. He took out a mirror, scrutinizing his eyes. The black contours accented with a faint purple hue allowed him to perceive his surroundings clearly, even in the depths of night. He pondered the peculiar nature of his abilities. Compared to the ocular powers in the current Hokage world, his could be deemed akin to a basic level of Sharingan, somewhat rudimentary. The ordinary abilities were commendable, with a robust foundational potential, yet he wondered if they would evolve to attain the ultimate capabilities akin to the Sharingan or Rinnegan. Targeting weaker opponents would ensure a lethal strike, making it suitable for intelligence-gathering missions. However, he pondered what intriguing items this lottery might yield. As he opened the spin wheel, 7 rewards appeared, 5 green quality, 1 blue, and 1 permanent golden Rinnegan. "It seems there's always a catch," he mused. If he used the refresh scroll now, with only 1 lottery attempt, even a good item would be of little use. Thus, it would be wiser to accumulate more attempts before using it. Su-fan understood that the refresh scroll was akin to a hidden advantage. It seemed ordinary but would grow increasingly valuable as time passed. Yet, after the recent exertions, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, who were peacefully embraced in slumber, and smiled faintly as he covered them with a blanket. What would Hinata and Sakura think if they saw this scene? As the night deepened, Tsunade stood alone on a patch of grass. The clouds parted overhead, revealing the moon's gentle glow. Indeed, Tsunade remained preoccupied with the deal proposed by Orochimaru earlier that day. The temptation of resurrecting Rope Tree and Kato was overwhelming. Unable to reach a decision, she sprinted towards the gambling den in Konoha. In the Sound Village, Orochimaru remained reclined on his bed, coughing weakly. If Tsunade agrees to her terms, then Lord Orochimaru's hand can be healed, and we can swiftly recommence our plans to destroy Konoha. Lady Tsunade will also reunite with her 2 beloved companions. Yet, what if she refuses? The nearby Kabuto adjusted his glasses, halting his speech. Then we shall have to compel her to treat him. However, Tsunade should find it hard to reject this deal. Orochimaru continued, unperturbed by Jiraiya. His only concern was the presence of Su Fan for as long as he was around. Mischief would invariably ensue. Is it truly that simple? Kabuto approached Orochimaru, speaking languidly. With you here, although Su Fan is formidable, I possess something you might find useful to test. Orochimaru, trembling, produced a vial of green liquid with his unsteady hand. This is an inhibitor for the first Hokage's cells. If Su Fan's body contains those cells, we can suppress them directly. Do not fret, I know Tsunade better than anyone, including her greatest weakness. She will surely acquiesce to our conditions. Kabuto accepted the vial, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Tonight, we shall see Tsunade's choice. Chapter 53. While stepping out of the gambling den, Tsunade quietly departed from Konoha. In a distant place, Orochimaru slowly emerged. His expression tinged with excitement as he gazed at Tsunade. Tell me, what is your response? He inquired, anticipation evident in his eyes. Tsunade remained silent for a long while, contemplating the decision that had cost her all her remaining savings. I will heal your hands, Tsunade finally spoke, her voice resolute. The condition is that you must not harm the village. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and let out a cold chuckle. No problem. Upon hearing his response, Tsunade felt a glimmer of hope as if she could already see Suk and Kato embracing her once more. Her gaze grew increasingly distant. Come. They both advanced towards each other. As Orochimaru drew near, he extended his hands. Tsunade cupped them with her own, chakra flowing gently between them. Suddenly, a shuriken flew through the air, causing both to retreat abruptly, their distance widening once more. They looked up to see none other than Kabuto, the one who had thrown the shuriken. Kabuto, why choose to betray me now? Orochimaru rasped, his voice strained as he questioned the figure perched on the eaves. Why this response? Tsunade murmured, realizing the gravity of the situation. You intend to kill me. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock, his expression turning terrifying. Kabuto leapt behind Orochimaru without answering. But I have always believed in you, Kabuto, your loyalty and your insight into Tsunade's intentions, he said with a faint smile. After all, I come from the medical team as well. His chakra emanated a chilling aura. It became evident that Kabuto had discerned Tsunade's intent to eliminate Orochimaru and intervened. Tsunade, I genuinely wish to revive those two, and I promised not to destroy Konoha. Tsunade lowered her head, hesitating for a moment. Orochimaru, I know you lied about not attacking the village, but I truly wish to see them, even if just once, to touch them, to witness their smiles. But, will I really get to see Suk and Kato again? In that fleeting moment of hope, I realized, I am utterly hopeless. Tears streamed down Tsunade's face. I love them so much that I have become reckless. With that, Tsunade slowly crouched down, sorrowfully embracing herself. However, I cannot be so selfish. For the village. For others like Suk and Kato. Tsunade rose abruptly, wiping her tears away, and delivered a powerful punch towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged glances, leaping onto the eaves as the ground below shattered, creating a deep crater. Come on, Orochimaru. Ah, by the way, we have yet to truly battle. Orochimaru remarked with a wicked grin. Tsunade, shedding her gambling cloak, looked at him with a serious expression. Indeed, we have not. With that, she charged at Orochimaru. You indeed dare to say that, having fought her before, Kabuto said innocently. I will eliminate both of you scoundrels here. Tsunade leapt into the air, raising her right fist to strike at them. Quickly dodge. If you are hit even once, it could spell your end. Orochimaru and Kabuto hastily jumped away, causing the walls to collapse as Tsunade gathered her resolve amidst the chaos. Kabuto, it's up to you now. Understood. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, a small snake slithering out. Kabuto, having concealed something within his attire, charged forward. Although Tsunade possessed immense strength, she lacked agility, while Kabuto moved with remarkable speed, creating craters in the ground with each step. Before long, Tsunade's breath quickened. What have you done to me? Kabuto replied with a sinister smile. I apologize, but I have severed the muscles in your left leg and right shoulder. He spread his hands as chakra enveloped them. As Tsunade realized her leg had been severed, she understood that she could no longer continue fighting. Since you've given up so soon, perhaps I should just end your life now. At that moment, Tsunade found herself in a dire predicament. Facing Orochimaru, she was unable to muster even the basic strength to retaliate. Just when her life hung in the balance, the most important person suddenly appeared. Chapter 55. Jiraiya vs. Orochimaru. A colossal flame surged from the heavens, hurtling towards Kabuto. Kabuto's eyes narrowed as he swiftly retreated. Upon landing, Jiraiya refrained from glancing back at Tsunade, instead focusing on the formidable presence of Orochimaru and Kabuto before him, a sense of discontent swelling within him. "Tsunade, you have truly disappointed me," Jiraiya remarked coolly. Tsunade clenched her fists, slowly bowing her head, acutely aware that she had failed to inform Jiraiya of her departure. Regardless of her reasoning, no explanation could suffice. "Orochimaru, your obstinacy knows no bounds. I advise you to abandon your pursuit of vengeance against Konoha," Jiraiya cautioned. "Heh. Jiraiya, why should I? I merely seek a better path for myself. I never mentioned revenge against Konoha," Orochimaru retorted, his tongue flicking out deviously. "I'm sorry, Jiraiya." "Allow me to handle this," Tsunade whispered from behind him. "Silence. We shall discuss your matters upon our return to Konoha." Jiraiya's mood was particularly irritable. The one he cherished nearly betrayed him, and despite his earnest counsel, he had remained vigil at the village's entrance that night, hoping to prevent Tsunade from leaving. Yet, his fears were realized. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade sought to sever ties with Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, consider this not as me bullying you. Rather, it is merely your unfortunate fate," Jiraiya declared, biting his finger before slamming it onto the ground. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing Fukusaku. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, acutely aware that he possessed no means of countering Jiraiya's jutsu and recognized his lack of advantage in this confrontation. However, with the true form of the Yamata no Orochi at his disposal, a desperate battle might turn the tide in his favor, albeit at a staggering cost. Fortunately, Vortex Su Fan was absent, leaving Tsunade as the sole individual capable of healing Orochimaru. Should he miss this opportunity, finding her again would be improbable. With this realization, Orochimaru resolved firmly, no matter the price, he would secure Tsunade's assistance. "Kabuto, focus on Tsunade. I will handle Jiraiya," Orochimaru commanded. Biting down on his collar and tearing it away, Jiraiya eyed Orochimaru warily, uncertain of his intentions. Orochimaru, now bare-chested, emitted a chilling laugh as crimson blood flowed from his body, revealing a distinct curse mark on his abdomen. "What does this mean?" Jiraiya pondered, recognizing the unusual and perilous nature of the seal. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, suddenly arching his back, causing nearby debris to levitate as dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. "Jiraiya, I sincerely regret involving you in this." Throughout, Tsunade remained ensnared in guilt, unable to meet Jiraiya's gaze. In an instant, a serpent with a human face materialized before them. The eight-headed serpent technique. "I cannot believe he has truly succeeded," Jiraiya thought, reflecting on the camaraderie they once shared, now seeming as if it had never existed. "Jiraiya, with this alone, I can devour you whole," Orochimaru proclaimed, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he charged at Jiraiya. "Today, I shall give my utmost effort, having never fought you before. P.S. I just got off work. The company organized a nucleic acid test, and I've only just returned. I've been so exhausted typing that I've dozed off several times. I sincerely apologize to everyone. I will make it up to you all when I have the chance. I truly cannot hold on any longer, so I shall retire early." Chapter 56. Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Orochimaru lunged forward, his serpent tongue poised to strike at Jiraiya. With a swift leap, Jiraiya evaded the attack. And as he soared into the air, he had already placed 3 explosive tags on the ground. Upon Orochimaru's advance, a cacophony of explosions erupted, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the sky. As Jiraiya descended through the thick fog, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was well aware that Orochimaru would not be so easily defeated. Suddenly, 8 serpentine tails shot forth from the smoke, ensnaring Jiraiya's arms and legs. The heads of the 8-headed serpent emerged, roaring ferociously. One of the heads spat forth a stream of black venom, which, upon contact with Jiraiya, transformed him into wood, an application of the body replacement technique. "Super large Rasengan," Jiraiya declared, as he clutched a massive Rasengan above the 8-headed serpent. The serpent's tails quickly retracted to form a defensive barrier over its head, attempting to ward off Jiraiya's oncoming assault. Beneath the serpent, a swamp emerged, causing the ground to churn as its form began to falter. "Ah!" Jiraiya shouted, driving the Rasengan down with tremendous force. At the moment of impact, the 8-headed serpent let out a heart-wrenching cry. 5-element seal. As the Rasengan dissipated, Jiraiya followed up with a decisive strike, causing the serpent to roll over and fall silent. Meanwhile, The battle between Kabuto and Tsunade continued unabated, yet it appeared that Orochimaru had already met his downfall. Take care of yourself, Tsunade urged. Orochimaru has been defeated. She descended from the sky, causing the ground to tremble beneath her. Kabuto swiftly dodged, adjusting his glasses with a smirk. You jest, Lady Tsunade. Orochimaru is not so easily vanquished. In an instant, as Jiraiya turned to face Tsunade, he felt a serpent tail pierce through his chest. Jiraiya, Tsunade cried, rushing towards him, only to be intercepted by Kabuto. The tide has turned, Lady Tsunade. You should focus on your own survival. Before long, under my chakra scalpel, you will find yourself completely paralyzed. Kabuto licked the blood from the blade with zeal. Haha. Jiraiya, your arrogance is astounding. Do you truly believe this will be enough to slay me? The eight-headed serpent vanished, revealing Orochimaru's weakened form as he gasped for breath, retracting his serpent tail. Jiraiya gazed at his chest in disbelief. This is the price of negligence. Coughing up blood, Jiraiya fell to his knees. Orochimaru, I understand your desire to heal your hands, but why must you persist in your assault on Konoha? He clutched his chest, his consciousness wavering, reflecting on their past camaraderie. Must we truly wash our faces with tears today? I despise that old bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen. He always obstructs me from pursuing what I desire. Every ounce of my ambition is thwarted by him. He has never acknowledged me. I must validate myself and compel others to recognize my will through bloodshed. Achieving greatness. I was born in Konoha. If I cannot seize this place, how can I intimidate the other villages? Orochimaru's gaze fixed on Jiraiya as he laid bare his thoughts. The righteous path has no end. Along the way, one is accompanied by those they cherish. But you, Orochimaru, are destined to remain forever isolated. On this deviated path, your only destination is death. With a sudden surge of energy, Jiraiya coughed up more blood. Look at yourself, Jiraiya. What power do you possess now to prevent this? You think merely being the fifth Hokage will suffice? Your so-called will is but a hollow fade. Do not impose your pretentious expressions upon me. Now, I hold the reins. Orochimaru cackled ominously. At this moment, Tsunade was half kneeling on the ground, as Kabuto's plan had already progressed significantly. Orochimaru, wait for me a moment. The surgical scalpel in Kabuto's hand glinted coldly in the moonlight. Tsunade's body was on the verge of complete fracture. Do you truly believe this is my limit, Orochimaru? Jiraiya clutched his chest, slowly rising to his feet. With his back turned to Orochimaru, a palpable shift in Jiraiya's aura became evident. He clasped his hands together, drawing in the chakra from the surrounding air, capable of absorbing the natural energy. This was no ordinary ability. Finally, Orochimaru sensed the heavy intent to kill emanating from Jiraiya, compelling him to take the situation seriously. Now it is time. The crisp sound of the clap echoed as Jiraiya turned, revealing a mystical mark upon his face. Though it appeared unassuming, the current Jiraiya was on an entirely different level than Orochimaru. Orochimaru, let us bring this to a close. Jiraiya's words reverberated through the air. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Orochimaru's brow. It was evident that Jiraiya had entered sage mode. P.S. Tomorrow, the updates will be plentiful. Chapter 57. The Obsession of the Eight-Headed Serpent and the Formation of 10,000 Snakes. Orochimaru's mouth widened, and countless venomous snakes slithered forth, encircling Jiraiya. Suddenly, Jiraiya opened his tightly shut eyes, and a formidable aura erupted around him. Orochimaru, you have deeply disappointed me. I once believed that the bond between us could alter the course of our destinies. It seems now that the only solution to your obstinacy lies in your demise. Summoning technique. Two small toads landed on Jiraiya's shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima. What on earth has transpired that you summoned us both? Fukasaku yawned, seemingly roused from slumber by Jiraiya's abrupt call. Look around, father of the child. Shima exclaimed, surveying the scene where numerous snakes had ensnared them. Do not panic. Allow me to handle this. Fukasaku leaped into action. Tongue-binding technique. Water slash. His supple tongue transformed into a blade, spinning through the air and severing the surrounding snakes in half. After executing the maneuver, Fukasaku returned to Jiraiya's shoulder. Impressive, father of the child. But does young Jiraiya truly face that monster? The two toads gazed at Orochimaru, who, bare-chested and entwined with serpents, coughed incessantly. This feeble body is no match for young Jiraiya. Fukasaku mused, resting his chin glumly. You may not be aware, but he is a being whom even the Hokage could not vanquish, possessing unparalleled regenerative abilities. As long as a single cell of his body remains, he cannot perish. Jiraiya cautioned. I never imagined such a creature existed in this world. We must focus intently on this battle, Shima. Young Jiraiya, you shall engage him, while we provide support. We must compel you to employ sage techniques with all our might. With a nod, Jiraiya glanced back at Tsunade. She seemed poised to speak, but Jiraiya had already charged towards Orochimaru. Jiraiya, your mastery of ninjutsu appears formidable, yet even without my hands, you shall not easily defeat me. Orochimaru hissed, his long tongue flicking about as he laughed maniacally, serpents trailing from his back. Sage art, thousand needle Jizo. As Jiraiya crouched low, his hair stiffened and launched like a tempest, swiftly dispatching the advancing snakes. Orochimaru, coiling upward, ascended a tree, gaining a vantage point as he bore down on Jiraiya. Here they come. Fukasaku and Shima nodded in unison, both toads leaping and clapping their hands. Sage art, frog song. A powerful sound wave coursed through Orochimaru's body, momentarily halting his movements uncontrollably. Now Jiraiya. Jiraiya sprang up, matching the height of the two toads, swiftly forming hand seals. Sage art. 5 right gates. Jiraiya unleashed oil, while Fukasaku summoned wind, and Shima conjured fire, their combined chakra wreaking havoc and scorching the surrounding grass. In an instant, Orochimaru broke free from the illusion. Triple Rashomon. The ground quaked violently as 3 colossal gates erupted from the earth, successfully blocking Jiraiya's sage technique. The 8-headed serpent technique could only be sustained for an hour. Should he employ it again, his body would be irrevocably damaged. Yet, it was imperative to act now. The 8-headed serpent technique, an S-rank forbidden art, had taken Orochimaru a month to master. The fearsome, colossal serpent, known as the Divine Dragon, bore the form of countless snakes and glistened with sharp fangs. In the original tale, when Uchiha Sasuke's chakra was depleted, Orochimaru unleashed this final secret technique. The transformation into the 8-headed serpent represented Orochimaru's most potent ability, an incarnation of his unyielding obsession. Come forth, Jiraiya. Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes. Has he succeeded? Jiraiya, alongside the 2 toads, landed and gazed ahead. The triple Rashomon remained eerily silent. Something is amiss. Jiraiya's keen perception sensed an impending calamity. He could not possibly perish so easily. Drawing a deep breath, Jiraiya's expression grew numb. Suddenly, a violent surge of chakra approached rapidly from behind the triple Rashomon. Watch out. It's coming. In the blink of an eye, the 3 gates shattered simultaneously, revealing terrifying serpent heads with sharp fangs and horns that collided with Jiraiya's body. How swift. Young Jiraiya. Jiraiya was thrust against a tree by Orochimaru's serpentine assault, the impact sending shockwaves through the forest and creating a massive crater in the ground. Boom! An enormous crash ensued. Jiraiya found himself against a rock, spitting a mouthful of blood. The deeper Orochimaru's obsession, the more powerful he became. The battle seemed increasingly precarious, yet adaptability was essential. He had to resort to that. Fukasaku and Shima placed their hands on Jiraiya's body simultaneously. In an instant, his limbs underwent a remarkable transformation, resembling those of a frog. Sage art, twin birth technique. With this newfound speed, he could perhaps suppress his foe momentarily. Chapter 58. Pain with the removal of the splints from his feet, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming sense of ease. His physical speed had reached an impressive peak. Tsunade, standing behind him, could hardly fathom that Jiraiya had achieved such a level. She had never before witnessed this form of sage technique. Had it not been for Orochimaru unleashing the 8-headed serpent technique, the battle would have been on an entirely different plane. The opponent now seemed to lack any coherent consciousness, and therefore a decisive and ruthless strike was imperative. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Jiraiya stretched his body, ever ready for combat. Little Jiraiya, I presume you sense that our adversary has reached his limit. Allow me to serve as bait. You will be our main attacker, while the child's mother supports you, he declared, as Sage Fukasaku leapt down from his shoulder. Sage Fukasaku, this. Jiraiya pondered deeply. I have absolute faith in the child's father. Little Jiraiya, stay focused. Your forthcoming strike will be pivotal. Sage Jiraiya advised earnestly from his perch on Jiraiya's shoulder. Understood, but Sage Fukasaku, please exercise utmost caution, Jiraiya replied. With a flick of his tongue, Sage Fukasaku ensnared a large tree before scaling it. Perched atop the tree, he cast a challenging glance at Orochimaru. Do you enjoy consuming toads? Orochimaru, in his serpentine form, exhibited no hesitation, lunging forward with astonishing speed. Triple X. Sage Fukazaku turned and fled, with the snake-like Orochimaru hot on his heels, drool cascading from his maw. Little Jiraiya, are you ready? Sage Jiraiya whispered as they concealed themselves in the underbrush, awaiting Sage Fukazaku to draw Orochimaru closer. As the moment approached, Orochimaru closed in, poised to devour Sage Fukazaku. Suddenly, Sage Jiraiya sprang from the foliage. Enchanting Toad Song. The duo of sages unleashed a powerful auditory illusion, momentarily incapacitating Orochimaru in midair. A barrier enveloped the surroundings, and a stone sword unique to Mayaboku Mountain pierced Orochimaru directly. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya gathered a massive amount of chakra in his right hand. A whirlwind erupted, and an enormous sphere of compressed wind materialized in Jiraiya's grasp. Super Giant Rasen Shuriken. Success seemed imminent as Fukazaku and Jiraiya anticipated victory. However, at that pivotal moment, a shadowy figure clad in a black cloak descended before Orochimaru. With distinct, multifaceted eyes and an unusual attire, the figure extended his right hand, uttering softly, Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force erupted, sending Jiraiya, Fukazaku, and Jiraiya hurtling away. Even the Rasen Shuriken could not counter this jutsu. The area surrounding the figure transformed into a desolate wasteland. Orochimaru, so weak. The man in the black cloak turned his gaze toward Orochimaru, who had dispelled the eight-headed serpent technique and now lay incapacitated, his chakra nearly depleted. Haha. Does the Akatsuki organization harbor compassionate individuals? Orochimaru slowly raised his head, facing the man whose expression had remained cold and unchanging since his arrival. Most unsettling was the aura emanating from the man's body, reminiscent of death itself. His eyes captivated Orochimaru at first glance. Indeed, the man was none other than Nagato, one of the 6 paths of pain. Come with me. I can save you, Nagato stated indifferently, surveying Orochimaru. If I am not mistaken, you are not at your full strength, are you? Your true form seems quite frail. Orochimaru, exhilarated, scrutinized Nagato's physique before rising to a seated position nearby. Therefore, I require your assistance. Or rather, shall I help you eliminate him? Nagato barely spared Jiraiya a glance, extending his palm as a powerful gravitational pull coursed through the air, enveloping Jiraiya's body. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Jiraiya was swiftly drawn toward Nagato, who seized him by the throat. Little Jiraiya. Sage Fukazaku rushed forward, clapping his hands together, bracing himself to unleash a water technique. Poor Toad, utterly oblivious to the presence of others. What? Behind Sage Fukazaku, another pain appeared, mounted on a chameleon. With a single punch, Sage Fukazaku was sent tumbling backward. Child's father. Sage Jiraiya leaped up to catch Sage Fukazaku. Orochimaru, tell me, your answer. The grip around Jiraiya's throat tightened, causing his breath to quicken. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 pains manifested, surrounding them. Chapter 59, Jiraiya's Confession. If he were to die, then truly, there would be no one in this world who understands me. Orochimaru remarked with a hint of bitterness. He was indeed out to kill you. Deva Pathpain said, flinging Jiraiya aside, causing the ground to collapse beneath him. I have another matter. I require your assistance in destroying Konoha. Orochimaru's expression hinted at an insatiable ambition as he gazed at Deva Pathpain. You need not voice it. I share your intentions. However, if you hesitate to kill this person, then I shall take it upon myself. With that, a black iron rod emerged from his sleeve, and Deva Pathpain began to approach Jiraiya slowly. Jiraiya, wincing in pain, lifted his head, feeling an overwhelming dread from the 6 figures surrounding him. They bore identical attire and eyes, yet each possessed a unique visage, as if orchestrated under a singular command. Tsunade, leave this place. Jiraiya trembled as he rose to his feet. Princess Tsunade, the medical expert? I never expected to encounter you here. Without you, Konoha's combat strength would surely diminish. Considering your expertise as a medical ninja, Deva Pathpain now fixed his target upon Tsunade. In a moment of panic, Jiraiya interjected, your opponent is me. I am the one who wishes to duel. In a flash, he positioned himself in front of Tsunade. Almost instantaneously, Deva Pathpain's black iron rod pierced through Jiraiya, impaling him before Tsunade. Blood gushed forth in abundance. Jiraiya grasped the rod and staggered back, steadying himself as if he were a resilient iron wall. For the first time, Tsunade etched the image of Jiraiya's silhouette into her memory. Tears streamed down her face as she roared, Fool. Why do you involve yourself in my affairs? Why do you care for me? Why? Because I love you. As these words left his lips, Jiraiya's face reflected profound humility. The sky darkened ominously, and a torrential rain descended upon them. Jiraiya looked up at the heavens, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. You never took my words seriously, did you? Each time you dismissed me, I too felt that my declarations were mere jest. You cannot fathom, can you? You do not take me seriously. Tsunade, head bowed, clenched her fists tightly. Idiot. But I do not deserve your kindness. If this continues, you will perish, you fool. Lifting her gaze, Tsunade's tear-streaked face was filled with heartache. Jiraiya turned to her with a faint smile. Do you not enjoy gambling? Then wager that I shall perish this time. If it grants you victory, I shall quietly make a wish. Some are lost in the fog, while I am enraptured by you. Tsunade, run. Jiraiya shouted fiercely, forcefully breaking the iron rod. In that fleeting moment, he embraced Tsunade. Perhaps I was destined to be a wayward soul. Tsunade, forgive me for always loving you. Even on sunny days, storms may arise. Gentle souls, too, may harbor sorrow. Jiraiya had done all he could. For one whose emotions fluctuated so, he felt he had given little, thus found it challenging to yearn for much. As Jiraiya released his embrace, Tsunade felt a profound pain. She could sense when those around her were about to depart. The depth of meaning is often realized too late, and love arrives in the autumn of life. Are you prepared to face death, Jiraiya-sensei? Upon hearing this title, Jiraiya trembled all over. That voice stirred memories within him, causing them to surge and leap. Ultimately, he gazed at the 6 figures before him, incredulously uttering a name. Yahiko? No, call me Pain. And Yahiko is already dead. The expressionless words seemed to convey everything. Devapath Pain extended his right hand. This strike, should Jiraiya evade it, would surely be fatal. As Jiraiya hovered between life and death, he suddenly erupted into laughter. The rain poured ever more heavily from the sky, and Jiraiya wiped his face. He retrieved a book from his waist and closed his eyes. Shinra-tensei. 6 iron rods materialized simultaneously, as Jiraiya's body was drawn uncontrollably toward them. Death was imminent. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. Instantly, a shield formed from numerous wooden vines erupted from the ground, separating Jiraiya from the impending doom. The figure of Su Fan emerged. Chapter 60. Instant kill. A formidable force abruptly separated the wooden barrier, as the expressionless Pain, the Devapath, turned to glance at Su Fan. The 5 Pains behind him simultaneously followed his gaze, and a chilling sense of oppression surged towards Su Fan. Although he typically held the advantage against ordinary foes due to his immense chakra, the individual before him was no mere adversary. He possessed the power of the 6 paths. Furthermore, Su Fan feared that his current ocular prowess would prove insufficient against those Rinnegan eyes. The only option was to suppress him through ninjutsu, unless the enemy exhibited hostility. Otherwise, an unavoidable and fierce battle loomed ahead. Upon seeing Su Fan's arrival, the Devapath Pain swiftly produced a black iron rod from his sleeve. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance, brandishing the Rinnegan staff with blinding speed, striking towards Su Fan. Their eyes met, and a slight smile graced Su Fan's lips. In the instant their hands crossed, the staff shattered into fragments. Wood release. Seizing the moment, Su Fan clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash his ninjutsu, but the Devapath Pain bellowed, Shinra-tensei. A tremendous repulsive force erupted instantaneously. A blue chakra cloak enveloped Su Fan's body, and he was thrust back several meters, widening the gap between them. Vortex, Su Fan. I've heard of you from Itachi. No wonder Haiden and Kakazu fell at your hands. You truly possess some skill. The Devapath Pain descended, his solemn demeanor akin to that of an otherworldly deity, exuding an icy aura. Neither of the 3 before you gained any advantage against me. Do you wish to test your luck as well? Su Fan remained undeterred, his aura still radiating strength in the face of the 6 Pains. If not for other matters, I would relish the opportunity to converse with you. After speaking, the Devapath Pain turned to Jiraiya, saying, Master Jiraiya, I trust we shall meet again, though I hope you survive until that time. The Devapath Pain pivoted, and the other 5 Pains followed suit, accompanied by Orochimaru, preparing to depart. Such prowess. And you believe you can simply leave after making a show of strength? Do you truly consider yourself a god? Vajra lockdown. Su Fan's brow furrowed, and as he spread his right hand, a preset golden lock formation erupted from the ground. The chains quickly converged upon the 6 Pains. Sensing the gravity of the situation, The Deva Path Pain rushed to the forefront, palms outstretched to unleash Shinra Tensei. However, he suddenly realized his chakra had become ineffective. Turning, he observed numerous golden specks of light floating around him, reminiscent of fireflies. Had he inadvertently absorbed these entities into his body, leading to his chakra being sealed? The Deva Path Pain regarded Su Fan with an expressionless gaze. You possess a rather unique ability, but this technique alone cannot confine me for long. Though he spoke the truth, Su Fan's grip tightened as massive wooden pillars erupted from the ground, soaring towards the Deva Path Pain. Thinking you can intimidate me? You are gravely mistaken. As the wooden pillar approached, the 5 pains surged forward, determined to shield the Deva Path Pain from the impending assault. The Deva Path Pain served as the main force among them, and the others seemed intent on buying him sufficient time. Su Fan clenched his hands tighter, channeling even more chakra. The front of the wooden pillar transformed into a razor-sharp shape. The first to charge was the animal path. The wooden pillar collided with him, sending him, along with the hungry ghost path that followed, crashing into the remaining 3 pains. In that fleeting moment, the Deva Path Pain broke free from his seal, regaining his abilities. Shinra Tensei, a 395-degree repulsive force enveloped him. The power of the wooden pillar never waned as it pressed relentlessly toward the Deva Path Pain. His previously impassive expression twisted into one of sheer ferocity. The repulsive force intensified, and the wooden pillar was violently deflected. The animal path and hungry ghost path were instantaneously obliterated by Su Fan's attack. In a certain cave, a gaunt man with long hair spat out a mouthful of blood. Gasping for breath, "Nagato, are you all right?" A figure clad in attire similar to that of Itachi and Kisame rushed into the cave, concern etched across her face. Blood trickled from Nagato's nose as he slowly lifted his head, shaking it. "I am unharmed. I merely intended to make a show of strength. I did not anticipate that he would truly be as formidable as Itachi described." As he spoke, Nagato hesitated, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "No, he is even stronger than described. Those eyes of his seem to possess a unique ocular technique." He coughed. "We must prioritize retrieving Orochimaru. My body cannot afford any further delay." Chapter 61, Pawns and Sacrifices Jiraiya. Tsunade rushed over to help Jiraiya, who had fallen to the ground. Looking at the figure of pain before him, tears welled up in Jiraiya's eyes. "Jiraiya-sensei, your expression seems to be one of pity for me. You can no longer walk a righteous path. You have changed too much from who you once were." Pain spoke coolly. "Should I call you Yahiko? Or?" Jiraiya stifled his tears, gazing intently at his adversary. This matter was far from simple. Is a name truly that significant? Compared to suffering, it hardly merits mention. After saying this, Pain turned to Su Fan. "You are the only opponent I regard with any seriousness. The only one daring enough to challenge me. However, you will not be able to retain me today." With that, Pain crossed his arms, and in an instant, 2 powerful gusts of energy erupted. To unleash the Shinra Tensei twice in quick succession was likely the limit of Nagato's current form. Seizing the moment of repulsion, Pain led the remaining 3 pains and Orochimaru to prepare their departure. Su Fan furrowed his brow. If Orochimaru could indeed heal Nagato's body, then that version of Pain would be truly terrifying. "You wish to leave?" Su Fan commanded the nearby vines to swiftly ensnare the group. Suddenly, the long silent Kabuto revealed a sinister smile. He darted through the vines to Su Fan's side, producing a vial from his pouch. It was the suppressor that Orochimaru had entrusted to Kabuto, specifically designed to counter the first Hokage's power. Quick as lightning, Su Fan summoned a withered branch from the ground, which pierced through Kabuto's tightly gripped right hand, sending the suppressor flying and shattering it before Su Fan's eyes. A green mist erupted instantly, and Su Fan kicked Kabuto away, sending him hurtling several hundred meters like a broken kite. What is this? In that fleeting moment, Su Fan felt as though his power was being temporarily suppressed by some unseen force, and the vines he had controlled wilted and fell to the ground. Orochimaru, standing beside Pain, erupted into a maniacal laugh. "We can now depart. That substance can only suppress him for a short time, but it is sufficient for us to leave this place." Thus, Pain, accompanied by Orochimaru and the remaining pains, exited the scene, leaving behind 2 lifeless bodies. In Konoha, the corpses of the 2 pains were transported back. Tsunade quickly organized a medical team to treat Jiraiya and the previously injured Kakashi. As Su Fan walked through the streets, his mood was far from cheerful. Jiraiya was injured, and Su-fan was unsure how to explain this to Naruto. Nisan. Just as he pondered, Naruto came sprinting from a distance. Why didn't I see the pervy sage today? It's strange. He said he would teach me. Naruto complained. Su-fan hesitated, then suddenly asked, Where's Sasuke? Isn't he with you? He went to the back mountain. I don't know what he's up to. Upon hearing this, Su-fan felt an inexplicable sorrow. The back mountain was the resting place of Sasuke's parents, their deaths having quelled the internal strife within the Uchiha clan. Yet they were branded as traitors and left abandoned outside the village. The back mountain was the only place that remained untouched by visitors. The thought of it was truly heart-wrenching. In the hospital, the retired Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed to the scene upon hearing of Jiraiya's injury. Pushing open the door, he was met with Tsunade, whose face was etched with distress. Lord Third. Tsunade's expression was filled with helplessness, and upon seeing her mentor, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. It's good that you're back. How is Jiraiya? Hiruzen asked anxiously. He has escaped the clutches of death, but he requires rest. Tsunade wiped her tears. I see. Hiruzen nodded, glancing at the resting Jiraiya before shaking his head and closing the door behind him. Stepping out of the hospital, Hiruzen walked along a deserted path when suddenly, 2 Umbu members sprang forth. Lord Third. Hiruzen clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze unusually somber. I need accurate intelligence regarding this incident connected to Jiraiya's injury. Understood, Lord Third. The 2 Umbu members vanished without a trace. From the information obtained through silence, it became clear that Orochimaru had participated in the battle. Remarkably, the individual who saved Orochimaru claimed to be a god. Hiruzen was well aware of Jiraiya's capabilities, and with him set to assume the role of 5th Hokage. Such a situation could spell disaster for Konoha if it were to leak. The higher-ups were already aware of Jiraiya's severe injury, and the ceremony for the 5th Hokage would inevitably be postponed. However, the most pressing concern was whether Tsunade and Jiraiya were suitable candidates for the position of 5th Hokage. This question had ignited heated discussions among Konoha's elite. Hiruzen's current dilemma revolved around the person behind Orochimaru. Upon returning, Su-fan's emotional state was also unstable, prompting Hiruzen to ponder, is the opposing force truly a god? As Hiruzen retained control over Konoha, he could maintain his position until the next Hokage was appointed. Unfortunately, Jiraiya had already made a powerful enemy. Could even Uzumaki Su-fan be incapable of resolving this? This led Hiruzen to contemplate the idea of sacrificing pawns. Jiraiya, Tsunade, if that day were to come, what a pity it would be. Shaking his head, Hiruzen left the solitary path. In a remote mountain, Orochimaru was brought to their encampment by Pain. Awaiting their arrival was Uchiha Itachi, who, upon seeing that only 4 bodies remained behind Pain, exhibited no surprise. It should be about what I anticipated, Itachi remarked coolly as he approached. Impressive, Pain muttered before striding past Itachi and entering the cave. Heh. Uchiha Itachi, your eyes are truly exquisite. Orochimaru gazed at Itachi's eyes with palpable excitement. You certainly appear fitting in this state. Itachi observed Orochimaru, whose body was marred by numerous injuries, his clothing tattered and disheveled. If I were to possess your eyes, I wonder how magnificent I would become. With that, Orochimaru's right hand transformed into multiple serpents, binding Itachi tightly. Since you refuse to speak, I shall assume you consent to give me those eyes. Heh. Orochimaru lunged at Itachi, mouth agape like a serpent. Yet, Itachi's expression remained tranquil, and as his lips curled into a slight smirk, the positions of Orochimaru and Itachi shifted instantaneously. Do you think you are worthy? With a resounding crash, Itachi's Sharingan pulsed, and Orochimaru's right arm shattered in an instant. P.S. Starting today, regular updates will resume. The nucleic acid report has come back. All is well. I will undergo another test tomorrow, and there will be another chapter shortly. The plot is about to ignite. Everyone must click to urge updates, or else this book will truly be lost. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 62. Sarutobi Hiruzen growing more like Danzo. Orochimaru let out a pained cry as the illusion was dispelled. The fracture in his right arm caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. At this moment, Orochimaru dared not provoke Uchiha Itachi any further. You've injured him. Who will tend to my wounds? Said the emotionless Pain of the Azura realm beside him. From what I know, even if he were reduced to a mere fragment of a cell, he would survive. This injury is inconsequential to him, Itachi remarked before departing. Orochimaru, who had initially been intrigued by Itachi's Sharingan, was now filled with perplexity. Perhaps it was best to abandon this idea. "Follow me," said the Four Pains, guiding Orochimaru into a dimly lit corner. As they traversed the forest, a tree hollow caught Orochimaru's attention. "Is this where your true form resides?" he remarked with a hint of disdain. The pain of the Deva realm remained silent as Orochimaru cautiously entered the cave. Upon his arrival, he encountered the emaciated Nagato, who looked up from a device. The Uzumaki clan. How surprising. Orochimaru licked his lips, inching closer to Nagato. "Stop!" exclaimed Konan, emerging from the shadows. "Maintain your distance." "Ah, little girl, no one dares to speak to me in such a manner. You seem overly concerned with matters that do not involve you." Orochimaru's seductive serpent-like gaze locked onto Konan, sending a chill down her spine. Without hesitation, he advanced again. "I've told you. Remain where you are," Konan asserted, her right arm transforming into countless paper shurikens that surrounded Orochimaru. "Konan, cease this," Nagato suddenly commanded from behind. "Heh, step back," Orochimaru said, amused, as he flicked his tongue. "I wish to discover how I might restore my body to its prime." Nagato looked at Orochimaru weakly. Orochimaru, unconvinced, scrutinized Nagato's frail form. "A human body cannot endure forces beyond its capacity. Even you seem ill-equipped to handle the superiority that power brings." Greed glimmered in Orochimaru's eyes. "Your ambition is rather excessive. Do not overstep your boundaries, or you shall regret it. Come here." Nagato replied coolly, "You are far too presumptuous." Orochimaru snorted derisively and stepped forward. At this juncture, Nagato was already quite vain, having expended a significant amount of chakra in his battle with Su Fan. Now nearing his limits, Orochimaru shook his head. The human form can never achieve absolute perfection. A vessel must be robust and ample enough to bear its full capacity. "I believe I can assist you." "Who?" Nagato inquired, curiosity piqued. "Shinnome," Orochimaru revealed, his left hand reaching toward Nagato's body. A plume of white smoke erupted as Orochimaru's left hand connected to Nagato's back. For a fleeting moment, there was a semblance of recovery in Nagato's gaunt physique, but it was short-lived. Orochimaru sighed. "Indeed, I cannot facilitate that improvement, though I possess a small amount of Hashirama's cells, which could aid in your restoration." However, the power within Nagato's body instinctively repelled Orochimaru, especially when Hashirama cells attempted to enter Nagato's system. Unbeknownst to Nagato, his Rinnegan began to exhibit unusual reactions as a wave of revulsion surged within him. "Who is Shinnome?" Nagato queried, puzzled. "He possesses formidable abilities in physical transformation. No one excels in this domain more than he does. Not even I can reach his level. With his assistance, I believe your body could attain unparalleled perfection." Orochimaru gazed at Nagato, utterly captivated by his exquisite eyes and form. In that moment, a surge of chakra flooded into Orochimaru's left hand, igniting his excitement as he licked his lips, eager to explore the secrets hidden within Nagato's body. Suddenly, the profound gaze of the Rinnegan flashed in Orochimaru's mind. Boom! A powerful repelling force emanated from Nagato, sending Orochimaru crashing into the rocks, causing him to tumble down. "So you dare to pry into the powers of a god? You truly are insane," Nagato remarked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. How unexpected. This exquisite power is something I have longed for in my dreams." Orochimaru rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, speaking in a somber tone. "Find that individual named Shinnome. I believe it won't be long before we stand together atop the walls of Konoha." Nagato's expression softened. He now held renewed hope for his ideals of a new world. Meanwhile, Orochimaru lingered in the shadows of the rubble, sinisterly flicking his tongue. Konoha. Jiraiya awakened from his slumber, only to find himself alone. His cracked lips parted slowly as he gazed at the water on the nearby table. He swallowed hard. With effort, Jiraiya pushed aside the sheets and sat up, wincing at the pain coursing through his fractured bones. "It hurts." He grasped the water cup and drank deeply, letting out a satisfied sigh afterward. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Third Hokage." Jiraiya attempted to rise, but Hiruzen hurried over to restrain him. "Do not get up. You have not yet recovered. Lie back down." "Where has Tsunade gone?" Jiraiya inquired, perplexed. "Oh, she went to assist Kakashi with his injuries." Hiruzen's expression appeared unnatural, yet Jiraiya, despite his injuries, sensed something amiss. "Third Hokage, is there something you wish to discuss?" Jiraiya asked tentatively. "Nothing in particular. I merely wish to understand what transpired that day." Although Hiruzen had received intelligence from the Umbu, he sought Jiraiya's account once more. It was evident that Hiruzen was troubled. The truth was simple. It all stemmed from Tsunade. Yet how could Jiraiya shift the blame onto her? Cough, cough. Regarding the appointment of the 5th Hokage, I believe we must postpone this matter. There has been some dissent among the higher-ups, as you can imagine. Hiruzen spoke with evident internal conflict. I understand. 3rd Hokage. This is entirely my fault. I have brought shame upon Konoha, Jiraiya replied, furrowing his brow. Hiruzen's words stung, seeming to place the burden solely on him and Tsunade, while failing to defend him. Very well, rest for now. I have matters to attend to. With that, Hiruzen exited the infirmary, gazing pensively at the Hokage rock, where Jiraiya's half-carved statue loomed. This truly is a case of losses outweighing gains, Hiruzen mused, fully aware that the information he had received was not to be taken lightly. There was another reason he found difficult to accept, the description of the opponent's eyes. Hiruzen knew all too well, having previously studied the subject, that they were the Rinnegan, eyes capable of determining the fate of the world. Should Konoha fail to evade this crisis, they would have no choice but to forsake the stars in the night sky. Turning towards the door of the infirmary, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming sense of turmoil. He could not deny that he was increasingly resembling Danzo in his current state. P.S. Good night, everyone. As it is now time for the revised update, please remember to click and do not forget to send free gifts and watch the videos. Keep it up. Chapter 63, Wetbone Forest, Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed a couple of times while puffing on his pipe. The high-ranking officials of Konoha entered the room in an orderly fashion after the door was opened. Once everyone was seated, Sarutobi began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the situation regarding Jiraiya and Tsunade. The matter concerning the 5th Hokage's appointment should now be quite clear. The feudal lords of Konoha opened their fans to cover half their faces and spoke in a cryptic tone. Of course, we still require your assistance in safeguarding Konoha. I would prefer this matter remain confidential. Konoha seems to decline with each passing day. Sarutobi sighed in resignation and nodded. Regarding intelligence, Shizune and Tsunade were engaged in dissecting a corpse. Other than the small black rods found within them, no significant findings emerged. The only shocking revelation for Tsunade was that these individuals had been deceased for quite some time. To be precise, these corpses had already been lifeless during their battle. How could this be possible? Tsunade furrowed her brow as she extracted the small rod from the corpse. Instantly, the body began to wither without the rod. Could it be that these rods served as the energy source for the corpse's movements? Tsunade carefully picked up the rod with tweezers for a closer examination. Yet, what connection did these individuals share? Were we merely witnessing the corpses of those who had already perished? Suddenly, Tsunade felt a chill run down her spine. They were an organized group, each member indispensable, and possessed identical eyes. At that moment, Su Fan entered from outside. How did you come to this knowledge? Tsunade asked, puzzled. This intelligence must hold some truth, as Orochimaru shared the same desire to obliterate Konoha. Such matters could not be muddled. Not only do I possess this knowledge, but I also know that these 6 individuals are one entity, with the true mastermind behind them being the actual body. Each possesses unique abilities and wields the powers of the 6 paths, thus they proclaim themselves as gods, Su Fan replied nonchalantly. How can you validate the information you provided? Tsunade asked sternly. Validation? I directly eliminated 2 of them. Is that not sufficient proof? Su Fan scoffed before departing. He simply relayed what he knew to Konoha to prevent any potential mishaps. Tsunade, without hesitation, informed the higher-ups of Konoha about the intelligence provided by Su Fan. Upon receiving the information, Sarutobi fell into deep contemplation. Su Fan was ultimately not a resident of Konoha, and the current circumstances left room for error. Thus, the credibility of this intelligence came into question. After all, Su Fan's heart lay with Naruto, not Konoha, and his assistance to Konoha had its own motives. However, given the present situation, Sarutobi was immensely conflicted. He could not discern the enemy's intentions, nor knew how to proceed. If their target was indeed Jiraiya, could it be a bait to lure them in? Perhaps Konoha merely needed to declare its position to possibly avert the crisis? A grand scheme suddenly blossomed in Sarutobi's mind at that moment. It must be said, his maneuvering was indeed admirable. A month had passed. Jiraiya and Kakashi had successfully regained their physical forms. Kakashi, however, seemed to notice a difference in his Sharingan compared to before. As for what had changed, he had yet to comprehend. Only by testing it could he find out. Just after his discharge from the hospital, Jiraiya searched fervently for Naruto's presence. He felt a profound guilt towards his apprentice, realizing he had not imparted much knowledge as a mentor. Hearing that Naruto had been searching for him filled Jiraiya with emotion. Regardless, today would mark the beginning of Naruto's training with him. It was already November, and the weather was exceptionally frigid. The leaves along the streets had turned yellow and withered. Crossing a small bridge, a few fishermen were casting their lines from their boats. Su Fan had already acquired the summoning technique from Tsunade. Perhaps it was time to visit Wetbone Forest. After biting his finger, Su Fan invoked the reverse summoning technique. Moments later, he emerged from a cloud of smoke. The world before him resembled a paradise apart from reality. A small slug crawled out from the adjacent thicket. "Honorable sir, may I inquire what brings you here?" Su Fan observed his surroundings closely and replied with a smile. "I have come seeking assistance today. Would it be convenient for you to guide me?" "Not a problem. Just follow me," the small slug said, turning to the left. Su Fan followed closely behind. Along the way, Su Fan marveled at the abundant and pristine fruits, witnessing the harmonious coexistence of various animals. It was truly a realm of enchantment. "Honorable sir, do not be deceived by the beauty before you. In Wetbone Forest, the more harmonious a place appears, the more perilous it is, including those fruits," the small slug cautioned as it walked. Indeed, behind a monkey, a massive python was slowly slithering, preparing to strike. Its skin could even change color to blend with the surroundings. After taking only a few steps, Su Fan heard the distant, anguished cries of a monkey. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the seemingly picturesque landscape, thick layers of maple leaves concealed countless animal corpses. Shortly thereafter, the small slug led Su Fan to the entrance of a damp cave. "Honorable sir, let us enter together. We have arrived." Upon entering the cave, the sound of dripping water echoed throughout. Countless small slugs emerged from the stone formations, gazing curiously at Su Fan. Has this place been visited by anyone other than me?" Su Fan inquired, perplexed. "Honorable sir, do not blame their curiosity. You are not the first to arrive here. The last visitor came long ago," the small slug replied, lost in thought. In its recollections, a long-haired man with a notably earnest appearance traversed the damp cave. It was easy to recognize that his likeness was engraved on the Hokage rock of Konoha. "Honorable sir, we have arrived." At the deepest point of the cave, a colossal slug slowly opened its eyes. "You have come." Su Fan was taken aback. "Do you know me? Were you aware I would arrive?" The slug remained silent as its form began to disintegrate. Countless small slugs emerged from its body. Once these small slugs dispersed, an extraordinarily beautiful woman appeared in their midst. She wore a pristine white gown and a crown upon her head. Her snow-white hair gleamed strikingly. The white stockings on her legs exuded an alluring aura. Most striking was her figure, which appeared to be sculpted from the finest materials. As the woman approached Su Fan with a gentle smile, the sight of her caused his nose to bleed profusely. Chapter 64. The source of a unique physique. Who exactly are you?" Su Fan stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. As he gazed at the surging waves rushing towards him, saliva dribbled from his mouth. "Hey, you little brat, where are you looking?" The woman confidently twisted her waist. "In simple terms, I am a spirit beast from the same era as the Toad Maru. Why am I even telling you this? You probably wouldn't understand." The Toad Maru. Su Fan was instantly bewildered, realizing that the woman before him was an ancient being. Considering her age, she was indeed quite old, yet appeared more youthful than a girl. Thoughts of Tsunade flashed through his mind, and he shook his head vigorously. "I, along with the Toad Maru, are among the initial spirit beasts that originated in this world, each possessing our unique abilities. The Toad Maru's power emphasizes perception, while mine is restoration. Moreover, the source of my ability is self-derived, leaning more towards the natural element." The woman succinctly explained the situation. "Natural element? What does that mean?" Su Fan was left utterly confused. "It means our abilities are not innate but rather a result of adaptation." This only deepened Su Fan's perplexity. "Call me Bai Li and follow me." Bai Li approached a stone door and activated a mechanism. The door opened, and a mysterious aura seemed to awaken from the darkness. Above the vast stone cavern, the heavens and earth were interconnected, with countless fireflies swirling around a peculiar large tree. Su Fan recognized this tree all too well. After inhaling sharply, he stepped back 2 paces. "The divine tree," he exclaimed involuntarily. "You actually know about the divine tree. You're quite remarkable," Bai Li remarked with a charming smile. "To put it simply, this is not the true divine tree, but merely an accessory." As for its origin, I am not entirely certain, but I know the first person to arrive here had a close relationship with this tree. Everything here derives from the divine tree's offerings, and our abilities are also sourced from it. Do you see the fruits on the divine tree? Wiley pointed and asked. Su Fan looked over. The fruits appeared identical to those in the jungle outside. They looked remarkably fresh, yet each bore a toxicity hundreds of times more potent than ordinary poison. Our regenerative abilities stem from these fruits, Wiley explained in detail. Although they are poisonous, anyone with the right physique can consume them entirely and gain their power. And how does one obtain such a physique? Su Fan inquired. Wiley smiled faintly. It requires continuous consumption of the fruits until one ultimately develops an immunity. At that point, you will unlock the final secrets of the Wetbone Forest. Despite her enigmatic tone, Su Fan understood she was referring to the power that was missing from his own body, akin to the sage transformation abilities of Senju Hashirama from years past. Fascinating. However, as Su Fan stood before the divine tree to pluck a fruit, fear suddenly gripped him. Gazing at the fruit in his hand, he hesitated. Wiley observed his reaction with a sly smile before turning away. Moments later, she returned, carrying a box filled with fruits. Consume these, and it will be your first step into this realm. She placed the box before Su Fan and clapped her hands, grinning mischievously. Are you serious? You really intend to poison me? Su Fan exploded, staring at the large box of fruits, contemplating fleeing. What are you complaining about? The first person who came here ate 2,000 of these fruits and still claimed it wasn't enough, while he scoffed at him. 2,000 fruits. Su Fan's body twitched at the thought, picturing Senju Hashirama consuming them while blowing bubbles. No wonder his regenerative abilities were unparalleled. Oh, and just a friendly warning. If you cannot withstand the pain these fruits bring, you will rapidly decay into a puddle of pus, Wiley stated coldly. Pain. Su Fan gazed at the box of fruits, lost in thought. As he struggled with his decision, he noticed Wiley had already seated herself and begun eating. Watching her relish the fruits almost convinced him that they were harmless. Damn it. If I can't even endure this, what right do I have to boast? With that thought, Su Fan seized a fruit and tossed it into his mouth. This seems quite sweet. He felt no discomfort or pain. Wiley let out a derisive snort, and suddenly, Su Fan's body began to undergo significant changes. A penetrating sensation surged from his stomach, and he immediately doubled over in agony. This was not the worst of it. Gradually, his entire body became numb, and the chakra in every part of him began to flow in reverse. He could distinctly feel the sluggishness of his internal organs. This was the symptom of imminent death. Breathing became rapid, his body shifted from cold to hot, and his skin began to rot. These symptoms emerged sporadically. Is this really just from eating one fruit? Su Fan gritted his teeth, staring at the box. Since he had already consumed the first one, he resolved not to stop. He dashed towards the box and began shoveling fruits into his mouth with reckless abandon. This kid must be insane. Wiley gasped at Su Fan's reckless behavior. Never had he experienced such pain. It felt as if thousands of tiny insects were gnawing and crawling within him. The overwhelming pain drenched his clothes in an instant. His consciousness blurred, and all he could focus on was consuming the fruits. His heart, which had been pounding violently, began to weaken. What a pity. Wiley sighed in resignation, but suddenly she seemed to notice something. Inside Su Fan's body, the organs that had once been ravaged were rapidly healing. The weakened heart began to beat more vigorously under this newfound power. Chakra enveloped Su Fan's body, forming a protective layer as toxins were expelled, wrapped in this chakra shield. The power contained within these toxins was completely neutralized and absorbed by Su Fan. Remarkable. There is indeed much to uncover within this body, Wiley exclaimed in astonishment. Su Fan recognized that this power was none other than the formidable Whirlpool clan bloodline. It even enhanced his foundational strength, layering over his original abilities. The true power of the Whirlpool bloodline was indeed formidable. Historically, it had been feared by all nations, leading to its early demise. Wiley, could I have some more? I'm almost finished. Su Fan turned to her, his lips swollen and resembling sausages. Bubbles continuously escaping from his mouth, indicating the depth of his poisoning. Let us see how far that power in your body can protect you. You enjoy eating, don't you? Very well, I shall indulge you. With that, Wiley angrily flicked her little white rabbit. P.S. Good night, everyone. Don't forget to encourage updates. Chapter 65, The Discipline of the Mighty Guy. Observing Su Fan's ever-increasing appetite, Wiley revealed a satisfied smile. I wonder what you will become when you awaken from your slumber, once your body has reacted. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto commenced a new training regimen under the guidance of Jiraiya. Meanwhile, on a grassy knoll, Might Guy awaited the arrival of someone. After a while, Kakashi appeared, moving at a leisurely pace. Kakashi, you are 17 minutes and 32 seconds late. As your opponent, I feel rather offended, Might Guy stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Kakashi. Let's call it a day. I still have plenty of Ica Paradise to catch up on, Kakashi replied lazily, his eyes glued to the book in his hands. We're tied at 48 victories each. This match will determine the victor, Might Guy insisted, his expression growing increasingly serious. Even if I wanted to refuse, it seems I have no choice. The outcome of this contest is mine to decide, Kakashi sighed, reluctantly placing the book down. With fervor, Might Guy spun around and executed a flying kick, landing in a ready stance. What shall we compete in? A taijutsu duel? A 100-meter sprint? Or perhaps diving? I would even accept a contest of gluttony. His face brimmed with anticipation. Kakashi regarded him with a look of disdain. What? The more Kakashi dragged his words, the more anxious Might Guy became. Then, rock, paper, scissors. Kakashi proudly raised his fist. Might Guy's jaw dropped in astonishment. Rock, paper, scissors? They say luck is a form of strength. This is a battle that requires keen insight and reflexes. Upon hearing this, Might Guy suddenly had an epiphany. Oh, I see. Not far away, Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee were momentarily stunned. They felt that Kakashi was merely brushing off Might Guy's challenge to avoid complications. Niji wore an expression of disbelief. I accept. I absolutely refuse to lose. If I do, I shall run 500 laps around the village while inverted, Might Guy proclaimed, giving a thumbs up and flashing his signature grin. The two began to take slow, deliberate steps backward, their expressions grave. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the three spectators, who dared not utter a word. With their hands positioned behind their backs, Might Guy and Kakashi prepared themselves. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Might Guy, paper. Kakashi, scissors. Yet, Might Guy's face bore no trace of disappointment. He clenched his open hand into a fist, smiling broadly. Ah, life. 500 laps. This is fate's arrangement. With that, Might Guy promptly turned upside down, beginning his 500-lap journey around the village. The villagers couldn't help but burst into laughter at his comical antics. However, only Rock Lee remained thoroughly engrossed, perplexed as to why Might Guy would honor a ludicrous game with such commitment. Kakashi sighed in resignation and turned to leave. As Might Guy traversed the path upside down, beads of sweat fell one by one, while the sun slowly descended in the sky. The ground bore countless handprints left by Might Guy as he traversed the course. To onlookers, this task seemed utterly impossible. Only a fool would accept such a self-imposed punishment. Yet, this was a testament to the discipline of the mighty Guy. As night deepened, when Might Guy completed his final lap, Rock Lee appeared before him. Why is it that not only Kakashi-sensei, but others too, have stopped watching you? Lee questioned, his face a mask of confusion. Since I've taken on the role of the good boy, a man must uphold his promises to the end. Might Guy's expression radiated determination. Lee chuckled. Why does Teacher Guy always establish such peculiar rules before undertaking a task? Might Guy let out a hearty laugh, flipping to land gracefully. Finally, you've asked the right question, Lee. You truly know how to focus on the essentials. Let me enlighten you. But keep it a secret from others. Lee's face lit up with anticipation. What is it? In essence, it is a training regimen that invokes victory through self-imposed rules. Might Guy explained earnestly as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Self-imposed rules. Indeed, pay attention to the crux of this rule. When challenging oneself, one must deliberately thrust into an excessively rigorous situation. This is akin to creating shackles. For instance, losing a game of rock, paper, scissors warrants a 500-lap punishment. Behind this hellish rule lies the potential to defeat Kakashi and summon a future akin to paradise. Lee hastily jotted down every word Might Guy uttered. So, with the 500-lap constraint, even facing something as simple as rock, paper, scissors, one must exert their utmost effort. This is one benefit. Furthermore, even in defeat, completing the 500 laps allows for self-improvement. This is the ultimate two-pronged preparation. Lee's eyes widened in realization. I understand now. Might Guy smiled softly. Thus, I must strive even harder. These laps are insufficient for me. Teacher Guy, I will accompany you, Lee declared, promptly flipping upside down and speeding ahead of Might Guy. Very well, I shall add a new rule. If you cannot keep up with me until the end, I shall train you relentlessly. Only through arduous training can you become a great ninja. Lee, give it your all. Teacher Guy. Youth. Ignite. Under the moonlight. The master and disciple dashed around the hidden leaf village, defying gravity. The following day, Kakashi was summoned early in the morning by Hiruzen Sarutobi to the Umbu. Kakashi. There is a mission that requires your team to undertake. Hiruzen began, producing a scroll. This task is quite simple. It's a B-rank mission requiring the protection of a single individual. Kakashi accepted the scroll and scrutinized its contents. However, this mission may escalate to an A rank should unforeseen circumstances arise. Hiruzen continued nonchalantly. Then, third Hokage. The scroll does not specify who we are to protect. Kakashi remarked, puzzled, as he looked at Hiruzen. I am unaware as well. In the land of tea, there is a grand festival held every 4 years, coinciding with a race. Your task is to protect the participants. However, just moments ago, the individual you are to safeguard was attacked by opponents and hidden assassins before arriving here. For further details, consult the elder in the land of tea. That is all. Emerging from the Hokage building, Kakashi's expression was rife with questions. Konoha has accepted a commission from the feudal lords of neighboring small countries at such a critical juncture. This is not the same as before. He couldn't fathom Hiruzen's motives behind this decision. Moreover, many other feudal lords from smaller nations would attend the festival in the land of tea. Could it be that Hiruzen aims to win them over? However, these are matters that Kakashi should not be concerned with at present. Chapter 66. Wool is not a toy at present. Su Fan has entered the wet bone forest for cultivation. After accepting the mission, Kakashi informed Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, and the 4-member team embarked once more on their journey. Observing the departing figures of the quartet, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a face of deep concern. Suddenly, a swirling vortex opened in the space, and Uchiha Obito, wearing a mask, materialized. Why is the third Hokage of Konoha so troubled? Perhaps it would be better to hear me out and see if I can provide a solution? Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly turned. His brow furrowed. How dare you appear so brazenly in Konoha? Who are you? Uchiha Obito smiled faintly. If you were to gaze upon this eye, would you be able to guess? As Obito approached the window, sunlight illuminated his blood-red Sharingan. The Sharingan. You are of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. The only individuals he could think of were the living Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. Even the members of the Uchiha clan in the village could not possess such power. The only truth is, Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped, trembling with shock. Uchiha Madara. Ah, you were perceptive. Obito, masquerading as Uchiha Madara, let out a chuckle. The only thing Sarutobi Hiruzen could not comprehend was why Uchiha Madara was still alive. Moreover, he wore the same attire as the 2 corpses of pain that Su Fan had brought back. Konoha is facing great peril, and I am here to offer my assistance. Though I wonder if you would be willing. The masked Obito revealed a sinister smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Obito with suspicion. Assist Konoha? You possess such good intentions? Now, I ask you to leave Konoha. Otherwise, even if you are Uchiha Madara, I shall show no mercy. Do not be so hasty. Perhaps you should first hear my plan? Obito comfortably settled into the chair of the Hokage's office. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen lost in thought, Obito wasted no time and began to disclose his scheme. To be candid, the 2 corpses you brought back are controlled by a single entity. And I trust Konoha's intelligence has made this clear. The one who wields this power possesses the 6 paths abilities, with the Rinnegan as a mark. Do not doubt this. But what is particularly intriguing is that this controller is Jiraiya's disciple. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body twitched momentarily. Though it was a fleeting moment of restraint, Obito noticed the detail. Regardless, Sarutobi Hiruzen never anticipated that the other party was Jiraiya's disciple. How could Jiraiya, who was about to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage, have kept such a matter from him? In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust in Jiraiya shattered completely. However, he needed to verify the authenticity of Obito's words. What reason do you have for telling me this? Do you think I would believe you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was in turmoil. Having confirmed that the opponent indeed possessed the Rinnegan and the 6 paths power, it was undoubtedly a calamity for Konoha. He could not believe that Su Fan could contend with the other, and even if he could, Su Fan might not act. He needed to prepare for the worst. Do not question my intentions. It will cloud your judgment. My purpose is to vie for the position of Akatsuki leader. That fellow is currently at the helm of the organization, and I find him utterly unpalatable. However, if you can cooperate with me, I assure you that Konoha will weather this crisis unscathed. Obito spoke calmly. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned ignorance. Jiraiya's abilities extend beyond this. Can you truly believe that he is so gravely wounded? Their affairs must be resolved by themselves, if they could end up mutually destructive. If I were to intervene, success would be guaranteed. This is the best choice for Konoha and for you. How will you decide? After uttering these words, Obito fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting his response. You want me to sacrifice Jiraiya as a pawn to divert this crisis in Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen articulated the true intention lurking within Obito's heart. It seems you are not entirely clueless. Otherwise, I would have thought you inept. Obito chuckled beneath his mask. Looking around, Konoha was in disarray. Even Kakashi, whom he had always prided himself on, had fallen to Akatsuki. Tsunade, while competent, was still just a woman. Then there was Jiraiya. The Jinchuriki Naruto had yet to grow, lacking any combat capability. Coupled with his own age, should an unforeseen event occur, Konoha would face annihilation. Considering this predicament, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a state of profound conflict. Yet collaborating with Akatsuki meant collaborating with the entire shinobi world. If other nations were to learn of this, they would not escape destruction either. Would Konoha be under constant protection? As he spoke these words, a sharp pain pierced his heart. He was undeniably entrusting Konoha to the hands of the other. Then it remains to be seen how clever you can be. I will provide you with the time and place. Make your decision wisely. With that, a vortex reappeared, and Obito was drawn in, vanishing from sight. Konoha has reached such a state. Must there be an extraordinary change? Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the drawer of his desk, opening it to reveal a photograph of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and himself, nestled in the corner. He extended his withered right hand to retrieve the photo. Suddenly, the photograph ignited in flames within his grasp. Memories of their past as master and disciple were ignited by the fierce blaze, flooding Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. His vision became increasingly blurred. At the moment the first tear fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made a decision. Given the sacrifice, I trust you would not refuse, Jiraiya. Even if it is for the sake of Konoha. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned, pushing open the door and stepping out. Meanwhile, the vanishing Obito stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing at the scenery of Konoha. He suddenly glanced at the incomplete statue of Jiraiya nearby. The fifth Hokage? How laughable. After his mockery, Obito retrieved a bouquet from his cloak and made his way toward Konoha's cemetery. Rin, I have come to see you again. Chapter 67. The prelude to a conspiracy before a gravestone in Konoha. Uchiha Obito, clad in a black cloak and masked, knelt down. Lin, soon, I shall avenge you and create a world that belongs solely to you. The hypocritical facade of Konoha will soon be unveiled. The plan has already succeeded halfway. Just watch. With that, Obito grasped the flowers before the gravestone and flung them away. But this world is devoid of hope. In a certain land, a man sitting in a room suddenly opened his eyes. Has it begun? A shadow was cast by the door being pushed open. Green Shinkue, I have come to pay my respects, my lord. The man inside took a puff from his pipe and spoke in a calm tone. I have already sent you to warn them. Yet Jiro of Wasabi remains obstinate. They intend to participate in the Hondaisha festival, do they? Indeed. I have also heard that they have employed ninjas for this occasion. Rest assured, I will ensure they are left utterly defeated in this competition. With a cold smirk, the green-haired man vanished from sight. After a day's journey, Kakashi's team finally arrived in the Land of Tea. Upon meeting the Lord of the Land of Tea, Jiro, Naruto felt a sense of disdain. He had expected a figure of grandeur, only to find a disheveled man. The meeting was quite informal, taking place on a patch of grass, without any dedicated reception or tea to offer. The trio immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. We are the Konoha ninjas here to receive a mission. Please provide us with the details, Kakashi stated, having vanished after entering the Land of Tea. Likely to test the communication and collaboration skills of his team. Sasuke turned to Jiro and spoke coolly. What do you have to say? Jiro cleared his throat and replied earnestly. To be frank, are you familiar with the Hondaisha worship ceremony? What? What ceremony? Naruto looked bewildered, failing to grasp even the words. Relax, Jiro gestured for the trio to sit and rest. The origin of this matter is as follows. Long ago, in an effort to quell a storm, the dragon and tiger jewel was enshrined in the Hondaisha. Shortly thereafter, the storm abated, and thus the legend was born, evolving into a triennial event. Initially, it was merely a ritual to honor the jewel, but for the past decade, it has transformed into a competition where the strongest becomes the main priest for the ceremony. However, Recently, this festival has taken on another role. In the small port town of Wasabi, two rival clans, the Wasabi family and the Mustard family, have existed since time immemorial. Our disputes over the dominion of this town have never ceased, often resulting in conflict that even endangers the residents. Jiro continued. To put an end to this escalating strife, a resolution was proposed by the daimyo. We have signed a contract to cease hostilities and resolve our differences through a contest. Jiro exhaled, divulging all the details. Except for Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto seemed utterly lost, as if listening to a foreign language. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had been observing from the sidelines, abruptly closed his book. Dominion? It's not unusual for a nation to have conflicts over control, but with multiple nations involved. Why would the third Hokage send us on such a mission? Kakashi pondered, bewildered. Normally, such an assignment would not involve interference in the political affairs of another nation, a well-known taboo in the shinobi world. Hiruzen Sarutobi could not possibly be unaware of this, so why would he make such a misstep? Kakashi could not fathom that Sarutobi's intentions were to consolidate power among smaller nations, thereby strengthening Konoha's own position. The land of tea, with its advantageous geographical location and abundant resources for ninjas, was indeed a treasure trove. Anyone could participate in the Hondaisha festival, but the regulations were intriguing. While others might not gain much from the land of tea, Konoha's involvement could attract numerous smaller nations, bolstering the strength of the main village. Sarutobi had long since devised a plan, sending Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura under the guise of a mission to the Hondaisha festival, effectively securing a predetermined slot for Konoha. Once they emerged victorious, Sarutobi would promptly announce Konoha's participation, leaving Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura as the scapegoats, while he remained the puppeteer behind the scenes. Sarutobi's cunning was indeed remarkable. However, he did not anticipate that the Mustard family would also dispatch powerful ninjas from the Cloud Village, including Omoi, Karui, and Azumi. The ninjas from the Cloud Village were rather peculiar, perhaps due to their shared lineage, exhibiting a lack of finesse and a tendency for their tempers to flare, reminiscent of the formidable Raikage. It seemed they believed such behavior was impressive and intimidating. As night fell, the villagers of the land of tea gathered in the town's center to celebrate with fireworks. Crowds filled the streets. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura stood at the center, admiring the display when the three Cloud ninjas appeared nearby. Humph, so these are the three Konoha brats participating in the festival. Karui scoffed, eyeing them disdainfully. Karui, do not underestimate them. Although Lord Raikage has allowed us to unleash our full power, he did caution that one individual should not be provoked. Omoi remarked earnestly to Karui. Lord Raikage is overly cautious. In a competition, one should rely on their own abilities. If something goes awry, it is not my concern. Karui arrogantly turned away, unwilling to heed Omoi's warning. However, I must remind you again, the blonde kid on their team is someone to avoid at all costs. I've heard his brother, Uzumaki Sway Fan, once caused trouble for Lord Raikage. Omoi reiterated with concern. Blonde. Naruto suddenly turned to the trio, his small eyes filled with confusion. Truth be told, he felt somewhat offended. Chapter 68. Encirclement. I never anticipated such a grand competition. Yet, what kind of contest is it? Naruto curiously gazed at the cheering residents around him. To ensure even someone as dim-witted as you comprehends, allow me to elucidate the nature of the event, Sakura interjected, having already prepared the details of the competition to explain to Naruto. The starting point is at Chugaport, from which the participants will advance towards the turning point at the Ozuteyuki Shrine. The quickest route to the shrine is to take a fishing boat near Chugaport. Upon reaching the Ozuteyuki Shrine, one must retrieve one of the Dragon Tiger jewels placed there. Following that, they must run to the H-Dai Shrine on Ozo Island. Sakura concluded, folding the details back into her possession. However, those are the only rules. Shortcuts, hindering opponents, or setting traps are all permissible. Thus, hiring ninjas does not violate the competition's regulations. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, hands tucked into his pockets, strolled over leisurely. What kind of ninja has the opponent hired? Is he lurking in the shadows, observing? Naruto innocently inquired. Sasuke glanced at the three Cloud ninjas in the distance, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Was Naruto truly that oblivious? A chilly breeze rustled the green leaves, and the three Cloud ninjas appeared bewildered. They must be well prepared. You too must exercise caution. Sasuke warned coldly. At that moment, the village horn suddenly blared. Attention, participants of the H-Dai Shrine event. The competition is about to commence. From the Wasabi family, runner Marino Itaten, and from the Karashir family, runner Hikukia Fuku. The two contenders are both descendants of their respective clans. Kakashi's team is tasked with protecting the runners and countering any ambushes from the opposing ninjas. Ready. As the horn declared readiness, both runners crouched down to gather their strength. The wooden gate opened, revealing an expanse of sea, with two fishing boats not far from them. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura stood prepared, as did Omoi, Azui, and Karui. Among the crowd, a green-haired man revealed a sly smile. With the horn announcing the start, both teams surged forward. However, an inexplicable event occurred right from the outset. Instead of competing for the fishing boats, Marino Itaten from the Wasabi family inexplicably chose to sprint to the left, altering his course. Sasuke's brows furrowed in annoyance. Damn it. Is he trying to flee? Wait for me. Naruto shouted in a panic. What could he possibly be planning? Karui, who was running, questioned in confusion. Perhaps he has a screw loose. Azui remarked dismissively. Meanwhile, at the starting point, the green-haired man clapped his hands, summoning a throng of people. What shall we do next, Lord Wasabi? A leading figure approached respectfully. I will accompany Fuku. You are responsible for pursuing Itaten, the green-haired man instructed the crowd. Understood. Everyone dispersed swiftly, vanishing from sight. On the other side, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura continued to chase after Itaten. Realizing he was deviating significantly from the route they had previously agreed upon with Jiro. However, Itaten had his own plans. While the fishing boat offered speed, he sensed an unfavorable wind curve before departing. Even aboard the fishing boat, reaching the center of the lake would be hindered by the opposing wind. In comparison, traversing the islands on foot was the wisest choice. Indeed, as the opposing boats reached the lake center, they were indeed slowed by the headwind. Damn it. Our speed has suddenly decreased. At this rate, they will surely arrive first. Omoi clenched his fists aboard the fishing boat. There's no choice. Fortunately, you are here, Samui. Samui nodded, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, violent wind dance. Instantly, the tranquil lake erupted into a tempest, and with the burst of wind, their boat surged forward against the gusts. This is cheating. Naruto gritted his teeth upon witnessing the scene. There's no choice but to try one move. Sakura suddenly lowered her head as she ran. What? I never expected Sakura to devise a plan at such a critical moment. As expected of you. Naruto anxiously turned to the sprinting Sakura. Sasuke, are you interested? Sakura suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. Just listen. Sasuke swallowed hard. That is super strength. Sakura's feet slammed into the ground as she unleashed a powerful punch downward. Naruto and Sasuke were propelled backward, soaring at a speed so swift it blurred their forms, surpassing the Cloud Ninja team's vessel. What? Omoi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Sakura, so violent. Naruto and Sasuke landed simultaneously and dashed toward the building. Suddenly, three figures descended from the sky, blocking their path. Heh, I knew you would find a way to reach here. The leading man chuckled wickedly, evidently one of the hired ninjas from the opposing clan. The three ninjas swiftly removed their garments, revealing headbands emblazoned with the symbol of the Rain Village. Rain Village? Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in shock. They hadn't anticipated the involvement of ninjas from another village in this competition. It seems passing through here will not be easy. The leading Rain Village ninja sneered, gripping his kunai and charging forward, his companions following suit. Naruto, be careful. Sasuke warned, retrieving 3 shuriken from his leg and hurling them. Clang. The opponent deflected the shuriken with his kunai, and Sasuke seized the opportunity to draw his kunai, entering the fray. Fighting 1 against 3. It must be said that Sasuke's talent was indeed formidable. With the power of the Sharingan, he stood his ground against the trio. You dare to ignore me? Damn it. Just as Naruto was about to join the fight, the Cloud Ninja Team's boat had already reached the shore. Omoi, along with Samui and Karui, rushed toward them. After a series of exchanges, Sasuke and the Rain Village Ninja had created some distance between them. Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back, facing their respective foes. They were surrounded. I must say, you've made it this far, but why not just give up? You certainly cannot win anyway. Omoi attempted to persuade Naruto and Sasuke to cease their resistance. Shut up. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Don't think that your numbers intimidate us. With that, Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, an abundance of Naruto clones appeared around the island. This kid possesses such immense chakra. It was the first time witnessing a shadow clone capable of such a feat. Author's note, Chapter 69. Conan, a multitude of shadow clones surged forward alongside Naruto. In an instant, Karui, with a triumphant expression, exclaimed, "Hey, Omoy. Now it's impossible to discern the real body, right? If we accidentally eliminate one, I doubt Raikage-sama would hold it against us." With that, Karui drew a gleaming silver long sword from her back and charged ahead. "Wait, Karui." Before Omoy could intervene, Karui unleashed her ninjutsu. Lightning release, thunder slash. She released a surge of electricity that not only accelerated but also locked onto Naruto's myriad of clones. In a flash, Karui's blade shimmered, and a significant portion of Naruto's shadow clones were vanquished, dissipating into white smoke. This crazy woman is serious. The Naruto among the clones felt a wave of fear. In times of crisis, he always thought of Su-fan. Kakashi observed from the shadows, shaking his head in resignation. "Naruto, if you wish to mature quickly, you must rely on your own perseverance." Meanwhile, Sasuke was equally determined. He glanced at two large trees nearby, a cunning plan forming in his mind. He tossed a kunai to distract his opponent's gaze. Sasuke sprinted towards the left tree with fervor. "Be careful, that guy possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan," the leading ninja from the Rain Village warned, as he brandished his kunai towards the two behind him. Before Sasuke could reach the tree, 3 ninjas from the Rain Village lunged at him with their long swords. Unfazed, Sasuke maintained his speed, leaping onto the branches of the tree above just as he neared his adversaries. Pursue and eliminate him. The 2 Rain ninjas followed, scaling the tree with fervor. Sasuke smirked and leaped from the tree towards the second one. The Rain ninjas pursued him relentlessly, offering no respite. As he passed the second tree, Sasuke hurled his kunai, the fine wire attached to it threading through the branches. In a swift motion, he flipped and descended from the tree once more. "Huh, why have you stopped running? Have you given up the struggle?" The leader of the Rain ninjas mocked, eyeing Sasuke. "Are you seeking something from me? You look like a weary old dog following me around." Sasuke grinned maliciously in response. "You little brat, let us see how tough your words remain." The remaining 2 ninjas from the Rain Village charged at him. Sasuke smiled faintly as he activated the mechanism at the entrance. Instantly, numerous obstacles emerged beneath their feet and around them. A delicate white wire swiftly ensnared the 3 ninjas, and as Sasuke tugged the line, they were tightly bound to the tree. Afterward, Sasuke gazed down at them with a condescending smile. "If this were in Konoha, you wouldn't know how many times you'd meet your demise." With that, Sasuke began forming hand seals. "This is your own doing. You have no one to blame but yourselves." Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, a fierce gale accompanied Sasuke's fire release, and the 3 Rain ninjas expressed their grievances, but to no avail. Just when everyone thought it was over, a figure emerged to obstruct Sasuke's advance. Sasuke looked up to see a woman in a blue-haired maid outfit. Most notably, her attire unmistakably belonged to the Akatsuki. If Su-fan were present, he would surely recognize her as Conan. Uchiha clan ninjas are truly reckless. Conan waved her right hand, causing a flurry of paper to slice through the air towards Sasuke. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, shattering the paper. Naruto and his companions rejoiced, Kakashi-sensei. However, when Kakashi turned his gaze towards them, he was met with the sight of hundreds of explosive tags prepared for deployment. 100 explosive tags flew towards Kakashi's team, and panic ensued. Yet, at that moment, Kakashi closed his eyes. "Humph, have you already resigned yourself to death?" Conan sneered. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his eyes. At that moment, his 3-tomo Sharingan merged into a singular form, achieving an exalted evolution. The space around them warped as 500 explosive tags could not be entirely thwarted at once. But at least safety was granted for the time being. Even Kakashi himself was taken aback by the nature of this technique. What a clever ruse. But what will you do next? Conan coldly commanded as the ground trembled, and even more explosive tags appeared around the 4. This time, 1,000 explosive tags. I doubt you can evade them. Author's note, Chapter 70. A glimpse of brilliance. Naruto, Sasuke. Stand behind me. Kakashi shouted urgently to the 2. A multitude of explosive tags filled the air, descending upon them like a torrential storm. Doubts lingered in his mind about their chances of success. The extensive coverage left little room for escape. Even if he could flee, Naruto and Sasuke would remain in peril, no matter the risk. He had to attempt it once more. Kakashi crouched low, his Sharingan fixated on the sky, recalling the sensations from moments prior. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of chakra was expelled from his body, leaving him feeling faint, as if he were suffering from anemia. Yet, There was a silver lining. The ocular technique had indeed been successfully executed. The fabric of space warped, and the explosive tags before the trio were drawn into the rift. However, a portion of the tags remained, likely due to Kakashi's recent mastery of the technique, which he had yet to fully adapt to. And the broader area of effect seemed to consume even more chakra. This is bad. Kakashi swiftly turned to shield Sasuke and Naruto. Boom. Several of the incoming explosive tags detonated, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stared in shock at Kakashi, who had overexerted himself and sustained severe injuries to his back. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, angrily pointing at Konan before them. Why are you so cruel? Watch your tongue, boy. You might find yourself in a precarious situation if you don't, Konan replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she unfurled a pair of wings from her back. Countless razor-sharp paper shurikens flew toward Kakashi. With a puff of smoke, the Kakashi before Naruto and Sasuke vanished. A shadow clone. Konan gasped in surprise. In the underbrush, Kakashi prepared his Raikiri with his right hand. Although he had used the ocular technique twice and was low on chakra, he believed that as long as his mind remained sharp, he would prevail. This was Kakashi's logic. A mere shadow clone could absorb the damage from the explosive tags. He certainly had some tricks up his sleeve. Konan, now vigilant, scanned the surroundings as her paper shurikens encircled her for protection. If she could not land a decisive blow, at the very least, she would temporarily incapacitate her opponent. Kakashi closed his right eye, while his left, enhanced by the Sharingan, locked onto Konan, anticipating her swift movements. There, Konan suddenly turned to face the jungle, her wings flaring as she sent her paper shurikens toward Kakashi, who burst forth from the foliage. Kakashi thrust his right hand forward, and the Raikiri sliced through the shurikens, charging directly at Konan. She quickly raised her wings defensively, but underestimated Kakashi's power. Raikiri, the lightning surged forth, piercing through the right side of Konan's body, scattering paper shurikens across the battlefield. Kakashi deftly flipped and hurled an explosive tag, creating distance between himself and Konan. Did she use the paper to substitute her body at the last moment? The explosive tag did not inflict significant damage on Konan, as the scattered paper swiftly reformed, reconstructing her injured side. Copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki. I underestimated you, Konan remarked, turning to face Kakashi with a wary gaze. I did not expect someone of your caliber to exist in the Rain Village. Kakashi glanced at the three ninjas from the Cloud Village nearby, furrowing his brow. This situation appeared to be increasingly precarious, as powerful adversaries from the Cloud were lurking in the shadows, their true strength still unknown. He realized that if he were to protect Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously, he would be unable to focus entirely on the fight. Moreover, his chakra was dwindling. Kakashi hesitated. Naruto, I will hold them off. You and Sasuke need to split and run towards the finish line. There is only one chance, so seize it. Kakashi instructed quietly. But Kakashi-sensei, what about you? Naruto asked anxiously. Remember, Kakashi is the legendary copy ninja. It won't be easy to defeat him. Focus. The mission is paramount. Sasuke encouraged, patting Naruto's shoulder. Then it is settled. I will create an opportunity for both of you to escape. Kakashi declared, swiftly forming hand seals, causing the surrounding enemies to become alert. Water release. Water dragon jutsu. A colossal water dragon surged upward from the lake, spiraling toward the enemies under Kakashi's command. Now Naruto, Sasuke. Kakashi bellowed, as the water dragon forced the foes to retreat, allowing Naruto and Sasuke to dash toward the opening leading to their goal. Konan flicked her wrist, deflecting the approaching water jutsu, but Naruto and Sasuke had already fled the scene. Do you truly believe that letting them go will ensure their safety? How naive. Konan remarked with a smirk. Kakashi abruptly turned his gaze to the nearby underbrush, noticing three figures darting after Naruto and Sasuke. They must be the hidden elite from the Cloud Village. Naruto, Sasuke, the rest is up to you, Kakashi thought, twirling a kunai between his fingers before firmly gripping it. Readying himself. Now, you have no choice but to defeat me. Chapter 71. Naruto's rampage on a distant peak. A familiar figure observed the silhouettes of Kakashi and his companions. The copy ninja Kakashi, what an honor. Dark clouds loomed, yet Kakashi felt no pressure from the others. He only struggled slightly, having already utilized his ocular techniques twice. Konan stood by, refraining from intervening, merely spectating. Suddenly, the man on the mountaintop appeared beside Konan. Has Naruto Uzumaki escaped? Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Pain. He is heading towards the destination, But we still have time. We should be able to catch up, Conan stated calmly. Pain remained silent, his mind preoccupied with a singular individual, Uzumaki Suei-fan. The impact he had on Nagato was profound, making it imperative for Pain to weigh his options before capturing Naruto. However, the purple flowers Conan sent to Konoha had yet to yield any news of Uzumaki Suei-fan. Nagato hesitated, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to extract the nine tails from Naruto. I will go, Conan suddenly declared, making the decision for Nagato. No, I shall go, Pain replied as he slowly approached Kakashi. The moment Kakashi caught sight of Pain, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. A sense of pressure. This individual must possess formidable strength. Judging by his attire, he belongs to the Akatsuki. Are they targeting Naruto? Kakashi summoned lightning into his right hand and charged at Pain without hesitation. Eager to assess his capabilities, Pain, expressionless, halted his advance. As Kakashi drew near, a barrier materialized around Pain's body, propelling Kakashi several meters back. Kakashi collided with a large tree and knelt, his body reaching its limits. Had he not expended chakra on 2 ocular techniques earlier, perhaps he would have had a fighting chance. What was that ability just now? It was the first time Kakashi had encountered such an unusual ninjutsu. He trembled as he stood, gazing at Pain. Should the enemy strike again, the remaining chakra within him could allow for one more use of his ocular technique. But he would be at the brink of exhaustion, leaving him vulnerable. With a sigh, Kakashi wiped the blood from his forehead where he had struck the tree. Suddenly, a Rinnegan rod appeared in Pain's left hand, and as he prepared to unleash universal pull with his right hand, Conan grasped his arm. Nagato, refrain from using ninjutsu until Shin is located. Your health is paramount. Hearing Conan's words, Pain slowly lowered his hand, disregarding Kakashi. As he led Conan and 3 Cloud Village ninjas towards Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi inhaled deeply, leaning against the tree, his body tilting. I am still too weak. Despite the enhancements from my eyes, the energy expenditure is alarmingly rapid. Yet, I cannot allow them to capture Naruto. I must hurry and catch up. With that, Kakashi pursued after them. Crossing the water bridge, Naruto and Sasuke rushed into the ceremonial building. On a table inside lay a box. Naruto dashed over and opened it, revealing a pair of jade ornaments resting within. We found it. Sasuke, let us hurry back. Just as they stepped outside, the 3 elite cloud ninjas who had been pursuing them intercepted them. Hey, Blondie, hand over what you've got and scram. One of the ninjas glared menacingly at the box in Naruto's grasp. Dream on. Naruto clutched the box tightly, retreating slowly. Meanwhile, Sasuke, exuding murderous intent, seized the moment and unleashed the Great Fireball technique. Fire style. Great Fireball technique. The roaring flames engulfed the 3 cloud ninjas in an instant. However, they quickly countered with water style, dousing Sasuke's flames. Damn it, you managed to extinguish my jutsu in the blink of an eye. Your strength must exceed that of a genin or even a nin. Sasuke warned, eyeing the trio warily. Cloud ninjas, Umbu. The leader of the group smirked wickedly. Though the Raikage has ordered us not to harm the Blondie, we cannot let this one escape. He chuckled maliciously. In a flash, the 3 Umbu ninjas appeared before Sasuke, preparing to strike. What reckless fools. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Sasuke barely had time to react as a short blade sliced across his arm, forcing him to stagger back in pain. Naruto, there's no time. You need to leave now. Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke charged forward with a kunai in hand. Despite the vast difference in power, Sasuke's talent allowed him to engage for a few moments to buy time. Seeing this, Naruto hesitated no longer and sprinted towards the boat, clutching the box. At that moment, Sakura finally arrived on the shore and, upon seeing Sasuke injured, her expression turned frantic. Sasuke, don't come any closer. Sasuke shouted angrily at Sakura. One of the cloud ninjas noticed her and hurled 3 kunai at her. Caught off guard, Sakura froze in place. In a flash, Sasuke leaped in front of her, arms outstretched. Thud, the 3 kunai struck deeply into Sasuke's back. Naruto, who had been ready to flee, was momentarily stunned by the sight. The box slipped from his grasp, and red bubbles began to rise from his skin, enveloping him in a crimson cloak of chakra. This is just like what the adult did. One of the Cloud Umbu ninjas faltered, taking a step back. Kneeling in pain, Naruto clutched his head tightly. Kill. Annihilate everything. Chapter 72. Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance in the face of Naruto's uncontrollable fury. The 3 Umbu members from the Cloud Village swiftly dispersed, forming a triangular formation to encroach upon Naruto. attempting to subdue him with sealing techniques. Sasuke, pull yourself together. Sakura urgently tended to the fallen Sasuke's wounds. A vibrant red chakra enveloped Naruto entirely, and behind him, a tail composed of condensed chakra slowly manifested. Move quickly. The three Umbu members nodded at one another, crouching down as they pressed their palms to the ground. Seal. Dark markings began to crawl up Naruto's body, but he fought wildly against them, his tail rapidly splitting apart. Oh no, a second tail has appeared. One Umbu member exclaimed in horror. Anyone who tries to stop me will die. Naruto's claw pierced through the abdomen of the man on his left. The overwhelming scent of blood seemed to invigorate him, and soon, a third tail emerged. What should we do? The remaining two Umbu members faltered, drawing closer together as they began to retreat. And Naruto, Sakura, witnessing this gruesome scene, instinctively covered her mouth, the urge to vomit surging within her. Naruto had completely lost his sanity. Let's retreat. The two nodded, preparing to flee. But Naruto would not let them escape. With a powerful punch, he struck the ground, the shockwave immobilizing their movements as he surged toward them with incredible speed. How fascinating. Is this the form of the Jinchuriki when he loses control? Nagato, as pain, observed from atop a tall tree, watching as Naruto tore the two Umbu members apart in a gruesome spectacle. It seems this will require some effort, yet it should prove worthwhile. Nagato leaped down to confront Naruto directly. Having just dispatched the Umbu members, Naruto's attention shifted to this new target, charging at Nagato with fervor. Shinra Tensei. Nagato extended his right hand, the overwhelming repulsive force sending the rampaging Naruto flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Nagato summoned two chakra rods, sprinting toward the direction in which Naruto was falling. Naruto skidded along the ground for 100 meters before coming to a halt. Amidst the billowing smoke, Nagato hurled two chakra rods, which embedded themselves in Naruto's tails in the middle of his body. In that instant, Nagato executed a sweeping kick, striking Naruto's head. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is nothing remarkable. Nagato scoffed derisively before delivering another kick that sent Naruto flying once more. The capture of the Nine-Tails was indeed proving to be a troublesome endeavor, yet it seemed I had underestimated the situation. Within Naruto, the Nine-Tails observed the scene before him, mocking. Kid, if you can completely relinquish your body to me, I shall bestow upon you boundless power. In that case, not even he would stand a chance. At that moment, the Nine-Tails attempted to persuade Naruto to abandon his will. However, having been within Naruto for some time, the Nine-Tails was well aware of his character, often witnessing everything that transpired. Suddenly, several miniature-tailed beast bombs shot forth from where Naruto had been sent flying. The power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was formidable indeed. Nagato, not daring to let his guard down, spread his arms and bellowed, Shinra Tensei. The projectiles were deflected, and abruptly, a blood-red figure emerged from the underbrush. Naruto's visage was obscured, replaced by the dark crimson chakra cloak of the Nine-Tails. With a heavy punch, the nearby onlookers swiftly took their positions. Just as the moment arrived, a fan passed by the roadside, and the situation turned intriguing. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the distant mountain peak. In the waning sunlight, the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yamato came into view. Thick wooden vines ensnared Naruto, while Yamato extended his palm to suppress Naruto's chakra. Would release. Nagato meticulously observed Yamato's features, confirming he was indeed not Uzumaki Naruto, and thus steeled his resolve. Perhaps it would be best to allow the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to completely lose control. This would afford us greater opportunities. Nagato clapped his hands and advanced towards the subdued Naruto. At that moment, Yamato was wholly engrossed in his task. Just then, a massive staff descended from the sky, appearing before Naruto. A figure leaped over it. Atop the staff, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded everyone with a cold gaze. So, the Hokage of Konohagakure has arrived? It seems that Akatsuki's plan is set to unfold. Nagato gestured for Konan to retreat, preparing to fully commit to the confrontation. Chapter 73. Paranoia. Naruto is entrusted to you, Yamato, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, descending from the tip of his Rui staff, his tone devoid of exuberance. Rest assured, third Hokage, Yamato responded, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. In comparison to Su Fan, he seemed woefully inadequate, yet he evidently wielded some degree of restraint. With a fierce shout, he summoned robust vines that surged forth from the ground, ensnaring Naruto's form. Confronted by the intense pressure emanating from pain of the six paths, Sarutobi Hiruzen shed his Hokage cloak. His aging body radiated vitality, despite being a habitual smoker, showcasing his formidable prowess. The two locked gazes, and a bead of cold sweat dripped from Hiruzen's brow. Today is indeed an honor to meet Konoha's third Hokage, Pain stated indifferently. Regardless of your intentions, Naruto cannot be taken. With a swift motion, Sarutobi opened his palm, causing the Rui staff to shrink and return to his grasp. Ah, how vexing. Everyone utters the same phrase. It truly lacks intrigue. Just as he spoke, 3 additional pains materialized behind him. Sarutobi was taken aback. With the 2 deceased bodies from Konoha, there were indeed 6 individuals. The legendary 6 paths of pain were a reality. However, he found solace in the fact that 2 had already been vanquished. Otherwise, the situation would have spiraled beyond control. With a sense of trepidation, he resolved to gauge the strength of his adversary and ascertain whether the legends held true. If Konoha were to be obliterated, you would undoubtedly experience profound anguish. Thus, should I end your life, you would be spared from witnessing such a scene and the associated pain. Shinra Tensei, Pain declared, extending his arms to unleash a gravitational force. The overwhelming pull surged through Sarutobi's body, compelling him to step forward. He plunged the Rui staff into the ground to stabilize himself. Once the gravitational force subsided, the Azura path appeared behind him, its energy cannon glowing brightly. A thunderous explosion ensued as the Azura path retreated from the cloud of smoke. Sarutobi transformed the Rui staff into an impregnable iron wall to withstand the assault. The wall swiftly morphed back into the staff, and simultaneously, Sarutobi's form emerged, flanked by 4 prepared clones. 5 elements, great multi-shadow clone technique. He unleashed his ultimate technique, directing fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind simultaneously at the 4 pains. In that moment, the hungry ghost path lunged forward, arms outstretched, continuously absorbing potent chakra into its form. Sarutobi was taken aback. Shinra Tensei, seizing the opportunity, Pain activated the gravitational technique, rendering Sarutobi utterly defenseless against its pull. A swift kick propelled the Rui staff into Sarutobi's shoulder, pinning him against a nearby tree. Blood gushed forth as Sarutobi trembled, reaching for the staff embedded in his shoulder. But as he approached, the immense Rinnegan appeared in his mind, causing his chakra to spiral into chaos. Third Hokage, Yamato gasped in shock. Embrace your demise. The Azura path extended its fingers, launching 5 missiles directly at Sarutobi. Just as the crisis peaked, a figure darted past, saving Sarutobi from certain doom. Kakashi. Sarutobi leaned against the tree, aided by Kakashi to regain his footing. Ah, I truly am aging, he sighed, casting his gaze upon the 4 pains, acknowledging his inability to confront them. Had he known they were only utilizing a fraction of their power, disbelief would have ensued. Third Hokage, hold on. Konoha's reinforcements will arrive shortly. Kakashi had already alerted the allied forces en route. At that moment, Yamato, who had been suppressing Naruto, weakened and collapsed to the ground. Naruto seized the opportunity to break free from the wooden bindings, unleashing a ferocious roar. My chakra. It is insufficient. Yamato gasped, witnessing the emergence of another tail behind Naruto. Take this. It is a sealing talisman crafted by Jiraiya-sama to counter Naruto's loss of control. It may be used only once. Kakashi produced a seal inscribed with the character for sealing and handed it to Yamato. Yamato stared at Kakashi in bewilderment. This, as he observed the uncontrollable Naruto wreaking havoc upon the flora and fauna, Yamato swallowed hard and accepted the sealing talisman from Kakashi. The objective had been achieved. Aside from intimidating Konoha's third Hokage, they would momentarily abandon their pursuit of Naruto Uzumaki. It would not be long before Konoha would collapse from within. Pain spoke with detachment. It seems our plan has come to fruition. Konan nodded in agreement before departing. This had been a scheme devised early on by Obito and Nagato. Sarutobi clandestinely sought alliances with other nations, exploiting their resources and fostering a trend of plunder. Obito, in his guise as Uchiha Madara, had already suppressed Sarutobi's ambitions. To maintain better control, even Sarutobi's meticulously crafted plans fell under Obito's scrutiny. Upon returning to Konoha, he would undoubtedly abandon Jiraiya. By that time, Konoha would inevitably crumble without resistance. Obito desired nothing more than to witness Konoha being gradually consumed, eroded by the very trust it held dear. Betrayed by those it held close. Hypocrisy was not merely a synonym, but rather a more eloquent expression of deceit. Should Sarutobi fall into this trap? By the time he realized the truth, the very spirit of Konoha would have dissipated. Allow me. Sarutobi seized the sealing talisman from Yamato, feeling a profound sense of disquiet. Naruto was spiraling out of control, and Konoha was bereft of combat capability. A deep sorrow welled within him as he recalled Obito's words from that fateful day. Shaking his head, Sarutobi leaped before Naruto. Upon seeing Sarutobi, Naruto emitted a fierce roar, an overwhelming chakra erupting from his cry, toppling trees in the vicinity. Sarutobi steadied himself and charged toward Naruto. As Naruto roared, brandishing his claw-like fingers, Sarutobi deftly evaded and firmly affixed the sealing talisman to Naruto's forehead. Instantly, the Nine-Tails chakra enveloping Naruto dissipated, rendering him powerless as he collapsed to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 74. Naruto's birthday to my surprise. The strength of Konoha is so pitifully weak, it is truly uninteresting, Tendo Pain remarked coolly as the plan neared its completion. Observing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had lost his combat capability, the outcome was evidently predictable. Konoha's Hokage, this time I shall let you escape, but soon. You will witness how I annihilate Konoha and seize the Jinchuriki, he taunted provocatively. Kakashi, take Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura away from here, Kakashi said quietly. Sasuke lay unconscious from his injuries, while Sakura had staunched his bleeding with her medical ninjutsu. Yamato led Naruto and the others away from the land of tea. Throughout the journey, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a profound sense of discomfort. His plans had been disrupted, and faced with such formidable foes. Not a single one of his allies could stand against them. Memories of Uchiha Obito's words crept into his mind, stirring a swell of hatred within him. Should that day truly arrive, a decision must be made for the sake of Konoha. Yet, Hiruzen remained unaware that he had fallen into the trap set by Uchiha Obito and Nagato. Failure of a mission is the most disgraceful thing, especially with the Hokage personally involved and the task incomplete. Upon returning, Hiruzen clandestinely destroyed all information related to the incident to prevent others from knowing. Meanwhile, Naruto continued his training under Jiraiya, and once Sasuke's injuries healed, he too began training with Kakashi. Sakura trained under Tsunade. Time passed swiftly, and Su-Fan had been in the Wetbone Forest for 2 months. During this time, he remained in a state of slumber, yet the power within him grew incessantly. Strangely, this growth occurred at an astonishing rate, and even Bai Li had never witnessed such a phenomenon. It seemed that chakra within Su-Fan had undergone another mutation, merging with the divine tree, allowing their growth to intertwine. Upon closer inspection, Su-Fan's entire body was enveloped in flowers and grass, with a blood-red rose on the verge of blooming in his palm. 2 months had elapsed unknowingly. Naruto had learned a great deal alongside Jiraiya and developed a new ninjutsu, the Spiral Shuriken. With the help of Yamato and Kakashi, he quickly mastered his first S-rank forbidden technique. In contrast, Sasuke's power did not seem to improve significantly, as he remained consumed by thoughts of vengeance, his spirits never lifting. To celebrate Naruto's creation of a new ninjutsu, Jiraiya decided to treat everyone to barbecue. However, on this very day, Hiruzen ordered Jiraiya to undertake a special mission. Grandpa Third is truly something else, Naruto sighed in exasperation. Jiraiya rose and patted Naruto's shoulder, saying, as a ninja, one must always be prepared to sacrifice. Don't wear such a dejected face. Come with me. Reluctantly, Naruto stood up, and upon entering the barbecue restaurant, he found Hinata, Shikamaru, and Shoji gathered there. Naruto gestured for everyone to continue eating and followed Jiraiya outside. What's the deal, pervy sage? Are you taking me on a mission? Jiraiya remained silent, turning to walk away, leaving Naruto puzzled as he followed closely behind. Eventually, they arrived at a clothing store, where Jiraiya pushed open the door and entered. What is the pervy sage doing here? Naruto wondered, bewildered by the array of garments. Jiraiya approached a black-shouldered shirt with yellow around the waist and abdomen, nodding in approval. This one, I noticed it suited you well last time we came. Wait, the pervy sage is giving me clothes? Naruto was momentarily incredulous. Do you know why I invited you all for barbecue today? Jiraiya said, straightening Naruto's collar with care. Is it not because I developed a new ninjutsu? To make everyone proud of me. Naruto basked in self-satisfaction. Stop being so full of yourself, you brat. Happy birthday, Jiraiya said, embracing Naruto's shoulders as they stood before a mirror. Birthday. Gazing at Jiraiya's reflection, tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. perhaps from thoughts of never having met his parents, or perhaps due to Jiraiya's heartfelt gesture. He felt a warmth he had never experienced before. Why are you crying, you brat? Isn't it better to act like a man? Jiraiya chuckled, patting Naruto's shoulder. However, since the third has tasked me with a mission, let someone else accompany you today. As they exited the clothing store, Iruka had been waiting eagerly. Naruto, happy birthday. Naruto, happy birthday. Suddenly, everyone appeared behind Iruka, holding various gifts and a cake. It turned out, everyone knew. Tears streamed down Naruto's face, overwhelmed with emotion. You should be happy, all right, brat. I'm off. Now you have someone to keep you company. With that, Jiraiya turned to leave. In that instant, the nine tails within Naruto suddenly opened its eyes. And after a long pause, it sighed and closed them once more. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya departed from Konoha alone, standing at the window of the Hokage building. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt an immense sorrow, his clenched right hand trembling incessantly. Such a choice is indeed the wisest decision. This way, Konoha will be preserved. Behind him, a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared. Tell me about the power of the six paths. Hiruzen Sarutobi responded coolly. Interested? Perhaps you could consider joining us. Obito chuckled derisively. Chapter 75. The hydrangea that should not perish throughout the journey. Jiraiya found himself contemplating the mission assigned by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was to gather intelligence regarding their last adversary in a village near the Rain Ninja Village. Despite Jiraiya's exposure, Sarutobi insisted he proceed with the task. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, he remained unaware of the underlying reasons for this directive. As a legendary Sannin, Jiraiya had a profound connection to the Rain Ninja Village, having taken Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato as his disciples many years prior. Nagato, with his unique insights on war, held a special significance for Jiraiya, who once harbored great hopes for him. Nagato envisioned a future of peace achievable through his own methods. Although he had not reappeared, the sight of Yahiko stirred an indescribable sorrow within Jiraiya. War, in essence, serves as the foundation for desire. The acts of conquest and plunder are mere manifestations of ambition. The ninjas engaged in battle have never perceived the circumstances as equitable, for similar interests can yield equivalent lives. This is the essence of combat. Yet, amidst it all, cries and death go unnoticed. What remains is the senseless slaughter between those who bore no hatred towards one another. The true beneficiaries lie behind the scenes. In the Rain Ninja Village, Pain sat atop a loft, gazing at the distant scenery while the rain poured incessantly. Suddenly, Konan approached him. I still have one option regarding the two other corpses, she spoke matter-of-factly. Is this about the girl you sent to Konoha for the Chunin exams? Pain opened his right hand, allowing raindrops to fall into his palm, though he could not feel their texture. She should have been dealt with. Those capable of emotions hold no value. Allow me to handle this, Konan declared before turning to leave. Jiraiya-sensei, if you were in my position, would you accept the pain inflicted upon you, or would you choose to pursue the ideal of a peaceful world, as I do? The rain intensified, and Pain suddenly erupted into a cold, expressionless laughter. Outside the Rain Ninja Village, Hydrangea and her companions had just returned from Konoha, wandering the streets and sampling various delicacies. Where could Su Fan have gone? Hydrangea mused, taking a bite of a dumpling. Oh, so you're already thinking about him. It seems our Hydrangea has succumbed. Her teammates teased her. No, aren't we supposed to gather intelligence? I'm doing this for that. Hydrangea's cheeks flushed as she hastily stammered an explanation. If you like him, go after him. Otherwise, you'll regret it for a lifetime, one teammate remarked, nibbling on the dumpling in her hand. Go after him. Hydrangea's spirit sank. The mere thought of Su Fan made her long to see him immediately. She was unsure why. Perhaps this is what they call a crush. Being with Su Fan made everything feel right. Even the air seemed fresh. Just then, Konan appeared. Enough of this. Let's head back, Hydrangea pouted, speaking in a muffled tone. As the three deviated from the street, two sharp pieces of paper suddenly flew forth. Hydrangea noticed her companions had not followed and turned to look. What are you two doing? Hurry up. Yet, they stood frozen, wide-eyed and silent. What is going on? Hydrangea returned and grabbed their hands. We really have to get going. Suddenly, both collapsed to the ground with a thud, sharp paper embedded in the back of their heads. Hydrangea gasped, covering her mouth as she took a step back. Then, she felt as if she had collided with something. With a kunai in hand, she spun around swiftly. Konan regarded her coldly. Why? Hydrangea's eyes welled with tears as she looked at her fallen comrades. You should reflect on your actions. Have you committed any wrongs? Conan stated emotionlessly. Hydrangea remained silent, collapsing onto the ground in anguish. Conan shook her head, her paper becoming sharp as she hurled it towards Hydrangea. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. A swirling fire dragon surged towards Conan, who swiftly leaped to evade the jutsu. Conan, you were never this ruthless before. Jiraiya's figure slowly approached from behind Hydrangea. Chapter 76. The meaning of war. Little girl, leave this place. Jiraiya said softly from behind the hydrangea. The bewildered hydrangea hesitated for a moment before rising and fleeing to crouch in the nearby grass, observing the scene. Teacher Jiraiya, you finally came. A flicker of excitement appeared on Conan's face. What do you mean by that? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, as if Conan had foreseen his arrival. At this point, do you still believe in your so-called will of fire? Conan's expression spoke volumes. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, first wearing a look of disbelief before instinctively stepping back. The third. No, it can't be. Jiraiya clenched his fists, refusing to accept this as reality. Why not join us, Teacher Jiraiya, and help us realize Nagato's ideals? Suddenly, Conan extended her right hand. What nonsense are you spouting? We are all disciples. How could such a thing happen? Jiraiya's face contorted with anger. Teacher Jiraiya, what era are we in? You still cling to nostalgia. It is truly pitiable. You have never altered your worldview, hence your narrow-mindedness, Conan said, dismissively lowering her hand and shaking her head. Enough of this nonsense. Where's Nagato? I want to see him. At that moment, Jiraiya was solely focused on finding Nagato, eager to inquire about his intentions. Teacher Jiraiya, you taught us to never underestimate anything, did you not? A sudden voice called from behind Jiraiya. He turned around in alarm. Too late. Azura path pain struck Jiraiya's arm with a powerful punch, instantly reducing it to a bloody mess. What qualification do you have to meet me now? Azura path pain stepped forward, and Deva path pain emerged behind him slowly. Jiraiya, clutching his injured arm, glared at Deva path pain. Tell me, what do you truly want? Is this how you speak to a god? Deva path pain's authoritative demeanor seemed to pronounce Jiraiya's guilt. I once told you, Teacher Jiraiya, my ideal is world peace. Yet you advised me to trust no one lightly. I took your words to heart. Since then, apart from Conan and Yahiko, no one has approached me, and I have been labeled an outcast. However, to achieve the ideal of world peace, one must embrace the grievances of many. I never imagined that the foundation of peace could be built upon the extreme means of enforced war. Teacher Jiraiya, there is no true peace in this world. To genuinely put an end to it, I must wield the power I possess to subdue more people, thereby creating a world devoid of suffering. Through Deva path pain, Nagato conveyed his innermost thoughts to Jiraiya. Jiraiya fell silent. Perhaps Nagato was right. Ideals and subjectivity are not synonymous, and battles born from humiliation are utterly futile. Every war begins with a conspiracy. The cycle of inflicted harm only leads to more innocents experiencing the world's despair. Yet, do you truly believe you can dismantle all this and achieve everything? Jiraiya's sorrowful visage rendered him speechless against Nagato's words. Teacher Jiraiya, I am a god, and you, it seems, are not qualified to discuss achievements with me. This place will be your grave. Chapter 77. Base nature. With his right arm shattered, Jiraiya found himself at a disadvantage in the current predicament. Although escape was still a possibility, the sudden ambush by pain had left him unable to perform hand seals properly. The only recourse was to summon Fukasaku and Shima. He bit his finger and slapped it against the ground, and both sages appeared on his shoulders. Little Jiraiya, your arm, Shima exclaimed, noticing the severed limb. I have no choice. Before anything else, I must ascertain the opponent's abilities. Surely, there can be no true gods in this world. I implore you both for assistance. Jiraiya's expression was tense. Failure could lead to his demise. Is it still the wielder of the Six Paths power? Fukasaku warily observed the four pains. Perhaps we should test the waters first. Meanwhile, Tsunade rushed towards the Hokage building, anxious upon hearing that Jiraiya had been dispatched on a mission. Bursting through the door, she could no longer contain her anger. Slamming her fist onto the table as she berated, "You old fool! Why would you send Jiraiya on a mission at such a critical juncture? What kind of mission warrants no notification to anyone?" Typically, Jiraiya would inform Tsunade before embarking on a mission, yet this time he had not. Tsunade surmised that his sudden departure must indicate a perilous assignment. Despite Jiraiya's extensive experience, he had become a target for Akatsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have been oblivious to this, yet he still permitted Jiraiya to leave the safety of Konoha. Was this truly the decision of the Hokage? Or were you sending Jiraiya into the jaws of danger? Tsunade fixed her gaze upon Hiruzen, who, upon hearing her words, showed a flicker of emotion, albeit fleeting. Yet, the seasoned actor would not reveal his hand, for that would disrupt the narrative. Tsunade, all ninjas of Konoha must be prepared to make sacrifices at crucial moments. Besides, it is merely a standard mission. There is no need for alarm. Although Jiraiya is being targeted, I believe he can retreat without conflict. As the third Hokage of Konoha, my word should hold weight, Hiruzen asserted, rising to strike the table. A standard mission? Tsunade scoffed coldly. Half an hour earlier, she had passed by Jiraiya's home. He had a habit of painting the mission location on the wall of his yard before every assignment. Since Orochimaru's departure from Konoha, the trio had not collaborated, and Jiraiya had rarely taken on missions. The wall bore an image from many years ago, a rainy cloud symbolizing the Rain Village. Tsunade recalled that it represented their last legendary battle as the three ninjas. Since then, no new designs had graced the wall. Yet today, she noticed a freshly painted rainy cloud. This was Jiraiya's custom. Indeed, the Rain Village. The adversaries hailed from there. And how could he act so recklessly? Tsunade's fury flared as she glared at Hiruzen. Realizing that she had seen through him, Hiruzen ceased his pretense. A few days prior, I engaged them in combat. It is difficult to gauge their true strength, but their target is Jiraiya. I cannot allow him to jeopardize Konoha's future, he declared resolutely. Tsunade, incredulous, shook her head in disbelief and took a step back. Her expression was filled with confusion as she looked at Hiruzen, her voice trembling. Jiraiya and I are both your disciples. Is this how you would abandon his life? Konoha, you claim to act for its sake. Yet you are no different from Danzo. With that, Tsunade turned and ran out the door in a frenzy. Her temperament is indeed ill-suited for Konoha. Hiruzen lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Why did you not stop her? A voice interrupted from behind. It was Uchiha Obito, wearing a mask adorned with a vortex. Stubbornness, what a pity. Hiruzen replied nonchalantly, revealing no trace of regret or sorrow. His narrowed eyes resembled a hawk poised to soar. You are quite heartless, considering she is the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. It seems you are indeed a person of great ambition. Obito laughed heartily. Suddenly, rain began to pour from the sky. Tsunade, racing toward the Rain Village, dared not pause, urging herself onward. Jiraiya, you must not be in danger. Chapter 78, The Master S Slaying Confronted by Four Pain. Jiraiya did not dare to underestimate the situation and promptly entered sage mode. Little Jiraiya, be cautious this time, the sage Fukasaku remarked, glancing at Jiraiya's wound before expelling a thick liquid to envelop it. The saliva of frogs possesses restorative properties. Little Jiraiya, do you have other methods for hand seals? Jiraiya nodded. The basic hand seals are no longer feasible, but I have other preparations. He took a deep breath and gazed at the four pains. A commendable gaze. Is my teacher prepared to give it his all? Then I must not falter, declared the Deva Path Pain, as the three other pains instinctively stepped forward. It seemed that the Deva Path, wielding the power of the six paths, was being deliberately protected as a crucial asset. Sage Fukasaku's brow furrowed. This battle was evidently going to be troublesome. Nagato, I once sought the child of prophecy, and when I encountered you, I believed you to be that very individual. The news of your demise pained me deeply. I never anticipated that our meeting today would unfold in such a manner, Jiraiya lamented. The child of prophecy? Huh. Jiraiya-sensei, did you once entrust your vision of world peace to me? As a mentor, your guidance merely distanced me from the realm of war. Yet I remained ensnared within it. It is abundantly clear now that I have yet to escape. Jiraiya-sensei, suffering is founded upon the loss of family and friends. Regrettably, in the tranquil Leaf Village, you had no opportunity to hear the prayers of the church, which far outnumber those of the hospital. But enough of this. I believe it is time to conclude. With that, the Azura Path, Human Path, and Hungry Ghost Path pains charged forward. Indeed, I was mistaken. Jiraiya shook his head as he gradually widened his stance. Little Jiraiya, prepare. At Sage Fukasaku's cue, Jiraiya began to gather his chakra. The Human Path Pain rushed at him, and Jiraiya's lips curled slightly upwards as he delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the Human Path Pain was struck in the abdomen, soaring backward as if weightless. This force, augmented by sage techniques, had nearly reached the level of a Kage, yet it still posed a challenge to the Deva Path. Jiraiya-sensei, I must admit that you have hidden your strength quite well, exclaimed the Deva Path, who, with a staff in hand, approached Jiraiya. Right side, upward kick. Left side, side kick. With the assistance of the two sages, Jiraiya effortlessly took down the hungry ghost and Azura paths. The Deva path descended towards Jiraiya with a straight posture. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima joined their hands, unleashing a formidable Jinjutsu attack that momentarily overwhelmed the Deva path. Nagato, you cannot fathom that I initially hesitated to teach you ninjutsu, Jiraiya shouted, seizing the moment to form a Rasengan in his left hand and launching it directly at the Deva path's abdomen. The Deva path coughed up blood, his body spinning as he plummeted deep into the forest, engulfed by the spiraling light of the Rasengan. It's over. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, releasing Sage Mode as he turned to depart. Just then, Tsunade finally caught up. Upon seeing Jiraiya with a severed arm, her eyes filled with tears as she rushed towards him recklessly. Tsunade, what are you doing here? Jiraiya chuckled, but Tsunade's expression turned pale as she sprinted towards him. Jiraiya, watch out behind you, Tsunade shouted urgently, but it was too late. The four pains, previously vanquished, stood unharmed once more. Behind them, the Beast Path and Hell Path emerged anew, this time possessing different bodies, presumably those of fallen Cloud Shinobi. The six paths reassembled, six staffs appearing in their hands as they lunged toward Jiraiya simultaneously. No, Tsunade ran towards Jiraiya as if driven mad. Jiraiya, however, merely gazed at her, offering a resigned smile, one that seemed to convey the sentiment of unfulfilled love. Boom! The six figures swiftly engulfed Jiraiya. The ground fractured in an instant, unleashing torrents of seawater. Jiraiya was pierced by six staffs, brutally impaled into the earth. Tsunade ran desperately, only to stumble. When she lifted her gaze once more towards Jiraiya, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Consciousness began to blur. Am I about to die? Jiraiya lay motionless on the ground as his awareness gradually faded away. Chapter 79. The Legend of Jiraiya, is this how it ends? The Deva Path Pain, expressionless, flicked his hand, and the six pains stood in a row. Jiraiya. Tsunade struggled to rise, rushing toward him. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path Pain leaped, extending his right palm, sending Tsunade's body flying like a kite. The granddaughter of Senju Hashirama is nothing but this. Little Jiraiya. Wake up. Little Jiraiya. Fukasaku Sage shouted desperately from Jiraiya's shoulder. Am I to end here? Jiraiya's heavy eyelids slowly began to close. His breath was nearly extinguished. Is this all you can do, my teacher? The legendary Sannin is nothing more than this. After saying this, the Deva Path Pain walked towards Tsunade, intent on killing her. Leave no one behind. A cruel lesson learned by Nagato on the battlefield. Only by being thorough can one avoid trouble and resistance. Naruto, your ninja way embodies the support from within. As your mentor, how could I give up now? Jiraiya struggled, trembling as he rose to his feet. The Deva Path Pain, taken aback, turned to look at him. How resilient. At that moment, Jiraiya's face was etched with determination. A true ninja is one who can endure. Let me tell you something. The essence of being a ninja is not measured by the number of jutsu one can wield. The most crucial aspect is an unwavering will to never give up. With his indomitable spirit, Jiraiya summoned the strength to stand. The Deva Path Pain furrowed his brow. Astonished, his heart has already ceased to beat, yet he can still rise. Excellent. Little Jiraiya. Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage leaped back onto Jiraiya's shoulders. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Jiraiya was holding onto his last chakra, the final support in his dying moments. Frog Song. Tsunade suddenly launched a powerful punch, causing the entire valley to quake. The Deva Path Pain dodged swiftly. Please do me one last favor. Don't tell Naruto the cause of my death. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, his heart-wrenching roar echoing. He jumped, slamming his feet onto the ground. Fukasaku and Shima instantly understood. Sage Art. 5 right guards. A torrent of rivers, engulfed in flames and mud, surged toward the six pains. You won't escape. Tsunade fiercely pinned down the Deva Path Pain. 3 of the other pains were caught off guard and were instantly annihilated. In a cave, Nagato suddenly spat out blood, clutching his head in agony. His dark red hair glimmered through the shadows, his eyes bloodshot. Damn, my body is reaching its limit. Perhaps it's time to end this. If I find Shinra, there may still be a chance to recover. Jiraiya-sensei. This move was meant for Konoha. But your death today is not in vain. As Jiraiya's sage techniques intensified, the remaining 2 pains realized they could not evade. The entire mountain and jungle were consumed by Jiraiya's sage art. Nagato finally made his decision. Come forth. His hands coalesced a black sphere that shot out from the cave. The Deva Path Pain unleashed Shinra Tensei, pushing Tsunade away, then closed his eyes, striking the same pose. The black sphere left his palm, and with a ferocious roar, he clasped his hands together. Planetary devastation. In an instant, countless stones erupted from the ground, the gravitational pull causing the earth to collapse. It seemed he had decided to eliminate Jiraiya without sparing Tsunade. The ground beneath Jiraiya fractured and soared into the air. He was reaching his limit, trembling as he knelt on the rising stones, gazing at Tsunade below. Before departing, he finally confessed his feelings to the one he cherished. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had been a failure in many aspects. Let me do one last meaningful thing. Jiraiya forced a smile. Tsunade, you must leave now. Summoning technique. A grotesquely ugly green frog suddenly appeared beside Tsunade and swallowed her whole. Jiraiya. The ground crumbled, rivers splashed, and the frog leapt into the water, vanishing. After completing this, Jiraiya finally sank to his knees. I wonder what Naruto is doing now. Reflecting on his life, he lamented not bringing back his dear friend, failing to pursue the one he loved, and not protecting his disciple. This is truly a failure. Naruto, being able to take you as my disciple is a blessing. You are indeed the child of prophecy, there is no doubt. The rest is up to you. Uzumaki Suifan. Take good care of Naruto. With a thunderous roar, Jiraiya was drawn into the sphere's stone wall. Ultimately, the sphere exploded, and Jiraiya's body fell like a kite, with severed strings into the sea. The legend of Jiraiya. The final chapter, a frog at the bottom of the well. Scattered into the ocean? Perhaps. This is not so bad after all. But what should I title the sequel to this chapter? The Tale of Uzumaki Naruto sounds fitting. The sea surface calmed, and Jiraiya's corpse sank into the depths. Cough cough. Nagato spat out copious amounts of blood again, his eyes glaring as blood streamed from all 7 orifices. He gasped heavily, racked with violent coughs. I almost exhausted all my strength. I can't let her return to Konoha alive. The Deva Path Pain, alongside the remaining 2 pains, raced against the current in pursuit of Tsunade. Meanwhile, Naruto remained blissfully unaware of Jiraiya's demise. Hokage Tower. What? Tsunade is still alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen bolted from his chair. We cannot allow her to return. Otherwise, Konoha will descend into chaos. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, ultimately deciding to confront Tsunade personally. Uchiha Obito, who had informed Sarutobi, suddenly burst into laughter. I wonder how Naruto and everyone in Konoha will react when they learn the truth. And that Uzumaki Suifan will undoubtedly be filled with despair. Ha ha ha. Chapter 80. The emergence of Su-Fan at a remote river near Konoha. A frog surfaced, subsequently expelling Tsunade. As she opened her eyes, Tsunade surveyed her surroundings, questioning where she had landed. Memories of Jiraiya's final farewell flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her face. Just wait. I shall reveal the true face of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade rose from the water, her clothes drenched, and set off at a furious pace toward Konoha. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, blocking her path. Tsunade, I have been waiting for you. You left the village without permission, and I have searched for you tirelessly. The person was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who presented a facade of insincere cheerfulness. I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to come here personally. You old scoundrel. I will ensure that the people of Konoha see your true nature. Tsunade's anger flared, her teeth clenched. Are you suggesting you wish to return to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned skeptical. Do you truly believe you can return now? He chuckled darkly, his demeanor shifting ominously. Behind him, the masked Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared. Tsunade easily recognized him as a member of the Akatsuki from his attire. In disbelief, she took a step back. I never imagined your betrayal of Konoha would lead you to this. Betrayal? Hiruzen snarled, his expression contorting with rage. Everything I do is for Konoha. I have not betrayed it. I have merely added an ally to our ranks. But you, Tsunade, if you disturb Konoha now, you will be its enemy. And Jiraiya will also bear the consequences. You must understand. His voice rose to a fever pitch. Suddenly, a look of unease crossed Hiruzen's face as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. No, you don't understand. Your existence only brings chaos to Konoha. You cannot live. You must not live. His words grew more frantic as he charged toward Tsunade. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of red, evoking a sense of melancholy. Naruto, having just left a barbecue restaurant and bidding farewell to his companions, thought he heard someone call his name. A hand rested lightly on his left shoulder, prompting him to turn around. Who? Who called me? He paused, scrutinizing his surroundings. Feeling certain someone had tapped him and called out to him, the voice reminiscent of the pervy sage, slightly hoarse. Puzzled, Naruto yawned, ready to head home, wondering if the pervy sage had completed his mission and returned, as he missed him. In the wet-bone forest, Su Fan's body emanated a mysterious radiance that illuminated the entire cave. Bai Li, who was eating fruit, glanced up in shock, dropping her snack. To her astonishment, Su Fan had succeeded. He now appeared almost divine, suspended in midair, with the god tree's patterns forming behind him, as if he were one with it. His skeletal structure was rapidly expanding, and soon, an aura of cold intensity enveloped him. His physique appeared more robust and flawless, with defined muscles and features that had matured handsomely. Bai Li couldn't help but swallow hard, captivated by Su Fan's perfection. Time passed, and Su Fan let out a tremendous roar as the god tree suddenly shattered, releasing a surge of blue light that enveloped him. The heavens shifted, and white smoke slowly emerged from his mouth and nose. After a long slumber, Su Fan finally opened his eyes, which flickered with a hint of electricity. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen relentlessly pursued Tsunade through the forest, wielding his Rui staff. Despite Tsunade's considerable strength, she was no match for Hiruzen. Tsunade, stop running. It's futile. You cannot comprehend the depth of my dedication to Konoha. Your grandfather would surely support me if he knew. Hiruzen shouted as he chased her. You shameless old man. Proclaiming your innocence after causing Jiraiya's death. You are a traitor for allying with the Akatsuki. Tsunade leaped onto a tree and executed a powerful strike downward. Hiruzen, not daring to be complacent, gripped his staff defensively. With a resounding crash, Tsunade's immense strength reverberated through the staff, causing Hiruzen to wince in pain and release his grip. Believing she had gained the upper hand, Tsunade let her guard down. In that instant, the corners of Hiruzen's mouth curled into a sinister smile, and the Rui staff transformed into a cage, ensnaring Tsunade within. You're trapped. I told you, there is no escape. Embrace your fate, Tsunade. Go and keep Jiraiya company, Hiruzen declared, producing a shuriken from his pocket and tossing it at Tsunade while swiftly forming seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shurikens rained down upon Tsunade, who found herself powerless to resist. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a tremendous force erupted nearby, akin to an explosion. Wood Release. Wood Golem Technique. The ground trembled as a giant emerged from the earth, shielding Tsunade from the onslaught of shurikens. Su Fan, eyes closed, materialized beside her. Chapter 81. Konoha's Compatibility? Uzumaki Su Fan. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen laid eyes on Su Fan, he nearly erupted in fury. I demand an explanation as to why you are pursuing Tsunade. Su Fan stood atop the wooden figure, gazing coldly at Sarutobi, whose body trembled under the weight of his intense gaze. This is a matter concerning Konoha, and it bears no relation to you, Sarutobi stubbornly retorted. Despite Uzumaki Su Fan's formidable strength, he felt emboldened by the presence of Uchiha Obito, believing he had nothing to fear. How resolute you seem, Sarutobi. Su Fan dismissed the title of the third Hokage, addressing him directly by name. This display of anger made Sarutobi acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He glanced behind him, but Obito had long since vanished. Damn it, that scoundrel. Su Fan, listen to me. I have my reasons for this. Sarutobi's defiance began to wane, revealing a more vulnerable side. Yet, Su Fan paid no mind to his explanations, choosing instead to assist the expressionless Tsunade, lifting her to her feet. Tell me, what has transpired? Su Fan inquired solemnly. Tsunade's sorrowful visage slowly turned to him, her eyes devoid of their former brilliance, reflecting profound disappointment. After a long silence, she uttered 5 words that ignited Su Fan's wrath. Jiraiya is dead. Gazing at Sarutobi, who was still desperately trying to justify himself, Su Fan comprehended the reason behind Tsunade's pursuit. Bastard. He stomped down, exerting such force that the wooden figure crumbled. Like a sword, Su Fan propelled himself towards Sarutobi, pinning him to the ground, creating a trench beneath him. With a grip around Sarutobi's neck, Su Fan's right fist trembled in fury, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Sarutobi's expression morphed into one of terror as his breathing quickened. I will kill you. Just as Su Fan was about to strike, Tsunade's voice halted him. Su Fan, wait. His raised hand paused before Sarutobi's terrified gaze. Killing him now would be a release for Sarutobi, but Konoha required the truth behind Jiraiya's demise. Tsunade stood resolutely, her expression unwavering. The village may be in ruins, but I believe it is time to rectify the shinobi world. Su Fan lowered his hand, standing coldly beside her. No, don't let Konoha learn of this. Kill me instead. Just kill me. Sarutobi, desperate, scrambled to his feet, his expression one of utter absurdity. Witnessing Sarutobi's pitiful state reminded Su Fan of Danzo, whom he had slain. Though contemptible, Danzo adhered to certain principles. Sarutobi, however, prioritized Konoha above all. Yet he was overly concerned with preserving his reputation. One drop of tarnish would render him unclean. Yet, the most pressing matter was not this. It was Naruto. The disdainful atmosphere of Konoha was truly disheartening. The son of a hero, having finally found familial warmth, was on the brink of being suffocated by his own kin. With this thought, Su Fan resolved anew. Konoha. Tsunade and Su Fan appeared at the village's entrance, followed closely by the disheveled Sarutobi. His chakra sealed and rendering him nearly powerless save for basic taijutsu. Third Hokage. The bewildered Konoha guards gasped at Sarutobi's state. Sarutobi could only manage a bitter smile at this point. The trio proceeded towards the Hokage tower. Soon, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Might Guy arrived at the tower. Kakashi, taken aback by Su Fan's presence, voiced his astonishment at Sarutobi's condition. Su Fan, what has happened? And the third. Su Fan remained silent, his expression a mask of indifference, as he turned to Sarutobi and exited through the door. Father. Asuma rushed over, confused about the unfolding chaos. Tsunade finally lifted her head. Her fists clenched as tears streamed down her face. Today, I shall reveal what this old bastard has been hiding from us. Tsunade, mind your words, Asuma admonished, pointing at her in agitation. Mind my words? Did Jiraiya perish for nothing? Tsunade replied with unsettling calmness, shaking her head vigorously. What? Jiraiya is dead. The shock rippled through the gathered crowd, disbelief etched on their faces. How could this be true? Jiraiya had left just a day prior, fit and healthy, only to be lost so suddenly? Everyone was aware of Jiraiya's strength. It could not be real. Kakashi, incredulous, questioned, is this a jest? Then ask this old fool what he has done. Tsunade's fist shattered the desk in the Hokage tower, her disappointment palpable. Amidst the commotion, Naruto appeared, spotting Su Fan and rushing towards him. Brother Su Fan, you're back. Su Fan turned to Naruto, regret filling his eyes. Was it too cruel for Naruto to bear this alone? He had failed to alter Jiraiya's fate. Was this truly the essence of regret? Naruto, come with me. We must leave Konoha. Naruto halted, taken aback. If it were you, brother, I would obey, but I must wait for the pervy sage to return. There is so much I still need to learn. Plus, yesterday was my birthday, and he was supposed to celebrate with me. As Naruto rambled on, Su Fan's brow furrowed. The significance of Jiraiya in Naruto's life made Su Fan's desire to obliterate Konoha surge within him. He will not return. He is dead. Su Fan said flatly. Nanny, what are you saying, brother? Naruto, bewildered, ceased his chatter and gazed at Su Fan in confusion. You must be joking. How could that be? The pervy sage was with me just yesterday. You're jesting, right? Naruto's laughter faded as he looked into Su Fan's serious countenance. Understanding that this was no jest, Naruto fell into silence. Who did this? He asked, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, Naruto. I returned too late. Su Fan expressed his remorse as he turned to enter the building. The fate of Konoha was no longer of concern to him. Today, he would take Uzumaki Naruto and depart from this place. Su Fan stepped into the room and addressed the gathering. It is impossible. Uzumaki Naruto belongs to Konoha. You, an outsider, seek to provoke us. Asuma retorted angrily. Su Fan chuckled derisively, shaking his head in resignation as he regarded Asuma. Indeed, it seems like father and son share the same manner of speaking. Provoke Konoha? Is Konoha worthy of such a thing? Anyone who dares to stop me today shall meet their end. As his words echoed, a formidable force enveloped Konoha, the Umbu and Root. Sensing the unusual fluctuations of chakra emanating from the Hokage building, swiftly made their way there under the guidance of the higher-ups in Konoha. P.S. Please do not feel disheartened by the infrequent updates. I am striving to increase the word count as I am concurrently working on another book under a different account. Each day after work leaves me fatigued, yet I endeavor to provide updates for everyone. I hope for your understanding. Unfortunately, the earnings from this book have been quite meager. I kindly ask that while you urge for updates, you also consider supporting by watching the videos, as this would enable me to receive advertising revenue. Additionally, I would appreciate any gifts as a token of gratitude. Thank you. Chapter 82. Naruto's Rampage in the Darkened World. Su-fan. Having resided in Konoha and benefited from the third Hokage's benevolence, aren't you being excessive? Why High Kurenai questioned Su-fan icily, with Kakashi and Might Guy remaining neutral. The others sided with Hiruzen Sarutobi. I have no desire for idle discourse. My decree remains. Anyone who obstructs me will face death, Su-fan retorted, seizing Naruto's arm and heading towards the exit. Suddenly, 24 Umbu members materialized in the corridor, blocking their path. Release the Jinchuriki, the Umbu captain commanded, brandishing a sharp short sword. Su-fan's brow furrowed, and the sword shattered. What? The Umbu recoiled, yet remained steadfast. Sarutobi, gloating, cried, Traitor Su-fan, once of Konoha, now abducts our Jinchuriki. Kill him. The Umbu surged forward, blades drawn. Su-fan smirked. Old fool, how long can you feign? He pivoted. A side kick felling an Umbu, the sound of fracturing bone echoing in the hall. Another blade flashed, but Su-fan caught it barehanded, snapping it. He hurled the broken piece, piercing 2 Umbu, killing them. An Umbu emerged from the ground, only to have his head seized by Su-fan. Bang! The mask fell as the Umbu's head exploded, splattering blood across the wall. The stench of blood permeated the air. Su-fan's brutal taijutsu shattered bones, his bare hands crushing a skull. Asuma and Kurenai charged, brows furrowed. TCH. Su-fan sneered, eyes flashing with violet black. Counter. Su-fan invoked his F's ability, paralyzing Asuma and Kurenai. Is it those eyes? Asuma muttered, sweat trickling down his brow. They knew of Su-fan's sealing jutsu, but not his eyes' power to seal chakra. Su-fan smiled. Devour. The air seemed to vanish as Asuma and Kurenai collapsed, drained. You two are barely a fraction of my chakra, Su-fan said. Chakra. Absorbed. Asuma gasped, unable to fathom Su-fan's power. Kurenai, summoning her remaining chakra, performed a Jinjutsu. Bang. Su-fan stood over Asuma, kicking dust off his foot. Trash. Asuma turned to see a hole in the wall, and Kurenai gone, kicked away at impossible speed. Silence descended. Su-fan approached Naruto. Let's go. Naruto nodded sadly. Might Guy was restrained by Kakashi. Sarutobi, desperate, leapt through a window, confronting Su-fan. You shall not take Naruto. I will stop you with my life. He summoned 3 clones. Shiki F-Jin, you're too green, Su-fan scoffed. I should have left you to die. Sarutobi commenced the sealing jutsu, as Obito Uchiha appeared. Naruto. Naruto whirled around. Rasengan. The Rasengan passed through Obito, striking a tree. Fiery temper. I wish to converse, Obito said. I have nothing to say, Naruto retorted. The Nine Tails stirring. I can help you. Sarutobi killed Jiraiya. He died calling your name, heart pierced. Obito taunted. Naruto's skin began to fester, red chakra bubbles rising. Success, Obito thought. There is no hope. Naruto's heart faltered, then stopped. Chakra coalesced above his head, the sky darkening. He clawed at his forehead protector, laughing bitterly. I embrace the darkness. Naruto surrendered to the Nine Tails. A surge of power erupted, throwing everyone back. Ahad. Naruto let out an anguished cry. As crimson waves surged through the heavens and the earth, he collapsed onto the ground, enveloped by the cloak of Nine Tails chakra. Subsequently, 6 tails emerged prominently from his back. Not far away, Yamato gazed at his palm in pain, astonished that Jiraiya's death had propelled Naruto into a state of fury, manifesting in the form of 6 tails. Chapter 83. Indulge the Nine Tails. The Jinchuriki went out of control. The sealing team of the Umbu swiftly surrounded Naruto. Captain Yamato. One of the Umbu members called out urgently to Yamato, who hesitated momentarily, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the 6-character seal in his palm. He realized that Naruto had spiraled into chaos. Even his wood release techniques could not suppress him. The arrival of more sealing teams would only lead to their demise. Retreat at once. Yamato shouted to the team, but it was already too late. With a forceful punch, Naruto struck the ground, altering the atmosphere dramatically. In an instant, all the surrounding ninjas felt their bones shatter, collapsing to the ground like lifeless husks without even a chance to utter a word. This was the power of the Nine Tails, inflicting damage beyond human endurance. Not far away, Su-fan smirked coldly. Today, I have no intention of restraining the Nine Tails. Let Naruto unleash himself, after all. Konoha deserves to be destroyed, and the real culprit is you. This pain surpasses any harm you could inflict, you old fool. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen, so protective of his reputation. would rather sacrifice his life than bear the blame for Konoha's downfall. Upon hearing Su Fan's words, Hiruzen's anxiety was palpable. His face flushed crimson as he charged at Su Fan with his shadow clones. You had your chance, but you squandered it. Now, you don't even have the opportunity to approach me. Su Fan unleashed all the chakra within him, enveloped by a greenish-blue aura. A tender sprout grew at his fingertips, and as Hiruzen drew near, massive sprouts burst forth from the ground, dwarfing even the tallest trees. Hiruzen slammed to a halt. As the sprouts blocked his path, he dared not touch them, fearing Su Fan's trickery. The sprouts rapidly matured into dandelions, their fluffy seeds carried away by the wind. Suddenly, Hiruzen's body reacted strangely. Initially, it was his clones, each sprouting the same tender shoots all over. These sprouts invaded their nerves and chakra, breaking through their skin. One by one, the clones vanished, leaving Hiruzen overwhelmed with an unbearable itch from the sprouts that had taken hold of him. As if thousands of ants were gnawing at him with every slight movement. Damn it! Vortex Su Fan, what have you done? Hiruzen gritted his teeth, his body trembling as he beheld the sprouts. Flowers symbolize special meanings, and no man truly cherishes them, for the first bouquet they receive is often at their gravesite. To become the nourishment for flowers is your greatest tribute to Jiraiya. Until his last breath, Jiraiya could scarcely believe it was you who did this. Ignoring Hiruzen, Su Fan slowly approached Naruto. You let me down. As the Hokage of Konoha, you should die with purpose. To become the nourishment for flowers is a humiliation. Hiruzen screamed in anguish as he watched Su Fan depart from the encampment. Perhaps deep down, he had already resigned himself to death, unwilling to be forgotten or branded as a failure by future generations. Yet, Hiruzen had already made a grave miscalculation. A barrier seemed to envelop Naruto. The searing heat within a 5-kilometer radius suffocating the air. Su Fan ambled lazily towards Naruto, noticing a fissure in the red chakra surrounding him. Strangely, the six-tailed Naruto appeared remarkably docile before Su Fan, not at all out of control. Placing his hand on Naruto's head, Su Fan entered Naruto's inner world. The Nine Tails had long awaited Su Fan's arrival, exhibiting an oddly docile demeanor. Glancing at Naruto, who was sitting in the corner lost in thought, Su Fan shook his head and approached the Nine Tails. Today, I grant you the opportunity to stretch your legs. Perform well, but do not harm Naruto's body. Otherwise, I shall personally slay you and make a pot of fox stew. The Nine Tails, startled, widened its eyes, resembling an excited husky. Fear not. I understand your intent. I shall ensure Konoha is utterly unrecognizable. No, no, I will conquer this world with my wickedness. The Nine Tails, unable to contain its excitement, suddenly realized it had revealed its true thoughts. Conquering the world, how bold of you. Su Fan scoffed, then reached out to tear the sealing talisman binding the Nine Tails. In that instant, a lightning-fast figure darted past and clasped Su Fan's wrist. Instinctively, Su Fan turned to see a figure with golden hair and a white robe. The words Fourth Hokage emblazoned on the back. Simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the outskirts of Konoha, grappling with the handwritten note from the third Hokage in his palm. Chapter 84. If I were still alive, I would certainly destroy Konoha. Su Fan locked eyes with the suddenly appearing man, and in that instant, both released a tremendous amount of chakra. However, Su Fan seemed to possess greater strength, causing the man to be forcefully pushed back. Who are you? The man asked, a hint of surprise in his expression as he regarded Su Fan, who was youthful yet undeniably powerful. Boruto's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, what an honor. Su Fan replied with a faint smile. In the corner, Naruto suddenly lifted his head to gaze at the man's silhouette, captivated by the words Fourth Hokage. You are my father? Naruto choked out, his voice quivering as he observed the slight tremor in Minato's body, though the man did not turn around. With hair color akin to Kushina's, you are of the Uzumaki clan? Minato initially ignored Naruto, scrutinizing Su Fan closely, as if trying to discern something profound about the young man before him. Su Fan remained silent, turning back to tear at the talisman. Wait, do you not realize what will happen if the seal is broken? Minato shouted urgently, attempting to deter Su Fan. Are you aware of the immense suffering your son has endured in Konoha? Su Fan gradually turned, his expression somber as he faced Minato. In that moment, Minato froze, recalling the figure of Naruto in the corner. He turned to look at Naruto, whose eyes were filled with hope and sorrow, longing for an answer. Indeed, I am your father, to put it simply, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Before Minato could finish, Naruto lunged forward, landing a punch in Minato's stomach. Minato gazed at Naruto in disbelief, clutching his abdomen in pain. Why? Why did you seal that monstrous fox within me? Do you have any idea how much ridicule and disdain I have faced because of it? I nearly couldn't go on. Naruto cried out, his anguish pouring forth. Minato felt no anger. Instead, he gently ruffled Naruto's hair, filled with remorse. Naruto, this was indeed a grievous act, yet it was unavoidable. I placed my hopes in you. It was a perilous decision, but if one day you can harness this power. Naruto, I am so sorry. Suddenly, Sufan behind them let out a cold laugh. At this juncture, if I were to tell you that Konoha merely exploited Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki to restrain him, what would your thoughts be? Allow me to show you something. Sufan's eyes darkened, and a series of images flooded Minato's mind. These scenes depicted Sufan's first encounter with Naruto, revealing how Naruto was scorned, bullied, and insulted for drinking expired milk in Konoha. Minato's fists clenched tightly as he witnessed his mentor Jiraiya nurturing Naruto. When he saw the moment of Jiraiya's death transmitted by Sufan, Minato lost his composure. The only figure who had cared for Naruto like a father was gone, and it was at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sufan retracted his ability, leaving Minato in silence. He gazed at the Kyuubi in the iron cage, a newfound resolve in his eyes. During my ascent to becoming the fourth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly suppressed me, thinking that since we served Konoha, it was inconsequential who the Hokage was. However, with Danzo from the Root involved, they conspired together. On the night of the Kyuubi's rampage, the strongest Umbu and Root should have arrived immediately. Yet, in the face of such chaos, the innocent residents were left without aid. While I was on the verge of becoming the fourth Hokage, I could not stand idly by while Konoha faced peril and residents were mercilessly slaughtered. Ultimately, for the sake of the village's survival, I was forced to utilize the Reaper Death Seal. Yet on that fateful night, Kushina was about to give birth. Naruto, I truly had no choice. Had I known the suffering you would endure in Konoha, I would never have acted in such a manner. Minato's heart wrestled with turmoil. What had he and his wife's lives truly achieved? Naruto was innocent. Sufan understood that the reason Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had not dispatched reinforcements on that fateful night was to bring shame upon Minato, who was poised to take the mantle of fourth Hokage. In the face of such a crisis, even if Hiruzen and Danzo had joined forces, they would have been overwhelmed. To preserve their own positions, they reached a consensus, and with the Kyuubi's assault, they orchestrated a scenario to undermine Minato's ascension. If they could stage this before Minato took office, the villagers and higher-ups would redefine the new Hokage, or perhaps Hiruzen would retain the position. Danzo believed Hiruzen would be easier to manipulate, given their long-standing partnership. Minato never anticipated that he and Kushina would sacrifice their lives to seal the Kyuubi. Ultimately, within the newborn Naruto, in a twist of fate, they became heroes, and thus Naruto was deemed the child of a hero. His own status was once more threatened. To obscure the truth, Hiruzen spread rumors within the village that Naruto was the embodiment of the fox spirit, subjecting him to scrutiny and oppression. This explains why the son of a hero remained unrecognized, yet faced various injustices. Hiruzen essentially trained Naruto as a tool. As conflict loomed, Hiruzen would continuously monitor Naruto until he grew stronger. Then, Minato approached the seal, extending his right hand to tear away the talisman. If I were still alive, I would undoubtedly have destroyed Konoha myself. I possess some power to serve as a new seal for Naruto after he transforms into the Kyuubi, so this time, let it unfold. Rest assured, with me here, Naruto will not come to harm. You two have finally met. It's time for a long-awaited conversation. Sufan turned and vanished within Naruto. The seal's gates were forcefully opened by the Kyuubi, and the world outside Konoha was suddenly engulfed in crimson, casting a pall over all who beheld it. Hiruzen trembled as he knelt, witnessing this scene, realizing that Naruto had completely spiraled out of control. From this moment forth, Konoha would face its impending doom. Chapter 85. Uchiha Obito. A tempest swept through Konoha as the populace trembled at the sight of Naruto. The third Hokage. Today you shall witness the demise of Konoha with your own eyes. Sufan clasped his hands, completely unlocking the seal that had been placed upon Naruto's body. A thunderous roar erupted from Naruto's mouth, crimson light enveloping the surroundings. Amidst this fiery embrace, Naruto rose with a sinister grin, his eyes glowing a menacing red. In the latter part of the original narrative, Naruto in his nine-tails form emanated a golden radiance. However, now it was a blood-red hue. His eyes were filled with a crimson fury, and his body bore traces of red sealing marks. His hair transformed into a deep crimson. Unbeknownst to him, the release of the Nine Tails' power had shattered his innate compassion, resonating with the rage of the Nine Tails, thus prematurely thrusting him into this darkened state. This version of the Nine Tails mode drew upon sinister forces. The previously suppressed vortex chakra had been unleashed, rendering Naruto's hair identical to Su Fan's. At this moment, Naruto possessed absolute control over his body. Brother Su Fan, I have spoken with father. Konoha will be erased from the map of the great nations. In an instant, Naruto spread his right hand. The outline of the Nine Tails manifesting as a tailed beast bomb was swiftly launched. Shinra Tensei, the figure of pain appeared, deflecting the tailed beast bomb, which subsequently caused a nearby mountain to collapse under its tremendous force. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in bewilderment at pain, unable to comprehend why he would save Konoha. Yet, the unfolding scene was beyond Hiruzen's acceptance. From behind him, Uchiha Obito, masked, emerged slowly. Hiruzen coughed up a mouthful of blood. He realized, without a doubt, that this was all part of their conspiracy, and he lamented the choice he had made in a fleeting moment of thought. Regretful, are we? Obito sneered, his gaze fixed on Hiruzen. Su Fan and Naruto stood to the side, observing the unfolding chaos. It was evident that Su Fan understood Obito's motives for vengeance against Konoha. The village was indeed in a dire state. Retribution had arrived. Why? Hiruzen roared at Obito in fury. Because he seeks revenge. Su Fan interjected, stepping forward. To destroy Konoha requires my methods. It seems you have arrived rather late, yet your foundation remains sturdy. Revenge? Hiruzen looked at Obito in confusion, for in his eyes, the enmity between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage had long been resolved, albeit only through a fragile truce. At this juncture, Obito saw no need to conceal his identity any longer, for Su Fan was present, fully aware of his essence, the only one he could not fathom. With Konoha in such disarray, further concealment was futile. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Obito extended his right hand and slowly removed his mask. In an instant, Hiruzen and Kakashi were left in shock. Obito? Kakashi stammered, his body trembling as sweat dripped from his brow. Surprised, are we, Kakashi? I am still alive. Obito remarked, adopting a nonchalant posture as he faced Kakashi. And no, it's impossible. How could you survive in such circumstances? Kakashi retreated 2 steps. Disbelief etched on his face, grappling with guilt over Rin, now confronted with the living embodiment of his past. His right hand trembled involuntarily. Obito's gaze followed Kakashi's. And then he burst into laughter. What is the matter, Kakashi? A reunion with an old friend, yet your expression seems less than welcoming. Or perhaps, you feel guilt for not protecting Rin, now afraid to face me? Kakashi furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. Obito, many things are not as you perceive them. I was unaware of your survival, nor do I comprehend the reasons behind your current state. Whether or not you comprehend is of little consequence, Kakashi. Rin died at the hands of her most beloved. You have never understood why she made that choice. Tears welled in Obito's eyes, haunted by the memory of Rin's death. As rain began to fall, the state of Konoha was bleak, entangled with Akatsuki, Su Fan, Naruto, and the village itself in a triangular confrontation. Su Fan observed the despondent Obito and shook his head in resignation. Obito's current state was not solely due to Rin. He understood that Rin had willingly charged at Kakashi's Raikiri, yet the true darkness within Obito ignited when he failed to protect those he loved. He could not accept the permanent scars left by the ravages of war. Ultimately, he succumbed to the depths of darkness, choosing to evade reality. That fateful night, the light in his eyes vanished entirely. In an instant, covered by white zetsu, blood tears flowed from Obito's eyes. This place is hell. Chapter 86. The Grand Finale. The Mobile Toilet. A colossal outer path golem gradually emerged from the ground, leaving all of Konoha in a state of stunned silence. Standing atop the golem, Obito gazed coldly down at the crowd below, proclaiming, I disdain to ignite a war across the ninja world at this moment. For my survival is driven by a singular purpose. The golem let out a thunderous roar, immediately tearing apart the chains binding its hands and feet. The overwhelming force surged through the crowd, compelling them to kneel in unison, their eyes reflecting profound despair. Sufan turned to Kakashi and Might Guy, saying, Konoha's fate is sealed. If you possess even a modicum of awareness, you will grasp the essence of my words. Kakashi, Ponder who truly forced your father to his demise. Might Guy, consider why your father was never regarded with esteem by Konoha, standing alone against 7 opponents, dying without a shred of honor. Sufan's words left both men momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, they recognized that Sufan had indeed reminded them of Konoha's despicable actions. White Fang had been ostracized by the village because Konoha had abandoned him. Had they stood up for him, perhaps the present circumstances would be different. Likewise, Might Dway was never acknowledged as a competent ninja by Konoha. After opening the 8 gates, he had fought valiantly against 7 foes, demonstrating remarkable strength. Yet Konoha chose to ignore him entirely during Hiruzen Sarutobi's tenure as Hokage. Seeing Kakashi hesitate, Hiruzen anxiously called out, "Kakashi, Guy, do not be swayed. Your fathers are never forgotten by Konoha." Sufan scoffed, remembered? They undoubtedly recall the countless grievances and solitude of their youth. At that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged glances and nodded in unison before slowly advancing towards Sufan. Their decision prompted a majority of Konoha's populace to follow suit, including members of the Hyuga clan and other families. Hiruzen was taken aback, unable to fathom that everyone was turning away from him. Have you all forgotten the second Hokage's counsel? The will of fire must not be forsaken. In response, Kakashi removed his forehead protector and tossed it to the ground, stating, "I'm sorry, but I do not indulge in empty promises." Seeing Hiruzen now standing alone, Sufan realized there was no longer any reason to target him. Konoha's decline was inevitable. The only formidable challenge remained Obito Uchiha. If Hiruzen were eliminated, a new Hokage could be appointed, restoring order. "Naruto, I entrust Hiruzen to you. You must avenge Jiraiya. Rest assured, brother." With that, Sufan led Kakashi and the others toward Obito. Kakashi, wielding a kunai, deftly climbed onto the outer path golem, declaring, "Obito, your decision is misguided. I understand the burdens you bear, but Rin is gone." Obito laughed mournfully. "Kakashi, I cannot return. Rin is waiting for me." Both unleashed their respective Kimui, and a vortex of space engulfed them. Sufan approached Nagato, offering a bittersweet smile. "Nagato, your life has reached its conclusion. Reflect upon Jiraiya's principles. This path should not have unfolded as it has." Nagato, expressionless, replied, "Only through immense power can one compel submission. True peace is born from such strength." He was merely a fool. Realizing persuasion was futile, Sufan resolved to take action. The battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch against the formidable strength of Sufan and Naruto. Hiruzen fell. Obito Uchiha was defeated. 6 paths of pain were vanquished. Nagato perished. At last, the crisis was resolved. With the unanimous support of the people, Kakashi ascended as the new Hokage of Konoha. Meanwhile, Sufan settled into a tranquil life in the mountains alongside Naruto.